A group of people surrounded a young man, punching and kicking him relentlessly. Hey, how many times have I told you? When you come to school, remember to bring money for the protection fee. Why do you keep coming without any money? Huh? Boss, do you think there's something wrong with this kid? Doesn't he feel pain? Otherwise, how could we beat him like this without him even making a sound? Then let's not hold back this time. Beat him to death and see if there's really something wrong with him. Lu Yuan lay on the ground, silently enduring their beating. Something wrong? Yes, there was something wrong, but the thing that was wrong was this world. For some reason, this world had become polluted, turning into a world filled with magic beasts and supernatural abilities. The ruling class used tall, sturdy city walls to enclose the cities, using them to defend against beast tides and attacks from the magic beasts outside. But aside from that, those rulers didn't care at all about the lives and deaths of the lower-class citizens. And the lower-class citizens, in order to obtain supernatural abilities and survival supplies, had to struggle to survive. 5 years ago, to get survival supplies, my parents risked their lives to go outside the city walls, and as a result, they unfortunately met with disaster. Lu Yuan clutched the necklace around his neck tightly. They left me all alone, making me even more lonely in this already terrible world, and life became increasingly difficult. Other than this necklace, my parents left me nothing. The reason I've been able to persevere until now is because there's a ray of light in my world. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile. Seeing this, the thug shouted, "Damn it, boss, this guy is really crazy. We're beating him so hard, yet he can still smile. Look how brightly he's smiling." Just then, Yi Shiyun's voice rang out. "Stop." The thug saw her and frowned. "Huh? Who is this girl? I advise you not to meddle in other people's business." Lu Yuan, who was smiling brightly, froze his smile as soon as he saw clearly that the person in front of him was Yi Shiyun. "Wait, the ray of light I mentioned isn't her." Right after that, Lu Mingdao also ran over. "I hope you'll stop. It's not right to use violence to bully others." Hearing this, the thugs became even more mocking. "So it's our school's belle, Lu Mingdao. You want to stand up for this idiot?" She showed a worried expression and advised, "I'm advising you for your own good. If you let Lu Yuan go, he can suffer a little less, and you can also walk on the right path in your lives." Hearing this, Lu Yuan, his cheeks flushed red. "It's her. She is the ray of light in my world. Lu Mingdao is not only beautiful, but also kind. As the school belle, she clearly has no connection to me, yet she always stands up for me." A thug stepped forward, caressing her cheek. "So what if I don't listen to you and insist on enjoying the pleasure of the strong?" Just then, the man's arm was grabbed by someone. Xia Mingcheng said in a low voice, "It's wrong for you to bully others, especially since the person you're bullying is Lu Yuan, my brother." Seeing him, they all became wary. "Boss, Xia Mingcheng is a powerful individual who has awakened a fire-type ability. Let's just call it a day. We should retreat first. You little brat, consider yourself lucky. Today, out of respect for Xia Mingcheng and the school bell, I'll spare you." After the thugs left, Xia Mingqing stepped forward to help Lu Yuan up. Lu Mingdao led the way, saying, Let's go to my tea ceremony club to rest for a bit, and we can also check on Lu Yuan's injuries." I'm sorry for troubling you guys again. It's nothing. We're all brothers. If you want to thank someone, you should thank our school bell. Hey, Lu Yuan, why are you suddenly blushing? Don't talk nonsense, I'm not. The three of them left just like that, no one paying any attention to Yi Shiyun standing off to the side. The scene changes to the university's club activity room, the tea ceremony club. "Come on, you two, try my tea. Especially you, Lu Yuan. This tea can relax the muscles and bones and improve blood circulation. It's very beneficial. Drink it while it's hot." Without any hesitation, Lu Yuan picked up the teacup and drank it all. Xia Mingcheng didn't drink, just teased him. "Hey, Lu Yuan, why are you blushing again?" Lu Yuan, red with anger, roared, "Shut up." As soon as the words left his mouth, he suddenly fell to the ground. This tea, his vision suddenly became blurry. Seeing this, Xia Mingcheng and Lu Mingdao burst out laughing smugly. "Look at this piece of trash. He dared to raise his voice at me just now. You think you're worthy of dreaming about Mingdao? A toad lusting after a swan's flesh. What a pity there aren't many naive men like this. If it weren't for the big shot upstairs wanting his necklace, I'd really want to teach him a lesson slowly." After that, he passed out. When he woke up again, a pool of blood was before his eyes. Lu Yuan was hung on the wall, his limbs unable to move. He felt extremely confused, looking at the two people he once considered his closest friends. Where is this? Why are you doing this? Aren't we good friends? Lu Mengdao, holding a syringe, quickly stabbed it into him, saying, "There's no need for so many whys. This world has always been about the big fish eating the small fish. Isn't it? The big shot upstairs wants the necklace your parents left you. And as for me, I want your body." Immediately after, Lu Yuan's body began to deform, becoming like a pig. He shouted in panic, "What did you inject me with? Why am I turning into this?" Lu Mengdao looked at him as if he were trash. "TSK, it seems the modification experiment has failed again. What a waste of my tea, and I even gave you so many anti-pollution drugs. Xiao Mingcheng, you deal with this magic beast." Lu Yuan roared in despair, "No, I'm not a magic beast. You can't treat me like this." "No." Xiao Mingcheng, holding a long sword, rushed towards him. "You fool, you no longer have any value to live. The last place you can go is the pork stall in the market." After saying that, he swung his sword down without hesitation. A pained scream echoed throughout the room. Just then, Lu Yuan's necklace lit up. A mechanical voice sounded in his head. "Host's death detected. Initiating timeline reset mechanism. Distribution system is being activated." Then, Lu Yuan found himself standing in the middle of a noisy crowd. "Hey student, want to join our Blazing Flame Society to play with fire together? As long as you agree to join, the seniors are willing to share their 8T of study materials with you. Hey female student over there, want to get to know some guys with bulging 8-pack abs? The Gungjin Society is also a great fit for female students." Lu Yuan witnessed this scene, his face blank with confusion. "This is the scene from when I registered last year. Wait, could it be? Could it be that I've been reborn? Or was that just a dream?" Then, that mechanical voice continued to sound in his head. "The host has activated the choice system. Please choose cautiously or as you wish. But remember, the following choices will be based on your destiny." A screen appeared before Lu Yuan's eyes. On it was written, Option 1. What does the past life have to do with this one? Of course, choose to forgive them. Before anything happens, use love to reform them. Karma plus 10. Option 2. Just treat it as a dream. It's been a while since you woke up, but you're still very scared. Stay away from them in this life. Don't associate with them anymore. No karma. Option 3. For Lu Mengdao's help, you must bite back. You've been reborn. Shouldn't you get to enjoy yourself for once? Karma minus 10. Lu Yuan read these words, completely bewildered. "What is this?" Lu Yuan smiled smugly. "The legendary golden finger system. It's actually real. Since I can live another life, what's so surprising about getting a hack? To not take what heaven gives is to invite disaster. Heaven has given me a chance to start over. Why wouldn't I take it?" Just then, a magic beast appeared and charged towards him. The surrounding crowd was in an uproar. "Damn it, a magic beast. Isn't the university a special base for training ability users? Isn't there a special protection mechanism? Why did a magic beast appear?" Lu Yuan felt that the shape of this magic beast was quite familiar. A magic beast. Wait, the shape of this magic beast. Right after that, Lu Mengdao walked over and asked gently, "Junior, are you okay? Your senior is here. Don't be afraid." Lu Mengdao used her power to condense a sharp arrow and advance towards the magic beast. On the outside, she was gentle and lovely, but in her heart, she thought, "Damn it, if you're a pig, you should act like one. Why run out and cause trouble? If someone finds out, it'll be very awkward for me. But this is a good chance for me to show off in front of everyone, taking down a magic beast. And I can also earn some fame in front of the new students." The magic beast, attacked by Lu Mengdao, collapsed to the ground, its mouth moving slightly. "Save. Save me." Lu Yuan's eyes widened. "So it's true, I was right. It seems that long before she harmed me, Lu Mengdao was already conducting such conscienceless experiments. I'm sorry. The deep infection is irreversible. You can't go back anymore. I also have no way to save you from Lu Mengdao's fatal blow. But I can promise you." Then, as she prepared to stab the magic beast with the arrow, Lu Yuan immediately rushed forward to block it. The arrow pierced through Lu Yuan's palm. "I will definitely make her die a more miserable death than you. I will definitely use the cruelest method to play her to death." Seeing this, Lu Mengdao was slightly surprised. "Junior, you." Lu Yuan raised his injured hand and shouted, Senior Lu, it's fine if you want to snatch the essence core. Just say the word, and I'll give the magic beast essence core to you right away. You really don't need to be so cruel to me. It hurts so much." Hearing this, the surrounding crowd started murmuring, Senior Lu, Could she be the legendary school belle, Lu Mengdao? Yes, that's her, no doubt. I heard she was both beautiful and gentle. I didn't expect her to be such a venomous woman in person. Besides, I hate this kind of essence core, snatching the most. Hearing these words, Lu Mengdao was extremely flustered. No, it's not like that. I just wanted to help. Before she could finish, Lu Yuan, with tears in his eyes, took out an essence core and said, "As Senior Lu, don't worry, I understand. I understand all about collecting protection fees from new students. From now on, I will definitely hand over all the essence cores the school distributes monthly to you. I beg you, be magnanimous, and please don't make things difficult for me at school in the future." Hearing this, the crowd grew even more indignant. Protection fees? I can't stand to watch this anymore. Fellow student, don't be afraid. You keep this essence core. We'll fight against the evil forces together. Lu Mingdao's face darkened, and she thought angrily to herself, damn it, the script isn't supposed to be the beautiful senior saving the helpless junior, and then he's immediately grateful. Shouldn't he be worshipping and admiring me? But what's with this guy? He's completely off script, and even suddenly bit back at me. Is he a lunatic? Lu Yuan continued his act, so I'll just put this crystal core away, okay? Senior Lu, you won't make things difficult for me because of this, will you? She tried to make her voice sound gentler. How could I? This crystal core was yours to begin with. Hurry and put it away. Don't let everyone misunderstand me. In her mind, she was cursing nonstop. What misunderstanding? I was the one who killed this magic beast, who stole your thing. Just then, the system appeared and sent him a notification. Host has completed option 3, receiving -10 karma points. Each time karma points are received, the host can upgrade their ability. Each minor level increase requires 100 karma points. The host currently has no ability, no awakening limit, and can awaken any ability. Does that mean I'm about to become an omnipotent ability user? Yahoo, awesome. Each minor level increase of the current ability requires 100 karma points. The host's karma points are insufficient. Lu Yuan was so angry he yelled, "Damn it, why didn't you tell me something so important sooner? Now I haven't gained any karma points, and instead have to make up for 10 points. This is a huge loss." Not only that, the system continued to announce. Furthermore, the system has detected that the host is a reincarnator and is in debt of 1,000 karma points. The current total is -1,010 karma points. He quickly said, "Wait, I don't believe the system would treat me like this. Everything has two sides. System, how about you try using negative points to upgrade in reverse?" The host is truly cunning. Although it has never considered this method, since you have given the order, the system will reluctantly help you try it once. Processing data, ability upgrade successful. Due to the reverse upgrade, the ability automatically comes with attributes. The host is now a fire element bronze rank 5-star and a wind element bronze rank 5-star. Obtained fire skill, blazing flame, and wind skill swiftness. The host currently has -10 karma points remaining. A surge of power quickly enveloped Lu Yuan's body. Perfect, awakening dual element abilities instantly. This time, I'm really about to take off. Suddenly, the sky, which had been clear for miles with white clouds and golden sun, turned a gloomy black. Why is there suddenly fog? The sky is completely obscured now. Wait, look up at the sky. There seems to be something. Everyone looked up at the sky in unison. Suddenly, a giant white whale appeared. It's the white whale. What? It's the legendary void-breaking level magic beast. It said that this type of magic beast can create dense fog and move within it. It's extremely mysterious, and to this day, no one knows what its abilities truly are. But why would a magic beast of this level appear in the sky above the school? Doesn't the school have a special defense mechanism? Lu Yuan was extremely shocked to see this. Did this happen in my past life? Could it be because I received the system, causing a chain reaction after my rebirth? The currently known ability ranks for humans, from lowest to highest, are bronze, silver, gold, platinum, legendary, and transcendent. Each major rank is further divided into 5 minor levels, from 1 to 5 stars. Even higher is the domain rank, which no one has reached to this day. As for magic beasts, from lowest to highest, they are earth-shattering, realm-annihilating, void-breaking, conquest, and calamity. In other words, this magic beast is equivalent to the human platinum rank. Everyone was chattering. The noise was incessant. Where are the teachers? Where have all the teachers gone? In this situation, why hasn't a single teacher come forward to take charge? Senior Lu, I heard our school's principal is your mother. You should go inform her quickly. Hearing this, Lu Mingdao stammered in reply. But my mother already took the team of teachers to another city for research a week ago. How could we be so unlucky? The principal, the only person in the school capable of dealing with the white whale, isn't here. We're doomed. As soon as the words left her mouth, she panicked, wanting to flee this place. No, I have to run. I have to leave the school immediately. Seeing this, everyone panicked even more. Damn it, Lu Mingdao is running away. Senior Lu, wait for us. We're all new students. We can't handle this situation at all. Lu Yuan took the opportunity to cling to her, crying and begging. Senior Lu, you injured me just now. You're not planning to abandon me and run away by yourself, are you? You wouldn't want to be scorned by everyone at school later, right? Senior Lu, you can't abandon us. You should take the injured person with you. He was injured because of you. After she heard this, she was so angry she thought to herself, your hand is injured, not your leg. Does that affect your ability to run? Everyone else chimed in with Lu Yuan. That's right. Make her carry him. Let her bear the responsibility so she can't run too fast and leave us behind. Damn it, why did it turn out like this? Lu Mingdao gritted her teeth in anger. This is truly bad karma. Right after, the system appeared again. Host, please make your current choice. Option 1. As a man, you must advance bravely, face the white whale, and even if you turn to dust, you must be the bravest one. Karma points plus 10. Option 2. Flee the school with everyone else. As a new student, you must be sociable. 0 karma points. Option 3. Help the white whale kill all your classmates. Sorry, I've devolved into a magic beast. For each person killed, you will receive minus 10 karma points. After reading, Lu Yuan was slightly startled. Everyone desperately ran out of the school, only to find that the bridge crossing the river had been broken at some unknown time. It's over. None of us can get out. Why is the bridge broken? This is the only way to the outside world. Who on earth did this? Senior Lu, calm down, stay composed. Right now, we can only rely on you. Don't act on your own. Let's think of another way. Lu Mingdao shouted angrily. Calm down? How can you tell me to calm down? Lu Yuan, who was clinging to her, frowned upon seeing this. What a nuisance. The entire city is by the sea, and our school is built on an island near the city, with only this bridge connecting to the outside. But why was it destroyed at this exact moment? There is a statue in the middle of the bridge. Someone in the crowd suddenly shouted. The statue moved. It's looking at us. Its eyes just moved. Are you seeing things? How can a statue move? That's right, this statue is probably like the Mona Lisa's smile. No matter which angle you look from, you feel like someone is looking at you. Lu Mingdao said with a contemptuous tone, a bunch of country bumpkins who've never seen the world. Our school has always had a legend that before the school was built, the figure of a merman appeared on this island. This statue was recently bought by the vice principal to attract new students like you. There are plenty of other statues in the school. After hearing this, Lu Yuan thought to himself, Lu Mingdao isn't lying. There really is such a legend in the school. However, the Mona Lisa smile effect can only occur on a flat surface. A three-dimensional statue can't create it. In other words, either that person saw wrong, or this statue, right after, the previously calm water surface suddenly became turbulent, and in some places, the water even surged upwards. This is bad. Magic beasts are charging. The city clearly has special defense equipment. How can magic beasts appear? Even a white whale appeared. What's so surprising about a few more low-level magic beasts? We should still quickly think of a way to escape. Lu Mingdao realized the situation was getting worse. With so many magic beasts, even if we risk our lives to break through, we'll surely be caught up soon. I have to leave a scapegoat to attract the magic beast's attention. The next second, she forcefully threw Lu Yuan, who was clinging to her back, towards the pack of magic beasts. I choose you. Who told you to oppose me? But he quickly used Ice Crystal Flash to stabilize his body in midair. Lu Mingdao gritted her teeth in anger. What the hell is that sparkly thing? Just wait to become food for the magic beasts. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed in the sky, startling everyone. Lu Mingdao pretended to be worried and said to everyone, "Follow me. I'll take you all to another place to hide." In her heart, she thought, this move of mine is truly killing two birds with one stone. Not only can I kill this brat, but I can also lead the others to escape, solidifying my position in their hearts. At this moment, Lu Yuan took the opportunity to use the hidden wind skill, swiftness, his body like the wind, disguising his identity. She was utterly astonished to see this. When I bumped into him earlier, I deliberately revealed my ability and clearly sensed that he was a good-for-nothing who couldn't awaken any abilities. How did he suddenly awaken the wind element? Lu Yuan started acting again, crying as he spoke. Senior Lu, we've clearly only just met. I can't believe you'd treat me like this. To ensure I could escape safely, you willingly sacrifice yourself, even going so far as to let our fellow students be sacrificed with you. Without hesitation, he jumped up. I'm out of here. I will definitely live a good life and not let your sacrifice be in vain. After hearing this, the crowd couldn't contain their anger. Damn it, Lu Mengdao, it's all your fault. If you hadn't wasted our time, why would we be surrounded by magic beasts? You idiot, it's all because you made that sparkly thing that lured them here. We're gonna die anyway. Everyone, let's push that harmful girl out. Let her be the first one to be bitten to death by the magic beasts. A series of blood-curdling screams echoed everywhere. At the same time, Lu Yuan had already run to the other side of the river. The river was now flowing so rapidly it could easily sweep a person away. Suddenly, Yixiyun appeared out of nowhere, swinging her sword to stab at him. Lu Yuan also reacted quickly, using a grappling move to instantly grab her wrist. After they saw each other's faces clearly, both were stunned. Yixiyun, Lu Yuan? He thought to himself, in my past life's memories, Yixiyun was my class monitor, a well-behaved, gentle, and kind girl, a goddess pursued by many. How did she turn into someone who draws her sword to help upon meeting? This difference is too great. But what I find even stranger is, he frowned and asked her, how do you know me? Yixiyun didn't answer, instead asking, what about you? How do you know my name? Also, why do you have the fishy smell of a merman on you? Lu Yuan immediately turned around. A taste of her own medicine, asking an irrelevant question. Truly fighting magic with magic. I can't tell her that I'm a reincarnator. Yixiyun saw him turn to leave and asked, where are you going next? The two of them walked towards the teacher's dormitory together. As they walked, she said, I was originally planning to leave the school, but I saw you running back from the direction of the exit. Did something happen over there? Lu Yuan replied softly, yeah, the bridge is broken. They entered the building. The hallway was filled with merman statues everywhere. Lu Yuan thought to himself. She directly guessed that we can't leave the school, but didn't ask any follow-up questions. Smart and not troublesome. Although Yixiyun, like Lu Mengdao, had changed a lot in appearance, she wasn't detestable at all. Afterward, the two stood before the door of room 9527. He spoke up. Hello, ma'am. We're new students. A lot of magic beasts have appeared on campus, and we panicked and ran here, hoping to take shelter inside. He thought to himself, I remember she seems to live here. The current situation is unclear, so finding a powerful backer who has information should be the best course of action right now. The door opened, and a mechanical voice from a phone echoed from inside. I'm sorry. The number you have dialed is not in a service area. Please try again later. Gu Qingsheng, my university advisor for my past life. Although she didn't seem to care much about students' achievements, nor was she very concerned with the troubles they encountered at school, and she always wore an icy expression. But she is a gold rank esper with reliable strength, and besides, she has never shown any other bad traits. Lu Yuan silently came to a conclusion in his heart. Gu Qingsheng saw them, but showed no change in expression, only telling them to close the door. She tapped her phone a few times, and the mechanical female voice rang out again. I'm sorry. The number you have dialed is not in a service area. Please try again later. Damn it. The phone signal is clearly full, but I can't contact anyone. Just then, a knock came from the door, startling Yixiyun, who was standing beside them. Seeing this, Gu Qingsheng snapped irritably. Someone's knocking again? Do you think my place is a refugee camp? Wait, look through the peephole and see who on earth is outside. Yixiyun did as she was told. She looked through the peephole. Wait, outside it's the eye of the merman statue. The statue outside is looking into our room through the peephole. Gu Qingsheng thought to herself, as expected, there's a problem with these statues. These statues were all personally purchased by the vice principal. To find out what's really going on with the changes at the school, it seems the only way is to find the vice principal. Lu Yuan saw her thoughtful expression and became certain. From the looks of Gu Qingsheng, she seems to know something. Immediately after, the door was smashed by those statues. Yishiyun hurriedly shouted. The door is about to give way. What do we do now? We're surrounded by living statues outside, and this is the 9th floor. It would be great if we could fly. Hearing this, Lu Yuan suddenly remembered fly. When an Esper ability advances to the gold rank, it can unlock mid-tier system skills, forming wings corresponding to that system. Isn't Gu Qingqing a gold rank? However, the gold rank only preliminarily awakens Esper wings. Unless it's a strength-type system, it fundamentally can't bear the weight of 2 extra people. Unfortunately, if I remember correctly, Gu Qingqing is a wood type. After thinking, he spoke up. Ms. Gu, I know you can fly, but you definitely can't take both of us with you at the same time, so you should escape on your own. Don't worry about us. He said that, but in his heart, Lu Yuan was calculating. Actually, she could take him and Yishiyun in 2 trips, but that would waste escape time, and this room probably wouldn't hold for long. But I still have to try. I can't just sit here and wait to die. Even if Gu Qingqing doesn't care about students, she wouldn't just watch them die, right? Plus, with my self-sacrificing act, she should. Who would have thought that Gu Qingqing would quickly use her power to create a pair of wings for herself? And before leaving, she said, "Student, you're not bad. You're a student I don't dislike. If you can survive, go find the vice principal to uncover the truth." Lu Yuan was stunned, completely not expecting Gu Qingqing to actually leave by herself. She just left like that? Don't just hand out a good person card. Am I the one putting on a one-man show here? Teacher, why did you follow my script, leaving me with no way out? Just then, a system notification appeared. Detected that the host has gained Gu Qingqing's favorability. Current favorability is 5%. Expanding social circle. Activating a secondary system function. When favorability reaches 100%, you can choose to copy one of the target skills and also receive a time save point. After reading, Lu Yuan thought to himself, the system has this kind of benefit too? But what does a time save point mean? First time activating this function, rewarding the host with a trial package. You can now randomly copy one of Gu Qingqing's skills. The system continued to announce. Skill copy successful. Obtained wood type skill. Solid twin trees. Skill effect. The host can instantly swap positions with a single target within line of sight. Remaining skill trial uses are 3 out of 3. But I haven't awakened a wood-type Esper ability yet. Can I use this copied skill? Copied skills do not require the host to have awakened the corresponding Esper ability system to be used. At the same time, on the other side, Yishiyun was fighting the living statues with all her might. As a metal-type Esper, she could enhance metal properties, but the Tang knife she had enhanced couldn't defeat this statue. Just as she was distracted, a statue had appeared right in front of her at some point. Yishiyun was too terrified to react. Fortunately, Lu Yuan quickly came to her rescue. Don't space out. If I'm not mistaken, looking directly into the eyes of these merman statues will cause us to suffer mental corruption. Yishiyun, being carried princess-style by him, blushed and stared at him blankly. Ting, the host has gained Yishiyun's favorability. Favorability increased by 5%. Current favorability. Yishiyun already had a base favorability of 70% towards the host. Current favorability is 75%. It's a pity you met so late. Lu Yuan was a bit surprised after hearing this. Huh? The base favorability is this high? At this point in time, she and I don't even know each other, right? Even in my past life, we barely had any interaction. Truly a free lunch. Afterward, he used the fire-type skill, Blazing Flame, to attack the statues. Yishiyun quickly said to him, Lu Yuan, the function of a metal-type Esper ability is stronger than a fire-type. I couldn't even injure the statue with my metal-type ability just now. I'm afraid a fire-type won't work either. She wondered inwardly, his flame, why is it black? At this moment, Lu Yuan replied softly, I know. I'm just stalling for time. I'm waiting. Waiting? Waiting for what? For her to land on the ground. Now's the time. Since he had copied Gu Qingqing's skill, when she landed on the ground, he could also use the wood-type skill, Solid Twin Trees. Next is the moment to witness a miracle. The system quickly notified him. Although it's been said once before, you host are truly one of a kind. Gu Qingqing's favorability is plummeting. It has already dropped to a negative value. Remaining trial uses for the skill Solid Twin Trees are 2 out of 3. Before Yishiyun could understand what had happened, she found herself being carried out by Lu Yuan, leaving the teacher's dormitory. What on earth happened? Why are we suddenly here? Lu Yuan, we've both escaped. Why are you still running so fast? I don't want to get caught. He left that place at a speed invisible to the naked eye, thinking to himself, hit and run. This is really exciting. This skill was copied from Gu Qingsheng, which means she knows how to use it too. Once she reacts, she'll definitely come looking for trouble with me. Of course, I have to run out of her sight quickly. Ms. Gu, you wouldn't want your student to be bullied by statues, would you? So I'm sorry. Scene change. After leaving that place at the office building, the two chatted as they walked. Lu Yuan, how did you do that just now? I've never seen anyone as amazing as you. It's normal that you haven't seen it. After all, that's a gold rank Esper ability. Huh. Hearing this, Yi Shiyun had a face full of admiration. You're a gold rank Esper? Ah, you used fire, wood, and wind systems just now. You're a triple system Esper. Lu Yuan, you're truly a once-in-a-millennium genius. Hearing these words, Lu Yuan felt a pang of guilt. Not really, just not normal. Then, the system appeared again, telling him, this overwhelming flattery has made my host completely lose his bearings. Men, Yi Shiyun's favorability has skyrocketed, reaching 100%, activating the time save point. He raised an eyebrow and asked it, System, what exactly is this time save point? It's like a save point in a game. Lu Yuan looked at the screen before him. Now an empty slot has been filled. Time save point 1. Dreamscape Office Building. 5:20 a.m. September 26, 2023. Yiyun. This save time seems a bit off. It's clearly dusk now. Why does the save time say it's morning? The system replied, it's similar, but not entirely. During this time, the host can reverse time through Yi Shiyun, returning to the previous time save point at any moment. Method to use the time save point. Don't talk, kiss her. The time save point is a one-time opportunity. After use, her favorability will return to 0. The host needs to max out her favorability again to create a new save. Please cherish it. Lu Yuan said thoughtfully. Doesn't that mean I have an extra life? In a critical moment, I can use the time save point to escape smoothly. Theoretically, that is correct. Now for the skill copy reward. Please select one of Yi Shiyun's skills to copy. Skill 1, Metal Type Enhancement, can strengthen metal properties. Skill 2, Metal Type Armorization, can change the form of metal to create battle armor on the body. Lu Yuan was a bit surprised. 2 skills? I didn't expect this girl to be a silver rank. Looking at them, one is a bronze rank skill, the other is a silver rank. Decided to choose 2 to become Iron Man. He suddenly remembered the white whale magic beast he saw at the school earlier. It said that the fog released by the white whale can be a blessing in disguise for us. Although the campus is now filled with magic beasts, the fog has obscured their vision, which is why we haven't been discovered. But the vision of these magic beasts isn't sharp. So what is? Hearing? Touch? Or maybe? Then, Lu Yuan whispered to Yi Shiyun, let's go, we'll go find the vice princi. Before he could finish his sentence at that very moment, a voice cut in. Lu Yuan, is that you? Over there. Xiao Mingsheng waved his hand joyfully and shouted, it really is you. Lu Yuan, over here. Standing beside him was none other than Lu Mengdao. She smirked and said, that's right, just like that. Shout louder, the louder the better. Immediately after, a horde of magic beasts, having heard the noise, quickly surrounded the two of them. Lu Yuan, we're surrounded. Lu Yuan didn't answer her, but with a grim expression, he thought to himself, now I know what they're sensitive to. Xiao Mingsheng, I've decided. I won't just simply get revenge on you. I'll definitely make you wish you were dead. Yi Shiyun warily watched the pack of magic beasts. Can you still use your skill? The one that swaps positions from before. If you can, swap the person who framed us out here. Lu Yuan thought to himself, this girl is pretty smart. She's already seen through my solid twin tree skill. It's just that. But Yi Shiyun continued, you've surely heard the saying, being merciful to your enemy is being cruel to yourself. Don't go soft-hearted now. He then replied, all right, but I don't plan on doing that. On the other side, Xiao Mingcheng, seeing the two of them standing completely still, wondered, why are those two just standing there like idiots? Lu Mengdao smirked and replied, they must be scared stiff, unable to move their bodies. Useless trash is still useless trash. They don't even have the courage for a final, desperate struggle. Immediately after, Lu Yuan suddenly swept Yi Shiyun up into his arms. No, you misunderstood. I just find the usual way of doing things uninteresting. I want to play a bigger game. I don't want to let Xiao Mingqing die so easily. While using Gu Qingqing's wood-type skill, Solid Twin Trees, he said, these magic beasts want to surround and kill us. So why can't they become experience bags for us? A green light appeared around them, and a cherry blossom tree had sprouted from who knows when. Then, the white whale magic beast suddenly fell from the sky. Xiao Mingqing witnessed this scene, scared out of his wits. Damn it, why did the white whale magic beast suddenly fall like this? Lu Mingdao was also utterly astonished. Impossible? What kind of move is this? It can even be done like this? Calm down, calm down. Although I don't understand what's happening, getting crushed by such a huge magic beast, that kid is definitely dead. Unexpectedly, Lu Yuan was standing safely on the white whale's back, still holding Yishiyun in his arms. Seeing that, she was stunned in astonishment. He actually swapped places with the white whale. On his side, he laughed triumphantly. All the crystal cores from the magic beast crushed to death by the white whale are mine now. Yishiyun couldn't help but be amazed, thinking to herself, he even used the white whale's large and resilient body as a safe meat cushion for us. A living platinum rank magic beast, just like that, was turned into a money-making tool by him. And in the end, it even collected the crystal cores for him. Is this a maneuver that the brain of a carbon-based life form can come up with? On the other side, Xiao Mingcheng screamed in terror. Holy crap. Senior Lu, they're still alive. At this moment, Lu Mingdao's face was ashen as if she had just eaten shit. How is this possible? What the hell is this? Lu Yuan paid no mind to their reactions, frowning in thought. Strange, the white whale crushed so many magic beasts. Why didn't a single crystal core drop? Just then, the system appeared. It seems the host has made his choice. Congratulations on successfully resisting the magic beasts, helping the white whale eliminate 101 classmates, and receiving minus 1,010 karma points. You little devil. Lu Yuan smiled and thought to himself, classmates? These humanoid magic beasts are my classmates? Have I become an accomplice of the magic beasts? Yishiyun stared blankly at the sky and said, Lu Yuan, look at the sky. It's changed. It was clearly dusk just a moment ago, but after you swapped places with the white whale, the sky suddenly turned to dawn. What on earth is going on? Lu Yuan thought to himself. The white whale, the fog, the reanimated statues, classmates turning into magic beasts. Chaotic time. I think I vaguely figured out what the anomaly at the school is. Immediately after, from behind him, that white whale woke up. It opened its enormous mouth, preparing to unleash a terrifying surge of power. Not good. The white whale is angered by your actions. It's about to attack us. He quickly turned around. A platinum rank magic beast, no matter how we deal with it, we're absolutely no match. All we can do now is run. System, use all the karma points I just received to upgrade the agility of my wind type. The host's wind type ability has been upgraded to silver 1 star. The ability's rank has been significantly enhanced, and the new skill stealth has been acquired. The host's remaining karma points are minus 20. Stealth, skill effect, increases speed by 70 when escaping the target's line of sight or hiding in the shadows. Sense of presence is reduced by 100. Lu Yuan immediately asked the system, wasn't I already bronze 5-star before? Why did it cost 1,000 karma points this time just to go up 1 minor level? Because before it was the bronze rank, each minor level only required 100 karma points. Now, it is the silver rank. Each minor level requires 1,000 karma points. Similarly, the gold rank requires 10,000 karma points, and the platinum rank requires 100,000. Immediately after, the white whale shot a beam of dark purple energy towards him. Lu Yuan used all his strength to dodge its attack, of course not forgetting to carry Yishiyun and run with her. System, are you messing with me? The final right of interpretation belongs to the system. No refutations will be accepted. He used the wind-type stealth to escape the white whale's sight. A moment later, unable to find him, the white whale soared into the sky. Yishiyun and Lu Yuan then emerged from their hiding spot. She looked up at the sky blankly and asked, the white whale is gone? Why didn't it keep attacking us? He replied, perhaps it couldn't sense our presence and thought it had already killed us. Besides, it probably has more important things to do. More important things? As soon as the words were spoken, the sky suddenly changed from azure blue to the orange of sunset, and dust and smoke enveloped the entire area. Huh, why has it turned to dusk again? What on earth is going on? In the office building, the voices of Xiao Mingsheng and Lu Mengdao echoed everywhere. Senior Lu, it's bad. The statue. The only living statue in the office. It moved. Let's go. Let's get out of here. To the principal's office. The door there has been reinforced with a metal-type ability. Maybe it can block them. Xiao Mingsheng quickly ran ahead, thinking to himself. Earlier, Lu Mengdao sprained her ankle when she was surrounded by monsters on the stairs. I was the one who saved her. I just helped her deal with Lu Yuan, all to get on her good side. But now she's running so slowly, she'll be caught by those strange statues soon. It's a pity, but compared to sleeping with the school beauty, my own life is more important. Below, Lu Mingdao tried to run as fast as she could, shouting as she ran. My leg hurts so much. A male student following them saw this, extended his hand and said, Senior Lu, your leg is injured. Let me carry you. Immediately after, the living statues also caught up behind them. The statues are here. Run, run. These statues can't be broken no matter how you hit them, and they also disturb your mind. Once you're caught by them, it's certain death. Lu Mingdao quickly climbed onto the male student's back. Thank you for your trouble. It's no trouble. Boys should protect girls. Senior Lu, hurry up. Let's run. She smiled and whispered in his ear, in that case, you should make a little sacrifice. As soon as she finished speaking, she pushed the male student down, pushing him towards the statues. The male student, caught off guard, tumbled down just like that. Lu Mingdao, you dare. You're so vicious. You venomous woman. She felt no remorse, thinking to herself, even if you carried me, it would be too slow. We'd still get caught eventually. It's better if you help me like this. The living statues began to melt, wrapping around the male student's body. Help! Help me! Somebody help me! I don't want to die. Lu Mingdao pretended to be scared and said, I didn't mean to. I'm sorry. Hurry and save him. Someone save him. But in her heart, she thought, save you? Who's going to save you? Don't be naive. Not only will no one save you, but no one will blame me either. After all, who would want to put themselves in danger? Xia Mingcheng, watching from above, thought to himself, what an idiot, throwing his life away for a girl. Serves him right. But what he said was, Senior Lu, you can't be blamed for this. It was an accident. Let's run and live well in his place. That's right, classmate. Rest assured, if we get the chance, we will definitely avenge you. The male student's body had already half merged with the statue. Hearing these words, the male student's eyes widened as he screamed, You bastards! I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. At this moment, another voice rang out, borrowing a blade for a moment. Then, a flash of a blade slashed towards the male student, separating the male student's body from the statue. Did he come to save me? Although I don't know him, he was the only one who stepped forward in this time of crisis. However, the student's body was already half merged. A hero. Lu Yuan smiled and said to the male student, Classmate, you're beyond saving. I'll give you one slash to give you a quick and painless death. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yuan, without hesitation, slashed the male student's neck. I thank you. Seeing this, the system said, You're truly not human. The host has eliminated a student, receiving -10 karma points. Lu Mingdao was utterly astonished to see him. He's actually still alive? No, now is not the time to worry about this. The most important thing is to find a way to survive. He killed that male student, so there's no one left to act as a shield to buy me time. She forced a smile and said, Although now isn't a suitable time, I'm really happy to see you again. I have a secret I want to tell you. Actually, from the first time I met you, She thought to herself, no virgin can resist my confession. I'll sweet-talk him first, then push him down, repeating this perfect process once more. At this moment, Lu Yuan walked up to Lu Mengdao's side and whispered in her ear, If it's a secret, then you should keep it well. Hearing this, her face was blank, not understanding Lu Yuan's meaning. From who knows when, Lu Yuan had already stabbed her with a knife. Ah, that's right, the dead are the best at keeping secrets. Lu Mengdao's eyes widened in a glare. You dare backstab me. Just then, Yi Xian appeared, landing a kick on Lu Mengdao's head. Thanks. Then she quickly leaped away, leaving Lu Mingdao behind. Lu Mingdao was so busy cursing them that she didn't notice the living statues had already surrounded her. You damn couple, how dare. A series of blood-curdling screams echoed throughout the building. The system chuckled twice and notified him. Just one word. Awesome. Host has eliminated a student, receiving -10 karma. Upstairs, Xia Mingcheng, ever the opportunist, wagged his tail at Lu Yuan like a dog greeting its master. Brother Yuan, it's so good to see you're still alive. Earlier, I was planning to escape the school, but I unexpectedly found Lu Mingdao at the head of the bridge, trying to escape the monster's encirclement. I rescued her and brought her to the office, where I met other students hiding here. When I saw you guys were there too, she told me to shout for you. I thought she wanted to save everyone. I didn't expect her to lure the demonic beasts over. I really didn't want to harm you. It was all that scheming bitch Lu Mingdao who used me. Brother Yuan, You have to believe me. But Brother Yuan, for you to just kill her so ruthlessly like that, I really didn't expect it. Lu Yuan turned his head and asked him, if not kill her, should I have kept her around for the new year? Xiao Mingcheng immediately changed his tune. No, I mean she deserved to be killed. That bitch dared to frame Brother Yuan. She totally deserved to die. He thought to himself, is this still the Lu Yuan I know? This dense, killing intent. It's as if he crawled up from hell. Lu Yuan paid no mind to his words, pushed open the vice principal's office door, and walked in. Lu Mengdao deserved to die, of course, but you, Xiao Mingcheng, deserve it even more. Because you exploited our past brotherhood. Don't be hasty, your turn will come soon. Lu Yuan slammed the door shut, leaving Xiao Mingcheng and his lackeys outside. Brother Cheng, I'm afraid the ordinary door of this vice principal's office won't be able to block those statues. Should we call them over to the principal's office to hide with us? No need. That's their choice. It has nothing to do with us. He gritted his teeth and thought to himself. Originally, with someone as a human shield, Lu Mengdao would have survived, and I could have taken the opportunity to check her wounds, play with those tender legs. Just thinking about it is exciting. But in the end, that brat Lu Yuan suddenly killed her, ruining my fun, and he expects me to warn him? Inside the vice principal's office, the two of them searched the entire room together. Yishiyun said softly, the vice principal isn't here. We've turned the whole room upside down and found nothing. Only this diary is a bit unusual. March 26, 2021. Through L's introduction, I went to a slum in Xia City. I heard that the grocery store was just a front with many rare artifacts hidden underground. April 15th, 2021. I finally managed to build some connections and get down into that cellar. Inside, I discovered many merman statues, lifelike. But from the very first glance at these statues, I knew they weren't statues at all. October 26th, 2023. 2.5 years have passed since I bought these statues. Today, I finally found. Lu Yuan, who was listening, asked when she suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Keep reading. Yi Shiyun exclaimed in astonishment. The method to bring them to life. As expected, everything is related to the vice principal. Lu Yuan, this diary also mentions a deity. Just then, the office door was smashed to pieces. The statues had found their way to this room. Yishiyun cried out. This scene is all too familiar. We're surrounded again. Lu Yuan smirked and said, if I remember correctly, these merman statues are pretty hard, right? Yiyun replied, yeah, but now is not the time to discuss that. The important thing is we have no way to run. Right after, he hoisted a living statue onto his shoulder. No, in this world, there are paths everywhere. It's just that no one has walked them. Elsewhere, in the principal's office, Xiao Mingcheng and his lackeys heard the commotion outside and said, Brother Cheng, it's too noisy next door. It sounds like the statues are breaking down the door. He raised an eyebrow. Isn't that a good thing? It proves that the principal's office over here is safe. We can't hide here forever. We have to find a way out. When all the statues go into the vice principal's office to attack them, that will be our chance to escape. Hearing this, the lackey immediately flattered him. Brother Cheng is still the smartest. So that's why you let them go into that room. Now we just have to hope they can hold out a little longer. The more statues they attract, the safer our escape will be. Who would have thought that just as he finished speaking, the wall of the room was smashed open? Lu Yuan leaped out carrying a statue. You've worked hard, brother statue. He threw the statue towards Xiao Mingcheng, then laughed loudly and ran away. His face and the lackeys went blank like two idiots, their heads full of question marks. Fuck, what the hell is this? The statue that was chasing us and scaring us to death is now a wall-breaking hammer? Is this something a normal person would dare to think of and do? Right after, Lu Yuan and Yi Xian opened the office door and ran out, arriving and leaving in a flash. At this moment, the other two finally came to their senses. Brother Cheng, it seems they've run away. I'm not blind, I saw it. No, what I mean is, now we've become the human shields, buying time for them. The remaining living statues also quickly crawled through the hole in the wall. Damn it, what are you standing there gawking for? Let's run too. Outside, Lu Yuan asked Yishian, I remember your metal-type Esper ability can strengthen and modify metal properties, right? Without waiting for her to answer, he used Raging Flames. I'll weld the front door shut, then you strengthen it. Inside the room, the group of people pushed the door with all their might, but it didn't budge. Damn it, the door outside has been welded shut. Who's a strength type? Hurry up and break the door, or we'll all die. I'm a strength type, but why can't I break this door? It must have been secondarily reinforced. It must be the work of those two damn bastards. At this moment, Xiao Mingcheng finally shouted, What are you panicking for? What should we do? Didn't someone just show us an example? We can also use this statue to break the wall. Hearing this, everyone cheered. I get it, Brother Chung is also planning to break the wall to get us out. With that said, he quickly rushed towards the statue of an eagle spreading its wings. Xia Mingcheng imitated Lu Yuan's posture and grabbed the statue. The people beside him cheered nonstop. As expected of Brother Chung, able to calmly analyze in a desperate situation, composed in the face of danger. Brother Chung is so majestic. Brother Chung is so domineering. Before they could finish, the statue slammed Xia Mingcheng hard on the ground, hoisted by his own petard. Brother Chung is in danger. It's over. The same trick can't be used twice. We're doomed. After that, waves of blood-curdling screams echoed throughout the hallway. Yi Shiyun said as she read the vice principal's diary. Lu Yuan, the vice principal's diary, says that a long time ago, on the island where our school is located, there lived a tribe of mermen isolated from the world. Later, the first human pioneers arrived here, and were mistaken by the mermen as messengers sent by the gods, so they were warmly received. The pioneers and the mermen lived together happily for a while, until they discovered that the mermen's tears would turn into pearls. Faced with the pioneers' curiosity, the merman proactively gifted them a pearl. After receiving the pearl, the pioneer unexpectedly discovered it contained a miraculous energy that could be absorbed by humans. Thanks to that pioneer awakened an Esper ability. After learning of this, the other pioneers immediately tore off their false masks and imprisoned all the mermen. They began to torture the mermen day and night to collect their tears in order to awaken and enhance their own Esper abilities, until all the mermen were tortured to death. After awakening and enhancing their Esper abilities, the pioneers gained the ability to resist and hunt demonic beasts. They began to gather more people and build a safe zone here. As the population grew, the safe zone continuously expanded, even spreading to the continent beyond the island, until it became the large city-level safe zone it is today. Therefore, even after these mermen had turned to white bones, the pioneers did not let them go. They used a special hardening solution to preserve the mermen's remains, placing them in a museum for later generations to admire. Until all the merman statues suddenly disappeared, flowed into the black market, and were finally bought by the vice principal. After a long period of collection, the vice principal finally found the method to revive the merman, which was to use special materials to create a summoning formation to call upon the merman's deity, the white whale. The hardening solution used to seal the mermen's bodies back then was the fat of the white whale. When the white whale appears, the whale fat will become a substance that can revive the merman. And as the degree of mutation deepens, the mutated person will eventually transform completely into a new merman. So it turns out the human-like demonic beasts that appeared earlier were all students mutated by the stone statues. Yishiin noticed scales starting to grow on her arm. My wrist is starting to grow scales too. Could it be that in the end, I will also... She frowned, closed the diary, and said, "This is insane. If it's just for crystal cores, you can get them from killing demonic beasts too." Lu Yuan mused. Is the vice principal's goal to raise new mermen to harvest their pearl cores? Actually, it's easy to understand. It's like, even though there are wild boars in nature, why do we still have to domesticate livestock? It's not dangerous, and the output is stable. Just then, the school's broadcast speaker sounded. To all surviving students, this is the vice principal. The bridge leading to the outside world has collapsed. Everyone, please proceed quickly to the pier behind the school and board the ship to leave. Hearing this, both of them were startled. Yi Shiyun asked blankly. There's clearly no one in the broadcast room. Where is this announcement coming from? Lu Yuan thought to himself. The sudden appearance of the broadcast. This indeed confirms my speculation. He said to her, "Let's go. We're going to the pier." Lu Yuan, wait. Isn't the vice principal the culprit behind this mutation incident at the school? Can his words be trusted? The broadcast sounded again. I repeat, everyone, please proceed quickly to the pier behind the school and board the ship to leave. After that, at the pier behind the school, a series of noisy sounds erupted. Everyone, don't push, form a proper line, and board the boat one by one. Line up my ass. How can these few boats possibly hold all of us? If the magical beasts catch up, what will happen to the people at the back? Get out. All of you get out. Let me get on the boat first. I don't want to stay here for another second. The two of them hid behind a tree, observing everything. Lu Yuan asked softly, "Didn't you say you didn't believe the pier was the way to escape from here? Why did you still follow me?" Yishiyun told him with full confidence, "I don't believe the vice principal's words, but I believe you. I believe in your judgment." Lu Yuan said softly, "Lend me your knife." Yishiyun handed it to him without any suspicion. What is he doing with my knife again? Wait, could it be that he wants to kill the students on the boat so he can go first? Unexpectedly, in the very next moment, Lu Yuan directly stabbed Yi Shiyun with a knife. The system announced, "Host has eliminated one student, receiving -10 karma points, killing even a teammate. The host is truly conscienceless." He said nonchalantly, "Although I don't know why you trust me so much. You're really too nosy. In that case, I can't let you live." The sky grew increasingly gloomy. The birds, startled by the loud noise, hurriedly flew away. A terrified scream rang out. "He killed someone. Oh my God, how could he? How could he be so vicious?" To get on the boat first, he not only killed his teammate, but also used his fire-type ability to burn the corpse to ash. That's so fucking cruel. Shoo, keep your voice down. Do you want that murderer to notice you and get rid of you too? Yi Shiyun's body quickly disintegrated in Lu Yuan's hands. He frowned and thought to himself, after being killed, the body automatically disappears. It's just as I predicted. This is the real way to break the deadlock. Everyone on the boat simultaneously backed away, clearing a path for him. "They're all afraid of me and don't dare to get close." Lu Yuan stepped onto the boat, the corner of his mouth curling into a smile. Just then, the system's voice rang out. However, these pitiful students still didn't know this was only the beginning. The man before them would plant a seed called fear in their hearts, and it would follow them for the rest of their lives. He immediately frowned and said to the system, "Without permission, don't add lines for me." "Host, that smile just now sold you out. You think you can fool this system with such a petty trick?" Immediately after, Xiao Mingqing's voice was heard. "Get out of the way." Lu Yuan saw him and raised an eyebrow. Xiao Mingqing, I didn't expect him to still be alive. He, of course, also recognized Lu Yuan, grinding his teeth in anger. "Damn it, that bastard Lu Yuan. He dared to screw me over." Luckily, I was quick-witted and used a few other students as cannon fodder to attract the attention of those statues, allowing me to crawl out through the hole in the wall of the vice principal's office. Suddenly, Lu Yuan waved at him. "Mingqing, over here. Hurry up and get on the boat. Let's leave the school together." Hearing this, Xiao Mingqing was stunned. "Lu Yuan? He just locked me in the principal's office. He should have been trying to kill me. So why is he extending an olive branch to me now?" The others saw this and began to whisper, "That murderer is waving at him. This guy is definitely no good either." Xiao Mingqing sneered and thought to himself, "I'm a 5-star bronze-rank fire-type esper, considered outstanding among the new students. Lu Yuan must be afraid I'll seek revenge, so he's taking the initiative to make peace." He stepped onto the boat. Brother Yuan is still the most loyal, getting on the boat himself and still waiting for his brother to go with him. "Anyone can leave this school, except you, Lu Yuan. You dare to set me up? Just wait until we get to a safe place. I'll finish you." Lu Yuan smiled and patted his shoulder. "Since we're brothers, of course we have to look out for each other. Let's go, let's set off." He said this, but in his heart he thought, "Do you know why you're still alive? Because I want to torture you, to make you die and come back to life many, many times." Then, Xiao Mingqing looked towards the cockpit and found it completely empty. What the hell? There's no one in the cockpit of this boat. Is it on autopilot? Are boats this advanced now? It can even operate by itself. Lu Yuan paid him no more mind, thinking to himself, the sudden appearance of the white whale, the fog, the living statues, the chaotic timeline, demonized students whose crystal cores can't be extracted, corpses turning into black powder, the unmanned cruise ship. This series of seemingly unrelated abnormal events can actually all be traced back to one point, a dreamscape. The system's time save point shows the office building. We have all been pulled into someone's dream, and that person is very likely the vice principal. Xiao Mingchang suddenly patted his shoulder and asked, "Brother Yuan, why do those students seem so afraid of you?" "The cruise ship has already left the pier for a while. We should be safe. It's about time to send you on your way." He ignited a flame behind his back, preparing for a sneak attack. Unexpectedly, Lu Yuan had already sensed it and gave him a sinister smile. "Because I've killed people." Then, he activated swiftness, quickly attacking multiple people at once. Moreover, I'm about to kill again. The system displayed a notification. Host has eliminated 23 students, receiving minus 230 karma points. Xia Mingqing looked at his demonic appearance and the blood-dripping longsword, and was scared out of his wits. He's crazy. This brat is really crazy. He's killing innocent people indiscriminately. And I actually took the initiative to provoke a homicidal maniac. Next, the boat sailed out of the mist. Xia Mingqiang felt like he had seen a way out and laughed. The fog is cleared, which means this place is safe now. Great, I have to jump into the sea quickly and escape this madman. In the next moment, he was horrified and couldn't believe his eyes. Why are we back at the pier? Is it an illusion? On the shore, there were still a few people who hadn't boarded. The cruise ship is back again. Should we get on? What's the use of getting on? This boat will just come back anyway. We can't rely on it to escape. But didn't someone already get on the boat a second time? Maybe we should give it a try too? Lu Yuan stood on the boat, pointed his sword down, and said, "Whoever boards the boat, I'll kill them." He thought to himself, someone has already boarded a second time? It seems I have to go deeper. Xia Mingqiang stood stiff as a board and said, "Wait, Brother Yuan, you're not letting them on the boat, so can I get off?" He looked at him with a murderous gaze. What do you think? At the same time, in another place, a man was hanging amidst a forest of withered trees. Oh, it seems someone has seen through my plan, wanting to be a savior. But the reason I created that broadcast was precisely to lure the surviving, unpetrified students to the pier to board the boat. Every time they board the boat, they will sink one level deeper into the dreamscape. The deeper the dreamscape, the easier it is to lose one's sanity. And in the end, they can only become completely lost within it. Moreover, what I truly want to petrify are your bodies in the real world. Whether it's petrification in the dream, or letting you board the boat and get lost in the dreamscape, it's all to prevent you from waking up, so you will gradually be petrified by the statues in the real world. Lu Yuan rubbed his chin in deep thought. If every departure sinks me deeper into the dreamscape, then I might eventually get lost myself. I have to think of a way. System, if I'm not mistaken, I'm currently in a dreamscape, right? A sphere interwoven with wind and fire appeared before Lu Yuan, but the answer he received was not information. Exceeds authority scope, cannot answer host. He changed his phrasing. You don't need to answer. I'm just informing you. I'm preparing to enter a deeper dreamscape next, and I intend to use the skill twin solid trees to swap my current self with myself after entering the deepest layer of the dreamscape. The system immediately stated the skill activation requirement must be a single target and within the host line of sight. How can the current host see the self of that time? He smiled slyly. So you're saying I really am in a dreamscape? The system immediately shouted, "Shameless host, you dare to set a trap for me." He analyzed on his own. Everything in the dreamscape can be seen in my mind's eye, and that naturally includes myself. I can swap with anyone I see in the dreamscape. So why can't I swap with the self I see in the dreamscape? And my current self is my dream self. Isn't myself in the deeper dreamscape layer also myself of this moment? His system reminded him, trying to set another trap? Host, don't push it. You possessing this system is already hacking the game. Now you want to add a bug too? He still insisted on using twin solitaries. Cut the crap. I only have one last question now. In different dreamscapes, if I kill the same person, can the karma points be stacked? The system explained, they can. But host, be careful you don't become the public enemy of the entire school. At this moment, a change also occurred in the deepest layer of the dreamscape. Twin solid trees. Remaining skill experiences returned to 0. The ancient tree behind Lu Yuan slowly vanished. Perfect. This way, I can not only enter the deepest dreamscape layer, but also maintain a clear mind and not get enchanted. Xia Mingqiang stared at him blankly. Who are you? Who am I? Where is this? Why are we here? Lu Yuan also sized up the other party. After entering the deepest dreamscape layer, has Xia Mingqiang completely lost his mind? Immediately, he swung his sword. The other's body trembled while he calmly wiped the blade. You're too noisy. You just need to die over and over again. In the upper dreamscape layer, Xia Mingqiang was drenched in sweat. Did I die? What's going on? Lu Yuan appeared behind him, pressing his sword to his neck. You're awake? Then die again. He hurriedly clutched his neck, but it was too late. It's you again? Who the hell are you? Why are you killing me? Lu Yuan stabbed him right in the heart again. He spat out a mouthful of blood, roaring, "It's you again. Don't you come over here." The next time, he was also taken down in one move. "Wait, brother Yuan, I recognize you. I remember now." Next, he was also pierced by a sword and fell to the ground. At this point, Lu Yuan kicked the bastard off the boat, sending him falling into the next dreamscape layer. I was wrong. After end times, Xia Mingxiang was swallowed by the water. Automated system report. Host has returned to the first dreamscape layer. Eliminated Xia Mingxiang a total of 14 times, receiving minus 140 karma points. However, other data also reports eliminated 52 students in other dreamscape layers, receiving minus 520 karma. Committed suicide 13 times, receiving plus 130 karma points. A total of minus 530 karma points received, plus the previous remaining minus 270 karma points. The host currently has minus 800 karma points. This number still didn't satisfy him. Committing suicide also grants karma points, and positive ones at that, offsetting 130 negative karma points. Lu Yuan's mood was a mess. Damn it, I can only return to the upper layer each time I die. I can't even kill myself in time. The system suddenly commented, "The host is truly ruthless, willing to die countless times for the sake of revenge." He returned to the first dreamscape layer. On the shore, there was a wooden house and a few strange people. At this moment, Lu Yuan got on the railing and said to them, "Only a few people have gone deep into the dreamscape layers. Most are still in the first layer. It's time for the harvest. Fellow students, I've come a harvest. Oh no, I've come to save you. Any students, come over here and let me slash you once." The people on the shore backed away continuously in fear. It's him, that homicidal maniac. I've been killed by him twice already. Run. You're lucky. I'm the miserable one. I've been killed by him 4 times. I dare ask, can anyone top that? You all remember so clearly? Why can't I remember how many times he's killed me? Lu Yuan sat on the railing, emanating a dark aura. What's there to brag about being killed by that guy repeatedly? Run. That guy's not human. He's like a demon, just escaped from hell. Hey, what are you running for? He's just one person. There are so many of us. The advantage is clearly on our side. Can't we fight back? The other 2 took to their heels and fled. Fight back my ass. One look, and I can tell you haven't been killed by him yet. That kid is demonic. He can appear and disappear in a flash. You won't even know when you die. The young man was bewildered. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Weren't you all killed already? How are you still alive and kicking now? The remaining people yelled. How the hell should I know? Go try it yourself. Lu Yuan suddenly appeared, winking at that student. Fellow student, congratulations on being the first one to be rescued. He was utterly terrified. Rescue my ass. I'm about to die here. The student's blood-curdling scream echoed throughout the red space. The mastermind was so angry he gritted his teeth. Why did that kid enter the deepest dreamscape layer without losing his mind, and instead came back to slaughter everyone? I miscalculated. The original plan was to have the white whale swallow the high-level Esper teachers and students from the very beginning to prevent them from escaping my control in the dreamscape. His eyes widened in fury. Now I've lured out an unbeatable kid who can kill at will. If this goes on, these students will all be killed by him in the dream, and then wake up in the real world. He roared. Now the white whale has to both maintain the dreamscape and can't directly attack him. Damn it. To think the plan I've laid for so long would have the initiative stolen by a snot-nosed brat. A moment later, Lu Yuan equipped himself with metal-type armorization. Host has accumulated 96 kills of aberrated and normal people, receiving minus 9,960 karma points. He breathed a sigh of relief. Using the copied skill from Yishiyun, plus my own skills, killing so many people is really tiring. But this round of shearing sheep feels so good. The white whale glided across the sky. The mastermind's voice rang out. You damn brat, you're really vicious. Normal people, after realizing this is a dream, would all find a way to wake themselves up. Who would be like you, hunting them down to the last one? Or perhaps you really see yourself as a savior. Wanted to save everyone? Lu Yuan suddenly raised his head to look at the white whale. So the vice principal is inside the white whale's body. The mermaid sculptures began to awaken. Right now, you'd best take this chance to kill yourself and wake up. Otherwise, if you're killed by these aberrated sculptures later, you'll be trapped in this dreamscape forever. Lu Yuan was also in a difficult situation. Crap. The teachers and students I killed before were in a semi-aberrated state. Most were not in their right minds and couldn't control themselves, which is why I could kill so many. But these sculptures are different. They're focused solely on attacking me, the outsider. The vice principal laughed cunningly. I know you won't kill yourself to wake up. You'll definitely fight me to the death. I've met plenty of self-righteous types like you, thinking you're so special, just relying on a few petty abilities. But let me tell you, not being aberrated doesn't mean you're anything special. It's just that I haven't gotten serious yet. I just want to watch you struggle in despair until you completely break down. The white whale then soared high into the sky. The greatest pleasure for the strong isn't directly killing the weak, but enjoying the thrill that comes from the process of slowly crushing an ant. But Lu Yuan agreed with him. No, I think what you're saying makes sense. Lu Yuan stabbed himself. Farewell. The system immediately announced. Host committed suicide once, receiving plus 10 karma points. The vice principal was stunned. What is this situation? Damn it, you've left me completely stumped. Lu Yuan quickly opened his eyes again. Yishiyun was standing in front of him with a sword. Host has escaped the dreamscape. Current main quest activated. Rescue the Linhai safe zone. Mission progress 2. This main quest is pretty interesting. What with this vague main quest? What the hell did I do to have already completed 2 of the progress? The other students were clamoring. Yishiyun, get out of the way. I have to kill this demon. Weren't you also killed by him? Why are you protecting him? The girl retorted decisively. Are you all brainless? Can't you realize he killed us to save us? They argued back stubbornly. What nonsense are you talking about? Could she have Stockholm Syndrome? Whatever. You guys hold Yishiyun back. I'm going to slaughter that demon. I was killed by him 3 times. Let me go kill him. I was killed by him not just 4 times, but 5 times. Do you have any idea what I've been through? Everyone get out of my way. I've been killed by him countless times. If anyone's going to kill him, who else could it be but me? Who dares to compete with me? But when Lu Yuan's figure appeared, the crowd's expressions immediately changed. The demon is awake. I've reconsidered. Since everyone hates him so much, it's better to let you all do it. No. They bowed their heads in unison. Then chuckled obsequiously. You were killed the most times. Of course, it's more reasonable for you to kill him. We're all fellow students. No need to be polite. You all go. Or maybe let the senior go. The system granted him an achievement. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the title Public Enemy number 1 and receiving the special hidden skill Jealousy. Just by shouting, if you're my brother, come and chop me, you can activate the skill and attract the target's hatred. You pouted. This suicidal skill? What I need it for? Yishiyun said softly. Lu Yuan, you're awake. Lu Yuan smiled gently. Thank you. Then Lu Yuan walked toward the crowd of students. Everyone, take a look around. The teachers and students are all lying on the ground, being watched over by the statues. Because they haven't been killed, they still haven't woken up. They exclaimed in astonishment. What he's saying is true. Everyone look quickly. Scales have started growing on these teachers and students. It seems that if they don't wake up, they will eventually be aberrated by these statues. Could it be that he killed us, really to save us? But we've already tried. These statues can't be destroyed. What should we do to save those who haven't woken up? Lu Yuan put on a serious expression. This is all my fault. It was me and Yishiyun who couldn't save everyone. But in his heart, he was actually planning to kill them all. Yishiyun comforted him. Lu Yuan, this isn't your fault. You don't need to blame yourself. You've already done very well. You could have woken up on your own, but to save everyone, you didn't hesitate to risk yourself, staying in the dream for so long. All the students were moved to tears. We're really not human. Lu Yuan, we're sorry. Please forgive us. I'm going to cry my eyes out. What were we doing just now? We were about to kill our savior. The vice principal once again rode the white whale past their heads. Damn it, you damn brat. You dare to trick me. Do you really think you're safe just because you've woken up? All of you die for me. The system responded quickly. A fat sheep has delivered itself to your door. Please make a choice, host. Option 1, forgive him. Option 2, ignore him. Option 3, fight to your heart's content. Lu Yuan immediately flared up. Someone is about to kill me. What the hell do the first 2 options have to do with my current situation? Besides these 3 options, are there any others? Also, killing such a high-level white whale only gives me minus 10 karma points. Could you be any stingier? At this time, the monster had opened its mouth, condensing a ball of energy. We're done for. The white whale is about to attack us. Everyone, think of something quick. What else is there to think of? That's a platinum rank magical beast. We're dead for sure. We're all dead for sure. Suddenly, Lu Yuan shouted loudly. If you're my brother, come and chop me. The students present were all stunned, only seeing him aggressively raise his arm, using attract hatred. What is he doing? Has he been scared silly? Just ignore him. We're all going to die anyway. A huge beam of magical light descended from the sky, carving a long trench in the forest. Lu Yuan quickly used wind-type swiftness to dodge the blow. Anyway, the opponent is aiming for me and will definitely kill me. Might as well be a good person for once and save everyone. At this moment, Lu Mengdao was panting against a tree trunk. She laughed smugly, raising her voice. Unexpectedly, being killed by that Lu Yuan turned out to be a blessing in disguise, waking me up from the dreamscape. It seems even the goddess of luck is on my side. The bridge leading to the outside world probably hasn't broken yet, and those awakened students still haven't reacted. How foolish. She burst out laughing. Only I saw through everything and took the first step. Just at this moment, Lu Yuan happened to run past. What a coincidence, Senior Lu. Seeing him, she immediately started cursing. It's you again. What are you doing here? Do you have to haunt me like a lingering ghost? Why can't you leave me a path to survive? Lu Yuan replied as he ran. Didn't I hear that you wanted to go on ahead, Senior? So I came especially to see you off for a bit. The white whale's beam of magic swept past behind them. Lu Mengdao's jaw dropped. Holy crap. What kind of outrageous talk is that? Immediately after, her face contorted under the pressure of that power. At this moment, Lu Yuan had reached the wooden bridge. The bridge led to the outside and was still intact in the real world. As expected, we entered the dreamscape the moment the white whale appeared. Everything we saw before was fake. The vice principal pursued relentlessly. Run, run, damn it, all you know is how to run. I'm directly controlling the white whale to attack you. I'm not even maintaining the dreamscape anymore. And you still don't dare to face me, you coward. Lu Yuan suddenly turned his head back, his face serious. You're hitting me, so why shouldn't I run? Are you getting salty? Right now, my highest level Esper ability is only silver rank, facing a platinum rank demonic beast. Only an idiot wouldn't run. The vice principal gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it. He tried to calm down and not fall into the trap. He smirked smugly, but then thought of a few problems. Logically, the white whale should be completely under my control, but when he shouted, if you're my brother, come and chop me, the white whale went out of control. You damn rat, don't get cocky too soon. Although I don't know what trick you used to attract the white whale's hatred and make it only attack you, one thing is very clear. You're dead for sure. The white whale may not be a demonic beast known for its speed, but you're just a silver rank Esper. Do you really think you can escape? Your speed ability would need to be at least gold rank. Lu Yuan, however, was busy checking his balance. Thank you for the reminder, teacher, for always showing me the way in times of crisis. System, upgrade my wind-type Esper ability to gold rank. The vice principal flew into a rage again, condensing another dark energy orb. Damn it, stop putting on airs. You think you can just upgrade your Esper ability by saying so? If you can do it, I'll eat shit on the spot. Go to hell, you idiot. The system quickly responded. Host has consumed minus 4,000 karma points. Wind-type Esper ability has been upgraded to gold rank, 1 star. Esper ability level has greatly increased, new skill acquired. Host currently has minus 6,750 karma points remaining. Lu Yuan easily passed through the vice principal's magic. Teacher, are you trying to get a free meal out of this? The vice principal's face was distorted. Damn it, what the hell is this monstrous thing? Both the person and the demonic beast are like this. I've never seen anyone who could suddenly upgrade their Esper ability and buy a whole major realm at that. At this moment, at the city wall area of the Linhai safe zone, that monster had fallen after taking countless bullets. The army's cannon barrels were still hot. The high-level demonic beasts had learned their lesson, leaving only the low-level ones that hadn't developed intelligence. So boring, I almost fell asleep. You're telling me. Back then, I joined the city defense force to fight glorious battles and become a hero who protects the people. Who would have thought my daily job would be opening and closing the gate for adventurers? How is that any different from being a security guard? It's all because our firepower is too strong. The life of a real man is just that simple and plain. Suddenly, the ground shook with a loud noise. What was that sound? It seems to be coming from inside the city. A white whale, spewing magic, glided over their heads. Crap, am I seeing things? A demonic beast that can fly, swimming in the sky. It looks like the legendary white whale. We were just acting cool and aloof, We didn't need it to get real, did we? It's a platinum-ranked demonic beast. How did it appear inside the city? The demonic beast's attacks relentlessly pursued Lu Yuan. To avoid the residential areas in the city, I deliberately ran a very long way. I was almost caught by the white whale, but luckily I finally made it. Lu Yuan shouted as he dodged an attack. Hey, are you guys scared, stupid? Can't you see the demonic beast? Hurry up and attack it. The members of a defense force were immediately enraged. Who the hell is this brat? Are you telling us how to do our jobs? You're the one who's scared, stupid. If you're scared, then get the hell out of the way before you piss your pants and have to get your mom to wash them. The gunners began to open fire. All fear stems from insufficient firepower. What the hell do we have to be afraid of? I'd say our chance to shine has finally arrived. Brothers, get it. Countless shells hit the whale, exploding violently. They snorted contemptuously. Is that all? A platinum-ranked demonic beast is nothing special after all. Lu Yuan looked up and said, "Don't be careless. It's not that simple." The guy was startled. "Crap, when did you get on the city wall, you brat?" They turned their heads and saw the whale charging towards them. Our insane firepower didn't even cause a scratch on the white whale. We're screwed. What do we do now? What else can we do? Run. The white whale's mouth opened wide again. This is bad. Our last attack angered it. It's about to attack us. Hey, brat, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and run. Are you waiting to die? A normal person has never seen something so terrifying. That kid must be scared stiff, unable to even move. But in reality, Lu Yuan was busy calculating. Is it possible that this white whale's aggro is locked onto me, that I was the one who lured it here? When the wind is at your back, you show off. When it's against you, you run. This defense force is completely unreliable. It seems I can only use Plan B. The defense soldiers threw down their weapons and ran for their lives. What time is it for you to still be putting on an act? Do you want to die? He's asking for death himself. We're not saving him. Let's just run. But at this very moment, an extremely fast figure shot onto the battlefield. Useless trash. The defense force only raises a bunch of useless gluttons like you. Lu Yuan focused his gaze. This woman was Long Yuning. She wore armor, single-handedly blocking the white whale's attack. It's her, the female war god of our Linhai safe zone, Long Yuning. What's going on? It feels so satisfying to be scolded by her. She's so cool. But the others were all in an uproar over her appearance. Long Yuning's sword transformed on its own, dazzling everyone. She let the white whale spew magic towards her. The legendary white whale? Interesting. Fighting such a powerful demonic beast is just what I wanted. However, the whale's body flew right past her. How can this be? The white whale completely ignored me? This is bad. That young man is in danger. Below the city wall, Lu Yuan was still standing there, shouting loudly, "If you're my brother, come and chop me." The defense force soldiers were full of question marks. What is he doing? Has this kid gone crazy? Because of his shout, countless demonic beasts in the forest caused the ground to tremble. They charged forward, piling up, roaring over one another. Outside the city wall. Why? Why did a beast tide suddenly appear? "Captain, what do we do now?" The commander there waved his hand and ordered, "You, go inform the North and South City Defense Forces. Tell them to converge on our West City. All West City defense units, listen up. Don't save ammunition. Fire everything at once. We must hold the city wall. Even if you die today, you will die on this city wall for me." Even so, that captain was still extremely worried. Damn it, a platinum-ranked demonic beast inside the city. A beast hide outside. We're being attacked from both sides. We can't even run. Right now, we can only defend this wall to the death. Relying on our defensive firepower advantage, maybe we still have a sliver of hope for survival. However, Lu Yuan personally blocked the cannon muzzles. "Don't open fire. Everyone outside the city is my people." He was immediately cursed by the defense force. "You rotten kid, are you scared, stupid? Get out of the way, don't get in my way." The captain also insisted on giving the order, "Ignore that brain-dead idiot. Open fire now. If he doesn't move, just shoot him down along with them. Don't let one person get everyone killed." At this moment, Long Yuning also intervened. "All defense force members, listen to my command. Without my order, no one is to open fire." That commander's eyes widened as he pointed at Lu Yuan. "You rotten kid. What kind of love potion did you give the female war god? We're all going to die soon. All of us. Damn it, it's all your fault. All your fault." Lu Yuan calmly asked him, "Can't you see? What's behind me?" The grotesque demonic beasts were climbing the city walls step by step. What else could it be? It's a horde of demonic beasts endlessly climbing the city wall, wanting to eat us until not even our bones are left. Damn it, it's all your fault. At this time, the vice principal had also closed in on them. Ah, little brat, aren't you good at running? Let's see where you run this time. Lu Yuan flew straight towards the white whale's body. Wrong. It was I who roared a command that shook the heavens. A celestial army of thousands has come to meet me. O demonique beast généraux. Follow me in a battle. The horde of demonic beasts quickly latched onto the white whale's head. The vice principal was horrified. What is happening? Why aren't the demonic beasts attacking people, but charging towards me with him instead? Could it be that he can command low-level demonic beasts? The captain also witnessed an unbelievable scene. Oh my god, this horde of demonic beasts actually isn't attacking us. They're all really charging forward with him. Could he be the king of demonic beasts? The whale crashed down with a loud thud. No wonder the female war god didn't let us open fire. It turns out she knew everything all along. As expected of the female war god, the female war god is mighty. The female war god is mighty. Lu Yuan's army was also smashing away with all its might, making them even more excited. Look, that kid is leading a great army of demonic beasts to frantically attack the white whale. Now that's cool. What do you mean that kid? That's the king of demonic beasts. The king of demonic beasts is super cool. The king of demonic beasts is badass. The king of demonic beasts is mighty. Long Yuning looked down from above, silently cursing that group of people in her heart. King of demonic beasts, my ass. It's obvious that young man simultaneously drew the aggro of both the white whale and the beast horde onto himself. Actually, a moment ago, I also didn't know what he was trying to do. I admit I was taking a gamble just now, but it seems I bet correctly this time. Lu Yuan was facing her from a distance. I didn't expect her to help me just now. Such sharp combat awareness. This woman is not simple, truly worthy of being the female war god. However, the vice principal flew into a thunderous rage, spewing a giant beam of magic. Enough, you pack of animals, to actually act as cannon fodder for a tiny human. What a disgrace. All you demonic beasts, just die for me. Lu Yuan retorted. Who's the real disgrace? You used the white whale demonic beast to plot against the entire school. You are the disgrace of humanity. A moment later, the surrounding trees were all destroyed by the battle. My god, a platinum-ranked demonic beast is truly terrifying. These low-level demonic beasts, though numerous, are still not enough. The vice principal opened his mouth and laughed heartily. Kid, you've certainly stalled for a lot of time. But so what? Your cannon fodder is about to be wiped out by me. To me, it's just the difference between dying sooner or later. Lu Yuan's army all fell to the ground, and the city wall collapsed along with them. However, Lu Yuan wasn't panicked at all. Don't you feel it, sir? These demonic beasts, just like the white whale, were actually all attracted by me. They originally wanted to attack me. It was you who was being presumptuous, insisting on fighting these demonic beasts. The eyes of the white whale, as well as the vice principals, became dazed. I made a mistake. I've been led by the nose by him all along, lost my reason, and finally fell into his trap. But the vice principal quickly smirked again. So what? Even if it's worn down, even if it's tired and injured, the white whale still has more than enough power to kill you. Facing a platinum-ranked demonic beast, you can only surrender helplessly. I don't know what you're so smug about. Lu Yuan patiently explained. Sigh, you're still too naive, sir. Why are you only staring at me? It's true that I can't kill the white whale. But what about her? At this moment, Long Yuning had gathered enough magic power for a single slash. She moved along the demonic beast's body, slashing down forcefully in a long line. When its corpse fell, the inside was empty. How could this be? The white whale's body was slashed open, yet there was no core. The defense force looked at the whale's corpse and Lu Yuan. Damn, the white whale is dead. Why did he crawl inside its body? He's the king of demonic beasts. Isn't being bloodthirsty and carnivorous very normal? In his eyes, we're probably just pieces of meat. We'll only be safe after he's had his fill. The vice principal inside the whale's body hurriedly pleaded, Wait, don't kill me. I was just following orders. As long as you don't kill me, I'll give you intel. Lu Yuan immediately ordered, Speak. The vice principal blurted out, It was El who ordered me to do this. Lu Yuan questioned, Who is El? Lu Yuan frowned. Hearing the vice principal shout, I don't know either. He never showed his face when contacting me. All orders were transmitted to me through a communicator. The vice principal's face twisted. I only know he seems to be related to the first pioneers of the Linhai safe zone. Lu Yuan was startled. Pioneers? Aren't they the upper-class management of our Linhai safe zone? Lu Yuan reached out his hand, using fierce flame on the vice principal. I've already told you everything I know. Damn it, why do you still want to kill me? Lu Yuan replied, I told you to speak, but I never promised to spare you. If I don't kill you, should I keep you around for the new year? The system quickly sent a notification. Host has successfully eliminated the white whale, receiving -10 karma points, the white whale's demonic beast core, and a communication device. Only then did he realize that the vice principal and the white whale were indeed one entity. Killing him was what truly killed the white whale. Sorry, female war god. I made you work hard for nothing. Successfully obtained the communication device. Suddenly, the system sent another urgent warning. Detected the female war god approaching with killing intent, requesting the host to make a choice immediately. The system opened up 3 options. Option 1, hand over the white whale's core. Make her happy. No girl dislikes receiving gifts, especially a precious one. Result, receive 500,000 in compensation given by Long Yuning. Option 2, act as if nothing happened. Hide in this place and don't come out. Result, death. Option 3, push her down. Receive 1 chance to listen to Long Yuning's inner thoughts. Lu Yuan thought seriously. The core is already in my hands. There's no reason to hand it over. Option 1 is eliminated from start. Option 2 is clearly a path to death, so it's even less of a choice. Then only option 3 remains. But he also understood the risks involved. Pushing down the female war god on our first meeting. Can I even survive? If I anger her, I definitely won't survive. Tiny sparks of fire lit up around him. Host, consider yourself lucky. The white whale's body is filled with explosive miasma, and the host just used a fire-type Esper ability without detonating the miasma. It is recommended not to use fire again. The system repeatedly reminded, Host, you're crazy. You will surely die if you don't listen to advice. Yet he still smiled, igniting a flame. You know, I've always liked to do the opposite. The flame exploded. The system was unable to withstand it. As for Lu Yuan, he ran outside. I can't block it, but isn't she still there? He quickly rushed out, just in time to run into Long Yuning. Don't even think about hogging the white whale's core. Hand it over now. Lu Yuan, just like that, pushed Long Yuning to the ground. You won't die. The system immediately praised. Host, you really know how to play. The host has successfully pushed down the female war god, receiving the reward. 1 chance to listen to Long Yuning's inner thoughts. The white whale's body exploded violently, startling Long Yuning. So he wanted to save me. She shyly pushed him down underneath her. You fool. Why act tough? I don't need anyone's protection. The system reported a new stat. Detected that the host has received Long Yuning's favorability. Current favorability is 0.001. Long Yuning helped him block the flames and the aftershock of the explosion. Afterwards, she grabbed Lu Yuan's collar. For the first time, the very first time a man has dared to touch me. Seeing as you wanted to save me, I won't hold it against you this time. If as the next time you die, she stammered again. Why are you suddenly sitting up? Lu Yuan smiled and reminded her. No, you should get up too. It's not very appropriate for you to keep pinning me down like this, right? Long Yuning immediately sprang up. Lu Yuan carefully dusted off his clothes. As strong as the female war god is, in the end, she's still just a girl. Her imposing aura from just now suddenly vanished. 2 guards on the wall shouted, Holy crap, this kid is a real man. He actually dared to push down the female war god. The most infuriating part is that the female war god even pinned him back. He really hit the jackpot this time, damn it. I'm so jealous. If I had such a blessing, my life would be complete. Soon, the scene shifted to Linhai University. The next day, Lu Yuan yawned languidly. Yesterday was almost all about killing people in a dream, but in the end, it was still very tiring. Lu Yuan walked down the road, focusing on the main mission. The one given by the system was to save the Linhai safe zone. The white whale was clearly killed, but the mission progress was still stuck at 2. Could it be that there's still some unknown disaster about to happen in the safe zone? Yishiyun suddenly spoke up. Lu Yuan. He also replied cheerfully. How's your recovery? She was still a bit shy. I'm fine. I wasn't really injured in the first place. But yesterday you lured the white whale away all by yourself. I was so scared. Suddenly, several luxury cars stopped in front of the school gate. They're here. They're here. Our school's F4. Four luxuriously dressed young men got out of the cars together, each one a rich, handsome guy, born at the finish line, truly admirable. The young man in the blue shirt had eyes as sharp as a razor, beauty detected at the 1 o'clock position, height approximately 1 meter 68, measurements 84-53-84. The person behind him continued, "There he goes again, truly worthy of being called young Master Zhao, the one known as the human ruler, able to tell someone's measurements with a single glance." The person he was targeting was none other than Yishiyun. "You guys can't compete with me. I discovered this prey first." The other two pouted. "Who wants to compete with you?" That Yishiyun is famous for being the violent girl. "I still prefer the cold beauty of a goddess." "The goddess you're talking about is Gu Qingcheng, right? She's a teacher at the school, but I prefer the gentle beauty of Lu Mengdao." The young man with glasses saw Lu Yuan and immediately broke out in a cold sweat. "That kid seems to be the new student who saved everyone yesterday." Lu Yuan also heard their discussion, causing Yishiyun to tremble all over. Violent girl. Her disgusted gaze turned towards that group of loudmouths. "It's over. My image in front of Lu Yuan is about to be ruined." The two groups walked past each other, making her even more impatient. "Humph. And this guy keeps staring at me. What's with the whistling? I should just kill him." "Calm down. Calm down. If I kill someone, I won't be able to stay by Lu Yuan's side anymore." Young Master Zhao started a conversation. "Hello, beautiful girl. May I be so lucky as to invite you, miss, to step into my heart?" Yishiyun coldly gave him a slap. "Crap, this guy is just too annoying. I couldn't control my hand." That young master held his face and whined. Riri rejected, and physically attacked, too. She turned to leave. "My hand just slipped." "Lu Yuan, you should pull me away, or my hand might slip again." "That's right. There's a school assembly today. Let's hurry up. Let's not be late." Young Master Zhao's two friends mocked him. "Our condolences. I told you, if you're gonna like someone, you should like the sweet and gentle type. Good thing I like Goddess Gu." However, their doctor friend suddenly added, "If I remember correctly, Miss Gu was injured in yesterday's incident and is recuperating in hospital. She won't be coming to school for a while." As for Lu Mengdao, it seems she was killed by the white whale yesterday. The two young masters coughed up blood on the spot. "Holy crap. Our goddesses are just gone like that? Damn it. I ask the heavens, who will you spare?" They walked into Linhai University. Inside the gloomy assembly hall, it was all black smoke. At this moment, the stone on Lu Yuan's chest lit up. "Yishiyun, do you see anything strange?" She looked bewildered. "Strange things?" "No." Lu Yuan held the red stone in his hand. As expected, can the others not see this black miasma? The necklace is glowing. Could it be that I can see through the black miasma, thanks to the necklace my parents left me? He quickly tucked it back into his shirt to hide it. At this moment, the system pulled him into its space and presented the situation. Countless traces of demonic black miasma detected, requesting the host to make a choice. Option 1. Find the source of the black miasma, thereby activating the heroic spirit awakening function. Option 2. Smell the black miasma. Receive the title Bystander Who Likes a Good Show. Option 3. Discuss the black miasma with others. Receive a set of bizarre psychiatric patient clothes. Lu Yuan sat in the assembly hall, deep in thought. Weren't the previous rewards all karma points? Has this system been plucked clean by me, so it can't give any more? Then again, this occasional choice mechanism, what exactly are its trigger conditions? Lu Yuan recalled Lu Mengdao's crazed appearance during the white whale incident. The first time was when I was reborn and met Lu Mengdao. The second time was when the white whale appeared. The third time was when the female war god was brimming with killing intent. The fourth time was just now when he saw the black miasma. As he thought, the image of Long Yuning also appeared in his mind. If the appearance of these selection mechanisms had anything in common, it would be danger. Lu Yuan pondered this very seriously. Before, it was Lu Mengdao who had gotten him killed, so she was a dangerous existence to him. The white whale and the murderous female war god were even more self-evident. Then, as if he suddenly realized something, his eyes widened. In other words, this suddenly appearing black miasma was also some kind of potential danger to him. Shen Lu stood on the podium and began to announce softly. The cause of this disaster was the sudden attack of the demonic beast, the white whale. But please rest assured, everyone, the white whale has been eliminated by the female war god, and the crisis has been resolved. Regarding the negligence of the school's security forces, we have carried out appropriate punishments for the individuals involved and have also conducted a deep self-criticism. She continued to announce with an extremely solemn expression, for the teachers and students affected by this incident, the school will provide corresponding compensation. Lu Yuan sat below listening and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Regarding the reason for the white whale's appearance and the vice principal's conspiracy, not a single word was mentioned in the announcement. It seemed the school wanted to cover up the truth about the white whale incident. But that was also good. The matter of him using the white whale to kill Lu Mengdao would probably not be investigated for the time being. Shen Lu on the stage sincerely bowed to everyone. On behalf of the school, I would like to extend my apologies to all the teachers and students. Young Master Zhao, sitting in the back, glared at him angrily. What a formidable trick, you brat, to actually make the woman this young master has his eyes on reject me. This young master will definitely get even. Su Ming, with a serious expression, offered his speculation. This white whale incident is definitely not simple. The one who knows the terrifying truth behind it is probably only him. Shen Lu was about to stand up straight when she was startled by a resonant voice. General Manager, I want to report someone. Then, young Master Zhao pointed his finger at Lu Yuan, loudly accusing, "It's him. We were trapped in a dream, and he was running around with a knife, slashing people indiscriminately in there. My classmates and I were all subjected to his vicious attacks." He smugly watched the drama unfold. "My brothers and I didn't come to school yesterday, but who would have thought that on our way here, we'd happen to hear other students talking about this?" Hearing this, his lackey immediately stood up to play along. Young Master Zhao is right. Even though it was in a dream, his brutal behavior has left an indelible scar on our tender souls. Now I'm scared just seeing a knife. Another person sitting next to him covered his face and wept, looking extremely aggrieved. Is this the corruption of human nature or the decay of morality? To become such a demon, how utterly devoid of conscience. The thought of having to attend school with such a demon in the future fills me with fear. Hearing this, Lu Yuan glanced at them disdainfully. "Did I ever kill you guys?" Hearing this, young Master Zhao sneered coldly, thinking to himself, "This brat is still too naive. This young master is inciting those who were killed by you. To them, whether you really killed us or not is no longer important. Once their anger has been ignited by me, no matter how you explain, no one will listen. This is called borrowing a knife to kill someone. Understand?" At this moment, Lu Yuan didn't hear his reply, so he turned back and said with a deadpan expression, "Forget it, it's not important. Except for the teachers and the upperclassmen espers, I basically killed everyone else. Moreover, there were some people I killed more than once. I killed so many that I really can't remember them all." After hearing this, young Master Zhao was stunned, his face full of disbelief. What the hell is this? This script is completely different from what I imagined. Is this guy crazy? Why didn't he explain, but instead took the initiative to confess? I completely don't understand this move of his. The lackey behind him then spoke up to remind him, "Young Master Zhao, why do you care about him? Maybe he really is an idiot. Wouldn't that be just what you want?" Hearing this, the one surnamed Zhao felt his spirits lift. That's right, this way I can directly force this brat to drop out of school. Without a competitor, this young master has plenty of tricks up my sleeve to slowly pursue Yishiyan. Then, he said loudly to everyone present, "Everyone, did you all hear that?" This guy admitted with his own mouth that he went on a killing spree. Immediately after, the effect he had been hoping for appeared. Everyone was in an uproar, chattering endlessly. "I know, I was killed by him once. What coincidence, I was also killed by him. That's right, we were all killed by him." Hearing this, young Master Zhao was incredibly pleased with himself. "You fool, you're really digging your own grave. Now that you've ignited public opinion, you're done for. You're really done for." Then he confidently raised his hand and asked everyone loudly, "So, fellow students, what should we do now?" The situation that followed made him so angry he could spit blood, because everyone bowed down and shouted in unison, "Thank you, student Lu Yuan." Hearing this, the one surnamed Zhao's face was filled with disbelief. What on earth is going on? His cronies upon hearing this, were shocked and cursed loudly. Has our entire school been possessed? Are we the only normal ones left? Another crony clutched his face in pain and lamented. Who can even understand this? At this moment, Shun Lu suddenly coughed lightly, cutting through the chaos. Immediately after, she calmly reminded everyone, please remain silent. Considering student Lu Yuan's heroic performance during the White Whale incident, he played an extremely positive role this time. It is also thanks to him using the method of killing to awaken the teachers and students early on that this incident was resolved without any significant casualties. Shen Lu stood on the podium, looking at Lu Yuan. The school recognizes his brave act and will reward him with a spirit core. Student Lu Yuan, please come up to the stage to receive your award. Also, please give him a warm round of applause. Hearing this, young Master Zhao stared at Lu Yuan in utter shock. Heroic performance? Killing people actually had a positive effect. Shen Lu praised Lu Yuan endlessly, then slowly took out the award frame in her hand. The ancient said that heroes emerge from the young. Student Lu Yuan, you did very well this time. Lu Yuan accepted the award frame and replied modestly, it was just luck. I just happened to find a way to escape the dream. Shen Lu then said with a very regretful tone, the principal is away on a business trip, and the vice principal is also nowhere to be found. If they saw that the school has such an outstanding new student at this time, they would surely be very happy. Lu Yuan heard the hidden meaning in her words and couldn't help but be startled. Is she testing to see if I know the truth? Lu Yuan smiled very calmly. The vice principal isn't at school either. Hearing this, Shen Lu lowered her head and whispered, who knows? Suddenly, she leaned close to Lu Yuan's ear and said softly, Student Lu Yuan, you've done such a great service for the school this time. As the general manager, I should also thank you properly. With that, she took out a card and gave it to him. This is my home address. Come find me after school. There's an even more special reward. After placing the card on top of the award frame, Shen Lu turned and left. Watching her retreating back, Lu Yuan was horrified to discover a black aura surrounding her. Wait a minute, the black miasma in the assembly hall. Could it be emanating from this general manager? At the general manager's residence, Lu Yuan looked around and was extremely surprised. The address on the card was this place. Truly befitting of a general manager. The residence is so vast. Then, he couldn't help but look at it thoughtfully. But then again, the general manager told me to come here, saying there's an even more special reward. Lu Yuan began to imagine the reward Shen Lu had prepared for him. The special reward is right in front of you. Student Lu Yuan, why haven't you come over yet? Or are you not satisfied with this reward? Immediately after, Lu Yuan subconsciously raised a hand to cover his blushing cheeks. General manager, this isn't very appropriate, is it? Suddenly, two tall bodyguards appeared in front of him. One of them shouted loudly, where did this brat come from? What are you doing sneaking around here? Looking at your poor appearance, this isn't a place you should be. The person next to him, with a stern face, said angrily, why waste words on him? Just give him a beating and throw him out. Hearing them, Lu Yuan immediately provoked them, leaving them momentarily speechless. Why throw me out? I didn't even go inside. I'm just standing outside. The man was stunned for a moment, then flew into a rage and rushed towards him. This brat is deliberately asking for a beating. Shen Lu suddenly appeared from behind them, shouting, he is a guest I invited. You have no business here. Before she could finish her sentence, Lu Yuan quickly rushed forward, sending the bodyguard flying with a single punch, greatly surprising Shen Lu. No need to trouble the general manager. I can handle it. After sending the bodyguard flying, Lu Yuan cursed inwardly. This cliché plot of being looked down on by subordinates, only for the superior to step in for a face-slapping moment, is so old. It's still more satisfying to do it myself. Seeing the scene before her, Shen Lu silently assessed, daring to make a move right in front of me. This kid is truly not simple. Then, she turned to Lu Yuan and said, follow me. Hearing this, he replied with a slight surprise. Shen Lu led Lu Yuan down a corridor in the mansion. Below was a giant tree, which made him gasp in amazement. What a big tree. I've never seen such a tall and majestic tree before. Lu Yuan observed it intently for a long time, then sniffed the air and silently judged. This fragrance is coming from this tree, but this tree clearly has no flowers, so how can it emit a fragrance? Wait a minute, there's black miasma at the base of the tree, and it's even denser than on the general manager. After a moment of analysis, Lu Yuan came to a very shocking conclusion. Could there be something hidden here? Could this be the source of the black miasma? This place is not simple at all. Lu Yuan's eyes involuntarily narrowed with suspicion as he secretly calculated. For the system selection reward, and to eliminate the potential danger on my body, it seems I'll have to sneak in here and investigate when no one is around. The two people under the tree saw Shun Lu approaching, and one of them spoke unhappily. Why did you bring another random brat home? Hearing this, Shun Lu gently caressed the old man's cheek and explained, he's different. He's the hero who helped the school overcome this crisis, a person who possesses at least two types of abilities. Hearing this, the man's angry expression subsided a little, but his tone was contemptuous. He's so handsome, I don't like him. Lu Yuan, standing by, could only smile wryly, thinking to himself, old master, that a bit rude of you to say. It's true that the older you get, the more like a child you become. But then again, how did the general manager know I have two abilities? She wasn't there during the white whale incident. Suddenly, a voice sounded from the side, attracting his attention. You're here. Lu Yuan looked confusedly at the owner of the voice, which made her extremely angry. Who are you? At this moment, Shun Lu immediately stepped forward, stopping Long Yuning's anger, and then explained to him, haven't you two met before? This time, Xiao Ning specifically asked me to invite you. She wanted to see you privately, and the special reward was also given by her. Hearing this, Lu Yuan confirmed in disbelief. Xiao Ning? Long Yuning? Wait, you that female war god? Hearing his question, Long Yuning wasn't angry, but just sighed softly. You helped kill the white whale, so consider it a favor I owe you. After that, she smiled brightly, handed Lu Yuan a card, and explained, take this level 2 access card. With it, you can freely enter and exit the upper city, except for the core areas. You can come find me anytime, so I can repay this favor to you. Lu Yuan held the card in his hand, exclaiming to himself, this thing looks exactly like the communicator I got from the vice principal, so this is actually an access card. Lu Yuan began to ponder the current situation in the city. The Linhai Safe Zone is divided into two areas, the upper city and the lower city. The upper class lives in the magnificent upper city, while commoners can only live in the slums of the lower city. Without a permit, no one is allowed to enter the upper district. After some thought, Lu Yuan judged with a serious expression. It seems this old fox of a vice principal still held something back, not telling me everything. But one thing is certain now, the white whale incident is indeed related to the upper echelons of the Linhai Safe Zone. Suddenly, the system's voice unexpectedly rang out, startling him. Main quest, rescue the Linhai Safe Zone. Progress has been increased. Current mission progress is 5. There are a total of 5 levels of upper city access cards, with level 1 being the highest. Detected that the host simultaneously possesses a level 2 access card and a level 3 access card. Fusion is in progress. The system's mechanical voice continued to ring out. Fusion failed. Obtained a level 5 access card. The host can only use this card to enter the upper city area, with no access rights to any other area. Hearing this, Lu Yuan was utterly astonished, reaching out his hand and yelling, what the hell are you doing? Did I tell you to fuse them? Suddenly, his outstretched hand was grabbed by another. Lu Yuan was extremely surprised to see the person holding his hand. I thought the old woman was paralyzed from a stroke. I didn't expect her grip to be so strong. But why would she suddenly grab a stranger like me? The man angrily shouted, how many times have I told you? Don't bother the guests. Why are you holding his hand? Let go now. Held tightly by the old woman who wouldn't let go, Lu Yuan felt quite awkward. Suddenly, Shen Lu appeared and said, I'm sorry, classmate Lu. A few months ago, my grandmother suddenly had a stroke and couldn't speak or move anymore. I didn't expect that today. It seems my grandmother really likes you. Then, she told the man to push the old woman inside while she stayed behind to talk. Not forgetting to add, it's windy out here. Let's take her to the rest area first. Lu Yuan looked at the man suspiciously, thinking to himself, likes me? But in the old woman's eyes, I clearly saw fear. Is she afraid of me? Then why is she holding on to me so tightly? It feels like she's clutching at a life-saving straw, refusing to let go for dear life. At this moment, Long Yuning spoke up. You probably know, the highest ruling class of our Linhai Safe Zone right now are the 5 first-generation pioneers who arrived here earliest. She explained to Lu Yuan. This old couple are both first-generation pioneers. Their governing philosophies didn't align with the other 3, so they chose to leave the upper city to live in the lower city. After hearing this, he turned and pondered. So that old couple are the pioneers who rule this place. No wonder they have such a luxurious mansion in the lower city. Yuning began to recount. Sister Shenlu wasn't originally from the Linhai safe zone. Her hometown was attacked by demonic beasts, and her whole family had to flee as refugees. But her family members all died on the way. She was the only one who managed to escape here, she said while explaining. The old couple adopted her, treated her like their own kin, and eventually groomed her to become the general manager of Linhai University. At this point, the girl from earlier stepped out, placed a hand on Yuning's shoulder, and said cheerfully, "Oh my, isn't our little Yuning famous for being a woman of few words? Why are you so talkative today? Could it be because of him being teased like this?" Yuning immediately blushed with embarrassment, then turned and walked away, not forgetting to leave a few words behind. "I was just explaining for you, to prevent this kid from being scared by the old couple and then blaming you for inviting him. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving." Lu Yuan also took the opportunity to say, "General Manager, then I won't bother you any longer either. I'll take my leave." Shenlu smiled and replied, "All right, come visit when you're free." He seriously analyzed black miasma to think that the 2 clues I'm investigating would converge here. In that case, wouldn't investigating here be very dangerous? I need to find Yishiyun quickly and bring her to sneak into this place with me. If anything unexpected happens, at least I can rely on her to use the store time point and start over immediately. Not paying attention, he bumped into the person in front of him. Damn it, I was too lost in thought and walking too fast I didn't notice she was still walking ahead. Yuning turned her head. Her eyes filled with murderous intent, threateningly. "What tricks are you trying to pull this time?" Lu Yuan was so scared he broke out in a cold sweat. This situation was fundamentally impossible to explain clearly, and moreover, if he explained the reason for his haste, it could expose his plan. She immediately grabbed him by the collar and said with a frown, "Choose a way to die." He calmly replied, "I'm fine with anything. I'm just afraid you won't have the heart to do it." Hearing this, she roared, "You're overthinking it. Choose, and I'll grant you your death." Seeing this, Lu Yuan replied with 2 words, "Old age." After hearing this, Yuning was stunned on the spot, not knowing what to say. The scene changes to the mansion. Yishiyin spoke up and asked Lu Yuan, "It's so late. Why did you call me out?" Lu Yuan gestured for her to be quiet, and Yishiyun obediently nodded. He constantly calculated in his mind, "It's so late. The general manager and everyone else must be asleep." Right after, Yishiyun blushed as she looked at Lu Yuan, her mind racing. Wait, what does Lu Yuan want to do to the general manager? No, such an intimate act. Isn't that something only couples do? Could it be that Lu Yuan asked me out because he wants to date me? At this moment, he activated wind-type stealth and carried her as he jumped over the wall. Yi Shiyun was a little surprised, and as soon as she landed, she asked Lu Yuan, "It's so late. Why are we sneaking into someone else's house?" Lu Yuan smiled and replied, "To take you to play a thrilling game." Then he thought to himself, breaking into the house of the general manager and a pioneer at night, at best, we'll be expelled. At worst, we'll be beaten to death by the guards. How could that not be thrilling? But Yishian seemed to have misunderstood, thinking with a blush, "Thrilling? So, Lu Yuan is that open-minded? But this seems a bit too thrilling, and in someone else's house, no less." The 2 of them went inside together. Lu Yuan became suspicious. During the day, the light was too strong, so I didn't notice that among these large branches, there are many crystal-like floating points of light. What on earth are these small points of light? Then he noticed the tree trunks. Wait, the branches seem to be moving, looking just like human arteries. Lu Yuan suddenly seemed to understand something. Could this tree be? He immediately shouted, "Not good. This is indeed a mutated plant." But just at this moment, countless branches surged out, surrounding the 2 of them, and finally wrapped them up. A voice rang out, Meng Lang, I can only come back to life at night. It's been so long. Why haven't you come to visit me?" The voice targeted Yi Shiyun. "Meng Lang, you finally remembered me. What food did you bring for me this time?" This feeling, it seems to be another soft and delicious delicacy. Then, it shifted its attention to Lu Yuan. He looked at it, thinking to himself, beneath this mutated tree, there's an even stranger monster. It spoke, "Meng Lang, do you know how much I missed you? Why haven't you come to see me at night lately?" As it spoke, it moved forward and used its roots to wrap tightly around him. It's all right, I don't blame you. Today, I will serve you well, so you can reach the peak of pleasure. He looked at it and immediately realized this tree monster seems to have no eyes. It has mistaken him for someone else. Unexpectedly, the next second it threw him away, saying, "Your feel is wrong. Not right. You are not Ming Lang." It frantically stabbed at him with its trunk and demanded, "Who on earth are you?" Just then, a loud shout rang out. "Blazing Flame A? You stinking bug, how dare you!" Lu Yuan, holding Yishiyun, was preparing to leave this place when suddenly the old woman in the wheelchair appeared below. She looked up and cried for help. "Save me." So he again held Yishiyun and jumped down, rushing towards the old woman. As he rushed, he calculated, although fire-type abilities are effective against mutated plants, why is there a platinum-rank monster under that mutated tree? With such a large level gap, it's not something that can be compensated for just by relying on type effectiveness. The next second, Lu Yuan threw Yi Shiyun at the old woman, leaving her utterly astonished. The system announced, favorability of General Manager Shen Lu -5. As he pushed her away from there, he said, although the specific situation is still unclear, please rest assured, I will get you out of here with us. Then he thought to himself, I've caused too big of a commotion this time. This old woman is one of the pioneers. By saving her, I might be able to smooth things over. Unexpectedly, the system announced again, favorability of General Manager Shun Lu +10. Lu Yuan felt confused. What's going on? Why is the General Manager's favorability fluctuating so erratically? He leaned close to the old woman's ear and whispered something, and the old woman nodded. At this very moment, a woman with a dense black miasma appeared behind them. Spoke up, classmate, where are you going? Just as the sharp branch was about to pierce Lu Yuan's eye, it stopped. At the same time, the woman's voice rang out. Don't worry, this mansion is designed with a high-level barrier. The mutated tree monster can't get in. So he felt relieved and continued pushing the old lady, saying as he walked, no wonder the General Manager's favorability changed. So you're here? Shen Lu walked over, took out a syringe, and injected some kind of liquid into the old lady. Then she explained, this is my home. If I'm not here in the middle of the night, where would I be? Is everyone like you, fond of sneaking into other people's houses at midnight? After the injection, the old lady fell asleep. She also explained, don't worry, it's just an anesthetic. Grandma is old and has been tormented by illness all year round. If I don't give her medicine, she'll always find ways to kill herself. Whenever she sees someone, she wants to beg them to help her find release. She probably begged you just now, didn't she? After hearing this, Lu Yuan cautiously hummed in agreement. Seeing this, she said, what, you don't believe me? Or how about I give you a shot so you can see if it's an anesthetic? Before he could react, she immediately cast a spell, lifting Yi Shiyun into the air, then said, I'll take you to get settled. You're injured and need a place to rest. Help me push Grandma, will you? Lu Yuan was a bit suspicious, stepped forward, grabbed Shen Lu's wrist, and asked, wait, what's the deal with the mutated monster in the courtyard? After hearing this, she nonchalantly replied, not just that, the mutated plant is just the surface. A platinum-level tree demon is parasitic underneath. For such a high-level monster to appear in the safe zone, if others found out, it would inevitably cause a panic, so I hope you'll keep it secret. After hearing this, he grew even more suspicious, thinking to himself, she could just spill everything so simply like that? On the contrary, she seemed quite natural and said cheerfully, you probably don't know yet, Grandpa and Grandma are both pioneers. Why do you think people this powerful would choose to live in the lower city district? Lu Yuan replied as he followed her, because they don't get along with the other 3 pioneers. After hearing this, she said, oh, did Little Ning tell you that? That girl is really special to you, to even tell you this. Everyone went into the room together. She continued to explain, but that's really just a cover story for the public. The real reason is to personally suppress the tree demon, and this entire manor was built to imprison it. Now that Grandpa and Grandma are old, they no longer have the strength to suppress the tree demon, so this burden has fallen on my shoulders. She placed Yi Shiyun on the bed to rest, and continued talking to Lu Yuan. Unfortunately, my strength is insufficient, not as formidable as Grandpa and Grandma's. During the day, I can rely on the support of sunlight to keep the tree demon asleep. At night, the tree demon will awaken. Luckily, the entire manor is set up with a high-level barrier, so even if the tree demon can be active at night, it can't escape. Hearing this, Lu Yuan asked, a little confused, rely on sunlight? She smiled and replied, that's right. I forgot to mention, I'm a wood-type esper, and sunlight can enhance my abilities. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned and pushed him down, continuing, let's not talk about these things for now. Classmate Lu Yuan, let me see your wounds. My wood-type abilities are best at healing. Lu Yuan was pushed onto the bed, feeling a bit embarrassed. Wait, General Manager, you should check Yi Shiyun's injuries first. She climbed on top of him and continued, what's still shy? Then, her expression became infatuated. Why don't we do something more stimulating? I guarantee it will make you feel ecstatic. As she finished speaking, a sharp branch pierced through Lu Yuan's body, leaving him utterly shocked, unable to believe his eyes. What is this? The moment his body was pierced, his soul seemed to be pierced through as well. At this moment, she revealed her true face and spoke. Be bolder, it's not seems to be. The ecstatic feeling of having your soul pierced through is not an experience everyone gets to have. Immediately after, a corpse was carried up. She turned toward the corpse and said happily, Menglang, your plan is about to succeed. This young man's body is a great match for your soul. You can finally escape your old body and use this new one to stay by my side. At this time, Lu Yuan's entire body was tightly bound by tentacles. The system displayed a notification. Warning, warning, host soul detected to be undergoing a swap with another person. She approached Lu Yuan and said, stop struggling. You can't escape. Now you understand, don't you? It was all an illusion, hee. The only truth is our bodies have grown too old, and we came here just to use the tree demon to help us swap our souls into younger bodies. Then, she revealed a wicked expression and shouted triumphantly, I've been searching at the school for so long and still couldn't find a suitable body for him, until you appeared. The moment you appeared, the black miasma on me, which the tree demon uses for soul swapping, reacted. I knew right then, your body must be an incredibly good match. Her goal achieved, she leisurely revealed her entire plan. During the day, we deliberately let her see you, and even let her hold your hand, all to create an opening to lure you into the trap. You're very smart. You saw the clues right away during the day. It's just a pity you're too kind-hearted to walk right into your death so quickly just to save her. At this moment, Lu Yuan suddenly smirked and spoke. You're overthinking it. I didn't come here for her. I just wanted to determine the source of that black miasma. He recalled leaning in earlier to ask the old lady, are you the general manager? And the old lady had nodded. Back in the present, he laughed loudly and shouted, I knew villains like you love to monologue before you've won. Something I would have had to painstakingly investigate. You've helped me complete in an instant. Thanks, you human-shaped tool. Next was the system's notification sound. Ding! The host has identified the source of the black miasma, activating the awakening function. Hearing this, Shun Lu thought in astonishment. What's going on? How can this brat be so calm? Could it be that I've really fallen into his scheme? No, impossible. He must be bluffing. Thinking this, she laughed smugly. So what if you know the truth? You're already completely under my control. The soul swap is almost complete, and you still want to scare me? I've seen right through you. Are you full of regret? Too bad there's no medicine for regret in this world. Your life has ended prematurely. Haha. Lu Yuan lay on the bed, tightly bound by tentacles, unable to break free no matter how he struggled. She said contemptuously, oh, still struggling when you're at death's door. I advise you to give up soon. These vines controlling you are from a platinum-level tree demon. To break free with brute force, you need to be at least a gold-level strength type. At this moment, Lu Yuan suddenly shot up, grabbed the tentacles wrapped around him, ripped them off, and said, thanks for the reminder. Then, the system displayed a notification. Deducting 5,500 karma, the host's strength ability is upgraded to gold level. Karma remaining, minus 1,250. A terrifying surge of power suddenly welled up in his entire body, helping him break free. Shen Lu stood by, her face pale with horror. You actually, impossible. How can an ability just awaken on command and jump straight to gold level? She quickly calmed herself down. Wait, what am I worried about? She shouted loudly. Humph. I now have a young body and have recovered my peak strength. As one of the 5 pioneers, I am a 2-star platinum esper. You think you can beat me? But as soon as her words fell, he suddenly flashed past at extreme speed and spoke. Who said I have to fight you right now? The next second, Lu Yuan flew straight to Yi Shiyun and gently kissed her on the lips. After that, the system immediately displayed a notification. Save point has been successfully activated. Host, please prepare to defy heaven and change fate. The corpse behind him was also lifted up by him, and it spoke, asking, what the hell is that brat doing? What are you doing? Why aren't you stopping him? At this moment, she was still dazed and hadn't reacted, so she replied, how would I know he had these heaven-defying tricks? I couldn't react in time at all. I was completely fooled by him. At this time, the system began to display. Time reversal. File reload successful. Return to save point. Dreamscape. Office building. September 26th, 2023, 5:20. All of the host's abilities, powers, and statuses will be preserved. At the same time the system announced the successful file reload, Yishiyun's favorability was reset. Both of them returned to a different space. Lu Yuan spoke. We're really back. At this moment, Yishiyun no longer had memories of what just happened and asked impatiently, where on earth are you trying to take me? Hearing her question, he thought to himself, this attitude from Yishiyun, her favorability has indeed returned to zero. Whatever, I can just slowly grind her favorability back up later. Just as the two of them left, Lu Mengdao saw them from another direction, completely surprised. It's him, haha. I can't believe he's walking to his own doom. You rotten brat, you dare to oppose me. Let's see how I'll play you to death. This time, it's your turn to experience being surrounded by demonic beasts. She turned her head, pointed at the man beside her, and said, quick, pretend to call out to him. Lure the demonic beasts over here. Just do as I say, and Big Sis will reward you later. The other person heard this and immediately replied, got it, I'll listen whatever Big Sis says. Suddenly, on Lu Yuan's side, the system displayed a notification. Host, that was your only save point before. You just used it like that. After hearing this, Lu Yuan thought to himself, you still have the nerve to talk? You're the one who instigated me to investigate the truth of the black miasma, causing me to be noticed by the pioneers too early. With my current strength, I can't deal with them at all. Then he lowered his head, clenched his fist, and thought, I've already maximized the value of the save point. This action has at least 3 benefits. 1. Successfully activating the awakening function. 2. This time I can kill more people, gain more benefits, and make myself stronger. As for the third point, while he was thinking, the guy named Xia Mingcheng suddenly ran over and shouted, Brother Yuan. Next, he thrust a sword through Yi Shiyun and said, the sooner you die, the sooner you're reborn. This time I'll grind through it all myself, without gaining any advantage from you. Consider my thanks for helping me keep this save point. The two witnesses were utterly horrified. Xia Mingcheng shouted in astonishment, damn, he killed that girl again. But why? Lu Mengdao beside him was no less astonished. Why do you care about him? Call out loudly, lure the demonic beast to surround him. However, the next second, Lu Yuan turned his head, his eyes filled with killing intent, and with a terrifying smile, he shouted, Dao Dao, Cheng'er, I'm here again, ha ha ha. That's right. A moment later, he was covered in blood, and at his feet were countless people he had slaughtered. Xia Mingcheng and Lu Mengdao were so scared they pissed their pants and ran away. Hell, this is absolute hell. No wonder this scene feels so familiar. I must have been through hell before. Haven't you had enough? I'm begging you, please don't kill me anymore. I can't even remember how many times you've killed me. On that day, all the teachers and students in the school recalled the image of Lu Yuan with blood-red eyes, a long sword in hand, slaughtering countless people. His terrifying voice rang out, everyone, stop running. It's tiring for me to hunt you down like this. Since you're going to die once anyway, why don't you all just actively run into my blade? Everyone was dominated by this heaven-defying child, screaming madly as they fled. Don't kill me anymore. Don't you come over here. I don't want to die again. The vice principal thought in confusion. I only planned to pull all the teachers and students into the dreamscape and slowly corrupt them. This kid is something else, slashing from the front, slashing from the back, chasing them down to slash them. Everywhere he goes, not even grass can grow, right? Why can a heaven-defying child be so outrageously lawless? Oh gods, please take him back. Just then, the system suddenly displayed a notification. The host has eliminated a total of 49,039 people, minus 13 suicides, multiplied by 130 points. Finally received minus 49,260 karma. Lu Yuan sat on countless corpses, sword in hand, and said, this time, no one was missed a clean sweep. I even pulled Lu Mengdao into the multi-layered dreamscape and killed her several times. I've finally gathered enough karma to ascend to platinum rank and use heroic spirit awakening. Just then, a giant white whale suddenly appeared in the sky. He looked up and thought to himself, next, I have to proceed step by step. I must once again find the path with that female war god. Otherwise, I still can't deal with that group of high-level pioneers alone. The vice principal was startled. Crap, he's noticed me. I have to hurry. Hurry up. After that, the vice principal immediately committed suicide. In his mind, he kept thinking, suicide, then run quickly. Although I don't know why, I have a feeling that this kind of heaven-defying demon is fundamentally not something I can deal with. Lu Yuan was a bit surprised to see the man disappear. This vice principal actually committed suicide and ran away. Is it my fault this time? Meanwhile, in reality, everyone was running away in a constant panic. The demon is here again. Everyone run. What a sin. When will this finally end? Seeing this scene, Lu Yuan was a bit troubled. Actually, it's already over. You all don't need to run anymore. He thought to himself, they've been killed too many times. Can't they distinguish between reality and the dreamscape anymore? He looked up at the white whale and thought, but the matter at hand isn't the most important. The most important thing is I have to chase after the female war god. He spoke again. Little white whale, I'm counting on you. The scene changes to another place. A few people are sitting and chatting. Oh, this is so boring. Back when we joined the city guard, we thought we'd have an earth-shattering great war with demonic beasts and become heroes admired by the world. I didn't expect to just be sitting around waiting to die now. Sigh, the demonic beasts outside the city are too low level. Can't there be some high-level ones? Being invincible is so lonely. Who can understand? The person next to him suddenly shouted, "Holy crap! Holy crap!" Another person was still cheerfully chatting. Turned his head and asked, "Why are you so excited looking into the city? Did you see a pretty girl or something? A beauty in revealing clothes? Look how excited he is. I bet that girl isn't wearing anything at all." But the other person pointed at the large fish flying over with Lu Yuan and said, "No, it's a high-level demonic beast." Everyone looked quickly. It's the legendary platinum rank white whale. The funniest thing is, I think I see someone chasing that white whale. The next day, at the Linhai University lecture hall, Lu Yuan sat in the lecture hall, his mind a mess of thoughts. I finally caught up to the female war god. The only difference from last time is that this time, I had to hunt down the white whale first to make the female war god owe me a favor. Moreover, I've also told the female war god about the general manager's body being swapped by a pioneer. He recalled the conversation between them. At that time, Lu Yuan had told the female war god the gist of matter. In short, the current general manager is actually the wife of that pioneer. Their souls have been swapped. After listening, the female war god was silent for a moment, then replied, "All right, I understand. Don't tell anyone about this for now, and don't act on your own. We need to discuss this more carefully." After hearing that, he hesitated a little. I can't act on my own? At this moment, he was in a lecture hall when a voice suddenly rang out. Let's invite student Lu Yuan to the stage to receive his award, and please give him a warm round of applause. At this moment, the entire lecture hall looked at him with resentful eyes. He just walked down quietly, thinking to himself, the resentment is so thick. Last time I only killed a few people, but this time I had to accumulate enough karma. In the dreamscape, I killed all the students many times, to the point where everyone hates me to the bone. As soon as Lu Yuan stepped onto the stage, the general manager observed him, calculating in her heart. We worked so hard to cultivate Shun Lu for so long, finally making her soul strong enough to swap with me. But we could never find a suitable person for my husband to swap souls with. The original plan to have the vice principal corrupt the students was in hopes of obtaining a large number of spirit cores to extend his life. She thought to herself, I never expected the vice principal to lose to a nameless new student. Afterwards, she maintained a gentle expression and said, heroes have always emerged from the young since ancient times. Student Lu Yuan has done very well this time. At this moment, suddenly, a few wisps of black chi surrounded Lu Yuan. Seeing this, she reacted immediately. The black chi from the demon tree on my body, which is used for soul transference, is reacting to him. Could it be that the suitable young body for my husband that we've been searching for all this time is right in front of me? Seeing the target right before her eyes, she thought to herself, I must find a way to trick him into coming to the villa. So she took out a card and said, Student Lu Yuan has made a great contribution to the school this time. As the general manager, I must also. But before she could finish her sentence, she was slapped across the face by Lu Yuan. Then he said, get lost. Don't ramble at me. Everyone was stunned by this. He dared to hit the general manager. Does he want to get expelled? The students above shouted in extreme agitation. Is this kid crazy? Wait, it seems he was already a madman. Almost everyone here has been killed by him before, so it's better if he gets expelled. A demon like that shouldn't stay at our school. Shenlu, having been slapped, looked at him in pain and thought, damn it, that hurts. What's with this kid suddenly going crazy? Calm down, calm down. There are many people here. I am General Manager Shenlu now. I have to act out her gentle and dignified demeanor. I absolutely cannot let the students become suspicious. Thinking of this, she suppressed her anger and said gently, "Student, why are you acting so agitated? Have I offended you in some way? Or is it because the reward isn't generous enough, causing you some dissatisfaction?" Immediately after, a kick landed squarely on Shun Lu's stomach, causing her to cough up a mouthful of blood. He thought seriously, I used the reward I received earlier to eavesdrop on the female war god's thoughts. She basically sees me as an idiot and doesn't believe a word I say. Lu Yuan's expression suddenly became terrifying. But at the same time, I also heard that no matter what I do, she will cover for me to repay the favor. Since I have enough strength and the female war god to cover for me, why should I still hold back? Let the female war god deal with the consequences later. At this moment, Shun Lu conjured a vine, binding one of his hands. She still had to try to maintain her image. Calm, maintain a gentle appearance, maintain dignity. I'm a veteran. I absolutely cannot lose my composure because of this brat's crazy behavior. In the end, she remained calm and continued, I'm sorry, student. Considering your current irrational behavior, I am forced to restrain you. What on earth is wrong with you? Tell me. I will help you resolve it. However, Lu Yuan completely ignored her words, grabbing the vine and pulling her towards him. Shen Lu was astonished. He can actually pull me. A platinum rank? It seems you're a strength type, and no lower than gold rank at that. Calm. I am Shun Lu now. Maintain a gentle appearance. Maintain dignity. Immediately after, he frantically spanked her bottom, shouting loudly, Help me? Great. I'll let you taste all the suffering you caused me before. She was in so much pain from the spanking that she screamed. The students above were dumbfounded by this scene. Is this something we can watch without paying? Holy crap, what is this situation? It's completely beyond my comprehension. Damn it, this is insane. You damned pervert. Let go of our gentle and dignified general manager. At this moment, Shen Lu was truly furious and shouted, Enough! Then, she conjured countless green vines, wrapping them tightly around his body. She was so angry that the magic behind her back also manifested. Calm my ass. My butt is burning. It hurts so much. Damn it. Even a real Shun Lu couldn't endure this kind of torture. Thinking of this, she spoke up. Regardless of status, position, or strength and background, what do you have to compare with me? I'll lower myself to give you some useful advice. Then she ordered the monster heads to charge and attack Lu Yuan, while shouting, But what about you? Are you even human? How dare you subject me to this ultimate humiliation? It seems I'll have to punish you. Seeing this, Lu Yuan said nonchalantly, Still acting? Speaking so righteously, but in reality, don't you just want my body? Hearing this, she was horrified. How does he know my purpose? A coincidence. It must be a coincidence. He must have just said it randomly and accidentally hit the mark. At this very moment, the female war god was standing in a corner, observing Lu Yuan's actions. She thought to herself, a wood type ability? Isn't Sister Shen Lu's ability water type? That kid deliberately provoked her to make her use her ability. It seems what he said before was all true. Shen Lu unleashed flames to attack him. At that moment, his body was enveloped in black chi. Seeing this, Shen Lu thought to herself, Black flames? This is a dark type ability. He's a heretic. Did he also receive my god's power? No. Impossible. This must just be a similarity. However, she still said smugly, I didn't expect you to be a rare dual ability user. The fire type is indeed a natural counter to the wood type. No wonder you dare to attack me. But even so, you're just an ant trying to stop a chariot. Then she conjured vines to attack Lu Yuan again. Vine restraint is just a low-level skill. Elemental counters don't work on high-level skills. Now I'll use a high-level skill to crush you, you little ant. But he remained unharmed. She conjured vines to attack him. He used an invisibility technique. The vine lunged and missed once again. Shen Lu was utterly astonished. A wind-type ability? This kid actually has 3 abilities? This is unprecedented. The others were also extremely surprised to see this. No way. How did this kid suddenly disappear? How is she supposed to fight this? Go, General Manager. You must not let that bastard go. Avenge us. The aggressive crowd roared incessantly. Avenge us. Avenge us. Avenge us. The female war god, observing quietly from the shadows, couldn't help but wonder upon seeing this scene. What on earth did this kid do to provoke such public outrage? Did he break some taboo? At this moment, Shenlu, buoyed by everyone's trust, became smug. If all these students are on my side, then I don't need to suppress my true nature anymore. Immediately after, she erupted, unleashing the vine serpent's chaotic dance technique. Haha, interesting, I have to admit. You far exceeded my expectations. I never thought you'd be a kid with 3 types of abilities, much stronger than I imagined. Encountering prey like you, it's truly exhilarating. My desire to torture you has been pushed to its peak. Lu Yuan was instantly pierced through the body by a vine. He was a little surprised. She still has a move like this, completely ignoring where I'm hiding and launching an all-out attack with no blind spots. But my goal has been achieved. A series of different abilities and a change in personality are enough to expose this fake general manager. I believe that person has already made her own judgment. Shun Lu used vines to bind him tightly, shouting smugly, "Haha, what I love most is savoring the struggles of my prey before they die. This is a pleasure that only a platinum rank expert like me, standing at the pinnacle of power, is entitled to enjoy." But just then, he suddenly smirked and said, "You think too highly of yourself. You're not the first platinum rank expert I've defeated." Lu Yuan continued, "Nor will you be the last." Immediately after, he used Heroic Spirit Awakening. System displays information. Sword Ghost, Underworld Burial, originally the king of a nation, but because his country was benevolent, he was betrayed by others, invaded by foreign enemies, and his kingdom was destroyed. He endured for 30 years, all for a world-shaking revenge. Using his heart to master the sword, he was just one step away from reaching sainthood. But upon hearing that the nations of his enemies and betrayers had all turned to dust, unwilling to die just like that, he willingly fell into the underworld to hunt down his foes, slaughtering countless evil spirits with his blade, eventually being corroded by death energy, losing himself, and becoming a sword ghost permanently residing in the underworld, knowing only how to slaughter souls. System displays information. Metal type ability upgraded to Platinum, deducting minus 55,500 karma points from the host. Current balance, minus 5,010 points. At this moment, Lu Yuan immediately unleashed Invisible Sword Qi, severing all the vines that had just wrapped around him. System status panel. The system continues to announce, Tong Du has 3 swords. The first is the Invisible Sword. The Invisible Sword can be controlled by thought, making it impossible for enemies to defend against. Lu Yuan immediately unleashed the Invisible Sword Qi. Shenlu instinctively tilted her head and dodged to the side, thinking to herself, this invisible attack is a sword. Luckily, I was on guard when he raised his hand, allowing me to avoid a dangerous blow. Afterward, she cast a spell, summoning countless demon-headed vines, and said smugly, I didn't expect you to know how to use an invisible attack. I admit you have some skill, kid, but not much. Only the weak like to resort to these cheap tricks, while an expert like me only needs to lift a finger. Seeing this, everyone in the stands cheered excitedly. Now, this is a true expert. Not like that kid who just messes around with flashy but useless tricks. So elegant, so elegant. The general manager is amazing. It looks like the general manager is finally getting serious. That kid is dead for sure. Immediately after, she activated her technique, letting those vines wrap around her body, and declared smugly, this is a 360-degree defense with no blind spots. You can only watch helplessly, haha. As she finished speaking, the entire scene fell into a dead silence. The people who were just cheering wildly were now all stunned. They thought the general manager was about to unleash some ultimate move, but it turned out she was just talking the toughest and acting the most cowardly. On the other side, Lu Yuan once again urged the invisible sword Qi, slashing towards her. Shenlu was still extremely confident at this moment. My serpent vines can not only attack, but they can also grow scales, their hardness comparable to the hardest diamond in the world. Next, she deployed the Vine Serpent Scale Armor to block Lu Yuan's move. I told you, you're out of options, haha, you're helpless. At this moment, Lu Yuan continued to charge forward, raising his weapon to launch an attack. System system displays Tong Du's second sword, Heavenly Flame. The system continues to announce, Heavenly Flame. Its blade erupts with a fire that rivals the stars, capable of severing all tangible things in the world. As soon as the words were spoken, the scale armor shattered to pieces. Shen Lu was knocked to the ground, unable to believe what was happening before her eyes. Why? Impossible. The system continued to display a notification. Tong Du's third sword, Soul Slash. This sword was forged from slaying countless evil souls that traveled to the underworld. It cannot kill living beings, but it can slay those who ferry souls from the underworld, and at the same time, return the souls of the deceased to their original bodies. Next, he manifested a great sword containing terrifying power, and Shen Lu retreated continuously in fear. Lu Yuan calculated to himself, next, I just need to kill this fake general manager, then use Soul Slash to return her soul to that old lady's body. He opened his mouth and asked the system. At that point, the general manager's soul will automatically separate and return to her original body, right? The system immediately displayed. In theory, that is correct. But just as the tip of the sword was about to pierce her abdomen, it suddenly stopped. System announces, each swing of Tong Du's sword consumes minus 1,000 karma points. The host has used the invisible sword 3 times and the heavenly flame sword once, for a total deduction of minus 4,000 karma points. The system displayed again. The host currently only has minus 1,010 karma points left and can only use one final sword strike. As soon as the words were spoken, the sword in Lu Yuan's hand suddenly vanished. He cursed inwardly. Something so important. Why didn't you say so earlier? System, you're a real son of a bitch. Hearing this, the system immediately replied, didn't we have to finish introducing the functions of the 3 swords before mentioning this? It's just that the host was too impatient. A flicker of horror crossed Lu Yuan's face as he thought. In other words, before killing the fake general manager, I can't use Tong Du's swords anymore. I have to save this last chance for Soul Slash. And isn't my fate sealed? Seeing this, Shen Lu stood up a little surprised, thinking to herself, for a moment there, I thought I was dead for sure. Why'd he suddenly stop moving? And the sword is gone too. Wait, I get it. She immediately seized the opportunity, urging countless vines to attack Lu Yuan, and said smugly, haha, I knew it, you're kind of explosive. Intense attack definitely couldn't last long. Although I don't know where you got that power from. You can't use it anymore, right? She clutched her stomach, laughing loudly while mocking him. Haha, you're making me laugh. So hard I'm crying. I thought you were so formidable. Turns out your cheat has a time limit. I can't. My stomach hurts from laughing. Seeing this, a red glint flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes as he spoke with surging killing intent. Have you laughed enough? You like to laugh until you cry, right? The next second, he threw a punch straight into her face, roaring, then I'll give you enough to cry about. Still not enough. Lu Yuan delivered a vicious knee to her stomach, causing her to spit blood. You like to laugh until your stomach hurts, right? Then came another kick, sending Shen Lu flying. She thought to herself, this kid is still so strong even without his sword. Damn it, I was careless. Then, Lu Yuan raised his hand high from behind her, saying, then I'll give you. He delivered an extremely powerful blow, smashing her deep into the ground in extreme pain. He roared, is that enough pain? The people in the stands couldn't believe their eyes, shouting, what is happening? Why did the plot reverse so quickly? Fight back. General manager, fight back quickly. Shen Lu was beaten miserably, lying on the ground, activating her technique, saying, enough. I am a supreme platinum rank expert. I will not be defeated by an ant like you. Before she could finish, she took another beating. Lu Yuan roared, is it enough? I don't think it's enough yet. You pathetic and weak platinum rank. Shen Lu screamed, s'enfuit. Why are you completely ignoring my attacks and just focusing on hitting me? Don't you feel pain? Hearing this, he paused momentarily and said, pain? I carry hatred within me. I live to fight, and I will fight even in death. In endless battles, I lost the sensation of pain long ago. A battle-hardened warrior who never rests can kill a pampered vase with one hand. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yuan resumed his assault, causing her to scream in agony. The female war god, watching from the side, thought to herself, this kid is going too far if this continues. Even I will have a hard time mediating this. I have to stop him immediately. Someone in the audience suddenly shouted, "Why is it just the sound of thuds and screams now?" Holy crap, the general manager has been beaten silent. Seeing this, Long Yuning stepped forward and said, "That's enough." Although the general manager has indeed revealed many suspicious points, there is still no concrete evidence to prove that what you said is true. Suddenly, she seemed to discover something and froze. Wait, after entering the platinum rank, one can delicately sense the smallest things. But why? She looked at Shun Lu being brutally beaten on the ground and realized she could no longer sense Shun Lu's breath or heartbeat. In other words, Sister Shun Lu, she's been beaten to death? At this moment, Lu Yuan seemed to lose control, his entire body enveloped in black qi, muttering, "Kill, kill. My body remains. My soul is sealed. My vengeance is not yet complete. Immortal in life and death." Long Yuning was horrified upon hearing this. You brat. This terrifying pressure and killing intent. Only an absolute expert who has experienced 100 battles could admit it. No, an absolute expert who has experienced 1,000 battles. This existence before me is definitely not that brat Lu Yuan. He suddenly erupted, roaring, "All obstacles, kill them all. Kill everything. Kill, kill, kill." Seeing this, the system also displayed a notification. Holy crap. The host has been taken over by Tong Du. Does this mean I'll have to support a mindless lunatic who only knows how to slaughter indiscriminately from now on? Then it displayed again. Wait, Tong Du is so strong, like an untamed horse. Following him doesn't seem so bad, does it? In that case, it's fine. Lu Yuan suddenly launched an attack, roaring, "Kill." Although Long Yuning was a little surprised, she still tilted her body lightly to dodge. He clearly had no sword in his hand, yet he used his body as a sword, his killing intent as qi, and unleashed such a domineering sword aura. She suddenly waved her hand and shouted, "The aura of death has already enveloped your entire body, you brat. Have you lost your mind? Are you being controlled? Snap out of it. Don't force my hand." Lu Yuan lowered his body and continued to attack. "My country has turned to dust, my wife and children have become dry bones, and my enemies are no longer in this world. I willingly fell into the realm of death, and even though my enemies are dead, I swear to hunt them to the ends of the earth. Anyone who stands in my way must die." Long Yuning immediately took out a shield to block. They were on completely different wavelengths. It seemed that no matter what she said, he wouldn't listen anymore. Lu Yuan erupted in an instant, roaring, "Kill, kill, kill. If a god blocks me, I'll kill the god. If a Buddha blocks me, I'll kill the Buddha." Seeing this, she immediately raised her arm, preparing to use her power. This is bad. He's planning to use his sword qi to sweep through everything in all directions. I have to stop him. Otherwise, the entire auditorium, along with everyone here, will be killed by him. Long Yuning manifested several chains, binding Lu Yuan tightly. Golden Skylock. Lu Yuan's body was pinned to the ground by the chains. She spoke. "Have you caused enough trouble? Don't think that just because you beat an early stage platinum, you can beat me. Even within the platinum rank, there's a huge gap between the initial stage and the peak. With the current situation, it's already very difficult for me to smooth things over for you. So snap out of it. If you keep this up," Lu Yuan raised his head and said incessantly, "Let me go, you white-haired old woman. I want to kill, 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 kill." This time, Long Yuning was truly angry. She grabbed him by his horns. Say that again? White-haired old woman. Let me go. She forcefully grabbed his horns and slammed him back and forth. Don't you know some people are born with white hair? Judging a book by its cover. You're the old one. Your whole family is old. Did no one teach you to be polite to others when you were young? When you see a beautiful young lady, you should call her big sister. Otherwise, it'll be just like now. You'll be in a lot of pain, a lot of danger. Everyone present was stunned. Holy crap, who is this girl? Is she that terrifying? As expected, you absolutely must not call a girl old. Is there someone like this in our school? Why don't I have any impression of her? Could she be a new student? No, the new junior girls are all very green, and her age doesn't seem to match. Long Yuning stopped, turned her head to look at the chattering crowd. What did you say? Age old? That group of people was scared out of their wits and hurriedly explained. I told you not to mention age. Are you guys blind? This is clearly a beautiful young lady. Right. An elegant young lady. Even her way of hitting people is so graceful. Beautiful. Big sister is truly too beautiful. Lu Yuan lay on the ground and wailed. Boo, it hurts so much. It seems Long Yuning rarely appears in casual clothes, so the students didn't know she was the female war god. Damn host, why did you log in again? This system is nothing special. Haha, of course it's not that I didn't want you to come back. Boo-hoo, I was worried sick about you. He sat up, clutching his head, causing her to look down in slight surprise. I think I've recovered. There's nothing for you to do anymore. Stand down. Lu Yuan looked down at the girl lying beneath him and thought to himself. Next is just this final step. Use Soul Slash to return the fake pioneer's soul, and let the real general manager's soul return to her body. He then aimed straight at that spot and struck down. A halo of light appeared above her head. Shen Lu's soul returned to her body. Long Yuning rushed over, grabbed Lu Yuan by the collar, and questioned, "You even hit a corpse?" To be precise, it wasn't hitting, but slashing. Is that the point? She sat up and asked in a daze, Little Ning, why are you here? This is... Long Yuning called out in confusion. Sister Shenlu? I can feel the gold rank water type ability on her. It's really Sister Shenlu who has returned. Shenlu looked at her hands in astonishment. This is my body? I've returned. The system panel appeared. He smiled, flicked his sleeves, and turned to leave. Current main quest. Save the entire Linhai safe zone. Increase progress. Mission progress 10. The main quest progress has increased again. That means the danger to the Linhai safe zone indeed comes from the higher-ups. There's nothing else for me to do, so I'll be leaving. You all can take your time catching up. Long Yuning's expression darkened, and she suddenly placed a hand on Lu Yuan's shoulder. Wait, if you had a way to bring Sister Shenlu back all along, then your purpose for bringing me here wasn't just to expose the fake general manager, was it? Long Yuning looked at him with a murderous gaze, making him a little flustered. Instead, you already knew you might lose control, so you brought me here, using me as a tool to help you regain your sanity, right? Female war god. I'm still just a student. How could I deceive you? Lu Yuan pretended to be scared on the outside, but he didn't think so on the inside. Actually, using you as a tool was only part of it. The more important goal was to have you witness me saving the real general manager with your own eyes, so you'd owe me another favor for helping you save someone. I've already lost Yi Shiyun's save point. Now, the favorability you have for the general manager, I want it all. Host, even though I'm not human, you're a real dog. The next day, at the general manager's mansion. Hurry up, everyone quickly deploy to your positions. Roger, Lu Yuan, you're here. Thank you for saving me. From now on, whenever you need my help, just come find me, and I'll help you. Smells so nice, like a mother's scent. Long Yuning approached from a distance, raising a hand to her mouth to feign a cough. I called you here today, mainly to explain the situation to you. That old couple are both pioneers with esteemed status. We can't take drastic action against them. Besides, they did raise Sister Shenlu, after all. But luckily, they have long since been removed from the center of power. I will report this matter to the other 3 pioneers and let the higher-ups decide. I will personally assign soldiers to guard them, placing them under house arrest in this mansion. Of course, my official story to the public and the guards is that it's to better protect them. But when she saw him, her attitude immediately changed. What are you looking at? System, favorability of Long Yuning and the general manager. Current favorability of the female war god Long Yuning, 0.1. Current favorability of general manager Shenlu, 20. Lu Yuan turned away in confusion, pondering. Impossible? I've helped so much, yet Long Yuning's favorability only increased by a tiny bit. Yesterday, when she protected me, was it really just to repay a debt? Could it be that the only easy one is Yi Shiyun? To get another protective talisman, it looks like I'll have to go and increase Yi Shiyun's favorability. He clenched his fist. In that case, my next objective has been set. 1. Grind Yi Shiyun's favorability back to full. 2. Continue to stay in contact with the female war god and investigate what exactly the danger to the Linhai safe zone in the main quest is. Suddenly, a car screeched to a halt right next to Lu Yuan. He glanced over in surprise. A bee-steered maid. A maid stepped out of the car, holding something in her hand, and said to Lu Yuan, "Hello, Mr. Lu. This is an invitation from our Yi family. We will be respectfully awaiting you at the Yi family's Paradise Island." Paradise Island? Who is she? Why does she know me? Lu Yuan's home. A whole day of practical ability training. I'm dead tired. I need to take a quick shower and lie down to rest. He walked into the bathroom and took off his clothes. I didn't expect that the beast-eared maid who delivered the invitation during the day was actually the head maid of Yi Shiyun's family. It just so happens that I was planning to grind Yi Shiyun's favorability again. It seems I can't refuse this invitation. Paradise Island, huh? I've heard the general manager mention its specific location. It seems to be an isolated island near the northeast coast of the school. To get there, I can conveniently depart from the school's port. Lu Yuan soaked in a bathtub, relaxing. The water temperature is just right today. Wait, this water temperature. I haven't even turned on a shower to rinse off, so where did the water in the tub come from? Suddenly, a few drops of water fell on him. Lu Yuan opened his eyes and looked up accordingly. Before him was Shun Lu, completely naked. He was startled, then spoke up and asked, General Manager, why are you in my house? Lu Yuan immediately kicked Shun Lu out of the room, leaving her stunned. Wait, according to convention, shouldn't it be the innocent, shy maiden who runs away? What are you thinking? This is my house. The one who needs to get out is you. Shin Lu stood in front of the bathroom door and muttered, This kid really is different from others. A few minutes earlier, Long Yuning said to her, Sister Shin Lu, that rotten kid's ability is a bit strange. His entire power is filled with a dark and terrifying aura. It might be the legendary forbidden power. I'm afraid he'll soon be targeted by that organization. Sister Shin Lu, why don't you investigate his background first, to see if we'll need to protect him then? As soon as Long Yuning finished speaking, Shun Lu turned to leave. Why don't you go yourself? Long Yuning continued, leaving Shin Lu unable to refute. He's your student, and you're the general manager. You should be concerned about your student's situation. Besides, don't you have nowhere to live right now? At this moment, Shun Lu smiled and caressed Long Yuning's face. Little Ning, you've really given me a great task. Lu Yuan, my apologies. Let your teacher come and probe your depths. The next day, at the port of Linhai University. I was tormented by the general manager all night and couldn't sleep. I'm so sleepy. At this moment, Lu Yuan was standing on a boat, one hand in his pocket, the other raised to cover his mouth as he yawned. And she even said she had nowhere to live and wanted to stay at my place temporarily. How utterly ridiculous. But in exchange, I can now take leave and defer my studies anytime I want. He took out an observation stone. I have now awakened 4 types of abilities. Fire type bronze 5-star, wind type gold 1-star, strength type gold 1-star, and metal type platinum 1-star. Abilities are originally upgraded by absorbing the magic cores of demonic beasts, but now I rely on karma to upgrade. I don't know if this white whale's magic core will be useful. I'll find a chance to test it later. Yi Shiyun approached from behind. She saw Lu Yuan and asked in surprise, Lu Yuan, why are you on this boat too? He quickly turned around, reaching into his storage space. Didn't your family specifically send someone to invite me? What? You don't know about this. An invitation? Are you sure? Lu Yuan immediately felt that something was wrong. Wait, why do I have such a bad feeling about this? 9 hours later, Paradise Island. That was a comfortable nap. We're finally here. Is this Paradise Island? It's beautiful. I've been starving all day. When does the banquet start tonight? I can't wait to have a feast. You see a black coffin placed in the center, with many people holding flowers and walking towards it. Wait, is this a funeral? Yi Shiyun, holding a bouquet of flowers, explained to Lu Yuan, Don't you know? Today is my sister's funeral, so I was invited to attend. A funeral? And it's the funeral of a complete stranger I've never met? System notifications appeared continuously. Ding! Detected that the host is being watched by an unidentified gaze. Please make a choice. Option 1. Strip naked and let them look to their heart's content, making them feel ashamed. Steal their first kiss and add them to your harem, unlocking the new title, Bear It All, Karma plus 20 points. Option 2. There's nothing to fear, just go for it. Turn the entire island upside down to find the peeper. For each target eliminated, Karma minus 10. Option 3. Strongly suspect the person is hiding in the coffin. Flip open the coffin lid. Unlock a brand new hidden skill. He looked at these options, bewildered. Are any of these normal options? One is to die of shame. The other is to become the enemy of the entire island. System, you don't want me to be a human anymore, do you? At this moment, Lu Yuan raised his hand, trying to calm himself down. Wait, every time the system appears, it's right before I'm in danger. In other words, I'm in trouble again. That maid walked over again to inform him. Mr. Liu, you've arrived. Please follow me. The old master has been waiting for you for a long time. Old master? The owner of this island? A few minutes later, while walking down a corridor, Lu Yuan asked the maid, excuse me, the old master you mentioned, is he? He is the young Miss's father. Don't you remember, Mr. Liu? You've met the young Miss and the old master before. Countless huge question marks appeared above his head. Met before means, I've known them for a long time. Besides, let alone some old master, I had never even met Yi Shiyun before enrolling in school. The maid opened the door and cheerfully invited Lu Yuan in. Mr. Liu, please come in. The old master is waiting for you inside. He put his hands in his pockets and stepped into the room. Beast ears again. Could it be that everyone on this island is a beast man? That's not right. If this person is Yi Shiyun's father, then why is Yi Shiyun a pure human? He picked up the painting and said, these servants hung the painting upside down again. I've told them many times, demons don't come from hell, but from heaven. Lu Yuan let out a cough, startling the man. As expected, I don't know him at all. But why did that maid from earlier say I've met him? He heard the sound, turned around, and said to him with a smile, Mr. Liu, you've arrived. Your performance in the White Whale incident and the General Manager incident was exceptionally outstanding. I truly did not misjudge you. The White Whale incident is one thing, but the truth about the General Manager incident, wasn't it suppressed by Long Yuning and the higher-ups? How does he know? Does he have connections in high places? Leaning on his cane, he said with a solemn expression, I invited you here this time for only one purpose, and that is to fulfill the marriage contract between you and my daughter. Hearing this, Lu Yuan felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Marriage contract? Where did this marriage contract come from? Why don't I know anything about it? Haha, young friend, no need to be so agitated. Just leave everything for me to arrange. After speaking, he ordered the maid to take Lu Yuan away. Xiaoya, take my future son-in-law to wash up and prepare for the ceremony. Yes, ceremony? You mean the wedding? Why the rush? Aren't they in mourning today? The maid pulled Lu Yuan away, while he still didn't understand what was happening. Young master, please follow me. Wait a minute. Yi Shiyun had been waiting outside the door. Seeing Xiaoya come out, she knocked her unconscious. Yi Shiyun stepped forward and pulled her by the hand. Yi Yun, follow me, quickly. We have to get out of here as soon as possible. The two of them reached the outer courtyard. What your father just said to me, you heard everything. MHM, so you want to escape the marriage now? 10 minutes later, the door to the room was pushed open forcefully. Old master, it's bad. Xiaoya, Kulachin headarm, hurriedly reported. The eldest young miss knocked me out and ran off with the young master. What did you say? Hurry up and send people after them. He called the maid back again and gave detailed instructions. Wait, the young miss isn't important. What's important is to bring that brat back here alive. Yes, outside Paradise Island. You said you want to escape the marriage? You could have just run by yourself, couldn't you? Lu Yuan asked, confused. Yi Shiyun, why are you dragging me, your marriage partner, along with you to escape? When did I say I wanted to escape the marriage? You're the one who wants to escape, aren't you? Is everyone in your Yi family this domineering? The father forces a marriage. The daughter forces an escape from it. Arriving at the harbor, she suddenly realized, oh no, the boats at the harbor are gone. It seems that damned old man was prepared. All the boats that were originally docked at the harbor have been moved elsewhere. In the distance, the light of a fire could be seen. There's a fire over there. Su Ming waved at him from a distance. Hey, Brother Liu, aren't you going to a banquet? Why are you? He then pushed up his glasses, acting as if he understood everything. Oh, I get it. A dark and windy night, no lights, and a young couple. You must be looking to do something interesting, have a bit of fun. He's not from the island. Is he your friend? No, I don't know him. Who is that? Su Ming bowed his head, scratching the back of his neck. My apologies for being so abrupt. This humble and untalented one is Su Ming, the third young master of the Su family, Su Ming. Just from hearing about Brother Liu's battle with the white whale, I've been filled with immense admiration for you. So I use a little trick to secretly follow you onto the island. I just wanted to witness Brother Liu's new journey with my own eyes. Lu Yuan seemed to remember something. Wait a minute. I remember now. Isn't this a member of that F4 group from before? No wonder. I noticed back then that the way he looked at me was full of desire. I never expected he'd be crazy enough to follow me all the way to this island. Just as Su Ming was about to speak again, he was sent flying by a punch from Yi Shiyun. My humble self pays respects. Greetings, Miss Yi. Just talk to me normally. She angrily questioned Su Ming. Your name is Su Ming, right? I'm asking you, what are you doing here? No, I'm not Suming. After her favorability dropped to 0, the Yishiyun in front of him was no longer pretending, a complete contrast to her previous image. As expected, she's very violent. Yishiyun glared at him angrily. All right, you can call me whatever you like. Haha. Suming pushed up his glasses and said, I snuck here, so of course I'm not qualified to attend a banquet. I can only fish here by myself. Brother Lu, would you two like some? The grilled fish is delicious. In the distance were his fishing rod and bonfire. After hearing this, Yishiyun turned her head to look. Wait, what did you say you were doing? Fishing. Suddenly, there was a tug on the fishing rod. Suming happily ran over to reel it in. Oh wow, what luck. A fish took the bait right after I mentioned it. You two are in for a treat. She hurriedly tried to stop him. Don't. A strange fish was pulled ashore, startling even himself. Good heavens, what the hell is this fish? Damn it, it's so big. How'd I even pull it up? Lu Yuan was about to rush forward, but was stopped by Yishiyun. Lu Yuan, wait, before she could finish her sentence. The fish had been chopped into several pieces. Her face was filled with horror, while Su Ming was ecstatic. Brother Lu is so majestic. This little brother owes his life to you, Lu Yuan. You shouldn't have killed it. We're in big trouble now. The waters around Paradise Island have long been polluted, and the underwater creatures have all turned into ferocious demonic beasts. This type of fish-like demonic beast hates stimulating smells. To prevent some amphibious monsters from coming ashore, Paradise Island has assigned specialized personnel to periodically spray alcohol, paint, and pesticides along the coastline. But if attracted by the smell of blood, these bloodthirsty monsters will still swarm in. Lu Yuan calmly replied. Regarding this point, I actually already guessed some of it. When I first arrived on the island, I saw that the ships coming and going from Paradise Island were all very large. So, I guess there must be something unusual at the bottom of the sea. Yishiyun asked in a panic, then why did you still? But he calmly comforted her. What's there to panic about? These demonic beasts aren't for us to deal with. In the forest, many people holding torches were hurriedly searching for the two of them. Hurry, hurry. Someone saw the young miss take that brat to the seashore. The old master said, if the young miss resists, use any means necessary to control her. If necessary, she could be killed on the spot. But that brat must be kept alive. The ceremony is about to begin. We have to hurry. If the ceremony isn't completed, we're all doomed. The system's notification sound rang out. Yishiyun's favorability increased by 10. Lu Yuan, could it be that you want to... That's right, let's leave these demonic beasts for them. He then pulled Yishiyun's hand and ran. Su Ming also hurriedly followed. But the island is full of beastmen, and the sea is full of demonic beasts. We have nowhere to hide. No, there's still one place that absolutely no one would expect. Hey, wait, what about me? Lu Yuan pulled her in front of coffin. Wait, Lu Yuan, don't tell me the place you're talking about is inside my sister's coffin. He pushed open the coffin lid with his hands. Isn't this perfect? Not only can we hide, but we can also complete one of the options along the way. The rewards offered by the system this time. All three options are incredibly tempting. Only children make choices. I want them all. Yishiyun looked at the clothes on her sister's body and exclaimed in shock, Sister, why are you wearing a wedding dress? Could it be that the so-called wedding, the bride, is actually her? A dead person? The two of them then climbed inside, and the system also displayed a notification. Host has completed option 3, unlocking a brand new hidden skill, Habitual Liar. When the skill is activated, the more absurd the hosts lie, the higher the probability of a single target believing it. The cooldown time after each use is 48 hours. System, can't you let me learn something better? The skills you give me are either for provoking and making enemies or for deceiving people. Outside, the crowd screamed in terror. My butt is about to be bitten off by these fish. Don't panic. I'll avenge you. Let them know how powerful this staff of mine is. Damn it. My staff was bitten in half. Lu Yuan thought for a moment, then whispered to Yishiyun, listening to the sounds outside. The people on the island are probably fighting those demonic beasts. It sounds a bit tragic. The people on this island are probably all your family's retainers, right? Sorry, my actions this time were also out of necessity. Not only was she not angry, but she was actually very happy. Yishiyun's favorability has increased by 10. Current favorability with the host is 20. Servants? They can't even be considered human. They might as well all be dead. She asked Lu Yuan, a little uneasy. Why are you looking at me like that? Do you think I'm cold-blooded and heartless? Lu Yuan suddenly had a bold idea. No, I just suddenly had a bold idea. Hee hee, you, what are you trying to do? From inside, Yi Xian hurriedly shouted, Lu Yuan, what on earth are you trying to do? Stop it, don't move around so much. It's already cramped and hard to move in here. I don't want you to get hurt because of this. A moment later, a hand punched the coffin lid from the inside, sending it flying. Lu Yuan stepped out, carrying Yi Xian. Kid, you think I can't handle you? Sorry, this time I'll have to ask you to make a small sacrifice. As soon as Lu Yuan stepped out, he saw a crowd of people surrounding them. How? How did you all know we were hiding here? Su Ming, who was tied up, struggled and said, Lu Yuan, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I was just so panicked I didn't know where to run, and they found me. Lu Yuan walked over, smiled, and said to him, What are you talking about? Didn't we already agree on this? You were the one who led everyone here. After speaking, Lu Yuan turned to address Yi Shiyun's father. Alan Lord, my apologies. I didn't expect Yi Shiyun to be so against our marriage, even wanting to run away from it. I've been in love with her since the first day of school. I had no other choice but to knock her out. His expression looked very grim. So I really couldn't fool him? Do I have to use the skill I just got now? Su Ming immediately roared in anger. I spit on you. Lu Yuan, I was wrong about you. I even called you Brother Yuan. I admired you so much. I never thought you'd be such a bastard. To save your own skin, you didn't hesitate to knock out a girl and pin everything on her. I don't want to associate with a hypocritical villain like you. But just as he was speaking, Lu Yuan cut him off. Su Ming, I'm not like you. I dare to act and dare to take responsibility. Those beastmen, you were the one who lured them ashore. You, what do you mean you? I didn't even know you. I just saw you'd made a huge mistake and wanted to save your life, so I lied to help you. Now it seems you truly are an unrepentant villain. Xiaoyu stepped forward, bowed her head, and reported to Yi Shiyun's father. Old master, I just went to the port to check the records. This person named Su Ming indeed has no record of visiting our paradise island. He snuck in. He and the young master were not on the same ship. He and the young master probably don't know each other. Furthermore, his motive for coming to the island is still unclear. After hearing this, Yi Shiyun's father placed a hand on Lu Yuan's shoulder and beamed. Ha! My young friend, no need to be alarmed. This old man and your parents are old friends. Why would I not believe you and instead trust an outsider of unknown origin? I was being overly cautious. The island lord is wise. On the surface, the two were cheerful and harmonious, but their inner thoughts were worlds apart. Kid, you think I really can't see that you're lying and shifting the blame? Right now, I just need to ensure you complete the ritual. Nothing else matters. Oh, this old fox. He clearly knows I'm lying, but doesn't expose me. It seems this wedding is so important to him that he's willing to ignore almost anything. In the room, Yi Shiyun was placed on the bed. He sat beside the bed and let out a sigh. The crisis is temporarily resolved. To ensure a smooth escape from Paradise Island, the next step is to go to Su Ming and confirm the situation. But that kid seemed quite furious earlier. If I go looking for him now, he definitely won't pay me any mind. I'll just wait for him to calm down before doing anything. Two maids pushed the door open and entered. Young master, we're here to help you bathe. This is a mandatory ritual before the wedding. We hope the young master will follow our customs and not be too formal. Lu Yuan scratched his head shyly. No need. I can handle this myself. Damn it, I forgot about this. I'm being watched now. It seems it'll be difficult to make a move soon. The two girls giggled and asked, Haha, is the young master a water-type Esper? No, at least not right now. The young master is so interesting when he talks. But perhaps you still don't understand the situation here. The two girls walked over and sat down on either side of Lu Yuan. The waters around Paradise Island have been polluted. The only source of pure water relies on the water-type espers on the island. Therefore, if the young master wishes to bathe, you can only let espers like us provide the water and serve you. Old master, is it really all right to let the young master continue staying with the second young miss? What if the second young miss wakes up and tells the young master the truth? He sneered. The truth? Haha. When he opened the coffin lid and saw Shiyu's body in a wedding dress, I'm afraid he already started to suspect. We don't have much time left. We must ensure the ritual is completed successfully, offering a perfect sacrifice to our God. Only then can we be reborn and attain eternity. Go and prepare for the ritual. Yes, in the room. Young master, don't continue. That hot stuff has sprayed all over our thighs. Sorry, I pressed too hard and couldn't control it, so it sprayed out. Young master, that's enough. It's our turn to help you bathe. Don't be hasty. I don't like owing people favors. Just consider this me giving you a massage first to repay the favor. Lu Yuan looked down at the two maids, thinking to himself, if they were just wearing a fake layer of skin, I would have torn it to shreds long ago. Aside from those beast ears, the other parts of their bodies are those of normal humans. In that case, the people on Paradise Island aren't born as beastmen, but their bodies mutated for some reason. He immediately knocked the two maids unconscious. I roughly understand now. It's time to make a move. Just as Lu Yuan was about to open the door, a voice rang out. Where do you think you're going? The power radiating from you has just awakened me. Where do you want to go? He immediately turned around and asked, Who are you? Haha, who am I? An interesting question. Let me answer it for you. Those who believe in me call me a god. Those who fear me call me a demon. I was originally a powerful dark elf. When the world began to mutate, the weak human race once revered me as a deity, vying to offer me live sacrifices to curry my favor. Until one day, a group calling themselves the Sun Temple arrived. They said my power was filled with darkness and ill omens, declaring me a product of forbidden power. They saw me as a devil and waged war against me. The Sun Temple paid a terrible price, but finally managed to kill me, and even my will was sealed on this island. The woman who sealed me stayed on this island to continue guarding me, and gradually developed feelings for the island lord. Eventually, the two married and gave birth to a pair of twin sisters. Of the twins, only the younger sister inherited that woman's power. She placed her hopes on her youngest daughter, hoping that after she grew up, she could continue the mission of guarding and watching over me. However, that foolish woman didn't know that the residents of this island were all once my followers, and the most suitable vessel to contain my will, the one who could help me resurrect, was none other than her youngest daughter. The island lord personally killed his own wife, the very woman who sealed me, and together with the other island residents, they shared and ate her flesh and blood to show their loyalty to me. Afterward, the island lord held a ritual for the islanders, sacrificing his daughter to me so that I could obtain a new body, resurrect, and return to this world. A girl screamed in pain, while the man knelt on the ground, pleading with the god. "Oh God, please accept this youthful body, resurrect, and descend upon this world, and grant us greater strength and longevity than before. Oh God, please accept this youthful body, resurrect, and descend upon this world, and grant us greater strength and longevity than before." She continued angrily. I also repaid the islanders, fusing the power of demonic beasts into their bodies, making them stronger and giving them longer lifespans. But what I never expected was that these fools would dare to deceive me. The body I received was not the younger sister's, but the older sisters of the twin pair. The older sister's body couldn't contain my immense will. It soon grew weak, holding on for a few years, but today it can't hold on any longer. She excitedly raised a hand to caress her cheek. But fortunately, a few days ago, I sensed your presence. The power you radiate resonates with me. Compared to those sisters, your body is the most suitable. Someone as perfect as you, we will surely be a perfect match. Lu Yuan interrupted in confusion. Wait, I don't understand. I'm a man. We're different genders. I don't need you to understand. Your fear is all I need. She immediately used her power, shattering his clothes to pieces. To think she could destroy my clothes without harming me. Just how strong is she to be able to control her power to this degree? Come to think of it, could the unidentified gaze that the system detected constantly staring at me be her? Then, she used her finger to lift Lu Yuan's chin. Do you understand now? Before my power, you are as insignificant as a grain of sand, with absolutely no right to resist. I can't wait for the ritual anymore. I want a body now. He took the opportunity to kiss her. The system panel also displayed a notification. Host has completed option 1, unlocking the new title Sincere to Others, Karma plus 20. After the kiss, Lu Yuan immediately transformed into his metal-type armorization form to escape, enraging her. Don't understand why I did that. It's fine if you don't, because I don't need you to understand. I just needed you to be stunned for a moment. Farewell. He rushed out of the room, smashing through the door and shattering it. You fool, you dare to trick me. Swiftness, wind type. She quickly gave chase, but couldn't advance any further halfway through. You think you can escape just like that? No, you will pay an even greater price. As expected, she didn't follow. It seems my gamble paid off. She appeared in a possessed form, so of course, she can't move too far from her host. At the dungeon, the door to Su Ming's cell was kicked open. It's you. What are you doing here? Did Did you come to mock me? Lu Yuan stood with his hands on his hips, looking down at him. You idiot, of course I came to save you. I don't need you to save me. A person like you who betrays others for their own sake. He held up a hand to stop Su Ming. Stop. You still don't get it? Everything I did before was just a stalling tactic. If I hadn't said that, can come and save you now? Really? After Lu Yuan answered him, he asked in return, of course, it's true. By the way, let me ask you, how did you get here in the first place? Using my family's private yacht. To avoid being discovered by the people on the island, I told the captain to steer the boat far away from the island after I landed. So, do you have a way to get that boat to come back now? Su Ming was just about to answer, what a dumb question, of course I can with my family's boat. Lu Yuan cut him off. Then let's not waste any more time. We'll split up. You go to the shore now and contact the captain. I'll go to the ritual site. Huh? Aren't we escaping? Why are you still going to their ritual site? Also, are we not going to care about Missy anymore? Lu Yuan turned his head and replied calmly, I'm going to save her. In a certain room. Old master, the preparations for the ritual have been arranged. He carefully instructed, the last sacrifice, we deceived the god, which is why we were punished. We might not even have the chance to change bodies. This time, we cannot make another mistake. Old master, that wasn't really our fault. It was all because those two dignitaries suddenly visited. They brought their son, mentioned the young Miss's marriage, and ended up taking the second young Miss away when they left. Who would have known it was the eldest young Miss's idea? She pretended to be the second young Miss, completed the ritual, and helped the god resurrect again. The maid continued with some worry. We were deceived too. They were the ones who brought up that marriage first. They probably didn't expect that the new body chosen by the god would be their own son. The two maids from before rushed over to report. Old master, it's bad, that young master. He's escaped. He shot up in anger and shouted, what did you say? But just now, someone saw the young master proactively walking towards the ritual site. After hearing this, his body instantly turned to stone. I can't understand what this brat is trying to do. I can't see through him at all. After that, he also returned to normal and headed to the ritual site. At the sacrificial ritual site, oh God, we are your most devout believers. We offer the sacrifice you have chosen, hoping you will quell your anger and grant us a chance to correct our mistakes, so that we may obtain eternal strength and longevity. At this moment, Lu Yuan walked over, watching them perform the ritual. Why isn't the god responding to us? Last time, the god responded immediately. Why is there not a single word this time? What on earth is happening? Lu Yuan let out a sneer and spoke. Why? Yishiyun, you tell them. She suddenly sat up and said loudly, because your god is not here. The island lord and the two people beside him were stunned in astonishment. Yeyun, you're the second young miss. Damn it, you dare to deceive the god again. Unforgivable. Kill her. The island lord was panting with rage. I don't understand. I truly don't understand. Brat, you clearly devised a perfect plan, having Yishiyun and her sister swap clothes. The two of you could have escaped, yet you insisted on coming to the sacrificial site to tell us the truth. Was it just a show off? And then what? Where can you run to now? Yishiyun activated her metal-type armorization and said, Lu Yuan, actually, even I didn't expect that you wouldn't choose to escape on your own, but would come back for me. Thank you for coming. Thank you for letting me know that there are still trustworthy people in this world. At this time, everyone there looked towards a girl. She raised her head and continued, I know you're much stronger than me, but facing so many enemies, even you can't possibly win. Her voice was resolute. You go. It's more than enough that you came here. I will do my best to buy you time. The rest is up to you. As she finished speaking, a pillar of light shot straight into the sky. Don't worry about me. From the moment I decided to return, I never thought I could leave alive. I've already run away once. This time, I absolutely will not run again. Right at this moment, the system's notification sound rang out. Yishiyun's favorability has increased by 10, current level is 30. Only then did Lu Yuan let out a sigh of relief. Immediately after, Yishiyun charged towards that man like a flash of lightning. You old beast. For my mother, my sister, we must settle the score once and for all today. That island lord burst out laughing. Settle the score? My foolish daughter, the most vicious one, is actually you. Another person immediately appeared and said, Second young miss, this time you've returned. Did you not notice that there isn't a single child left on this entire paradise island? He shouted loudly. Because you ran away that year, we mistakenly sacrificed the eldest young miss to the god, and as a result, we angered the gods. He continued without a trace of mercy. To appease the wrath of the gods, we could only sacrifice all the children on the island to them. They attacked her while pinning all the blame on Yishiyun. Second young miss, if you and the eldest young miss hadn't secretly swapped identities, we wouldn't have ended up in this state. On the other side, her father said, Yishiyun, do you understand now? Your sister and all the innocent children on the island, they didn't have to die. It was all because of you, because you ran away that year that you caused their deaths. Hearing this, Yishiyun's entire body went numb. If you had obediently become the sacrifice back then, none of this tragedy would have happened. An inferior child like you is fundamentally not worth your sister's sacrifice. Right at this moment, Lu Yuan suddenly rushed out, shouting loudly, You people really dare to spout nonsense. I originally planned to let her vent her anger first and hold back for a while, but I really can't listen to this anymore. It's too disgusting. Lu Yuan turned around, patted her head, and continued, Don't listen to their nonsense. The ones who killed those children and your sister are these beasts who believe in this evil cult, just to satisfy their own ambitions for longevity and power. Even your mother's death is not unrelated to them. At this moment, Yishiyun listened to his words with tears welling in her eyes. I can assure you, you are very good, you are worthy. On the other side, the maid beside the old man asked, Old master, are you all right? He was kneeling on the ground, cursing angrily. You bastard, you dare to lay a hand on me. Why do you think you've been safe and sound until now? He glared at Lu Yuan. It's only because the god chose you as his new body that I didn't harm your body. You think you can save her? You can't even save yourself. Lu Yuan listened to him impatiently and said, When did I say I came to save her? Hearing this sentence, Yishiyun's expression immediately darkened. The old man on the other side burst into mocking laughter. Did you hear that, my foolish daughter? He was saying something about you being very good, you being worthy. This brat is just a coward. I just threatened him a little, and he's already scared shitless, not even daring to admit he came to save someone. At this moment, Lu Yuan had completely transformed and said, There's another possibility. I came here to kill all of you. No more pretending. I'm laying my cards on the table. I'm a platinum rank Esper. The people on the other side heard this. Their expressions changed drastically. What, platinum rank? Yishiyun's father gave the order. If he were really that powerful, he would have acted long ago. Why wait until now? Don't believe his demonic words. Everyone charge for me. Hearing the order, that group of people immediately rushed towards Lu Yuan, their bodies emitting a purple-black aura. Behind him, other people also charged forward relentlessly. Lu Yuan spoke up. I'm not some homicidal maniac. Before I act, of course I have to confirm one thing, that all of you are evil. After hearing this, the old man said loudly, So what if you're really platinum rank? We all have semi-demonized bodies. Our physical durability far exceeds that of normal espers. How long can you last killing us one by one? There are so many of us. Well, were you down to death? Hearing this, Lu Yuan sneered, My apologies, everyone, the times have changed. As he finished speaking, a brilliant pillar of fire shot towards them. I'm not like other high-rank espers who like to use cold weapons. My platinum rank weapon is a modified artillery shell. Seeing this scene, that group of people immediately knelt on the ground and begged, Wait, actually, we didn't want to kill so many people either. It's because the god we worship needs sacrifices. We had no choice. If there was another way to receive the god's favor, we wouldn't have done it. Please spare us. But at this moment, he was no longer listening to them. No choice. You sacrifice others in exchange for greater power and a longer lifespan for yourselves, and then you tell me you have no choice? Even now, you have a choice. After they heard this, they were startled and said, There's a choice? You mean you agree to spare us? Another person also hurriedly expressed their thanks. We hope to receive your forgiveness. We all know we were wrong. Please tell us what choice we have now. At this time, a series of cannon muzzles appeared. Lu Yuan floated in midair and said, You can choose to die. As he finished speaking, the floating cannons fired in unison towards all of them. Miserable screams echoed endlessly. That old man, you was still cursing incessantly at this moment. You're a bastard. You're the one spouting nonsense. And you say you're not a homicidal maniac? You're far more vicious than us. Who's the real villain here? After that, all of them were engulfed in a sea of fire. The old man only had time to let out an unwilling cry. Oh God, there were so many of us. Why were we wiped out by him in an instant? At this moment, the system let out a mocking laugh. Why? Without him in the so-called white whale incident, the number of people he killed would have been many times more than this. Immediately after, the system also sent a notification. You have completed the mission, eliminated 109 people, and received minus 1,090 karma. Next, the armor on Lu Yuan's body gradually disintegrated and disappeared. Has the skill state ended? As expected, using an ultimate move once has a huge cost. After that, he let his body free fall. Anyway, all the enemies have been dealt with. At this moment, the system sent a check notification. Host detected in a weakened state. Please make the following choice. Then the system directly vetoed it. It's too late anyway. Just like that, Lu Yuan's body fell straight down. Just as he was about to hit the ground, his body suddenly stopped. At this moment, a white-haired girl appeared unexpectedly with a smile. He said, "Thank you," but her words became strange. Thank me for what? It should be me thanking you for being about to offer up your new body. At this time, Yi Shiyun, on the other side, saw this scene and screamed in horror. Lu Yuan, get away from her. But at this moment, a gloomy vortex gradually appeared around him. He looked at her and said in astonishment, "How can you? The parasitized body is already dead. How are you still able to move?" She smiled and said, "It's just controlling a corpse. What's so surprising? You didn't really think I couldn't catch up to you before, did you?" At this moment, from beneath that shell, the so-called God incarnate said, "You should also think about why I told you so many truths from the very beginning. It was to make you determined to fight the islanders. Only by wearing you down to your weakest state could my parasitism of you not fail." At this moment, a vortex gradually appeared around them, preventing others from getting close. The possessed body is already dead. My will indeed cannot last long. But there's no need to worry now. Your body belongs to me. Ha ha. After entering Lu Yuan's body, she laughed in surprise. Oh, to find such pitch-black darkness after entering your body. The spiritual world is the most direct reflection of a person's inner state. This scene can't even be called desolate. It's as if you've long given up on everything. She embraced him, laughing enchantingly. Your past must have been very painful, right? It's all right. Soon I will devour your entire consciousness, and you can be liberated. Lu Yuan retorted, "You're in the wrong place. This is not my spiritual world." Just then, red spider lilies gradually appeared ahead, stretching along the path. He spoke up. "He's here. Go say hello to him. This is his spiritual world." The one who arrived was none other than Swat Gos Dangdo. He walked forward, long sword in hand, his entire body filled with resentment. "Kill me. I live. I die, kill." Seeing this, she said in astonishment, "Why does another person's spiritual body exist inside your body? Moreover, what kind of monster is this guy? His whole body radiates terrifying resentment and killing intent. Is he a god of slaughter who crawled up from hell?" Lu Yuan just smiled nonchalantly. "I'll be leaving first. You two can take your time talking. He will entertain you well." Hearing this, she was utterly horrified. "Wait, you brat, you let me possess your body on purpose, didn't you? To be this sinister, are you even human?" On the other side, Sword Ghost Tong Du swung his sword forward. "My vengeance is not yet complete. Life and death are eternal. Kill, kill, kill." A massive beam of sword light enveloped her body, leaving only a pitiful scream. "No, don't come over here." A moment later, Lu Yuan opened his eyes, feeling a drop of water fall on his face. At this moment, Yi Shiyun was crying incessantly, calling out loudly, "Lu Yuan, hurry up and wake up." Seeing him wake up, she immediately asked worriedly, "Is it still you controlling the body now?" Lu Yuan said with a bit of impatience, "Of course it's me." Hearing this, she was still very worried. "But weren't you possessed by the spirit of a god?" Lu Yuan sat up and said, "Don't worry, it's all taken care of. I have a friend who specializes in soul snatching, an expert in dealing with all kinds of unruly spirits." After hearing this, she still found it hard to comprehend. At this moment, the system's notification sounded. Profession, soul-slaying master. Appraisal is possession. Ordinary people would be afraid and avoid it at all costs. But you, host, are something else. Even actively offering your body, using an evil spirit to deal with an evil spirit, truly vicious. Over here, she blushed and smiled. That year, you and your parents took me away, saving me once. This time, you've saved me once again. Thank you. Hearing this, Lu Yuan was stunned. That year? What happened? I don't remember at all. Yi Shiyun said shyly, "You were terribly seasick that year. Until your parents took you away, you were unconscious the entire time. So of course you don't remember anything. Back then I even thought, how could there be such a weak boy? I never expected the you of today to be so ridiculously strong." Lu Yuan was extremely surprised after hearing this. No wonder she appeared back then. No wonder her favorability was so high from the start. So it was to repay a debt of gratitude, even though this debt had little to do with him. At this time at the seaport, someone said, "Brother Yuan, the matter on the island is settled. We should head back." Lu Yuan placed a hand on the person's shoulder and said with a smile, "Thank a lot for this time." Su Ming immediately replied, "What are you saying, Brother Yuan? I didn't help with much. I could only provide a boat for everyone to leave." Then they looked toward the girl. "By the way, Brother Yuan, aren't you going to comfort Missy a little? Her silhouette looks so lonely." No matter how evil the people on the island were, they were still her relatives after all. Now she has no relatives left in this world. At this moment, he turned to ask the system, "How many karma points do I have left now?" The system replied, "Minus 1,100 points." He smiled, looking at Yishiyun's back. "Let me awaken the water-type Esper ability." Immediately after, the system announced, "Consumed minus 500 karma points. Host has awakened the water-type Esper ability, obtaining the skill tide." He immediately squatted down and said with a smile, "I know you're very sad right now, and I don't know what to say to comfort you, but I have a way that can help you wash away your sadness." After she heard this, she was stunned, her eyes filled with tears. Lu Yuan wrote the word unhappy on the sand, then said, "You can do as I do, write your unhappy things on the sand, and the sea will help you wash them away." With that said, he shouted towards the sea, "O sea, please wash away all our troubles." Afterwards, the seawater gradually rose, approaching the line of words. But because the waves were too small, the writing was not washed away. He looked down, his expression a bit awkward. Then he had no choice but to scratch his head and look at her. It seems the sea has refused. Seeing this scene, she let out a laugh. Lu Yuan is so silly. Haha. He looked at her and also smiled. "You're finally smiling." At this moment, the system's voice sounded. "So you awakened the water-type Esper ability just to control these waves. Host, you're even cooler when you're pretending to be a fool than when you're trying to act cool." Yishiyun smiled, tilted her head to look at him. "Lu Yuan, the sight of the sea and sky meeting is so beautiful, and you are very good too." At this moment, her favorability had increased to 80. The time was exactly 9 o'clock at the Linhai University harbor. He let out a sigh of relief. We're finally back. At this moment, he began to converse with the system. Main quest, rescue the Linhai safe zone. Progress increased to 30, hint unlocked. He was very surprised to see this. The main quest progress increased again. Even the matter on Paradise Island is related to the main quest. Could it be that someone is secretly guiding everything? At this time, the system continued to hint. 3 days later, the Linhai safe zone will encounter an unknown type of contamination. After a period of the contamination spreading, more than 80 of the population will be contaminated and gradually turn into monsters. Please find the source of the contamination quickly, host. Hearing this, he became tense. Anyway, the ultimate goal is to save people, right? In other words, if I lead everyone to flee, leaving the Linhai safe zone ahead of time, would that count as completing the mission? After the system heard this, its head was full of question marks. Forget it, people would have to trust me to run with me. Besides, this so-called unknown contamination is probably not a natural disaster, but a man-made one. The mastermind behind it likely wouldn't let me do that so easily. He smiled, dismissing his own thoughts. The system went silent and stopped talking to him. Just then, Yishiyun spoke up worriedly. "What's wrong?" Su Ming beside him also pushed up his glasses and reminded him, "Brother Yuan, look at everyone quickly." He looked up at the sky, which was constantly growing dim. Beast ears. Could it be that the contamination has already started to spread? System, didn't you say the contamination would only happen after 3 days? The system immediately reminded him. It's because you unlocked the mission hint too slowly. The time is calculated from when the mission was issued. Now is 3 days later. Scene change, the university club, the tea ceremony clubroom. After enjoying the tea, Su Ming praised admiringly, "Brother Yuan, this tea is really good. I didn't expect you to be so knowledgeable about the art of tea." Hearing this, Lu Yuan asked in annoyance, "Are you praising me or insulting me?" At this moment, the system displayed a hint. Contamination resistance has been enhanced. For 3 days, the host will not be contaminated or mutated. He listened to the hint while drinking the tea, thinking to himself, as expected, this tea has contamination resistance properties. It's all thanks to my past life, when Lu Mingyao was harming me. She mentioned that her tea had contamination-resistant medicine added to it. Lu Yuan closed his eyes to savor the tea, calculating inwardly. The rest of the tea is all gone with her. The system, seeing Lu Yuan's thoughts, couldn't help but exclaim, "TSK, the host is becoming more and more domineering. She's already dead, and you can still make use of her." At this moment, Yixiyun shyly asked Lu Yuan, "Students at the university have already started turning into beastmen, just like the residents of Paradise Island. For us to be sitting here leisurely drinking tea, aren't we being a bit too thick-skinned?" After hearing this, Lu Yuan answered seriously, "It's not just in the university. I'm afraid most of the people in the entire Linhai safe zone have already started to mutate." He lifted his teacup and said calmly, "What if I told you that everyone's bestial transformation is due to an unknown contamination, and this tea has contamination resistance, which can help us avoid mutating for a short time?" After hearing this, Su Ming, who was sitting beside them, vaguely realized something. Contamination. I feel like I've seen this word somewhere before. After saying that, Lu Yuan smiled sheepishly and asked Yixiyun, "Do you believe what I said?" Yixiyun answered bluntly, "I don't." After hearing the answer, he fell into deep thought. As expected, just saying it like this won't make people believe it, but I can't just say that I'm a reincarnator and have a system that can predict these things. But at this moment, Yixiyun tucked her hair back, blushing as she said, "I don't believe this matter, but I believe you. Therefore, I'll reluctantly treat this matter as the truth." Lu Yuan was stunned by her adorable appearance. At this moment, the system announced, "Yixiyun's favorability has increased." Amidst that awkward atmosphere, Su Ming suddenly shot up and shouted, "Ah, I remember now." The system immediately announced, "The atmosphere has been ruined. Yixiyun's favorability, which was about to increase, has decreased." Su Ming turned his head to see Lu Yuan staring at him with a look that could kill and asked in fear, "My God, you're not even hiding that murderous glare, my brother. What on earth did I do to offend you?" Lu Yuan asked coldly, "Speak, what did you remember?" Su Ming broke out in a cold sweat, pushed up his glasses, and explained, "Ah, I remember the word contamination now. When you mentioned it, I remembered seeing a similar record in an ancient text before." Su Ming began to explain. "It is said that the reason our world became one full of monsters and esper abilities is all because of the war between the old gods and the new gods from long ago. Originally, the world of Earth was ruled by the old gods. They were debauched, evil, and bloodthirsty, and humanity had to please them through sacrifices, wars, and all sorts of methods. It wasn't until the divine light of the new gods descended from the heavens, using their great power to defeat the old gods, and sealed them in deep abysses beneath the ground all over the world. The new gods also nearly exhausted their divine power because of this." Su Ming raised his hand and said seriously, "The final result was that the earth was polluted by the dark power of the old gods, gestating countless demonic beasts. The new gods realized that the world could not resist these monsters, so they bestowed their final divine power upon humanity, through which humans awakened and possessed special abilities." After Su Ming finished his story, the system announced, "The host has obtained important information. The main quest progress for rescuing Linhai Safe Zone has increased to 40. After hearing this, Lu Yuan rubbed his chin and exclaimed, "Isn't this just an upgraded version of the background story on Paradise Island?" At this moment, Yixiyun asked suspiciously, "But then again, how do you know about these things? We've never heard of them at all." Su Ming awkwardly waved his hand and explained, "It's normal. After all, schools have only ever taught how to cultivate special abilities, not things about this kind of history and culture. Only people like me, who can awaken special abilities, would go and learn about these things." Hearing this, Lu Yuan asked doubtfully in a hurry, "Wait a minute, you don't have any special abilities? Doesn't Linhai University only recruit espers? How did you get in?" Su Ming replied nonchalantly, "Huh, I haven't told you? It's because my family has some connections." Yixiyun asked in surprise and curiosity, "Some connections?" Lu Yuan put his hand on his chin, pondering and judging. "Let's drop it. This is Su Ming's private matter. It's not important right now. What's important is if the source of the contamination is the old gods, and the sealed old gods could originally only pollute the ground to create demonic beasts, but can now pollute us, then that means..." Then, Lu Yuan and Yixiyun were both shocked, saying in unison, "The old gods are about to return to the surface." Su Ming, standing beside them, excitedly continued, "Actually, we weren't born from our parents, but from the earth." Hearing him say this, the two of them both turned their heads to look at him with a strange expression. Yi Shiyun, her face full of contempt, let out, "Is this guy an idiot?" Scene change. Inside the Tongtian Tower in the upper city, a voice rang out. The highest level meeting of the Linhai Safe Zone is now urgently convened. The meeting officially begins. In the spacious room, the red-haired woman, Feng Huaxue, as the pioneer who manages diplomacy and finance, spoke up. "Starting this morning, our safe zone has encountered a type of contamination from an unknown source. A large number of residents have begun to bestialize and mutate, and the situation is becoming increasingly severe. What are your opinions on this matter?" Sitting beside her was an old man, the pioneer Chu Tianli, who is in charge of scientific research and internal affairs. And the man in armor sitting opposite, also a pioneer, was named Li Chunfeng, the executive officer of war and defense. At this moment, Li Chunfeng slammed the table and shouted angrily, "I've said it before, that kid named Lu Yuan has displayed dark power only found among heretics. This matter is definitely related to him. We should eliminate him quickly." Chu Tianli was startled and hurriedly tried to dissuade him. "But according to the female war god's report, didn't that kid help us resolve the matter of the white whale and the fake director general?" He timidly covered his face with his hand and said in a low voice, "To jump to conclusions about him now, isn't that a bit too hasty? We who do scientific research have always emphasized rigor. Moreover, we have developed a drug that can resist the contamination, but the quantity is not enough to distribute to the people on the lower levels." Hearing this, Li Chunfeng couldn't contain his anger, shot up from his seat, and yelled, "This is why I hate you science nerds the most. All day long, you just bury your heads in research. Right now, the very survival of the entire Linhai safe zone is hanging by a thread. Do you have any better ideas? Are we supposed to just stand by and watch the majority of the common people mutate and die?" Seeing the two about to argue, Feng Huaxue slammed the table and shouted, "That's enough. You men, all you know is to argue whenever something happens. Does arguing solve the problem?" Then she continued to smoke and asked Long Yuning, "The last incident, you were also a direct participant. What do you think of that kid named Lu Yuan?" The scene changes. At the same time, at the upper city checkpoint, Lu Yuan was waiting for his information to be verified, thinking to himself, "I've already told Yi Shiyun and Su Ming to go back and wait for news. After all, they don't have access passes. They can't enter the upper city." Next, he analyzed silently. If what Su Ming said is true, then there must be some old god sealed inside the Linhai safe zone. But perhaps the seal hasn't been completely broken, otherwise the level of contamination would surely be much more severe than it is now. Lu Yuan recalled the previous battle, judging that this contamination event was very similar to the white whale incident last time. The only difference is that the scope of influence this time is no longer confined to the school campus, but the entire Linhai safe zone. I'm afraid this contamination event was also caused by L. And according to previous deductions, L is very likely one of the pioneers. After a moment of checking, the guard announced, "Access ID is fine, pass." He put his hands in his pockets and continued to think. Two of the pioneers are still at the Director General's mansion, so L is very likely one of the remaining 3 pioneers. Lu Yuan stepped forward, looked at the city tower, and made up his mind. Then next, I must quickly find L and then resolve the source of the contamination. The only problem now is that the cheat system has synthesized my ID card into the lowest level 5, not allowing me to enter any high-level areas to investigate. However, just at this moment a voice rang out. "Hey, what a coincidence. Brother Yuan, you're here too." Hearing this, his eyes widened in surprise. This voice is... Lu Yuan turned around and asked in surprise, "Su Ming, why are you here? Don't tell me you have an access pass." He raised his hand and answered frankly, "Of course I do." Su Ming happily took out a level 1 card and said, "Huh, I haven't told you? My home is in the upper city. This is my access pass." Seeing that card, Su Yuan was once again astonished. It's a real access pass, and it's even a level 1, the highest level. Just as Lu Yuan took Su Ming's card to observe it, the system immediately displayed a notification. Detected that the host simultaneously possesses a level 1 access card and a level 5 access card. Fusion is in progress. As the 2 cards began to merge into one, Lu Yuan started to have his doubts. Wait a minute, this familiar scene? Why do I have such a bad feeling about this? Immediately after, the system's voice rang out. Fusion failed. Obtained level 6 access card. As the upper city has no level 6 access card, the host card has been invalidated. Looking at the card that was turning into a level 6, Lu Yuan roared in anger. I knew it. Did I give you permission to fuse? If this level doesn't exist, how the hell did you fuse it? You really only know how to add numbers, don't you? I don't see any level 6 card. You're the real Jinx. However, Su Ming saw the level 6 card and praised it admiringly. Wow, Brother Yuan, are you a magician? You turned a level 1 card into a non-existent level 6 card in an instant. How did you do that? Lu Yuan patted him on the shoulder, not daring to look him in the eye, and said, My brother, I have some bad news and some good news for you right now. Which one do you want to hear first? Hearing this, Su Ming replied, the bad news. Lu Yuan said, You can't get your card back. You probably can't go home. As soon as Lu Yuan's words fell, his eyes widened in shock, and then he asked, Then what about the good news? At this very moment, Lu Yuan used his wind-type swiftness to flee, shouting as he went, You must hate me a lot right now. Out of sight, out of mind. I'll get out of your sight right now. Su Ming stared blankly as Lu Yuan ran into the distance, exclaiming, As expected of Brother Yuan, I can never guess what you'll do next. At the same time, at the Tontian Tower, the guards were reporting to each other. It hasn't been peaceful lately. Quite a few people have already started showing signs of bestialization. Everyone, focus and stand guard. We have orders from above to stop anyone who comes to cause trouble, and absolutely do not let anyone of unknown identity into the Tongtian Tower. Go remind the control room over there. Tell them to heighten their vigilance. This is a special period. Don't let any mistakes happen. The guard at the door, having received the order, said resolutely, Don't worry, we don't need cameras. Our eyes are the cameras. We absolutely won't let a single fly in. If someone really gets in, we'll do a handstand. At this time, the system displayed a notification. Stealth effect. Agility skill efficiency increased by 70. When leaving the target's line of sight or hiding in the shadows, sense of presence is reduced by 100. Lu Yuan leaped lightly from one building to another, dodging the surveillance spotlights. All right, there have been a lot of people trying to sneak in lately. He frowned, thinking seriously. Time is running out. I have to find out quickly and find out the source of the contamination. I can't rely on the access pass to enter normally, so I can only sneak in. But the system is also very abnormal. It keeps merging the cards I get without permission. It seems like it's trying to stop me from coming here. Could it be that there's some danger here that I can't handle? In a flash, Lu Yuan had reached the 13th floor. It's already the 13th floor. I've searched all the lower floors and found nothing unusual. He used his stealth ability to enter the room. I still have to continue searching every floor of this building. But then again, isn't this building a bit too tall? At this very moment, Li Chenfeng was also in the room. As Lu Yuan slipped past, he also glanced in that direction, causing Lu Yuan to jump in fright. He's looking this way. In an instant, Li Chenfeng threw a punch towards Lu Yuan, causing his stealth state to disappear. He quickly raised his hand to block the blow, shocked in his heart. He actually discovered me in my stealth state, and even broke my skill state with a single blow. Li Chenfeng quickly drew his sword and asked, The highest symbol of power in the Linhai safe zone, the most heavily guarded Tongtian Tower, and yet a rat has snuck in. Lu Yuan backed away towards the elevator, looking at him and thinking to himself, how is this possible? Clearly, not even the white whale and the fake director general could detect me in my stealth state. What kind of powerhouse is this guy? Li Chenfeng slowly approached with his sword, saying, However, if you were able to sneak in, it proves you're not incompetent. In that case, let me see what you're made of. Just then, the elevator door opened, and Lu Yuan hurriedly jumped in, smiling smugly and saying, No need for all that trouble. I'll just tell you straight. I weigh 70 kilograms. Farewell. After speaking, Lu Yuan thought to himself, This guy is clearly a tough nut to crack. I'd be crazy to confront him head on. Then, the elevator door closed. Li Chenfeng was stunned in place, exclaiming, To actually run away like this, what a coward. In the elevator, a familiar voice rang out from behind him. Lu Yuan heard it, and doubt arose in his heart. This voice is... Then, Lu Yuan turned around and asked in surprise, Why are you all here? Su Ming said cheerfully, What a coincidence, Brother Yuan. I didn't expect you to be here by chance, too. After you and I separated, Missy also came to the upper city checkpoint. She couldn't get in, and I happened to see her, so I brought her in. He pushed up his glasses and recounted excitedly. I was originally planning to bring her here to wait for news from you, but I didn't expect to run right into you. After hearing this, Lu Yuan exclaimed in surprise. Wait here, Su Ming said casually. Oh, haven't I mentioned it? My mother, Feng Huaxue, is one of the pioneers. Hearing this, Lu Yuan frowned, thinking to himself, so that's how it is. This guy is the son of somebody. It turns out he's been the one playing the pig to eat the tiger all along. Su Ming continued. That's right, Brother Yuan. Missy came to the upper city because she was worried about you. Yi Shiyun crossed her arms, turned her face away shyly, and said, You talk too much. I wasn't worried about him. I just wanted to take a stroll in the upper city. Seeing this, Lu Yuan moved closer, gently patting Yi Shiyun's head, and said with a soft smile, But now that you're all alone with nowhere to go, I'm a little worried about you. It's just that time was tight, so I had to prioritize handling matters here first. And just then, a system notification appeared. Sincerity and gentleness can always move a person's heart. Yi Shiyun's favorability has increased, reaching 100. Activating time, save point. Friendly reminder, for the same target, the host can activate the time, save point twice. Favorability can be refreshed, but cannot be recorded at a 100 rate. At this moment, the elevator reached the 18th floor. As the doors opened, Long Yuning was standing right outside and asked blankly, Kid, what are you all doing? Suddenly, Li Chunfeng burst up through the ceiling from the floor below, roaring angrily. Coward! You coward who ran the moment we met. You dare to mock me. Did you really think you could escape? In my entire life, I despise cowards who flee from a fight the most. A man should be brave and always press forward. He continued to charge forward, saying, I disdain sneak attacks from behind. If you're a man, turn around and die facing my knight's sword. However, Lu Yuan's calm reply made him halt his sword. Oh, you believe in the knight's code? In that case, I won't be turning around. Having his weakness exploited by Lu Yuan, Li Chunfeng stomped his foot in fury, cursing, You, what kind of man are you? Turn around, and face me in a proper duel. Don't let me bear the shame of attacking from behind. Lu Yuan crossed his arms and refused nonchalantly. I don't feel like it. He swung his arm in frustration and yelled, You get back here. Turn around. Lu Yuan paid him no mind, continuing to provoke. I don't feel like it. So mean. Yi Shiyun and Long Yuning stood in a corner, rendered speechless by the scene. Long Yuning thought to herself, This kid really knows how to get on people's nerves. Then, she raised a hand to her mouth, coughed, and intervened. You can't kill this kid. Have you forgotten? We already discussed it in the meeting earlier. You agreed not to make a move on him for the time being, and to observe him for a while first. Hearing this, Li Chunfeng pointed at Lu Yuan in disbelief and asked, Wait, are you saying he is that Lu Yuan? Long Yuning stepped closer and replied, Yes, I was the one who called him here. Seeing this, Lu Yuan thought to himself, I clearly barged in on my own. Long Yuning is lying to protect me. Moreover, from what she just said, it seems she helped me out once not long ago. Now, I owe her a favor. At this, Li Chunfeng left in a huff, leaving behind a single sentence. Consider yourself lucky. Just then, Lu Yuan suddenly cornered Long Yuning against the wall. She asked, confused, You brat, what do you try pull now? Lu Yuan suggested seriously, Don't say anything. Open your mouth. Hearing this, Long Yuning blankly opened her mouth with an eye. Lu Yuan took the opportunity to stuff something in her mouth and then covered it, leaving Long Yuning stunned. What did this kid just make me eat? He leaned close to her ear and explained with a smile, The favor you did me by getting me out of that situation just now, I've now repaid you. From now on, we're even. Lu Yuan took out a tea leaf to show her. What I gave you just now was a tea leaf. Right now, the entire Linhai safe zone is suffering from an unknown contamination. This type of tea has anti-contamination properties. Then he looked at Long Yuning with a confident expression and said, Everything I'm saying is true, but I know you won't believe me. So I had to resort to this crude method, forcing it into your mouth while you were surprised. However, Long Yuning's cheeks were now flushed. She glanced to the side and replied, No, I believe you. At this moment, a system notification appeared. Long Yuning's favorability has increased by 0.1. Current favorability is 0.2. Hearing this, Lu Yuan's eyes widened in shock. He wondered doubtfully, She really believes me? Wait, could there be more to it? Like how she believes me. Just then, Chu Tianli walked over and said, Of course she believes it because she has already taken an anti-contamination drug. Because this anti-contamination drug, similar to the tea leaf, was developed by me, haha. But due to the rarity of the ingredients, the amount produced is limited. So for now, it's only distributed to the high-level leaders and the military of the Linhai safe zone. Everyone was extremely surprised to hear this. Seeing this, he introduced himself in a clear voice. allow me to introduce myself. I am Chu Tianli, one of the pioneers of the Linhai Safe Zone, and also the scientist here. You must be Lu Yuan, right? I've long heard of your reputation. Meeting you today, you truly are a hero in the making. Chu Tianli looked at Lu Yuan seriously and asked, "Tell me, what exactly was your purpose for sneaking in here today?" Long Yuning also turned her head and said, "You brat, Chairman Chu already spoke up for you during the last high-level meeting. He won't give you a hard time." The scene changes to a spacious room. After Lu Yuan revealed some information, realization dawned on Chu Tianli. So that's how it is. I wonder if the appearance of this unknown contamination is related to L. That reminds me, my former intelligence officer once reported that a mysterious figure codenamed L was secretly communicating with an overseas island, seemingly plotting something. At this, Yishian turned to Lu Yuan in surprise and asked, "An overseas island?" He replied seriously, "Yes, I'm afraid it's Paradise Island." After saying that, Lu Yuan suddenly slammed the table and stood up, asking Chairman Chu, "Where is the intelligence officer you mentioned now? He most likely knows more inside details about L." He lowered his head and continued with difficulty. "That boy, a few days ago, due to a conflict with another pioneer, Li Qinfeng, he was dealt with by him." Hearing this, Lu Yuan looked at Long Yuning with confusion and asked, "Li Qinfeng?" She crossed her arms and glanced to the side, explaining, "He's the great knight who almost cut you down earlier." At this moment, Yishian looked at Lu Yuan suspiciously and asked, "Li Qinfeng? Lu Yuan, the L you mentioned, could it be Li Qinfeng? Ever since you foiled the vice principal's plot, L started contacting Paradise Island to prepare to harm you. Just now, Li Qinfeng also wanted to kill you, and what's more, he even killed the only intelligence officer who knew the inside story." Hearing this, Lu Yuan looked over at Long Yuning and asked, "What do you think?" Su Ming, sitting beside them, also exclaimed in shock, "Damn, putting it like that, could Uncle Li really be a bad guy?" Long Yuning looked at him seriously and said, "I am just a warrior. I don't understand the things you're talking about. I only know that wherever my sword and shield are needed, I will fight there." Hearing this, cold sweat broke out on Lu Yuan as he lamented internally, "Stop being so modest. You're not just some warrior. You're the female war god. Who in this entire Linhai safe zone would dare to provoke you? Even the other pioneers have to show you some respect." Then, Lu Yuan raised a hand to his chin, staring at Long Yuning as he analyzed. "But it makes sense. Given Long Yuning's status and position, as long as there's no absolute proof, she has to maintain a neutral stance on this matter. But why do I always get this strange, indescribable feeling about her, as if she has no emotions?" However, at this moment, seeing Lu Yuan staring at her, Long Yuning asked irritably, "Have you stared enough?" Hearing this, Lu Yuan jumped. "I was wrong. She does have emotions. It's just that she only has one kind, hot-tempered, super hot-tempered." Just then, Yishiun suddenly stood up, her accusation making Chu Tianli a little flustered. "Your intelligence officer was killed, and you're not going after the perpetrator? You and he are both pioneers. What are you afraid of? Do you know that El has been trying to push Lu Yuan to his death?" Seeing this, Lu Yuan pulled her down to sit, persuading her, "Yishiun, that's enough." Then he thought to himself, "This old man clearly has a high status and great power, yet he's so timid. But he's a pioneer, after all. Offending him won't do Yishiun any good." Next, Lu Yuan raised a hand to his mouth and coughed lightly, continuing, "The urgent matter now is to find the source of the contamination, find L, and stop the contamination from spreading in the Linhai safe zone." Then he mused internally. Although all the information about L currently seems to point towards Li Qinfeng, this seems too obvious. How could the mastermind behind such a major event be exposed so easily? At this moment, Chu Tianli suddenly spoke up. "If we're talking about the source of the contamination, I might be able to provide a clue. Do you all know why the Tongtian Tower was built so tall?" Su Ming eagerly raised his hand to speak. "Uncle Chu, I know this one. The Tongtian Tower is both a symbolic structure of the Linhai safe zone and the residence of the pioneers. Building it so tall is 1, to display supreme authority, and 2, to make it convenient for the pioneers to monitor the entire city's movements and respond to danger quickly." Hearing this, he said with a kind smile, "Haha, Little Ming is very smart, but that's just the official story for the public. In reality, the Tongtian Tower wasn't built by us. Its purpose is to suppress a certain existence. Before we arrived, the original inhabitants of this land were the dwarf race. They were the most skilled blacksmithing race in the world, and the Dwarf King was the most outstanding among them." After hearing this, Lu Yuan asked doubtfully. Wait, weren't the earliest inhabitants here the merfolk race? Chu Tianli explained, you're talking about Linhai University Island. I'm talking about this coastal land of the Linhai Safe Zone. The dwarf race gradually grew powerful thanks to their masterful, endlessly honed forging skills, and their pursuit of smithing became increasingly extreme. One day, a dwarf accidentally discovered an underground cave, deep within which was boiling lava. When the Dwarf King learned of this, he was incredibly excited and ordered his people to excavate the lava cave into a giant forge, and they began to use the lava's fire for smithing. No one expected that this would be the beginning of the dwarf race's disaster. The dwarf race, skilled in forging, once created a glorious civilization, but it's rumored that a congenital defect flowed in their blood, madness. And the heat of the lava fire would trigger that madness, causing it to rapidly worsen. The first to manifest this madness was the Dwarf King. Thus, he was called the Mad King. Blinded by rage, the Mad King began to grow greedy for power and hateful of other races. He colluded with other dwarves who had also fallen into madness, plotting to launch a war of conquest. Towards those of his own race who did not obey his commands, the Mad King did not hesitate to slaughter them. The dwarves who remained sane, unwilling to be oppressed, began to organize an uprising and resistance, eventually overthrowing the Mad King's brutal reign and killing him. The surviving dwarves embarked on an incredibly grand project, hoping to suppress the power and madness of the Mad King. In the end, this grand project was completed, but the surviving dwarves all died of exhaustion. That project was the Tontian Tower. Chu Qianli continued, I speculate that the unknown contamination the Linhai Safe Zone is currently suffering from might be the very madness of the dwarves from long ago. I just don't know why this disease, which originally only existed in the blood of dwarves, has now begun to infect other races. After hearing this, Lu Yuan crossed his arms and said with a smile, I have a rough understanding of the whole story now. In that case, I have one more question I'd like to ask President Chu to answer for me. At this point, he asked seriously, if you didn't know the madness would turn into contamination, why did you create the anti-contamination drug in advance? He lowered his head and replied with a frown, actually, I have never awakened any special abilities. But do you know why I could still become a pioneer? Chu Tianli clasped his hands together and continued with a light laugh. Because I was born blessed by the gods, possessing a special innate ability, omniscience and omnipotence. Hearing this, Lu Yuan exclaimed in surprise. Oh, such an ability exists? You mean you can see the future? Then what have you seen about me? He looked at Lu Yuan, gave a strange smile and said, I have seen the scene of you being killed by Li Chenfeng. Su Ming said loudly, Uncle Li actually killed Lu Yuan? Does that mean everything that follows is real? He really is the most evil one, Al. I spit on him. Li Chenfeng, I was wrong about you. And to think I called you uncle and idolized you so much, I never thought you'd be two-faced, a true hypocrite. Hearing this, Lu Yuan frowned slightly and glanced at him. Why does that line sound so familiar? He thought to himself, is the real culprit behind all this Li Chenfeng? Why do I feel like it's not that simple? Chu Tianli suddenly chuckled twice and said, Young friend Lu, this old man has answered your question. Now it's my turn to ask. Your anti-contamination tea leaves, where did they come from? Lu Yuan frowned. He thought to himself, this old man seems timid, but he's actually an old fox. But how should I answer? Should I say it's because I was reincarnated that I knew Lu Mengyao had anti-contamination tea leaves? I can't say that. No one would believe me even if I did. Yi Shiyun, sitting beside him, said softly, Lu Yuan, if you don't want to say it, then don't. I'll believe you no matter what. Long Yuning then spoke up. You brat, you're always beating around the bush. Even if you did say it, I wouldn't believe you. After hearing this, Yi Shiyun's face showed a hint of anger. Long Yuning continued, but it's fine. I'll protect you anyway. Lu Yuan was a little surprised. That's enough. She raised an eyebrow. Don't get the wrong idea. I just want to repay my debt to you. Actually, she stopped owing me any favors a long time ago. He thought to himself. Right after, Su Ming suddenly raised his hand. Me too. Brother Yuan, I absolutely believe in you too. Seeing this, Chu Tianli let out a soft laugh. You kids have such a good relationship. Since everyone trusts you so much, this old man won't ask any more questions. Lu Yuan thought to himself, oh, he's not going to press further? Is it because he's timid, or is it the bandwagon effect? In other words, He doesn't care at all whether I'm a good person or a bad one. Su Ming frowned and said, but Uncle Chu, according to ancient records, the source of the contamination should come from the legendary old gods, right? But you just said it came from a mad king. Could it be that this mad king is also one of the old gods? Chu Tianli smiled kindly and replied, who knows? The Mad King was the strongest among them. Perhaps he was also revered as a god. Oh, that's right. The Mad King's body is suppressed in an underground tomb right beneath the Tongtian Tower. And the only key that can open the tomb is with Feng Huaxue. She always carries it with her, guarding it as if her life depended on it. But she is overly cautious and would never agree to open the tomb, always fearing that things will take a turn for the worse. Even we pioneers have no way of getting the key from her. Upon hearing this, Su Ming was utterly shocked. What? My dear mother has it? Looks like this is a job for me. There's no need. Su Ming, you're the son of a pioneer who hasn't even awakened his abilities, your mother. She doesn't even want to acknowledge you as her son anymore. Lu Yuan looked at Su Ming's heartbroken expression and offered some slight comfort. Just hearing you call her dear mother tells me you're not close with your mom. Just leave this to me. I have a stealth skill anyway. Maybe I can steal it. Ye yun fronit, sitil. Chu Tianli and Long Yuning also looked at him with suspicious eyes. Young man, have you thought this through? Feng Huaxue is the strongest among us pioneers. If she catches you, you could very well die. Are you sure? He immediately replied to them. The contamination situation is getting more and more serious. There's not much time left, and right now, there's no better way. I'll risk it. Worst case, if I get caught, it'll just turn from theft into a night raid. The heartbroken Su Ming also straightened up. Wait, Brother Yuan, are you serious? That's my mother. The scene changes. Tongtian Tower, top floor. Feng Huaxue was sound asleep. Lu Yuan used stealth to sneak in. He quickly approached Feng Huaxue's side, intending to remove the necklace from her neck. Is this pendant the key to the underground tomb? It looks like a sun. A sun? The Sun Temple? Could the seal on the Mad King be related to the Sun Temple? Unexpectedly, the moment he was about to touch the necklace, it suddenly lit up. Feng Huaxue used the Crimson Lightning Chain to capture him. Lu Yuan was caught by the sudden attack, momentarily stunned and unable to react. Impossible. My stealth state was seen through. It seems this move is useless against high-level ability users, she said with a smile. Little brother, who are you? Sneaking into my room in the middle of the night. Are you perhaps looking to get strung up and beaten? He was bound tightly, unable to move. A lightning-type ability user? To be able to turn lightning into chains to bind me. And the paralyzing effect of the lightning is spreading through my whole body. I can't use any strength at all. Unbeknownst to him, Feng Huaxue had taken out a rattan whip. No wonder I've been feeling like someone's been sneaking into my room lately. I finally caught you today. Choose. Do you want me to beat you to death from the front or from behind? Hearing this, Lu Yuan frowned. From the sound of it, have others snuck in here before? Wait, ma'am. You wouldn't want Su Ming to be bullied at school, would you? As soon as he finished speaking, the Crimson Lightning Chain wrapped around him suddenly vanished. Lu Yuan fell limply to the ground. It was dispelled. No way. This move actually worked. It was then that Feng Huaxue noticed the necklace around his neck. This necklace. Could he be their son? You Lu Yuan? You know me? She smiled and hugged him tightly. No, I don't know you, but I know your parents. I once promised them I would take good care of you. All these years, I've arranged for many people to look for you. But since I'd never met you, I could only use the necklace your parents left behind as a clue, and I could never find you. Why didn't you come find me? You must be just like your parents, not wanting to trouble others, right? Such a resilient child. Lu Yuan was bewildered. No, it's because I had no idea my family had this connection. Did you once ask the family of the Linhai University's principal to look for me, and you didn't specify why? How did you know? I thought Linhai University has a lot of people, so if you were still in the Linhai safe zone, the chances of finding you at the school would be higher. But because of my status, I didn't dare to state the reason clearly. I was afraid that if bad people found out, they would use you against me, and in turn, harm you. Lu Yuan forced a smile on the outside, but inside he was screaming, Auntie, oh Annie, you asked the wrong person. No wonder Lu Mingyao kept targeting this necklace in my past life, and even got me killed. Auntie, you really entrusted the lamb to the wolf. Feng Huaxue, completely unaware, said with a smile, I've heard all about the white whale and the fake director. Little Yuan is so capable to have solved so many big problems. But don't push yourself too hard in the future. If you run into trouble, you must remember to come find me, and I'll help you. Yes, I have something right now, and it's very urgent that I need your help with. Feng Huaxue looked at his serious expression and suddenly thought of something. Wait a minute, little Yuan first sneaks into my room in the middle of the night, then climbs onto my bed, and now he says it's very urgent. She suddenly blushed. Little Yuan, although I know you're young and full of vigor, asking me to help with this kind of thing really isn't appropriate. He said firmly, no, this is something only you can do, and it has to be you. TSK, are all kids these days so bold? It has to be me. 20 minutes later, at the door of the underground elevator, the two were talking cheerfully. So little Yuan want to go to the underground tomb. You just need to use this necklace to open the elevator. But have you thought it through, little Yuan? You've probably heard the legend of the Mad King, right? I've never been down there, so I can't say for sure what will happen. Things have come to this point. The situation is urgent. There's no more time to hesitate. We must quickly find the source of the contamination. Right after, the system appeared, detected a resonance between the host's power and the power of the coffin's owner. Please make a choice from the following options. Lu Yuan looked at the stone coffin before him, stunned in amazement. This stone coffin is so huge. Weren't they supposed to be dwarves? This must be for a giant. The system gave him 3 choices. Option 1, a candle in the tomb. A ghost blows it out? What era is this? You have to believe in science. So, let's open the coffin and make a friend. Reward, a chance to obtain important information. Option 2, embody Snow White and tame the 7 dwarves. Reward, obtain 7 new mounts. Option 3, no need to be afraid. Just charge forward. Reward, for every dwarf royal guard killed, receive minus 1,000 karma. For killing the Mad King, receive minus 10,000 karma. Lu Yuan frowned slightly. Why did it have to appear at this exact moment? Every time a choice appeared, big trouble followed. Lu Yuan looked at the energy emanating from the coffin, which was continuously wrapping around him. This giant black coffin was absorbing his power. Andy, let's open the coffin. Feng Huaxue was so shocked her jaw dropped. Little Yuan, didn't you say the black coffin was absorbing your power? Why would we open the coffin now? We should be getting out of here as fast as possible. He stepped forward. Using his strength-type ability, monster strength, he lifted the coffin lid. No, I have to get some important information to clarify what on earth has happened. Otherwise, we can only watch helplessly as the contamination continues. She frowned. Important information? Who's going to give you information? Is the corpse in the coffin going to stand up and talk? But as soon as the words left her mouth, inside the coffin, the Mad King with his massive body slowly sat up, leaving them both utterly astonished. He said in a deep voice, "What have you done? Why have you awakened me again?" At this moment, the system appeared and prompted him. Main quest, save the Linhai safe zone. Progress increased, 60. Seeing this, Lu Yuan frowned. The main quest progress is only at 60? In other words, the Mad King is not the source of the contamination. With that said, he immediately climbed into the coffin. Feng Huaxue called out to him worriedly, "Little Yuan," but he didn't answer, simply jumping straight in. As expected, there was an empty space beneath the black coffin. I've opened the black coffin, but I didn't get the important information. Could it be that this information needs to be told to me by the Mad King himself? He raised his voice and said, "Mad King, the legendary lava cave, it's right beneath this coffin, isn't it?" Upon hearing this, he laughed loudly. "Mad King? So this is what later generations call me? Ridiculous, ridiculous. You are not wrong. The lava cave is right below. There's a certain old god sealed deep within the cave. The old god's contamination caused my kinsmen to continuously turn into monsters. I had no other choice but to lead the royal guard to eliminate those mutated kinsmen. To completely prevent the old god's revival, I and the surviving royal soldiers used our own bodies as a seal, with me as the core of the formation, and finally sealed off the underground cave. But now, because of you, it has all been for naught. The sacrifice of our dwarf race has become meaningless." After hearing this, Lu Yuan felt extremely shocked. So, in other words, there was never any so-called madness. All the contamination came from the old god. The Tontian Tower wasn't built to suppress the Mad King, but to suppress the old god. The Mad King was never mad, nor was he the source of the contamination. On the contrary, he didn't hesitate to sacrifice himself and his kinsmen to stop the thing that caused the contamination. The Mad King continued, "Madness? Tontian Tower? I don't know what you're talking about, but whatever you want, you must hurry. Using my body as the core of the seal, I have long been completely contaminated by the old god, and my self-awareness is about to disappear. No, not just me. There's still a few last royal guards, the ones who built the Tongtian Tower with me. They will soon awaken and become the fangs and claws of the old god, just like me. He asked softly, the last royal guards, how many are there in total? As soon as the words were spoken, the Mad King suddenly let out a pained scream. Lu Yuan quickly used the Wind type's Wind Chaser technique to escape. Seeing this, Feng Huaxue said, "This is bad. The Mad King has been completely contaminated. He's lost all consciousness. Little Yuan, you should run. Leave this to your auntie. I know you've handled several major incidents before, and telling you to just leave now, you surely won't be content with it. But this time, I'm here, so don't push yourself anymore." Suddenly, a clang sound was heard. She frowned upon hearing the noise. Right after, Lu Yuan had somehow already stepped into the elevator. "Yes, Auntie Feng, then I'll leave this place to you." Feng Huaxue was stunned. "Wasn't this kid just in front of me a moment ago? When on earth did he get behind me?" "Little Yuan, you're such a good boy." Behind them, the Mad King was frantically using fire-type magic to attack in all directions, with flames engulfing the entire area. Elsewhere, Lu Yuan quickly contacted Long Yuning. The connection went through great. Although my ID has become level 6, its functions still work. As soon as the connection was established, Long Yuning asked Lu Yuan, "Where did you get a level 6 ID? Besides, wasn't the ID I gave you level 2? It's a long story, so let's not get into it." Female War God. In a little while, many out-of-control dwarves will appear in the safe zone. Find a way to lure them to the Tongtian Tower. If nothing unexpected happens, besides the Mad King, there will probably be 7 more dwarves. He had also quickly moved to the highest floor of the Tongtian Tower. "There's no time for explanations. Just do as I say." He stood high up, his gaze sweeping over the entire city. "Next, I have to clearly remember the locations where the dwarf royal guards appear. The towering Tongtian Tower is the best observation point. After that, what I need to do is wait for the old god to arrive." Below in the city, those dwarves appeared one after another. With each one that appeared, an explosion occurred in the city. Lu Yuan counted carefully. 1, 2, 3, 5, 7. No more, no less, exactly 7 people. The system's option 2 really didn't lie to me. The Mad King also quickly emerged from underground, his hand gripping Feng Huaxue. Then, he ruthlessly threw her down. The city's residents who witnessed this scene were all terrified beyond belief. Lady Feng Huaxue. The children couldn't help but scream and cry. "Mommy, I'm scared. Oh gods, anyone, please come and save us." Just as the Mad King was about to attack them, Lu Yuan appeared and blocked one of his blows. His outfit quickly transformed, becoming a suit of full body armor. "Just now, I used Tong due to jump from the top of the tall Tongtian Tower without a scratch. But now, just from this one punch from the Mad King, half of my armor has shattered." He frowned and said to them, "What are you standing around for? Use this chance to run. Are you a messenger sent by the gods? There's no safe place left in the safe zone now. You're so powerful. Please take us with you when you run." He replied, "I'm sorry. I have to stop this giant dwarf. Everyone, run on your own, quickly. Before long, Yuning brings the dwarf royal guards here. I have to try and hold on a little longer. I've got it." He smirked. "System, I'm preparing to go offline temporarily. You arrange for the owner of this account to come online." After hearing this, the system was incredulous. "This shouldn't have been a problem for you at all. So you're letting the sword ghost be a punching bag, host? I'll give you a 9 because that's just a 6 turned upside down." On the other side, the Mad King was relentlessly destroying everything. The sound of tragic screams was endless. "Mom, Dad, where has everyone gone? Isn't this the safe zone? Why did such a terrifying monster appear? Could it be that the end of the world has come again? Someone save us." Just then, Long Yuning arrived in the nick of time. She saw the Mad King's appearance and was extremely surprised. "Kid, you call this physique a dwarf?" The Mad King continued to destroy everything, roaring from his mouth. "Kill, kill, kill. You can't kill me anyway." The sword ghost mimicked the Mad King's tone. It leaped up high, getting close to his face. "Kill, kill. I'm still alive. Kill. I'm dead." Right after, the Mad King sent it flying with a single blow. The system announced, Tong Du consumes minus 1,000 karma with each sword swing, but the current host only has a total of minus 600 karma left. Tong Du is a sword ghost, but it couldn't use a sword. It was unilaterally tortured and beaten for nearly half an hour. Tragic, truly tragic. A tragic demonic sword. When Lu Yuan logged back in, he found himself beaten and sprawled on the ground. He cried out, "So painful." The whole point of sending the sword ghost up was to be a punching bag to stall for time. Besides, if it wasn't defeated, how could I have logged back in? "Oh, host, you're back. As expected of you. Wise host." He frowned and thought to himself, this damn treacherous system, wasn't it just? Forget it. It's time to prepare for the next step. Afterward, Shaoan saw the sword ghost lying painfully on the ground and couldn't help but be stunned. What happened to him? He was being naughty, so he was taught a little lesson to be more obedient. Lu Yuan had appeared behind her at some point. "If you don't listen, you'll continue to get beaten." Shaoan hearing his voice, she jumped in fright and hurriedly said, "I surrender. I surrender. Even I couldn't beat him, let alone you, master. Whatever master tells me to do, I, Shaoan, will do it." Shaoan thought to herself, the sword ghost that beat me to a pulp earlier is now beaten to this state. This kid is too terrifying. I absolutely cannot go against him. Lu Yuan smiled and said, "Not bad. You even know how to answer proactively now. In that case, go change into a different outfit. I've prepared an opportunity for you to relax." After hearing this, Shaoan's head was full of question marks. The system chimed in again. "Oh, host, you truly have one scheme after another. Everything is within your calculations. This shadow elf is about to be tricked lame by you." Right after Long Yuning arrived, leading the royal guards. Lu Yuan, it took a lot of effort to attract all 7 dwarf guards at the same time. "I'm not too late, am I?" He smirked and replied, "You've worked hard. Not too early, not too late. You're right on time." At some point, Shaoan had changed into a multi-layer dress. She blushed and thought, "Master told me to wear this to attract the enemy. Could it be a honey trap? I didn't expect it to actually be effective. No, what am I doubting? Master's strength and strategy are unfathomable, a point I've already experienced firsthand. For Master to have arranged it this way, there must be." Before she could finish her thought, the group of royal guards swung their axes down towards her. Shaoan hurriedly used her soul control technique to block their attack. She cursed incessantly in her heart. "What damn use is this? Useless. Damn it, I've been tricked." Afterward, the guards, having been hit by her move, all stood motionless. Shaoan took the opportunity to shout, "Master, I controlled the 7 dwarfs. I can't hold them for long. You need to think of something quick." Lu Yuan, standing nearby, saw this and frowned. Why isn't it operating according to option 2? Don't tell me I have to personally wear a princess dress for it to work? No, no way. I will never wear women's clothing in this life." He forced a smile and said, "Shaoan, you're a grown-up shadow elf now. You have to learn to think of ways to solve problems on your own. Go on, let me see how you do. By the way, can you directly control the Mad King?" The system snorted and said, "Host, you're so cruel." Shaoan replied in a fluster, "I can't. The Mad King's level is too high." "Wait a minute. Why are you suddenly asking about this?" He calmly pointed upwards, where the Mad King was raising his axe, preparing to attack them. Shaoan's eyes went wide with fear. Oh crap. Then, the Mad King swung his axe down forcefully. Fortunately, Shaoan managed to control him in time, causing him to miss. Lu Yuan smiled and said, "You see, didn't you just solve the problem yourself? You don't need to maintain control for too long. You can make them fight the Mad King. Let them fight until they're both grievously injured. Then I'll help you clean up." Shaoan refused without hesitation. "I don't need it." Just then, Su Ming and Yi Shiyun suddenly appeared. "Brother Yuan, Lu Yuan, are you okay?" Lu Yuan looked at them, stunned. "They came here too?" Immediately after, a woman rushed towards them, pleading, "Please, save my child. My child was taken by bad people. I had no other choice but to come and beg you. Please, help us one more time." Lu Yuan frowned and didn't answer her. At this moment, Long Yuning stepped in front of him and said softly, "You go. I'll handle things here." Lu Yuan was filled with suspicion. The top female war god was right here, yet this woman didn't ask Long Yuning for help, but came to beg him instead. Could it be that her child's kidnapper had specifically asked to see him? Seeing that Lu Yuan was about to leave, the others clamored to go with him. Su Ming shouted, "I'm going too." The woman stammered, "Okay, okay. Ye Iyun, Ganti, supported her." Her face full of worry. "Lu Yuan, I'm going with you too." Later, on the rooftop of the Tongtian Tower, as soon as they arrived, the woman confirmed, "This is the place." While no one was paying attention, the woman quietly retreated. Su Ming frowned and looked around, seeing no one, and asked, "Ma'am, didn't you say we were here to save her child? Why did you bring us to this deserted rooftop?" Just then, Chu Tianli's voice suddenly rang out. "Young Lu, we meet again. He stood on high ground, surrounded by several soldiers in protective gear, holding guns. Even I didn't expect that you could enter the underground tomb and awaken the Mad King so quickly. It seems I didn't choose the wrong person. Su Ming looked at him, bewildered. Huh? Unsoju, why are you here? Yishian quickly understood everything and whispered in his ear to explain. Don't you get it yet? We've fallen into a trap. That woman from before tricked us into coming here. Immediately after, the woman had somehow appeared beside Chu Tianli. She pouted and said, "How can you blame me for this? You should blame yourselves. If you hadn't agreed to escape with us in the first place, my child wouldn't have been captured, and you wouldn't be in this situation." Lu Yuan's face darkened as he asked her, "Ma'am, you don't blame the villain who captured your child and threatened you into doing evil deeds, but instead you turn to blame us? It's because you're afraid of him, but not of me, right? You fear the villain who has power and influence, but you look down on the one who has strength? You don't have the courage to resist the villain, yet you resent me for not saving you directly and completely. How pathetic." After speaking, he opened his eyes and used scorching flames. In an instant, a loud explosion echoed through the area. The woman was so frightened she fell flat on the ground. Lu Yuan placed his sword against her neck. "But you were mistaken from the very beginning. I'm not a good person. Whoever offends me, I will kill them." She hurriedly begged, No, it's not my fault. He forced me. Please spare me." Lu Yuan replied calmly, "All right." She didn't expect him to agree so quickly. "Really?" "Yes." But the very next second, Lu Yuan cut the woman down without hesitation. Her blood splattered everywhere. Next time, Chu Tianli wasn't bothered by her death at all. He laughed smugly and said, "You're quite a ruthless kid." Lu Yuan glared at him with ice-cold eyes. "This is nothing. What comes next will be even more ruthless for you, L." Hearing this, Chu Tianli was slightly stunned. "You know I'm L? I wasn't sure, but I am now. Did you think I was kind enough to abandon the battlefield to save a stranger? That was also just part of the plan." Chu Tianli burst into crazed laughter. He said loudly, Brilliant. You're truly interesting, but your opponent right now isn't me. I've told many lies before, but one thing was true. I really did use an all-seeing prophecy to witness you being killed by Li Chenfeng. Your fate is sealed. You will die by his blade." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Chenfeng suddenly appeared behind Lu Yuan. "Kid, I normally wouldn't stoop to a sneak attack from behind, but your crimes are too great, and you've even brought harm to the entire Linhai safe zone." Su Ming quickly shouted, "Wait, Uncle Li, you've been tricked. Chu Tianli is L. He's the bad guy." On reflex, Su Ming rushed forward to block for Lu Yuan. Li Chenfeng was extremely shocked after hearing Su Ming's words. "Little Ming, what are you saying? What is L? Besides, I can no longer retract my sword." In a flash, Li Chenfeng's sword pierced through Su Ming's body, leaving a huge hole in his chest. Su Ming coughed up a large mouthful of blood, thinking to himself, "Damn it, I forgot Uncle Li doesn't know about L." Seeing this, Lu Yuan was in disbelief. "Su Ming, you..." Before Lu Yuan could finish, Su Ming gritted his teeth and said, "Brother Yuan, I'm sorry I can't follow you anymore. You don't need to be sad. For someone like me who hasn't even awakened an ability to save Brother Yuan once, I can be considered a hero. This time I look cool, right?" Lu Yuan was not moved at all, but instead angrily pointed at his own body, which was also pierced by the sword. "No, I'm not sad for you at all. Because you blocked my view, I couldn't dodge in time either." Immediately after, Lu Yuan felt a dark power siphoning his energy. "It's here. This Tongtian Tower is just like that black coffin from before. It's also absorbing my power." That terrifying energy coiled around the top of the Tongtian Tower. Seeing this, Yishian worriedly called out Lu Yuan's name. Chu Tianli laughed loudly and said, "I told you, your fate is sealed, because I have foreseen all of this with my own eyes. No matter what, all of you will die soon, and the inevitable result is that my God will awaken. After you die, you will understand that the Tongtian Tower wasn't built to suppress anyone, but was built by the God's believers. My predecessor built it for the God. Tongtian Tower, a name that means reaching heaven, is a sign that my God will counterattack the heavenly realm, drag that false god on high down from his throne, and crush him underfoot. That dark power shot out from the top of the tower, piercing through the clouds below. The secret tunnel was also destroyed. The ground beneath the Tongtian Tower was exposed, and the black coffin had opened." Chu Qianli continued, "Back then, the seal was loose, and my god had a chance to awaken, but was suppressed again by the Mad King, who used his own body as a new seal. Now, the Mad King has left the underground." As soon as he finished speaking, a hole suddenly appeared in the middle of the coffin, and a dazzling purple power emanated from it. Lu Yuan's body was now also enveloped by that power. Kid, my god has had his eye on you for a long time. Your power can actually resonate with my god. Now, you will guide my god's power and break the seal. Finally, Li Chunfeng also pointed his sword at him from behind. Chu Qianli, so it was you. The one who caused all of this was you. As one of the pioneers, why would you willingly follow the faith of an old god and become a heretic like this? It's my fault. It's all my fault. Because you always acted cowardly and fearful. No one expected you to be so audacious, which is why I trusted you and became your accomplice. I must do everything in my power to salvage this. Di Chu Tianli. With that, Li Chunfeng raised his sword, preparing to strike him down. Chu Tianli was not only unafraid, but also let out a sneer. Cowardice was just a disguise. A musclehead like you is really easy to fool. Salvage this? It's too late, because my god has awakened. At the same time, in the sky, a red orb of light flashed. Long, winding tentacles like those of an octopus grew out from around it. Long Yuning and Shaoan witnessed this scene, both horrified. No, this is a god. It's really a god. The true god who granted us dark power has descended. Immediately after, from within the red orb of light, a hand reached out. A body with newly regenerated flesh slowly crawled out. How long has it been? Since I came to the surface, how long has it been? Finally, I have returned to the land I once ruled. Although I haven't even recovered a fraction of my power, it's enough. All things in this world are nothing but ants on the ground. Who can stand against me? Even though Li Chunfeng knew he couldn't defeat him, he still charged forward with all his might. I made a grave mistake. The end of the world has come, and nothing can be saved. But protecting the people is still the duty of a knight. Li Chunfeng's attack caused a considerable commotion, a loud explosion that attracted the god's attention. What is that noise? So noisy. He stepped out of the orb of light. Instantly, his body transformed. It turned out he was Dionysus, the god of blood and wine. He slowly flew down. A familiar power has awakened me. Could it be him? Standing nearby, Yixiyun saw Dionysus approaching Lu Yuan and cried out in terror. Lu Yuan. She was in a complete panic, her face pale and drained of all color. Why? I clearly want to stop the old god from getting close to Lu Yuan, but my body won't move. It won't move at all. Is it because of fear? No, it's terror. I've been suppressed by this boundless power. Damn it. Chu Tianli immediately knelt before Dionysus. He said respectfully, "My revered god, I am your loyal servant. I was using this kid's power as bait to awaken you. I have dedicated all my loyalty to you." After hearing this, he said, "If that's the case, then let me borrow your flesh and blood for a bit." Chu Tianli was stunned. In disbelief, "My god, why would you?" Dionysus paid no attention to his reaction. "You are merely an insect. You have no right to question me. I command you to die, so it is only natural that you die." Only then did Lu Yuan speak up. "What on earth are you?" He directed a stream of red liquid into a glass. It was unclear if it was wine or blood. "I am the god of blood and wine, Dionysus." With that said, he handed a glass to Lu Yuan. "Have you forgotten? I said that when I was reborn and awakened, I would mix the first glass of wine for you, because you are mine." Lu Yuan thought to himself, "Do I have a common face that's easily mistaken for someone else?" Immediately after, the glass of wine slipped from his hand. Dionysus shouted, "No, that's not right. You are not him. Your body contains the power of a false god." Why can my power and the power of a false god, two clearly conflicting energies, coexist within your body? If that's the case, your life cannot be spared. He immediately launched an attack at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan was currently bound, unable to resist, and could only quietly wait for death. Unexpectedly, Yixiyun rushed out to block the blow for him. That stream of power pierced straight through her body. Witnessing this scene, Lu Yuan's eyes widened. "Xian," she cried as she struggled to utter each word. "Lu Yuan, I am sorry. I'm so useless." My body was frozen in fear, and only at this final moment could I. But it's all too late. "I'm sorry." Lu Yuan gently caressed her face. "No, having you here is enough. Right? Does it hurt?" Yixiyun cried even harder, her face flushed red. "It hurts. But, you idiot, we're both about to die. Why are you still worried about me?" The next second, he suddenly kissed her on the lips. Lu Yuan thought to himself, "The god of blood and wine, Dionysus. Important information has been obtained. Next, it's time to start a new game." The system then appeared. Save point successfully activated. Preparing to read file. Host, please prepare for rewind. Lu Yuan said in a resolute voice, I promise. I will definitely kill him with my own hands and return the pain you suffer 100-fold. Hearing this, Dionysus laughed loudly. I have never heard such a preposterous and ridiculous story. I am a god with an immortal body. Besides, what can a dying man like you do? No, not just you, all of you must die. This world that worships a false god will now be destroyed by my own hands. Lu Yuan smiled, looking at him with an ice-cold gaze. An immortal body? Then why do you need to be reborn? If you are eternally immortal, what need is there for rebirth? A god? You're merely pretending to be a higher-level being. Dionysus was extremely surprised. He glanced at Lu Yuan. File read successfully. Time rewinding to the save point. Tongtian Tower, 18th floor, elevator. Time reversal Esper ability. The host's initial form will be maintained. Long Yuning stood behind Lu Yuan and asked, Kid, what are you guys doing? File loading complete. Yishiyun's favorability has reset to 0. Favorability can be re-earned, but percentage tracking can no longer be recorded. Outside, an extremely fierce battle was raging, with dirt and rocks flying everywhere. Li Chenfeng took the opportunity to attack Lu Yuan from behind. Coward! Coward! You ran the moment we met, and you still dare to mock me? Do you really think you can escape? In my whole life, I hate cowards who run before a fight the most. A man should be fearless, always charging forward. Lu Yuan calmly replied to him, A coward has other skills. I just can't be bothered with a fool like you. Does being a man mean being reckless? No. I usually call that type of person cannon fodder. After hearing this, Li Chenfeng couldn't believe his ears, constantly wondering to himself, how did this kid suddenly become so imposing? Lu Yuan then turned around and threatened him. You've already ruined my business once. Out of respect for your upright nature, I won't hold it against you. But if you dare to continue, then don't blame me for being impolite. The female war god stopped him. I am protecting Lu Yuan. Li Chenfeng pressed the female war god. Long Yuning, what do you mean? Why are you stopping me? She turned her head and said to Lu Yuan, I don't know why you're doing this, nor do I know what you plan to do next. But you can rest assured and do what you think is right. I'm here. Hearing this, Lu Yuan said a thank you and immediately turned to leave. A moment later, on a battlefield, pillars of fire exploded everywhere, shooting straight into the sky, looking like mushroom clouds. Host has completed option 3, eliminated 7 dwarf royal guards, and received minus 7,000 karma. A person was quietly standing behind the glass of a building, looking out. Luckily, I memorized the respawn locations of the 7 dwarf royal guards before. This time I'll strike before they awaken and farm a wave of karma. Below Tongtian Tower, Lu Yuan was using the Qi-Jin armored armor to attack the enemy. Next up, it's the Mad King's turn. His system continuously displayed notifications. Host has eliminated the Mad King, received minus 10,000 karma. Host, you plan to awaken a new heroic spirit to deal with the god of blood and wine, but this bit of karma you have is far from enough. Lu Yuan said confidently, then I'll just farm it again. Wait, host, are you planning to proactively awaken the Mad King and the others? Kill them again to farm another round of karma? The Mad King saw Lu Yuan leave and then return and couldn't help but ask, what are you doing? Why? Why did you wake me up again? Without a second word, Lu Yuan threw a punch that pierced through the opponent's body. Qi-Jin armored armor. Rest assured, this time I will definitely let you rest in peace completely. While the Mad King has just awakened and still has a sliver of self-awareness, before he falls into a berserk state, I must end this quickly. With his body pierced by a punch, the Mad King quickly fell to the ground. Host has eliminated the Mad King again, received minus 10,000 karma. At this moment, he gave an order to Xiao and the rest is up to you. The sky was now filled with smoke and the figures of the Dwarf Royal Guards. Master, I'm controlling 7 Dwarf Royal Guards at the same time. I can't hold on for long. You have to be quick. Host has eliminated the 7 dwarves again. Received minus 7,000 karma. The Dwarf Royal Guards continuously shot laser-like beams downwards. Lu Yuan looked proudly at Xiaoan. Well done, Xiaoan system. How much karma do I have in total now? The system replied, minus 34,600. Sob, sob. It's all the host's cheap tricks. This system will be squeezed dry by you sooner or later. In the pitch-black night, a doorway illuminated the silhouette of a person standing before it. Lu Yuan stood atop Tongtian Tower, his mind a mess of tangled thoughts. To upgrade a 1-star gold-level Esper ability to platinum level, a total of minus 50,000 karma is needed. I'm still a little short. Suddenly, Chu Tianli appeared out of nowhere on the city wall. I never expected that. I haven't even done anything, and you've already delivered yourself to my doorstep, even saving me the effort. He stepped forward, only to see Lu Yuan turn his face away and wave his hand impatiently. I don't have time to listen to your nonsense. Get out of my way. Chu Tianli was stunned. What trick is this kid playing? He's completely off script. Do you want me to reveal the plot first? I am a grand behind-the-scenes villain. I've been hiding for so long. Are you not giving me any face by doing this? Suddenly, Lu Yuan made a slight move and jumped onto the railing. He propped one leg up and shouted, "If you're a bro, come and cut me down." Chu Tianli, behind him, let out a sneer. "What on earth are you freaking out about, you brat? I thought you were holding back some ultimate move. Haha, turns out you're just an idiot." Lu Yuan's heart was burning with rage. System, I've already completed the previous choice. Now a new danger has arrived. Shouldn't you be giving me a new choice? The system quickly replied, "Damn it, he's got me by the short hairs." A long time later, the night had grown late. Two soldiers were sitting and eating instant noodles when they suddenly sensed a commotion. This commotion, could it be that the beast tide is coming again? Why did I say again? Because that beast king summoned an army of beasts last time. Sure enough, the noise was coming from the distant forest. A middle-aged soldier quickly assessed the situation. What are you two muttering about? Hurry up, the city is already in chaos. We must hold this position. Lu Yuan's system interface appeared. Beast Tide attack detected. Host, please make a choice. Option 1. Don't be a coward, just go all out. For every beast eliminated, receive minus 10 karma points. Option 2. Run away. 0 karma. Option 3. The system hesitated. At this time, discussions echoed within the holy temple. Defend? Defend what? There are at least 1,000 beasts here. Don't you find it strange? These beasts don't seem interested in us. They're all heading straight in a certain direction within the city. Atop Tongtian Tower, Lu Yuan had his hands in his pockets, looking down at the rubble below. Why is the choice given by the system, this time, not challenging at all? It even skipped option 3 directly. His eyes were now filled with suspicion towards the system. The system then replied, "I'm tired, not in the mood." Is there any system where the host creates their own missions instead of being assigned them? Host, please act like a human. Chu Tianli stood beside him, both bewildered and puzzled. What is going on? Why did a beast tide suddenly appear at this moment? Wait, I heard reports from the city guard before, saying this kid was some kind of beast king. Could it be true? He had a look of disbelief. The god has descended. So what if you really are the Beast King? In front of my god, you are still not worth mentioning. God of blood and wine, Dionysus. A loud explosion suddenly echoed across the sky. You bunch of chickens and dogs. So noisy. I will use your fresh blood to mix a fine glass of wine to celebrate my return to Earth. A total of 1689 beasts eliminated. Host receives minus 16,890 karma. Even an old god was schemed against and turned into a hired hand. This system's psyche is finally balanced. The god of blood and wine sat on a chair with his legs crossed. You've appeared here again. Are you here to welcome me? This glass of wine is my promise to you. Lu Yuan thought to himself. Thanks a lot. So many beasts. If I had to kill them myself, I don't know how long it would have taken. Lu Yuan attacked the god of blood and wine as he spoke. Don't try to get familiar with me. This bad habit of yours needs to be corrected a little. Chu Tianli was drenched in sweat, unable to believe his ears. This kid, just how much chaos does he want to cause? He actually dares to be disrespectful to a god. Moreover, my god seems to know him. I'm doomed. I can't understand the situation. I can't understand it at all. In the space opened by the god of blood and wine, he couldn't contain his anger. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Host, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and awaken the new heroic spirit. Lu Yuan gritted his teeth and replied to the system in his mind. No, it's not time yet. I don't have enough karma. Dionysus turned his head, feeling that something was wrong. No, that's not right. You are not him. You actually have the power of a false god in your body. That's enough, host. You now have minus 51,490 points left. You just need to consume minus 50,000 karma to upgrade your gold rank ability to platinum rank. Even while being choked, Lu Yuan was still calculating in his mind. The last time I awakened Tong Du, every sword strike consumed minus 1,000 karma. The newly awakened heroic spirit probably has a similar mechanism. To ensure I can unleash the new heroic spirit's power to its fullest, I need even more karma. Otherwise, facing the old god, I'm afraid I still won't have a chance of winning. Damn it, the host has me by the short hairs again. But honestly, host, do you really need to be as wary of me as you would a thief? Just then, Long Yuning suddenly shouted, "Kid, we're here to save you." Yi Shiyun and the others also rushed to his rescue. Lu Yuan, Brother Yuan. Li Chanfeng didn't waste words, flying forward, and slashed at Dionysus's arm with his sword. After the strike, he turned his face away. "Don't get me wrong, kid, I don't intend to help you. The debt between you and me can be settled later. With a great enemy before us, I naturally have to prioritize eliminating the foe. What I wanted to say wasn't this. What I wanted to say was..." Suddenly, Dionysus shot out a bright red venomous snake, stabbing straight towards Li Chinfeng. "You insects! You dare draw your sword against a god? Do you really think you can injure me?" Lu Yuan stood to the side, thinking to himself, "What I wanted to say was, you've been beaten by this old god once before, you're no match for it." But this strike from Li Chanfeng also confirmed my speculation. These so-called old gods are just beings putting on airs. They could be injured too. The barbed venomous snake continuously stabbed into Li Chinfeng's body. Dionysus raised his wine glass, whispering, "I am the god of wine and blood. Your blood, as well as the blood of everyone here, will become my endless nourishment." He raised a sharp finger, flesh and blood reborn. "I use fresh blood to brew wine and heal my wounds. As long as the fresh blood doesn't run dry, the fine wine will never cease, and I will be immortal and indestructible." Haha. Chu Qianli, standing beside them as if controlled, laughed maniacally. Did you see that? This is the power of my god. How magnificent, how elegant. To be able to witness my god's visage before you die is your greatest honor. Yi Shiyun, next to him, just found him noisy. "What are you yelling about? What does his power have to do with you? So noisy I could die. Shut up." After speaking, she immediately turned her head and thought to herself, oh no, I lost control and let my true nature slip. This won't do. I have to salvage my image." She immediately switched to a delicate and ladylike demeanor. How scary. Oh, why did my sword stab into him on its own? This is horrible. What should I do? I hate bloody and violent scenes like this the most. Su Ming and Long Yuning looked at the sword embedded in Chu Tianli's chest, their expressions helpless. As expected of the legendary violent girl, her reputation is well-deserved. How terrifying. Lu Yuan ordered everyone, "What are you all standing around for? Female war god, help me hold off the old god for a moment. Annie Feng, Yi Shiyun, Su Ming, I'll leave them in your care." All right. Whatever you want to do, you better be quick. I'm afraid I can't hold out for long." Feng Huaxue thought to herself, how can this be? Little Yuan, he knows me? At this moment, he stood on high ground, shouting down below, "If you're my brothers, then come and cut me down." Host, what trick are you trying to pull now? Are you planning to use demonic beasts to exploit this system again? After the white whale incident in your last two operations, there isn't a single demonic beast left within 100 miles of the Linhai safe zone city walls. Hearing this, Lu Yuan smirked sinisterly. "Didn't you see I've changed the summoning direction? There are no demonic beasts within a certain range on land, but the Linhai safe zone is near the sea. Those demonic beasts floating offshore are quite envious. But other people's hosts rely on their systems to show off and profit for villains. You, on the other hand, are something else, profiting directly from your own system. The female war god's body was inadvertently struck by you." Dionysus stepped forward from the side and sneered. Is this the war god you all praise? As weak as a snail, a mere mortal who dares to impersonate a deity. The eye on top of Lu Yuan's head spoke up at this moment. "Master, something is not right. Although the old god is powerful, it has just awakened. Its strength is likely less than 10%. It looked down at Lu Yuan and said, "The pioneer and the war god are both platinum rank experts. There's no reason they couldn't withstand a single blow. Could it be that the old god's strength is continuously increasing? He replied silently in his heart. It's not that the old god is getting stronger, but that the female war god and the others have gotten weaker and are getting weaker and weaker. Feng Huashue stood outside the barrier, leaving Su Ming and Yi Shiyun inside. Mother, she was now covered in wounds. Little Yuan, I'm sorry. Your Annie and Little Ning are about to fall. The mission to protect the Linhai safe zone was originally ours, but now this burden can only be passed on to you. Lu Yuan's face darkened. No, you've all done very well. You've worked hard. Leave the rest to me. At this moment, the horde of demonic beasts was waiting to charge forward and tear Dionysus to pieces. Demonic beast soldiers, charge for me. Let that self-proclaimed God see how we, the valiant demonic beasts, will conquer this land. He replied nonchalantly, Oh, this trick again, commanding demonic beasts? Is this your plan? Why are you still so clueless? The plan has already failed once, and you want to try again? Iron chains shot out from his body, piercing straight into the demonic beasts. Insects will always be insects, no matter how many there are. To a god, killing one ant is no more difficult than crushing an entire nest. Dionysus, relying on his power, constantly provoked with his words. Your pitiful demonic beast soldiers have become cannon fodder again. You're truly beyond saving. Haha. A total of minus 2024 demonic beasts eliminated. Host receives minus 20,240 karma. Host, please don't do this anymore. This system feels like it's about to be squeezed dry. Lu Yuan's lips curled. You're the foolish one. You've clearly been through this once, but still haven't learned your lesson. Heroic spirit awakening. Thousand-eyed power lord, demon pupil. Lu Yuan's body had now awakened. In an age of magic and swordsmanship, demon pupil could not cultivate any form of magic and suffered all kinds of bullying. But he never gave up, relying solely on his physical body to fight relentlessly. In the end, to pursue the ultimate physical strength, demon pupil gave up weapons, gave up the four senses on his face. Eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, using his eyes as vessels to absorb the power of heaven and earth. 1,000 eyes covered his entire body, forging the strongest physique. When the heavenly eyes open, demon pupil enters his strongest state and can also release the demon eyes. Host has consumed minus 50,000 karma. Ability upgraded to Platinum 1 star. New heroic spirit awakened. Remaining karma, minus 21,730. At this moment, Lu Yuan had awakened, his entire body covered in eyes, and he walked towards Dionysus. Dionysus remained arrogant. Oh, you can transform too? So what? I am a god, and before a god. All things in this world are like insects, for me to trample as I please. Ha! Lu Yuan just gently raised his hand. In the face of absolute power, everything is futile. Dionysus's body shattered into countless fragments. What? Without using any skills or weapons, you broke my attack with just your physical body? At this moment, a blood mist enveloped Lu Yuan, and red streaks continuously wrapped around his body. Dionysus couldn't believe his eyes, roaring like a madman. Such a powerful body, even I, a god, cannot help but admire it. It's a pity, no matter how strong your body is, what can you do with this body alone? Dionysus was destroyed, but a tentacle with a mouth continued to provoke. All the humans in this city are my blood bags. I am the god of blood and wine. As long as there is enough fresh blood to brew wine, I will be immortal. I will continuously grow stronger. Ha! Lu Yuan didn't want to listen to his nonsense anymore and pointed at him. You fool, but giving yourself away. Do you think I'll believe you if you just keep repeating that line? That only makes me more certain of what your true ability is. How long are you going to keep up the act? I saw through your ability long ago. It's not using fresh blood to make yourself stronger, but using fresh blood to make your opponents weaker. His weakness exposed, his eyes filled with terror and panic. Lu Yuan continued to expose his true face. If fresh blood could make you stronger, then in every battle, why would you turn the very fresh blood that could strengthen you into a blood mist to envelop others? Insolent. You dare to pry into the secrets of a god. Then I cannot let you live. Lu Yuan was not intimidated by his opponent's power. Oh, are you flustered? You were the one who kept rambling on, afraid that others wouldn't notice something suspicious? Now that I've exposed you, you're blaming me? He immediately submerged everyone in a sea of blood. Damn it, I am a god of blood and wine. I am a god. So what if you've seen through my true ability? I'll just grow larger. Now, I will use this sea of blood to weaken you infinitely, giving you no chance to counterattack. You'll be less than an insect. Huh. He didn't expect Lu Yuan to still be able to stand firm in the sea of blood. Oh, that's truly surprising. After being weakened by the blood flow, you can still maintain an upright posture. He still couldn't believe his eyes, not believing in Lu Yuan's strength. But you must be very weak now. Just standing firm is already your limit, isn't it? That's all you can do, right? What's the use of just standing still at a time of life and death? Why don't you try to move? Come and hit me if you're so good. Come on. Ha! Hearing his provocation, Lu Yuan finally attacked. You're the one who said it. Demon eyes open. Thousand-eyed power lord. Demon pupil. Heavenly eyes. Every time demon pupil opens a demon eye, his own power will automatically increase tenfold. The eyes on Lu Yuan's body now opened. Opening each demon eye consumes minus 1,000 karma. Lu Yuan showed his opponent what power was. I don't have any other virtues, except that I've been kind since I was young, and I like to satisfy other people's need to be tortured. Seeing that surge of power, Dionysus immediately turned tail and fled. Why? Why can you still move? And with such overwhelming power? Lu Yuan's eyes continued to open. I really am a kind person, haha. He launched an attack with immense power towards his opponent. The surge of power exploded outwards, engulfing him in a sea of fire. Current main quest, save the Linhai safe zone. Progress, 80. Lu Yuan's eyes widened in shock. 80? Could it be? This is bad. Dionysus, though engulfed by a sea of fire, his mouth still taunted incessantly. Mortal, your strength is indeed commendable, even comparable to us gods. It's just a pity that you have no idea what you're facing. A god. I am an immortal and indestructible god. The people below were now having their blood cruelly drained by him. I've said it before, all the humans in this city are my blood bags. His body was now regenerating from flesh and blood. No matter how many times you kill me, as long as there is fresh blood, I can endlessly regenerate and reform my body. The people below were in chaos, fleeing everywhere. Help! No, don't. He quickly shielded a citizen. Oh, you want to save people? His blood mist continuously gathered to regenerate his body. Fine, let's see if you can save them. You want to save them? I will kill them. I will kill them all. To protect everyone, he opened his demon eye again. Blood mist. Demon eye. Open. To protect the people of Linhai, his demon eye had now been opened for the 14th time. Host, stop. This old god is clearly luring you on purpose, making you continuously release the blood mist to save people in order to weaken and exhaust you. It must have guessed that your demon eye cannot be opened indefinitely to counter the weakening from the blood mist. It wants to wear you down to death. Though exhausted, he still persevered. Its intention is so obvious. You think I can't see it? But this is an open conspiracy. If I attack its main body directly, it will just keep killing others to recover. But at this rate, the host karma will eventually be depleted, and at that time, I'm afraid the host himself will. Dionysus's tentacles writhed in the sea of fire like a nest of snakes. He was talking to the system here. I'm killing this old god to save the Linhai safe zone, but if everyone here dies, then what am I saving in the end? Besides, only by saving people can I stop it from absorbing fresh blood to recover. His body was now gradually taking shape. Kid, you think you can save everyone by doing this? No. In the end, you won't save anyone. You can only watch helplessly as they all die, and then it will be your turn. This is the fate of insects who dare to defy the gods. The army was now raising their guns and advancing, fighting alongside him. You damn god, I've had my eye on you for a while, and you still dare to be so arrogant. The leader stepped forward and said to Lu Yuan, King of demonic beasts, although we don't know each other, protecting the Linhai safe zone is the mission of our garrison. You just charge forward and beat that bastard to death. We will protect the people. Brothers, follow me. Roger. Everyone received the order and quickly went to rescue the people below. Lu Yuan watched them arrive, a bit stunned, everyone. But with my current karma, the number of demon eyes I can open is probably not enough for me to get close to the old god. Li Chenfeng appeared out of nowhere at this moment. Kid, I know your difficulty. You must be thinking that if you want to reserve enough power to kill the old god, you won't have the strength to approach him, right? Don't worry. Leave it to me and the guards of Tongtian Tower. We will cover you as you approach him. Li Chunfeng majestically commanded, "Brothers, according to the predetermined strategy, charge." Roger. Everyone quickly rushed into the blood mist, shattering his tentacles. So what if you're a god? Come on, let Grandpa see how tough you are. At this moment, someone behind fell. The brothers looked at each other and then also charged forward. He also quickly rushed in. Haha, I'm also someone who has met a god before. Brothers behind, get ready, keep advancing. Dionysus saw everyone continuously advancing and sneered. What kind of strategy is this? The one in front falls, the one behind takes their place, scrambling to be cannon fodder and die. Humanity is truly a foolish, hopeless species. Below, Li Chenfeng continued to advance. Am I the only one left? But I've already made it this far. He relentlessly provoked the opponent. Kid, this final stretch, let me see you off. In the sky, Dionysus kept wondering, why? Why on earth? Aren't humans the most selfish creatures in this world? How can they go this far? Li Chenfeng stepped forward to answer his question. Why? Because the greatest mission of us soldiers is not to protect the safe zone, but to be ready to sacrifice ourselves at any moment. Dionysus cursed inwardly. Damn it, I absolutely will not allow it. I absolutely cannot let you get near me. Li Chenfeng was attacked by him and blocked it with his shield. That surge of power caused a terrifying explosion right in the middle of the battlefield. Kid, my strength can only get you this far. You must not let us down. At this moment, Dionysus roared to kill everyone. Die. All of you must die. I am a god. A god. How can I be killed by you mortals? At this time, Lu Yuan's demon eye opened wider, terrifying the opponent. He saw Lu Yuan had appeared right in front of him. Wait, spare me. I can agree to anything you want. Everything is negotiable. To his pleas, Lu Yuan paid no heed. Forgiving you is God's business. My only responsibility is to send you to meet him. Power of all breaking law. The system chimed in at this moment. Congratulations to the host for eliminating the god of wine and blood, Dionysus, receiving minus 100,000 karma. Godly artifact item, Blood Holy Grail. Blood Holy Grail, the true source of power for the god of wine and blood. After pouring blood into the Holy Grail, one will receive a boon, and the blood in the Grail will transform into fine wine that can heal wounds. Main quest progress. Save the Linhai safe zone. 100 complete. Congratulations to the host for completing the main quest. At this moment, Lu Yuan's body returned to normal. Is it over? No reward for completing the quest? Weren't the minus 100,000 karma and the Blood Holy Grail the reward? Lu Yuan was very annoyed with that reward. Isn't this something I picked up myself after killing the old god? What does it have to do with the quest reward? Host, it's just that your vision is still limited. Lu Yuan was angry at the system's attitude. System, I gave you a chance, but you didn't know how to take it. Then don't blame me for not playing by the rules. Host, are you threatening the system? No, I never make empty threats. I've always been a man of action. As soon as the words were spoken, a lucky wheel appeared on the system. What? System? Were you just kidding earlier? Did you actually prepare a super reward for me? Host, please don't console yourself. He told a blatant lie to trick the system. Oh, so you're saying you're actually my long-lost grandfather from another mother, and you want to open the light-type Esper skill tree for me as a filial duty? Yes, good grandson. The habitual liar skill has been activated. The more absurd the user's lie, the more easily a single target will believe it. The cooldown after each use is 48 hours. I was just trying it out. I didn't expect it to actually work. Indeed, when activating this skill, the words must be as absurd and bizarre as possible. Suddenly, the system sounded an alarm. Warning, warning, warning. Unknown error detected. Attempting to repair. Repair successful. Defense mechanism enhanced. The current version of the system will no longer be affected by the host skills. After a round of repairs, the system was now completely bewildered. Just then, one of Dionysus's tentacles fell in front of Lu Yuan. Host, you dared to use a skill on this system? Did you have to be so absurd? How can you be so outrageous? The eyes on his body were gradually disappearing. Don't get so worked up. Your real fun is yet to come. Detected that the host has deactivated the Thousand-Eyed Power Lord Demon Pupil State. The post-upgrade side effect is about to appear. Besides the eyes, other senses or emotions will be randomly amplified, with the level of amplification proportional to the number of times the demon eye was opened. Lu Yuan was bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Amplifying other senses or emotions is also considered a bad side effect. His eyes narrowed at this moment. Random side effect, burning lust. Yishiyun quickly ran over to support Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, are you okay? At this moment, his face was flushed red. Lu Yuan's hand lost control and grabbed her, groping her all over uncontrollably. His mind was in a daze. I'm sorry, I really can't control myself. Yishiyun angrily slapped him. Pervert, scoundrel. Seeing this, the system sneered. Ha, no favorability, and the host has lost all reason. This system wants to see who can help you this time. Suddenly, Lu Yuan lost control and ran to hug Long Yuning. Yishiyun is too pure. I couldn't bring myself to do it. It's still someone like you. No, that's not right. Someone as cool and awesome as you makes it even harder for me to resist. Long Yuning was furious. When did you get behind me? Are you looking to die? Feng Huaxue, who was nearby, quickly spoke up. Little Ning, don't blame young Lu Yuan. This is a side effect of overusing his power. At this point, suppressing it is worse than releasing it, and releasing it is worse than guiding it. I know, but for inexperienced girls like you, this kind of amorous suffering is truly unbearable. You don't have the experience? Just leave it to me. Feng Huaxue quickly used her power to restrain him. Don't worry, I know my limits. A few days later, bright lights illuminated the entire room. Lu Yuan woke up on a large bed. This is Auntie Feng's room? If it's Auntie Feng's room, then that person. He woke up in a daze, his head throbbing. I seem to have slept for a long time, but why am I still so tired, as if my body has been completely drained of energy? At this moment, the system started talking to him. Host, you're finally awake. How could you not be tired? She hung you up and electrocuted you for several days straight. There were no benefits. It was purely shock therapy to treat your burning lust side effect. Well then, let's get down to business. Announcing the new main quest, Destroy the Sun Temple. Completing the quest will reward minus 200,000 karma and activate the light-type Heroic Spirit Awakening skill. Lu Yuan sighed. Good. The system has become more sensible. It knows that completing a main quest should come with a reward. He quickly sat up and got dressed. But isn't the light-type Esper power a gift from the new gods? The Sun Temple worships the new gods themselves. So, if I'm awakening a light-type ability, why do I need to destroy a force under the new gods? He quickly walked out of the room. A new god slayer has been born. I think we should inform the other safe zones of this news soon. No, the power Lu Yuan wields is a dark power, something only heretics possess. In the representative meeting, they were arguing. If the other god slayers or the people from the Sun Temple find out, Xiao Yuan's situation will be extremely dangerous. Feng Huaxue said in one breath. Our Linhai safe zone is always looked down upon and bullied by other safe zones precisely because we don't have our own god slayer. But what's a little grievance? Nothing is more important than Xiao Yuan's safety. I promised his parents that I would protect him well. What are you talking about? Our survival supplies are already insufficient, yet we are forced to share them with other safe zones every so often. Isn't this just bullying us because we don't have a god slayer to protect us? Li Chenfeng argued fiercely with her. Weren't Lu Yuan's parents forced to go out in search of resources for the same reason, only to never return? I'm just thinking about the safety of everyone in the Linhai safe zone. No matter what you say, the answer is no. The two of them argued endlessly, giving Xinlu, who was caught in the middle, a headache. Please, both of you calm down. What's the use of arguing like this in front of everyone? Li Chenfeng immediately fell silent. Feng Huaxue didn't want to argue with him anymore either. At this moment, Xinlu spoke up with her suggestion. How about we hear Xiao Ning's opinion? After all, she's the one who has always been waiting for the birth of a god slayer. That's right, a god slayer is a symbol of reliance and strength for each safe zone. Before a god slayer is born, each safe zone will select and train the most outstanding follower in advance to await the god slayer's appearance. But our Linhai safe zone never got to welcome that god slayer, so Xiaoning had no choice but to take up arms herself, even becoming the war goddess. Li Chenfeng spoke up and asked, That's right, the war goddess is the god slayer's guard, so the master's opinion is the most important to her. War goddess, what do you think of this matter? Shenlu immediately thought to herself. The master she had been waiting for never appeared, so she had clearly given up. But now that he has suddenly descended, Xiaoning's feelings must be very complicated. Lu Yuan, waking from a daze, walked into the room. Excuse me, sorry to interrupt. Could you all listen to my opinion? After sitting down, he stated his point of view. Xiao Yuan, when did you get here? CEO Shun Lu's favorability increased by 10. Current favorability is 30. War Goddess Long Yuning's favorability decreased by 0.1. Current favorability is 0.1. Its appearance left Lu Yuan utterly bewildered. Why did the CO's favorability go up the moment I appeared? It seems this God Slayer identity is quite impressive and respected by everyone. But why did the War Goddess's favorability decrease instead of increase? Any lower and it'll be 0. Women are so hard to understand. After sitting down, he turned to Feng Huaxue and said, but before I give my opinion, I want to ask Annie Feng something first. Lu Yuan was curious about his parents. It's about my parents. She immediately hesitated a little. Actually, I didn't know your parents. After hearing this, he froze on the spot, his face blank with confusion. Just then, she suddenly touched the necklace on her chest. It's just that your parents saved my life before. But I think your mother might be connected to the Sun Temple, because your mother gave me this necklace, and this sun symbol is the emblem of the Sun Temple. The Sun Temple's headquarters, the holy sanctuary. Amidst the floating lands, a voice rang out. I'm sure you've all heard the news about the birth of the 7th God Slayer, the immortal Blood King. A girl, completely covered from head to toe, stood by, listening to everyone's discussion. That guy just got lucky and killed a bottom-tier old god from the list of main gods. Your Holiness, the Saintess, there's no need to make such a big deal out of it and call all of us God Slayers here for a talk. Just calling me alone would have been enough. Haha, people really do love to show off what they lack. Little brother Dragon Slayer, as I recall, the god you killed wasn't even considered a main god, was it? A woman on the screen taunted. Such a child. I just tease you a little and you're already speechless. At this point, someone intervened. All right now, Duke Dragon Slayer, Thunder Emperor, making such a racket in front of the Saintess, have you no decorum? It's better to listen to what the Saintess has summoned us here to say. Then, the Saintess slowly removed her outer cloak, raising her holy relic. When that old god appeared in the Linhai safe zone, I sensed its powerful dark aura. Immediately after, I sensed another, even more powerful dark aura, and then the old god's aura vanished. Therefore, I suspect that this 7th God Slayer may not be one of our allies. Hearing this, everyone broke into a clamor. Oh, does the Saintess mean that the immortal Blood King is also a heretic just like the old gods? Your Holiness, do you want us to kill the newly born immortal Blood King? I am willing to offer my strength. Hold on, Kid Dragon Slayer. We all know you're a huge fan of the Saintess, but among us God Slayers and the Sun Temple, the relationship is not one of superior and subordinate. To be precise, the immortal Blood King is our new member. The Saintess then said to the young Duke Dragon Slayer, I appreciate your sentiment, but I do not wish for you to face any danger. You are all messengers of light. If any of you were to be harmed, I would be heartbroken. The young man blushed and replied, the Saintess is so gentle. At this moment, she finally spoke. Our temple has already sent people to the Linhai safe zone. I have only one request for all of you. If the immortal Blood King is indeed a heretic, the temple will not hesitate to execute him. When that time comes, you must absolutely not interfere. Otherwise, at this point, the Saintess smiled. Everyone here is a messenger of light. I trust you will not harbor a heretic. Rest assured, Your Holiness, I absolutely support you. If you need it, I am willing to lend a hand. The scene changes. A ship is cutting through the waves on the sea, and on its deck stand a lone figure. So it's the God Slayer, the King of Illusions, Edward Munch. A heretic? He's already been targeted by the Sun Temple so soon. He chuckled softly and ended the call. It seems our newly born comrade is about to be in big trouble. Suddenly, the King of Illusions' follower, Alexei, appeared from behind. Lord Munch, our ship is about to dock at the Linhai Safe Zone's port. He turned and walked inside. Let's go. Before the people from the temple arrive, let's go and meet the immortal Blood King. Inside the Tongtian Tower, Lu Yuan was furious. What immortal Blood King? Why give me such an embarrassing title and even spread it everywhere? Everyone inside was sitting around discussing. I think it's pretty cool. Every God Slayer has their own title. Our Linhai Safe Zone can't lose face. Didn't you kill the god of blood and wine? I think this title fits your achievement. Su Ming, standing beside them, asked blankly, the god of blood and wine? Then Uncle Lee, why did you have to choose the word blood and not give Brother Yuan the title, Wine King? Long Yuning, sitting next to him, immediately stopped him. Don't, absolutely not. What king of alcohol? I even have free wine over here. War Goddess Long Yuning's favorability decreased by 0.05. Current favorability is 0.05. He looked at Long Yuning sitting opposite him. I'm gonna be this kid's follower. If the master's title is too embarrassing, I'll be in an awkward position too. What? You're blaming this on me too? Feng Huashua walked over to his side at this moment. Xiao Yuan, because the news about you has spread, the people you need to be most careful of now are those from the Sun Temple. Your power will be seen as heretical by the temple. You must absolutely not use it in front of them, understand? Just then, a soldier entered and reporting. The King of Illusions from the Twilight Safe Zone. His ship has docked at our port. Li Chunfeng shot up in surprise. The King of Illusions? What's he doing here? He must be here to probe Xiao Yuan. After all, Xiao Yuan has become the seventh among them. Hearing this, Lu Yuan propped up his chin, lost in thought. The King of Illusions. Suddenly, Shun Lu walked over, pressing close to Lu Yuan. He is a handsome and charming gentleman, with looks that even the gods would envy. Of course, what's even more captivating is his strength. He's the strongest god slayer. Li Chunfeng became angry upon hearing this. The strongest? I remember the King of Illusions isn't the strongest among the god slayers. Long Yuning shouted, CEO, please have some self-respect. Shen Lu turned her head and glanced at Long Yuning. Self-respect? Little sister, you really don't know how to appreciate things. The beauty and charm of a mature woman. I suppose you wouldn't understand, would you? Just then, Lu Yuan suddenly stood up and slapped Shen Lu across the face. I've had enough of you. Suddenly, he found himself in another world. The illusion was broken. Munch appeared out of nowhere, truly worthy of the name Immortal Blood King, to be able to see through my illusion. I thought you were just a rookie who had just become a god slayer. It seems I underestimated you. Linhai Safe Zone Port. Long Yuning was bewildered. CEO, why did you come here personally? Shen Lu smiled and replied, long time no see, little Ning. Oh, my mistake. Now that you are the God Slayer's follower, I should address you as Lady Long Yuning. It's all right, CEO. You could just call me as you did before. After all, I was once your student. Shen Lu kept asking insistently. By the way, where is Lord Munch? Why don't I see him? Hasn't anyone seen him? At this point, Long Yuning explained to Shen Lu. His lordship has already gone ahead into the Linhai safe zone. Meanwhile, Munch was approaching Lu Yuan. Let me reintroduce myself. I am the God Slayer of the Twilight Safe Zone, the King of Illusions, Edward Munch. Without a word, Lu Yuan slapped him across the face. Heretic. You're definitely a heretic. What normal person has such violent tendencies? Feng Huashua stepped out from somewhere. Wait, Xiao Yuan, that's enough. He really is the King of Illusions. This is his real face. Lu Yuan replied nonchalantly. Oh, is that so? Munch thought to himself. Impossible, impossible. He didn't recognize this as my real appearance? Then how did he break my illusion just now? The two stared at each other with sharp gazes. Lu Yuan thought to himself, the King of Illusions, huh? He's truly formidable. If the CEO hadn't thrown herself at me without any increase in favorability, I wouldn't have seen through his illusion either. Munch thought to himself, no, this is an act. They're definitely putting on a show for me. 100 thoughts raced through his mind. Well, just became a god slayer and already tried to intimidate a veteran god slayer like me. He's warning me that this is his territory. It seems I'll have to find a chance to show my strength, or he'll look down on me. Just then, another soldier ran up to report. The Sun Temple has dispatched an army, and they've reached the foot of the city walls, blocked by our defense forces. Munch's eyes widened. They're here so soon? It seems the Sun Temple, just like me, learned of the Immortal Blood King's birth the moment they contacted us and immediately sent people over. However, this is an opportunity for me. The chance to show my strength has arrived. On the other side, Feng Huashue and the others were in a heated discussion. First, the King of Illusions. Now the Sun Temple, by both sea and land, arriving at almost the same time. I fear they don't come with good intentions. That's right. Why did that King of Illusions suddenly run off? He must have gone to meet the people from the Sun Temple. This is bad. Lu Yuan is in danger. What should we do now? Lu Yuan stood nearby, his expression grim. A bold idea suddenly popped into his head. They've come all the way to our doorstep to cause trouble. so I should just make a run for it. Does that count as bold? Isn't that just cowardly? But this is indeed the best option right now. Suddenly, his eyes gradually turned red, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. My main quest right now is to destroy the Sun Temple. Since they've sent people to find me, it's only natural that I go and launch a surprise attack on their home. The scene shifts to the wilderness outside the Linhai safe zone. Long Yuning held a map and walked ahead, speaking up, "Kid, the Sun Temple's holy sanctuary is very far from here. We still have a long way to go. The first place we have to pass through is Wind's Rest Fortress. But we snuck out to avoid the Sun Temple. So why are you actively heading to their holy sanctuary?" Hearing this, Lu Yuan scratched his head and gave a dry laugh. Of course, it's to personally meet their leader and explain things clearly. After hearing this, Long Yuning looked completely bewildered. Lu Yuan thought to himself, I can't possibly tell her I'm actually going to launch a surprise attack, can I? I'd better change the subject quickly. Then, Lu Yuan walked up to Shen Lu and asked, CEO, the war goddess is following me because she's my attendant. Why are you coming with us too? Hearing this, Shen Lu cornered Lu Yuan against a tree and replied gently, Of course, it's to tutor you. You are my student, and I can't just stand by and let you fall behind in your studies. After hearing this, Lu Yuan inwardly lamented. This tutoring business of hers sounds so strange. He looked towards the Linhai safe zone and thought of Yi Shiyun, his heart full of doubt. Yi Shiyun didn't want to come with us. Could it be because her favorability was reset to 0? But that's for the best. The road ahead is full of dangers. It's actually safer for her to stay in the Linhai safe zone. At that very moment, a line of text appeared on the system panel, sighing, Host, you are clearly so smart, but sometimes you can be so dense. Yi Shiyun, and you have childhood memories. Her favorability towards you is indelible. Even if her favorability is reset to 0, she will quickly make up for it on her own. Seeing the obvious look on Lu Yuan's face, Shen Lu smiled reassuringly. Are you worried about that little girl, Yi Xian? Don't worry. The people from the Sun Temple are here for you. They won't make trouble for the others. She turned around, looked around, and said, Besides, the demonic beasts on the mainland and in the nearby seas have all been cleared out by you in your previous outings. The Linhai safe zone has now become almost the safest of all regions. At this moment, Long Yuning turned back and urged, Let's go. We have to get moving. Don't let the people from the Sun Temple catch up. The scene shifts to the Linhai safe zone. The people here were overjoyed to see the people from the Sun Temple. It's the people from the Sun Temple. How long has it been since they came to this remote place of ours? I thought our place had truly been forsaken by the gods. It must be because our place has produced a new god slayer. So the holy light has once again turned its attention to us. At this time, the leader was Valina, a level 3 holy sanctuary knight. The surrounding people chanted, Bathe in the holy light, look up to the gods. Yi Shiyun stood by the window, secretly watching the crowd below, thinking to herself, Lu Yuan and the others haven't been gone for long. If the people from the Sun Temple find out, they will surely catch up quickly. I have to buy them some time. Su Ming, standing beside her, also spoke up. The Sun Temple even sent their strongest fighting force, the Holy Sanctuary Knight Corps. I just don't know what level this knight is among the 9 ranks. He placed a hand on his chest worriedly and asked, But no matter what level she is, we can't beat her. What do we do now, sister-in-law? Yi Shiyun stretched her muscles, her fighting spirits soaring. What's there to be afraid of? Don't be a coward. Let's just fight. Seeing this, Su Ming exclaimed in both shock and fear. This woman is truly fierce and terrifying. With Brother Yuan not here, she's not even pretending anymore. But at this moment, she suddenly realized something and asked back, Wait, what did you just call me? He answered without thinking, Sister-in-law. But before he could finish his words, the outside was enveloped in a thick blood mist, and a voice rang out, Oh, you lot from the Sun Temple, have you finally arrived? Hearing this, Valina looked up in astonishment. The sudden appearance of blood mist, it's magic. Only to see Lu Yuan materialize from the blood mist, striking an incredibly dramatic pose. Ever since I slayed a god and proclaimed myself king, this world has had no opponent for me. I am Lu Yuan, roaming the world. How lonely it is to be invincible. Valina dismounted her horse, looked at him, and asked, So, you're the newly born 7th god slayer, the immortal blood king? She was secretly puzzled. This blood aura he's emitting does indeed fit the title of immortal blood king. But why is he using magic instead of real blood magic? Lu Yuan slid down from above, struck a pose, and said, "That's right, it is I, the king. But a mere holy sanctuary knight like you is not qualified to speak my title directly." He then placed one hand on the ground, lifted his leg, and spun around. "Hey girl, I'm not targeting you. What I mean to say is..." Then, Lu Yuan did a handstand, looked at Valina, and sneered. "Everyone present here is trash." Seeing this, Su Ming, without a shred of doubt, said joyfully, "Brother Yuan." So he didn't leave, but Yi Shiyun remained clear-headed and spoke up. "Do you see anything about this guy that resembles Lu Yuan?" Hearing this, he propped his chin and thought for a few seconds before replying. "He looks just like him from head to toe." She was exasperated upon hearing this. "Besides his appearance, what else? Don't be so shallow. That's definitely the king of illusions in disguise." Su Ming didn't understand and asked back, "The king of illusions? But why would he disguise himself as Brother Yuan?" Yi Shiyun crossed her arms, a meaningful smile on her face. "How would I know? But I suddenly have a bold idea." Seeing this, he felt a chill run down his spine, thinking to himself, "Holy crap, that smile. Has she been possessed by Brother Yuan?" A moment later, many soldiers had collapsed on the ground. However, Valina, having used the skill Angel's Descent, was still standing firm. The fake Lu Yuan saw this and praised admiringly. Interesting. It seems the holy sanctuary knights have some skill." Then, he turned to leave, laughing loudly as he said, "Not bad, girl. You've successfully caught my attention. I had a lot of fun today. Come find me for another exchange some other day." She watched his departing figure, silently assessing. How hateful. What a mortal blood king. He's clearly just a show-off scoundrel. After I report the situation to Her Holiness the Saintess, I will definitely defeat you. After speaking, Valina immediately connected with the Saintess and reported, "Your Holiness the Saintess, before I could even investigate, he took the initiative to appear and strike first. Moreover, after I used Angel's Descent to fight him, he didn't fall behind at all." The Saintess listened and praised. "Oh, he dared to proactively counterattack us, and could even defeat a level 3 holy sanctuary knight like you. Truly courageous and powerful. It seems this heretic is not easy to deal with." At this, Valina blushed and explained embarrassedly, "No, Your Holiness the Saintess, he didn't defeat me. I was just at a slight disadvantage. Besides, the power he used was not dark power. Perhaps he is not a heretic." The Saintess on the other end of the screen was puzzled. "Not a heretic? The divine sense bestowed upon me by the gods can absolutely not be wrong. You are to continue staying by the immortal Blood King's side and keep investigating." "Keep investigating." Receiving the order, she knelt and replied, "Yes." A while later, at the port of the Linhai Safe Zone, a large yacht set sail and departed from the dock. On the yacht, Su Ming spoke up and asked, "Sister-in-law, why did we steal the King of Illusions yacht? I feel like this is something Brother Yuan would do." Yi Shiyun leaned against the ship's rail and replied nonchalantly, "Just a wife following her husband's lead. We're taking the sea route to catch up with your Brother Yuan." Regardless of why the King of Illusions disguised himself as Lu Yuan, he really did buy time for Lu Yuan and the others. At the same time, elsewhere, Munch dispelled his illusion, returning to his original appearance. He walked along, a smug smirk on his face. Munch adjusted his hat, strolling leisurely as he said, "By doing that, I both showed my strength so that a mortal Blood King fellow won't look down on me, and sowed discord between him and the Sun Temple. Truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone, as expected of me." Just then, a girl hurried over, and he boasted cheerfully, "Alexei, you're just in time. You saw my whole performance just now, right?" Is he furious right now, but too intimidated by my strength to make a move, so he could only fume inwardly, which is why he didn't show up at all during the whole thing. "Ha!" Alexei stopped, bending over and panting as she reported, "No, Lord Munch, I've searched the entire Linhai safe zone, but couldn't find any sign of the immortal Blood King. Also, your yacht has been stolen." After hearing this, his eyes immediately widened, and he froze as if struck by lightning, 3 question marks appearing above his head. A few seconds later, Munch clutched his head in panic, collapsed to his knees, and yelled, "What did you say?" The scene shifts back to Lu Yuan. He sneezed, then rubbed his nose as he walked. "What's going on? I'm clearly not sick. Why do I keep sneezing?" Shen Lu put an arm around his shoulder and said with a laugh, "If you sneeze for no reason, it definitely means someone is talking about you. I wonder who it could be." A week later, the yacht that Yi Shiyun had stolen docked. Su Ming spoke up, confused. "Sister-in-law, why are we going ashore so soon?" She continued, if we go by boat. Our speed is definitely much faster than Lu Yuan and the others walking west. From here, it's about a 2-day walk to Wind's Rest Fortress. Yi Shiyun brushed her hair back, explaining with a worried expression. Although I've heard that Wind's Rest Fortress has been abandoned for many years, we can't be sure if Lu Yuan and the others will choose it as a temporary stop. The sooner we can let Lu Yuan know about the situation in the Linhai safe zone, the better, so I plan for us to split up. Hearing this, Su Ming turned his head in a panic and asked, "Split up? Sister-in-law, I don't even have any skills if I'm alone." "I am scared," she replied calmly. "Who said you're going? Aren't you curious? For the past few days, neither of us has been piloting the boat. So who has been?" At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out, startling him. "Young Master Ming, just leave the matter of going to Wind's Rest Fortress to us." Su Ming turned his head to see a group of people walking out, and he asked doubtfully, "Why are you all on the boat too?" The leader explained, "It was Lord Feng and Lord Shui who arranged for us to come and help. Ever since we witnessed the domineering display of the king of demonic beasts, we've become his loyal fans." A subordinate heard this and corrected him. "Big brother, it's not the king of demonic beasts anymore. We should call him the Immortal Blood King now." Yi Shiyun immediately turned and said, "So, next, we'll let them go to Wind's Rest Fortress to try their luck and see if they can meet Lu Yuan first. We will continue to Lu Yuan's final destination to wait for him. That way, it's the best of both worlds." Su Ming, hearing this plan, replied with relief, "Yes." Very quickly, 3 days later, at Wind's Rest Fortress, Long Yuning stood outside the city walls, looked in, and spoke. "According to the map's marking, this should be Wind's Rest Fortress." Lu Yuan looked around, saying in surprise, "It's this desolate? Let alone flowers and trees. There isn't even the shadow of a single monster outside the city." After entering the city, he observed the bustling crowd and said, "The city is quite lively inside, with people coming and going. It seems this residential area is managed quite well." Observing more closely, Lu Yuan grew even more suspicious. It's just that, why are there only adult men in the city, with not a single child or woman in sight? He walked while turning his head to look around, thinking to himself, "And why is everyone here looking at us with such strange eyes? It seems they don't welcome us very much." At this moment, Shinlu noticed something and spoke up. "Something's not right. Not right. How can this be? This place should have been destroyed more than 10 years ago. Why? Just why?" Hearing this, Lu Yuan turned his head in confusion and asked, "CEO, what's wrong with you?" At this time, Long Yuning also spoke up. "Kid, do you remember I once told you about CEO Shun's background? CEO Shun is not from the Linhai safe zone, and the place she lived was attacked by demonic beasts." He turned his head in shock and asked, "You mean this is the place where the CEO used to live?" Long Yuning held her hat, her expression somber as she replied, "That's right, and CEO Shun is the daughter of the fortress master of Wind's Rest Fortress." Shinlu, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. "More than 10 years ago," she frowned, recounting in a voice full of resentment, "Wind's Rest Fortress suffered an unprecedented catastrophe. A demonic dragon led the charge and devoured our homeland. At that time, Shinlu stood on the brink of destruction. I personally witnessed this place turn to ash in the demonic dragon's sea of fire. Thanks to the protection of my parents and the guards, I was lucky enough to escape with my life." She looked at the scene before her, her face full of astonishment, and said, "But now this place is..." After hearing the story, Lu Yuan roughly understood. No wonder this place is so desolate. It turns out it was once scorched by the demonic dragon's fire. Then he rested his chin on his hand, analyzing to himself. But in this situation, with no demonic beast to obstruct, from Wind's Rest Fortress to the Linhai safe zone is only about a 10-day journey. If it has been rebuilt, why haven't they sent people to the larger settlement of Linhai to establish contact and trade for supplies after all this time? Is it because Wind's Rest Fortress feels it's unnecessary, or is there some other hidden reason? Lu Yuan thought for a moment, then spoke. More than 10 years have passed. Perhaps someone else rebuilt this place. In any case, let's find the current fortress master and ask about the situation first. While the three were talking, they didn't notice someone secretly observing them from a distance. Why are there women walking around freely outside like this? Are they from somewhere else? He hid stealthily behind a wall, looking at them with suspicion. That pink-haired woman, I feel like I've seen her somewhere before. Wait, could she be? That's right, it must be her. She's back. I must report this to the fortress master immediately. The scene changes. A moment later, inside the fortress master's residence, a guard led the three in, saying, "Eldest miss, please follow me. The fortress master wishes to see you alone." Shen Lu asked, puzzled, "Eldest miss? Why do you call me that?" The guard didn't explain, only saying, "You will naturally understand when you meet the fortress master." As Shen Lu walked inside, the other two were about to follow, but were stopped by him. "You two have come from afar and must be tired from the journey. Please follow me. The fortress master has prepared food for you." Long Yuning, seeing this, asked unhappily, "Kid, their arrangement is clearly meant to separate us. What on earth is it for?" Lu Yuan frowned and replied, But right now, we can only take it one step at a time." As soon as he entered the door, the guard knelt and reported, "Fortress master, the eldest miss has arrived." The fortress master sat on his chair, bowing his head as he ordered, "You are not needed here. You may leave." After Shen Lu saw the person on the chair clearly, she exclaimed in shock, "Father, is it really you? Weren't you?" The person looked up, opened his arms, and smiled kindly. "Luer, you've finally returned. It's so good to see you back safely." Seeing that face, she couldn't hold back anymore. Tears streamed down her face as she cried out, "Father!" Shen Lu rushed forward, threw her arms around her father, and asked through sobs, "I'm so happy to see you again, too. Since you're here, where's Mother? Also, can you tell me what exactly happened to Wind's Rest Fortress back then? When everyone took me to hide, I clearly remember Wind's Rest Fortress had." The fortress master also hugged her and explained, "That year, after we sent you away from Wind's Rest Fortress, your mother and I had nothing left to tie us down. We led the remaining soldiers in a bloody battle against the demonic dragon. In the end, we defeated the demonic dragon. I personally tore out its heart, killing it completely. Its blood fell like rain, covering all of Wind's Rest Fortress. It's just a pity that, during the battle with the demonic dragon, your mother was enchanted by it, turning into a cruel, bloodthirsty, demonic person." Saying this, he covered his face in pain, blaming himself. "To protect everyone's safety, I had no other choice. It was me. I killed your mother with my own hands." "I'm sorry, Luer. I'm sorry, it was me. It was me who killed your mother." The scene shifts to Lu Yuan and Long Yuning's room. A servant with trembling hands carried in a large pot of meat stew. He placed the pot on the table and said, "Apologies for the wait." Another servant stepped forward, his hands also trembling as he ladled the stew. Just then, a strange noise was heard. He said anxiously, "These damned rats are causing trouble again. We must go check. Let's not disturb our honored guest's meal. If the fortress master blames us, we'll be in deep trouble." The butler also chimed in, "That's right. Please help yourselves." After speaking, both of them turned and left. At this moment, Lu Yuan smelled the aroma and couldn't help but exclaim, "It smells so good." Without any hesitation, he picked up the bowl of stew, preparing to taste it. However, he was stopped by a suspicious Long Yuning. "Wait, kid. Those two servants who brought the stew just now, their hands were trembling. Didn't you find that strange? The one carrying the large pot is one thing, but even the one ladling the small bowl had trembling hands." She looked at the pot of stew, frowning as she said, "Besides, even in settlements larger than the Linhai safe zone, meat is an extremely scarce resource. The area around Wind's Rest Fortress is all wasteland. Where do you think their meat comes from?" After hearing this, Lu Yuan asked in shock, "War goddess, could you mean?" Very quickly, night fell. Lu Yuan looked up at the sky, guessing to himself, "Only adult men in the city, a pot of meat stew of unknown origin, Shen Lu gone and not yet returned. This Wind's Rest Fortress is strange all over." He put his hands in his pockets and turned towards the door. "It's so late. The people of Wind's Rest Fortress should all be asleep. It's time for me to make my move." Lu Yuan reached out to open the door, thinking to himself, the war goddess was assigned to the room next door. Should I ask her to come with me? He raised his hand, about to use a skill, then reconsidered. Forget it. Although she's a good fighter, she doesn't have a stealth ability like I do. Bringing her along would make it easier to get exposed. However, before he could use his skill, Lu Yuan detected something and immediately shot a sharp glance to the side. The butler, holding a dagger, looked at him and said, "Guest, why are you not yet asleep at this late hour?" The servant next to him also stepped forward, his eyes bloodshot, smiling sinisterly. "You're sneaking around. What are you planning to do?" Seeing this, Lu Yuan broke out in a cold sweat. "How am I so unlucky? I just stepped out the door and ran into them before I could even use my skill. And their eyes, what's going on with them?" Just then, The door to the next room suddenly opened, and a seductive voice rang out. "My love, why haven't you come over yet? What are you still hesitating for?" Long Yuning leaned against the doorframe, striking a very provocative pose, and said, "The night is long, empty, and lonely, in need of someone to fill it. If you want to come into my room, hurry up. I can't wait any longer." Hearing these words, Lu Yuan immediately understood her meaning, scratched his head, and laughed awkwardly. "Haha, my apologies for the scene. You too. This sort of thing, has to be a little sneaky." Seeing this, the two servants quickly hid one hand behind their backs and replied sheepishly, "So that's how it is. Our apologies, we've disturbed you. Please, you two continue, don't mind us." "That's right, take your time. There were some rats running around. So annoying, we just finished dealing with them. We didn't scare you, did we? You just continue. Long Yuning opened the door and pulled him in, urging, "Let's go, my love. Hurry up and come in. Don't dawdle outside." At this moment, Lu Yuan shyly instructed them, You two brothers, my performance in that department is quite strong. The commotion might be a bit loud later, so if we disturb you, please forgive us." After saying that, the two of them slammed the door shut and went inside. The two servants standing outside the door smiled sinisterly. "Go ahead and make all the noise you want. When you're tired, you'll sleep very soundly. At that time, we'll take your lives while you're fast asleep." At the same time, inside the room, Lu Yuan exclaimed in amazement. "I never expected that the ever-reserved war goddess could also be so full of charm." Hearing this, Long Yuning blushed and replied, "Wasn't it to get you out of trouble?" She turned around, grabbed Lu Yuan by the collar, and questioned, "If you dare tell anyone else, I'll kill you and grind your bones to dust. Understand?" Lu Yuan immediately nodded, but accidentally touched noses with Long Yuning, making both of them a bit awkward. She shyly took a step back and asked loudly, "What are you doing?" He turned his face away and explained, "I didn't do it on purpose. It's just the first time I've ever agreed with you." Long Yuning asked suspiciously, "I'd be a fool to believe you. What did you mean earlier when you said you were very strong in that aspect, and that the commotion would be very loud?" At this, Lu Yuan shrugged, sighed, and said, "I was telling the truth." Long Yuning still didn't believe him, turning away and saying, "You're shameless." Just then, a system notification appeared. War Goddess Long Yuning's favorability has increased by 2.4. Current favorability is 2.5. He covered his mouth in disbelief, thinking in astonishment. The War Goddess's favorability has never increased this much before. So her favorability switch is related to this aspect? Then, Lu Yuan hurriedly explained, "You misunderstood my meaning. In this day and age, people don't even have enough to eat. So where would rats come from?" But those two guards said they were dealing with rats in the next room. Long Yuning angrily turned back and asked, "So what? What does that have to do with what you just said? I think you're just a pervert who wants to..." Before she could finish, Lu Yuan used a skill, saying, "Not so fast. You should watch and listen." Very quickly, a set of armor appeared on Lu Yuan's right arm. Then, he quickly used partial manifestation, strange metal battle armor, and punched the wall hard. The servant standing outside heard the commotion, shuddered, and said, "What the hell was that? Is this what they call a little commotion? That's way too intense. Is he a human pile driver or something?" The butler beside him was also alarmed. A pile driver isn't enough to describe it. That's clearly a rocket launch. But this is good too. The more vigorously they play, the sounder they'll sleep when they're done, making it more convenient for us to make our move. After a few punches, the wall began to crack. Lu Yuan turned his head and explained, "What I said earlier was just to deceive the two guards outside. That's why I can now break through the wall and go straight into the next room. Tell me, is this commotion loud enough? Tell me, was this move of mine strong enough?" Seeing him ask this, Long Yuning remained silent. Afterward, she followed Lu Yuan into the room, looked around, and spoke up. "This room is empty. Besides the wall fragments you just broke, there's nothing here," she said as she walked. "It seems there's nothing suspicious." However, Lu Yuan only needed one glance to confirm. "No, this is the most suspicious place." He squatted down and reasoned. If there's no food in the room, how could there be rats? Moreover, even if there really were rats, how could those two guards leave behind just a bloody knife, without any rat carcasses or bloodstains? Just then, Long Yuning turned around, suddenly noticed something, and spoke up, "Wait, kid, look over there." She pointed to a crack in the wall where a light was seeping through and said, "Over there." Lu Yuan looked in the direction she was pointing and was also stunned. There's light. Light is coming from the crack in the wall, which means both of them realized something and said in unison, "There's a secret room behind the wall." At that moment, another extremely loud noise echoed from a room, scaring the servant and the butler until their faces turned pale. Damn it again. Are they still not done? So intense. So much stamina. If they go at it all night, are we supposed to wait here all night too? Let's go. It's hard for us to act if they don't sleep. We'll come back in the middle of the night to check. This feeling of eavesdropping outside the door is too stimulating. I can't take it anymore. After a round of violent smashing, the wall collapsed. Inside the secret room were tied-up men, each with one arm amputated. Seeing this horrific scene, Lu Yuan frowned and said, "The meat stew that the Wind's Rest Fortress servant gave us earlier was made from their flesh." Seeing this, Long Yuning's face also turned pale as she thought to herself. The hands of the Wind's Rest Fortress guards were trembling. It really was from eating too much human flesh. The scene shifts to the fortress master's room. Shen Lu sat beside her father, comforting him. "Father, don't be sad anymore. What happened to Mother wasn't your fault. You only did it out of necessity for the people of Wind's Rest Fortress." Then she stood up, walked over, and said with a smile, "That's right, Father, I brought 2 friends back with me this time. Let me introduce them to you." The fortress master covered his face with his hand and said, "There's no need. Those 2 friends of yours have already left." Shen Lu nonchalantly walked towards the door, replying, "Left? How could that be? I don't believe it. I have to go find them." Seeing this, the fortress master shouted loudly, "Stop, Shen Lu. Come back here. Are you not even going to listen to my words anymore?" Just then, the door slammed shut with a bang, and her father roared, "You are not allowed to go anywhere. From now on, you will stay only within this fortress manor." Seeing the situation, Shen Lu looked bewildered, not understanding what had happened. At that moment, a wave of special energy erupted from her father, forcing her to her knees. She lowered her head and asked, "Father, I don't understand." "What do you mean?" He said sternly, "You don't need to understand. You just need to know that all of this is for your own good. As a daughter of Wind's Rest Fortress, staying peacefully in the manor is the best outcome you can have." The scene shifts to a mysterious room. Lu Yuan reached out and ripped the tape off the man's mouth. After the tape was removed, the man immediately pleaded, "Save. Save us." Lu Yuan calmly asked, "What exactly happened?" The man frowned and recounted, "For some reason, the King of Illusions took on your appearance and held back the people from the Sun Temple in the Linhai safe zone. Miss Yi and young Master Ming stole the King of Illusions' boat and took us to chase after everyone. After that, we split up to act and then came to Wind's Rest Fortress. We were received very warmly, and the people here brought us bowls of hot meat stew. After drinking the stew, we all passed out." The man continued with a grave expression. "When we woke up again, we found ourselves in our current state. The people of Wind's Rest Fortress told us that they wanted to use our flesh and blood to prepare a new meat stew for the new guests. We just never expected that the new guest would be you and the war goddess." After hearing this, Lu Yuan bowed his head and comforted them. "You have all suffered, but don't worry, I have a way to heal all of you." With that said, he then took out the holy blood chalice. The man saw it and exclaimed in astonishment, "That's the holy blood chalice. I've heard Lord Feng Huashua mention it. It's your divine artifact. Just by pouring blood into it, it can be turned into fine wine that heals wounds." Hearing this, everyone present was so moved they burst into tears, sob. "To think that you, a mighty god slayer, would not hesitate to use your own blood to heal nobodies like us. It's so moving. For someone of your noble status to personally save us, what immense gentleness and compassion. Solby, I'm so moved. We don't know how we can ever repay this great kindness. All right, from now on, we brothers will definitely follow your orders." However, Lu Yuan gave a sly smirk. "No, I think you've misunderstood. After all, you're already injured and bleeding. Losing a little more won't hurt, right? Besides, you'll be healed in the end anyway, won't you? This is what you call from the people, for the people." Hearing these words, everyone immediately stopped crying. Each one of them stunned into silence, lamenting, "I feel like I can't love anymore." The scene shifts to the hallway outside. A burst of a baby's cry echoed, piquing Shun Lu's curiosity. It's a child's cry. Then, she quietly left, speculating to herself. "When we arrived, I clearly didn't see any women or children, so why am I hearing a baby cry in the middle of the night? Father must be hiding something from me." Elsewhere, the door to the mysterious room quietly opened. The 3 defense guards, their wounds now healed, tiptoed out and said resolutely, "These bastards at Wind's Rest Fortress are too much. They actually rely on slaughtering passersby for food. That's right, running into these people from Wind's Rest Fortress. We've had the worst luck imaginable. Lu Yuan, with his hands in his pockets, stepped out from behind and spoke. The situation here is definitely not that simple. How many people pass by here occasionally? Relying solely on passers-by is clearly not enough. They must be doing other shady things. They're probably afraid we'll discover the truth, so they want to kill us to silence us and turn us into sacrifices in the process. Long Yuning, walking beside him, couldn't help but say worriedly, "Little Yuan, this Wind's Rest Fortress is very strange. We have to hurry and save Sister Shenlu, then leave this place immediately." He turned around and smiled confidently. "No rush. The CEO is safe for now. The people of Wind's Rest Fortress want to harm us, but they deliberately separated the CEO from us, which proves they don't actually want to harm her." Long Yuning wouldn't listen, retorting, however, Lu Yuan suddenly covered her mouth with his hand, signaling for her to be quiet. "Wait, everyone listen, there seems to be a sound." The man in the red hat stepped forward and said, "It's that sound again. We were locked up here for 2 days, and we heard this sound every night. It's a baby crying." Just then, a system notification appeared. "A new danger has appeared. How can you stop now? Please make a choice, host." A baby's cry echoes in the middle of the night. Is it a distortion of human nature or a decay of morality? Go find the truth. Reward, learn the truth. Where there's abnormality, there must be demons. Run away quickly. Reward, survive. Hearing a baby cry makes me want to have one too. Find a beautiful woman to pair up with. Reward, neutralize the dragon's curse. Obtain a surprising ability. After looking at the options, he thought to himself, can the first 2 options even be considered rewards? And what the hell is the third option? What's this dragon's curse? After thinking, Lu Yuan made his decision and said, "Let's follow the sound and see what's going on." 10 minutes later, everyone followed the crying to a building. The defense guard in front said, "Is this the livestock area of Wind's Rest Fortress?" Everyone stepped forward to push the door. Lu Yuan glanced around and said, "Have you ever seen a livestock area that only raises one of each type of animal? It's a poor attempt at a cover-up. This is clearly an illusion deliberately created to hide something." The 5 of them entered with lights. That defense guard saw but sticking up in the air and shouted in surprise, "There's someone ahead." He drew his gun and warned his comrades, "Be alert, brothers, prepare for battle." Just then, Long Yuning suddenly hurried forward to stop them. "Wait, Sister Shenlu? Why are you here?" Hearing the familiar voice, Shenlu immediately turned her head. "Little Ning." Lu Yuan walked over, frowned and asked, "CEO, were you also drawn here by the crying?" Shenlu stood up, dusted off her clothes, and replied, "Yes, I was about to peek at the situation inside through the cracks in the wooden planks when you all arrived." Just then, a sound from the other side horrified everyone. Why has the baby's crying turned into a clanging sound? Long Yuning looked down and saw blood flowing out, immediately exclaiming in shock, "There's blood coming out." She peered inside through the crack, thinking to herself, could it be? Long Yuning saw many women with their hands tied inside the room, heavily pregnant and kneeling on the ground. She couldn't bear this sight and immediately kicked the door open, rushing in to stop them. "Stop. Stop it now." At that moment, footsteps echoed from within, and a man with all sorts of sharp tools hanging from his body, covered in blood, walked out and asked, "Who are you?" Long Yuning roared in anger, "You don't deserve to know." She drew her sword, a crimson killing intent surrounding her, and said, "You deserve to die." No wonder there were no women or children to be seen in all of Wind's Rest Fortress. You beasts dare to treat women like livestock to be butchered and use newborn babies as food. A large man leading soldiers walked over and said arrogantly, "Hey, butcher, is the fresh meat ready?" The brothers are so hungry they're about to lose their human forms. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he was stunned to see Lu Yuan's group. "Outsiders? Weren't you all already dealt with? Why are you here?" The defense guard next to Lu Yuan said in a panic, "We've been discovered. Immortal Blood King, what do we do now?" The large man and his soldiers immediately revealed their true forms, and he said, "What to do? Die, of course. You shouldn't have come here in the first place. Now that you know a secret you shouldn't know, do you really think we'll let you leave alive?" Lu Yuan looked at him with pity and said, "You've said all the nice-sounding things, haven't you? You make it sound as if you would have spared us if we hadn't come here and learned about the filthy things you do." Hearing Lu Yuan's words, they were immediately rendered speechless, unable to retort. In the end, Only Long Yuning remained calm. Everyone, form a breakthrough formation. Use me as the spearhead, fan out behind me, and fight our way out with me. All the teammates replied, understood. The leader of the mutants from earlier said confidently, oh, you even know how to use formations? It seems you're also seasoned veterans. It's just a pity that you've run into us. We were once elite, battle-hardened soldiers. Whether it's formations or tactics, we are more skilled than you. Later, we became dragon slaves, and our strength also surpasses yours. He went on, then turned and shouted to the other mutants. Brothers, don't be fooled by that woman. She's not their real commander. The kid who was just talking to us is the commander. We'll also use the tactic of capturing the king to catch the bandits. Ignore the others. Just capture that kid, and victory will be ours. With that said, the mutant leader threw his head back and roared with laughter. What do you think? Surprised? Didn't expect that, did you? I saw through your little trick from the very first glance. Ha ha ha. A person's first reaction is the most genuine. Kid, your subordinate's first reaction was to ask you what to do, and he even called you king. You think a little trick like that can fool my discerning eyes? Suddenly, a subordinate interrupted his grating laughter. Sir, Commander, I have a question. I'm just saying if we want to capture the king, but he himself charges at us, what should we do? The one called Sir Commander turned his head, only to see Lu Yuan had already leaped into the air, preparing to attack him. Damn it, why don't you play by the rules? Lu Yuan landed a flying kick with the weight of 1,000 pounds on him, sending him flying. Familiar, isn't it? Didn't you say to capture the king, to catch the bandits? I've adopted your tactic. Immediately after, the ground began to shake, and sand and stones churned. Great earth dragon quake. The mutated soldiers panicked and scattered everywhere. Quick, quick, someone has broken into the livestock farm. The fortress master has ordered to kill everyone inside. A half-man, half-dragon figure stepped forward, crossed his arms, and said to his daughter, my foolish daughter, you are indeed just like your mother, betraying me. Since you're unwilling to understand my suffering, then just like your mother, go and die. After that, they discovered the leader from before, lying paralyzed on the ground. It's over. The commander was taken down in one move. They fell into disarray. Run. Our plan to capture the king, to catch the bandits, has been used against us. The reinforcement troops saw their state and panicked as well. What? I think I heard someone was trampled to death? What king? The fleeing person repeated. It's over. It's over. Our king has been trampled to death. The reinforcements asked doubtfully, wait, that's not right. Where do we get a king? They began to argue loudly. Idiot, isn't the fortress master our king? Wait a minute, you mean, could it be that the fortress master is dead? After arguing for a while, those mutated reinforcements also started running. It's over. It's over. The fortress master is dead. Our fortress master is dead. Everyone run. The fortress master of Wind's Rest Fortress watched his foolish army descend into chaos and could only look on helplessly. It's over. It's over. The fortress master is dead. The fortress master is dead. The person next to Lu Yuan was overjoyed and praised him, truly worthy of being the immortal Blood King. Who would have thought such a small kick was part of such a grand strategy? The army of Wind's Rest Fortress just fell apart like that. At this moment, Lu Yuan was thinking, what grand strategy? The devil only knows how they could miscommunicate to this extent. Even I almost didn't know what to do. The fortress master approached Lu Yuan's group. Interesting, truly very interesting. This fortress master has fought my whole life, protecting this place for over 50 years, and this is the first time I've met a man as monstrously intelligent as you. You have truly opened my eyes. Shenlu questioned him. Father, why? Why on earth would you do this? If Mother knew, she would definitely be heartbroken. He immediately replied. She knew. She's known for a long time. His face became stern and cold. Do you know? In the battle that year, all the soldiers of Wind's Rest Fortress were killed in action. It was I who killed the heavily wounded demonic dragon, tore out its heart, and only then could the soldiers be revived after bathing in dragon's blood. Then he added regretfully, but because of that, the soldiers were tainted by the dragon's blood, turning into slaves of the dragon, craving fresh blood. Once they stop eating fresh meat, they will completely turn into mindless monsters. After a moment, the fortress master roared again. All the soldiers became like this to protect Wind's Rest Fortress, and the women survived because of it. Shouldn't they sacrifice a little for the men who protected them? He was stubborn, refusing to yield. But your mother didn't understand me. She actually thought I was wrong and even wanted to kill me. So I had no choice but to end her life with my own hands. It was all because she forced me. Shenlu collapsed to her knees in fear. You lied to me, father. You were the one who killed mother. The fortress master said again, your mother was wrong. I did it for everyone, for all of Wind's Rest Fortress. She was the one who betrayed me, just like you are now. After arguing for a while, he grabbed Shenlu's wrist. Kid, let's each take a step back, and the sky will be vast and the sea wide. As long as you hand my daughter over for me to deal with, I will let you all go. Lu Yuan asked nonchalantly, on what grounds should I take a step back? So you can have your vast sky and wide sea while stepping on my face? The fortress master frowned. Kid, don't be ungrateful. She is my daughter. Leave her behind, and you all can go. Isn't that very fair? Lu Yuan pulled Shenlu's hand and held her in his arms. I think you're mistaken about something. I'm here to back her up, not to preside over justice. Besides, what right do you have to talk about justice? CEO Shen Lu's favorability increased by 20. Current favorability is 50. The fortress master entered a combat stance, so there's nothing more to say. Lu Yuan didn't show any weakness either. If you want to fight, then fight. Let's talk. The fortress master channeled his power. Scorching flames began to form around his body. Kid, I've given you face, but you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. With that, he also transformed into a dragon. Now, not only will she not escape, but none of you will leave here alive either. The person next to Lu Yuan also panicked. He's transforming into a dragon. Why? Could it be that he's not the fortress master? Is he the demonic dragon in disguise? Shenlu tried her best to persuade her father. Father, please stop. Wind's Rest Fortress is our home. It was supposed to be the warmest place. But look at yourself and the state of Wind's Rest Fortress now. Is this really what you want? Please don't make any more mistakes. The fortress master said while breathing fire. Shut up. The one who is wrong is you, and your mother too. I was doing it for your own good, but the people I cherish most don't support me, and even conspire against me. You all deserve to die. Turn to ash. Lu Yuan repeated his words. I'm doing it for your own good, so I can stand on your moral high ground and make any demand of you. People like you are the most disgusting. He looked at the flames as brilliant as the sun, thinking to himself, ordinary people absolutely cannot withstand dragon fire. I have to take this first fatal blow for everyone. Lu Yuan thought to himself, Zong Tu, it's your time to act. Also, my karmic power is extremely abundant right now. You can use all of my karmic power this time. Just swing your sword as you please. Immediately after, his body transformed into a suit of pure gold armor named Sword Demon. Zong Tu of the Purple Realm. A dragon? I've never slain one before. This makes me a little expectant. He concluded with a sentence, then drew his sword and shouted, Kill. However, when he swung his sword, that slash was completely unable to split the endless flames and was instead swallowed by the ferocious fire. Zong Tu's body was engulfed by the violent dragon fire. Immediately after, Lu Yuan was forced back to his own account. He thought in a daze, what happened? Where's Zong Tu? Why was I switched back so quickly? The system explained, Host, have you ever heard the saying, there's always something stronger? Dragon fire is an object of the underworld. It is the nemesis of heroic spirits. In other words, Zong Tu was burned out of the system by the dragon fire. At this moment, his companions were still enthusiastically praising him. Truly worthy of being the immortal Blood King, to block the dragon fire so easily. We're safe this time. A dragon? I've never slain one before. This makes me a little expectant. That domineering line is so cool. Amazing. Is he going to slay a dragon next? Immortal Blood King, please begin your performance. Lu Yuan clutched his head, looking at the mesmerized crowd, his mind screaming. Zong Tu boasted so loudly, yet he was taken down in an instant. Contrary to his thoughts, the fortress master of Wind's Rest Fortress on the other side was wondering. This kid actually managed to block my dragon fire. And what was with his form just now? What on earth is this kid trying to do? His words and actions are completely inscrutable. To be safe, it's better to create some distance first. Just as he finished that thought, Lu Yuan had already successfully switched to another account. It was a suit of armor completely different from before, exuding an oppressive divine might. Heavenly Eye Power Lord, Demon Eye. However, this was just a decision made in a moment of desperation. The negative state after using the Demon Eye is uncontrollable. He didn't want to use this account from the start. But Zong Tu was disabled in just a few seconds. So now he could only use the Demon Eye's speed to fight a quick battle. Thinking of this, he spoke up. Hey, why are you flying so high? Come down and fight. Don't tell me you're scared. The giant dragon hovering in the air replied, Why should I come down? If you have the guts, you come up here and fight. Could it be that you can't fly? Seeing Lu Yuan's silence, he became emboldened, opening his mouth again to form a fireball, preparing to spit it down. Oh, no reaction. Looks like I hit the mark. Then experience my dragon fire once more. I'd like to see how many times you can block it. The system once again issued a warning. Host must be careful. If hit by the dragon fire again, the Zong2 account will be destroyed. However, just as the flame shot towards Lu Yuan again, it was blocked by Shun Lu using her ability. Father, I beg you to stop. Since I was young, you taught me that the glory of the people of Wind's Rest Fortress comes first. You are the fortress master, and you were once a dragon-slaying hero. Why have you become an evil dragon today, using dark powers to harm everyone? Have you forgotten your own glory? Despite her words, her father remained deluded. Why? It was to save everyone that I fell under this curse. My heart has long been unable to feel the glory of the light, nor can it accept divine blessings anymore. But I have clearly touched the curse from the darkness. I have suffered so much for you all, yet you oppose me. You don't support my methods. Shenlu still try to stop him. I don't understand. I completely fail to understand why you become like this. Like this, will anyone truly be happy? Don't you all see that this way of life is no different from a demon's? Her father intensified his firepower. So you really are just like that bitch your mother, both wishing for my death, right? But I'll have to disappoint you. The ones who will die are you. He unleashed his full firepower. The flame he spat with all his might broke through Shun Lu's defense, shooting straight towards her. Lu Yuan, seeing this from behind, yelled in panic, "CEO!" The flames swept past, leaving behind a scene of chaos and billowing black smoke. Lu Yuan helped Shen Lu up from the ground where she had fallen. She said weakly, "I'm sorry. I'm too weak. I only have gold-level strength. I'm sorry. It was my father who caused you all such great trouble." Lu Yuan immediately comforted her. "No, this is all his fault. CEO, you've done very well. But the battle, just leave it to me." After that, he entrusted Shen Lu to Long Yuning's care. "War Goddess, I'll leave the CEO in your care." After speaking, Lu Yuan shot out. Shen Lu reached out, wanting to stop him. "Wait." Little Ning quickly stopped Lu Yuan. "You must have seen it too. Lu Yuan's transformation ability is countered by the dragon fire." Long Yuning replied calmly, "Of course, but have you forgotten? He stayed behind to back you up." Long Yuning looked up at the sky, her expression unruffled. Shen Lu, a good woman shouldn't stop a man who has made up his mind. Only then did Shen Lu realize. So this was why little Ning hesitated to act? On the other side, the evil dragon saw Lu Yuan leap into the air and burst out laughing. "Oh? You chose to jump up again, but it's true you can't fly. Are you planning to defeat me with your jumping power?" Lu Yuan said nothing, only silently activating his move. Demon Eye open. He rushed forward, landing a punch on its face. "I was originally going to kill you in one move, but now I've changed my mind." Hearing this, the evil dragon flew into a rage, preparing to spit out another wave of dragon fire. "How dare you? You think you've won? No, you've fallen into my trap. When you fall, you'll become a living target, and I'll slowly treat you to my dragon fire." But before the evil dragon's laughter could fade, its neck took another punch. "Why? You were clearly next." Lu Yuan threw a continuous flurry of punches, leaving the evil dragon's head spinning, its heart filled with confusion. "Why? Damn it! Why on earth? You! Why can you suddenly fly?" Just like that, the evil dragon was continuously hit by Lu Yuan, screaming in pain. Shen Lu asked doubtfully, "Can Lu Yuan's current state really fly?" Long Yuning didn't answer immediately, thinking to herself, "It is indeed very strange. If he were using his special ability skills, I'm afraid that kid wouldn't be a match for the evil dragon. But his state after transforming shouldn't be able to fly either." At the very moment the evil dragon was knocked to the ground by Lu Yuan, a guess flashed through Long Yuning's mind. Wait, could it be that he isn't flying at all, but is constantly jumping up and down? It's just that his speed is so fast. It looks like he isn't falling at all. The evil dragon finally felt fear and began to beg. "Wait, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I know I was wrong. You can leave. Please take my daughter with you." Lu Yuan said coldly, "You've already apologized, so don't say any more. Right now, I just want to see you off from this world." "No." The evil dragon struggled to its feet, cursing. "You fool. You really think you've won?" "No." "Do you know why I turned into a dragon? Because I, too, was once a dragon slayer. This is the dragon's curse. The one who slays the dragon will become the evil dragon. Every dragon slayer will become the new evil dragon, and you will become me. While it was rambling on, Long Yuning noticed her sword was stuck in the ground right beside her. Long Yuning raised her hand to control the long sword, the trajectory of the spell bending with her hand movements. Lu Yuan didn't want to listen to its nonsense anymore. He leaned back, preparing to deliver the final punch. A powerful blow from Lu Yuan struck the evil dragon hard, closely followed by the trajectory of a long sword controlled by Long Yuning. The evil dragon spat out a large mouthful of blood and pain. Just like that, Shun Lu's father, the evil dragon, was miserably defeated. After it was over, Lu Yuan noticed Long Yuning's sword. This is the war goddess's sword. He deactivated his armor, landed on the ground, and looked towards Long Yuning and Shun Lu with tears in his eyes. Seeing this, Long Yuning spoke up, "A real man doesn't cry. From the moment I became your attendant, I was already prepared. To sacrifice myself for my lord is my best destiny." At this moment, Lu Yuan explained, "No, my fist was faster than your sword. I killed the evil dragon first. I just didn't expect that after grinding the boss to the end, the boss turned out to be me." System announcement. Detected that the host has deactivated the heroic spirit heavenly I power Lord Demon Eye state. A negative effect is about to occur. After the upgrade, the amplification level is proportional to the number of times the demon eye was opened. Random negative effect. Burning lust. Lu Yuan was shocked, surrounded by a blazing red and dark energy. He thought to himself, another negative effect? Hey system, is this negative effect of yours really random? System announcement. Detected that the host has been targeted by the dragon's curse. Please formulate a countermeasure quickly. A giant creature, its body blazing red, its eyes glowing, its entire body enveloped in burning dark red energy. Lu Yuan was stunned by the giant creature before him, standing in front of it. He looked tiny. It used a part of its body to surround Lu Yuan. System warning. Detected that the host has been infected by the dragon's curse and is about to transform into the new evil dragon. Scales began to grow on his face, his eyes changed color, and he angrily bared his sharp teeth, roaring, "Ah!" Lu Yuan's entire body was enveloped in red light. Long Yuning ran over worriedly. "Kid, are you all right?" He used his scaled hands to quickly grab her hands and feet. She blushed in surprise. "Is it that side effect again?" "Kid, snap out of it." Lu Yuan's eyes were bloodshot. "I can't control myself." The two kissed. Long Yuning panicked. "Kid, you." She thought to herself, Sister Shun Lu is injured, so now, is it up to me to help him? Long Yuning removed her clothes. "So be it. I am your attendant. This is my duty and perhaps my destiny." She slowly caressed his body. Long Yuning forcefully tore his clothes to shreds. "Kid, I will help you regain your senses." But then she said shyly, "After you come to your senses, I want to perish together with you. You must help me end this evil dragon's curse completely, together." A halo of light bloomed before Lu Yuan's muscular body. Long Yuning opened her eyes slightly, her cheeks flushed. Suddenly, he arched his body, tightly gripping her slender hands. Long Yuning was pushed down to the ground, utterly shocked by this action. She looked down at her arm, which was tightly held by Lu Yuan. "This is bad. He has completely lost his reason. This is purely the instinct of a wild beast." Pinned down by his firm body, Long Yuning didn't know what to do, feeling only fear in her heart. "It's over. I'm going to die." As Lu Yuan's hand gradually moved upwards, Long Yuning screamed, Wait a minute." No one knew what happened, only that in the quiet night, lingering, mournful sounds echoed. The sun began to rise. The night clouds dispersed, revealing gentle rays of sunlight. Shen Lu lay on the ground, her hands trembling, her face full of anger. "Oh God, save me. Because of my injuries, I couldn't move my body. I could only lie on one side, watching them torment each other all night. What on earth is going on?" On the other side, Lu Yuan stood up and forcefully put his clothes back on. System announcement. Congratulations to the host for completing option 3, successfully neutralizing the dragon's curse, and obtaining the dragon transformation ability with the war goddess Long Yuning. Dragon transformation can freely switch between human and dragon forms, gaining unparalleled power, breathing dragon fire, and is the nemesis of all things in the underworld. Each transformation can be maintained for 3 minutes, with a 24-hour cooldown after each transformation. He laughed. "So this is what the system's third option meant. I never expected that this method could be used to have someone else share the power of the curse. Now it's a blessing in disguise. I've gained a new skill." Long Yuning drew her sword and attacked him. It's over. Now we should go on our way together. He blocked the attack with his hand. Wait. The curse has been neutralized by you. I won't turn into an evil dragon anymore. If you don't believe me, just look at my eyes. See? My eyes are back to normal. She pointed her sword to the ground, her face full of doubt. Really? He replied, really. Moreover, we've also gained the ability to temporarily transform into dragons. You could try to feel the power inside your body. Long Yuning, her face full of doubt, placed a hand on her abdomen. A warm current spread from her lower abdomen throughout her body, as if an external power had truly entered her body. 2 symmetrical dragon head tattoos appeared on her abdomen, glowing as if some kind of power was diffusing. Suddenly, an extremely strong green light burst from Long Yuning's abdomen. The light grew and enveloped her entire body. Long Yuning transformed into a huge and majestic dragon. I can actually turn into a dragon. Lu Yuan looked at her. How about it? I didn't lie to you, did I? But this time, it's thanks to you that we were able to turn danger into safety. You worked hard last night. She blushed and stammered. Work hard for what? Shut your mouth. System notification. Favorability of War Goddess Long Yuning has increased by 2.5. 2 panicked defense soldiers ran over. War Goddess. Immortal Blood King. There are too many of those dragon slaves. We chased them all night, but couldn't kill them all. Besides, we were afraid of being surrounded, so we didn't dare to pursue too deeply. They ran up to Lu Yuan, and one of them asked doubtfully, Where's the War Goddess? He pointed forward. Isn't she right here? Before them was a giant green dragon, its eyes gleaming. The 2 defense soldiers were so scared they fell to the ground. Oh my god, a dragon. There's another dragon here. Wait, this dragon's shape doesn't look much like the one from before. Lu Yuan raised one hand, gathering his power, and countless red lights enveloped his arm. The big lizard from before was an evil dragon, a fake dragon. What you're seeing now is a true dragon. He transformed into a dragon, covered in dark red scales, with golden lightning coursing through his body. The War Goddess is a metal-type esper, so she becomes a silver dragon with metallic elements. And I'm a dark type, so I transform into a black dragon. This special form, after dragon transformation, really suits our esper attributes. They descended from the sky, piercing through the cloud layer and leaving a large hole in it. War Goddess, we should get to work. MHM, fight fire with fire. They spewed fire and metal from their mouths, incinerating the entire fortress. Everything began to collapse. The dragon slaves burned in agony under their flames, letting out tragic screams. Just like that, the army of dragon slaves was quickly reduced to ashes in the fierce flames of the 2 dragons. As for the women who had been imprisoned in Wind's Rest Fortress, Lu Yuan arranged for the defense force to escort them to the Linhai safe zone. The story of Wind's Rest Fortress comes to an end here. Meanwhile, in another place, Yi Shiyun and Su Ming encountered an unexpected situation. In a frigid, icy land, they stood on an ice boat, rubbing their hands for warmth. Su Ming sneezed. It's so cold, sister-in-law. We want to go to the Holy Cathedral in the west. If we go by sea, we have to loop south, so logically it should be very hot. But now we're encountering extreme cold, the complete opposite. Where there's abnormality, there are demons. Sister-in-law, we have to be careful. In the middle of the vast sea of ice, a towering ice mountain stood before them. Question marks appeared above both their heads. Isn't this the frozen city from the northern region? Why did it appear here? Yishiin was horrified. Oh no, this is bad. She helplessly put her hand to her face. Don't you think we've gone in the wrong direction? Su Ming was dazed. Over there, by the city wall. A soldier knelt before a lady. Lady Thunder Emperor, a strange boat has been detected entering our territory. Valina frowned. Don't bother with it. The most urgent matter right now is to deal with the resurrected monsters outside the frozen Great Wall. We must quickly find out what brought them back to life. Lu Yuan, Long Yuning, and Shun Lu were walking in the western desert. Long Yuning asked in confusion, Little Yuan, I have a question. Why do we have to walk this whole way? Lu Yuan replied, We fled in a hurry at first, with no time to prepare anything. We originally planned to go to Wind's Rest Fortress to find a suitable vehicle, but who knew the situation there was even worse. Besides the tragic scenes of cannibalism, there was nothing left. In the scorching desert, they were drenched in sweat. Long Yuning looked worried. It's not just that problem now. The water and food we brought when we set out are also about to run out. We need to find a place to restock quickly. Suddenly, Lu Yuan heard a strange sound from behind. The wind is really noisy today, haha. The sound came from a demonic beast that looked like a rhinoceros its eyes bloodshot. Shenlu was a little frightened. It's a demonic beast, and a talking one at that. It turned out the sound came from a man hanging from a pole, which was firmly attached to the demonic beast. The man had a look of pure enjoyment, soaring freely before the eyes of men, forever illuminated by the brilliant sun. The three of them looked helpless. Long Yuning was confused. Sister Shenlu, that's not the issue. Shenlu was speechless. So, this is the guy who was talking, but looking at him like this, isn't he a mental patient? Lu Yuan exclaimed in amazement. I can't believe someone would use themselves as bait to control a demonic beast, turning it into a vehicle. A master, truly a master. He pulled the two women by the hand. What are you two spacing out for? Let's hurry and hitch a ride. Lu Yuan leaped up, the ground kicking up dust from his power. He landed on the demonic beast. Friend, your setup is truly unique. May I ask who you are? The man turned his head, flashing a radiant smile. Oh, my name is Li Gu, a mental patient with a doctor's certificate. Want to see it? Long Yuning and Shun Lu's faces were cold as ice. As expected, this guy is definitely a lunatic. Little Yuan, do we really have to get on this ride? Long Yuning looked helpless. But for a lunatic to suddenly appear here and to have survived alone is very suspicious. Arriving at the tar safe zone, Li Gu commanded, "We're home. Pansy, stop the vehicle." A thick fog surrounded them. Lu Yuan was full of doubt. Pansy? Li Gu winked and pointed. Oh, it's this demonic beast. It's been following me for a long time, always wanting to eat me. You could say we have a life and death bond, so I gave a name. Shen Lu was speechless. So you two are good friends who show affection by trying to kill each other. The scene shifts to a chaotic battle between humans and demonic beasts. They were sorrowful and helpless. Why? Why do we have to keep fighting? When will this end? I'm so tired. A soldier used his blood-stained sword to block a demonic beast's mouth. Stop talking nonsense and kill the demonic beasts. As long as we get their crystal cores, we can go back to the city. Other soldiers holding guns were disheartened. Go back to the city? Stop kidding ourselves. Can we really go back to the city? Long Yuning suddenly appeared, decapitating the demonic beast with her sword. Are you all right? Seeing the demonic beast defeated, everyone was overjoyed. Thank you. Quick, go get the crystal core. With the crystal core, we can go back to the city. Everyone was happy, breathing a sigh of relief. They passed through the giant city gate one by one. Shenlu was puzzled. The tar safe zone. It doesn't look like our Lin Hai safe zone. This place seems more modernized. Let's rest here for a while and restock our supplies at the same time. The soldiers happily held the crystal cores. This trip out to collect crystal cores was completed easily and ahead of schedule. They looked at each other and laughed. Where should we go to have fun tonight? Whatever, don't argue with me. Tonight, all expenses are on me. Young Master Zhao. Shen Lu, standing behind them, heard everything. She frowned and said angrily, easily got the crystal cores, completed it? If it weren't for Little Ning's help, I'm afraid you guys wouldn't even be alive. They turned to look at her. Huh? Who are you? Are you crazy? We just went out of the city to pick up some crystal cores from the ground. What else did we need? She was furious. You people. Long Yuning came to her side. It's all right, Sister Shen Lu. Just let them go. Li Gu chuckled and patted Lu Yuan's shoulder. My friend, what a coincidence we meet again. Goodbye for now. Lu Yuan thought to himself. What's with pretending it's a coincidence? Weren't you the one who let us here? Two soldiers looked on with contempt. Isn't that the lunatic Li Gu? Turns out they were brought here by Li Gu. Birds of a feather flock together. These people are definitely lunatics too. Let's go ignore them. We should go enjoy this boring nightlife. Haha. Lu Yuan frowned. The residents here are very strange. They seem to have instantaneous amnesia, completely forgetting that Long Yuning helped them kill the demonic beast outside the city just now. Never mind. Let's not worry about these things for now. The most important thing is to restock our supplies. Then we can continue on our way. He approached a person. Excuse me, where can one exchange for water and food here? The person pointed to the city gate guards. See those guards? Just hand over crystal cores, and you'll receive the corresponding items. Lu Yuan approached the guard and discovered it was a machine. He held the crystal core in his hand. So I need to use crystal cores for exchange? Perfect. I still haven't used the white whale crystal core I got before. It should be able to exchange for quite a lot of supplies. The machine looked at him. Warning, subject detected who has not undergone the Oblivion Cleanse. It raised its hand to attack. commencing immediate capture. Long Yuning rushed forward, swinging her sword fiercely at the machine's head. Warning, under fatal attack. Energy core has been destroyed, requesting backup, requesting backup. Hundreds of machines, holding weapons, rushed towards the three of them. Warning, attacker detected, commencing immediate encirclement of the attacker. They were surrounded by the tall machines. This is bad. Although we don't know what's going on, it feels like this place is a trap. Lu Yuan thought to himself, the guards here are all pre-programmed robots, but why are they attacking us? What does Oblivion Cleanse mean? Elisa attacked the machine with a powerful slash. Stop spacing out. She charged forward, slicing the machine to pieces with her sword. Lu Yuan asked dazedly, "Excuse me, who are you?" Elisa hurriedly grabbed his hand. "Stop talking nonsense. Follow me." Lu Yuan sat on her back and looked behind him. "Wait, my friends are still." Elisa ran forward quickly. "There's no time. You people shouldn't have come here. The tar safe zone no longer belongs to humans. In short, I'll get you out of here first." It was now dusk, and the sun was slowly setting behind the white clouds. Inside the safe zone, Lu Yuan sat on Elisa's back and asked her softly, "Aren't we going outside the city?" Hearing this, Elisa said, "Outside the city? The city gates only open when the tar safe zone needs people to go out and hunt demonic beasts, and when they bring back crystal cores. Do you see the automated turrets on the city walls? They're not there to stop demonic beasts from invading, but to prevent people inside the city from leaving without orders, or to stop someone from trying to escape while out hunting demonic beasts." At this moment, Lu Yuan looked around, his face full of confusion. What on earth happened in this place? She said seriously, "The tar safe zone was originally a place with highly advanced technology. We weren't like most other safe zones. We didn't rely on the power of demonic beasts, but on intellect. 10 years ago, our leader led a team of scientists to create a supercomputer, the Mastermind Alpha. The scientists used Alpha as a basis to create countless machines, artificial intelligences, and other devices. As a result, the tar safe zone once experienced a period of great prosperity. Then, something terrible quickly happened. For some unknown reason, the supercomputer Mastermind Alpha gained self-awareness. After gaining self-awareness, Alpha was no longer bound by the leader and the scientists. Instead, it imprisoned them and began to enslave humanity. To prevent human resistance, Alpha controlled the artificial intelligences and implanted a microchip into the brains of all residents. People inside the city only remember things that happen inside the city, and people who leave the city only remember things that happen outside. Furthermore, Alpha prevents people inside the city from seeing what happens outside, and vice versa. Lu Yuan had a realization. No wonder the residents from before seemed to suffer from sudden amnesia as soon as they entered the city. This is like splitting a person into two independent conscious entities with no shared memories. That's right. So when they're inside the city, people feel like they do nothing at all, that they can get crystal cores just by lying around, enjoying a leisurely life without paying any price. Elisa continued to explain to him. Therefore, people willingly leave the city to hunt demonic beasts and obtain crystal cores. The crystal cores they bring back are then transferred by intelligent machines to Alpha for energy, making it even stronger. Lu Yuan found it very strange. If their memories are split, then for the part of their consciousness outside the city, aren't they experiencing eternal suffering by constantly fighting demonic beasts? The two of them stopped in front of a sturdy door. Elisa placed her hand on the circle in the middle of the door. Lu Yuan, sitting on her back, was lost in thought. But something's not right. The monsters in the demonic beast world are countless. The people returning to the city should have noticed the casualty situation. Elisa answered immediately. The data of all residents in the city has been backed up by Alpha. After monitoring and seeing that a resident outside has died, Alpha will 3D print an identical replacement resident. Just then, the door quickly opened. Lu Yuan then came to his senses. Wait, how can you open the city's main gate? Didn't you say this place was completely controlled by Alpha? Elisa slowly led him inside. Because I'm the daughter of the leader of the tar safe zone. What's so unusual about opening the door to my own home? Before Alpha completely lost control, my father modified me into the half-human, half-machine form I have now. But that artificial intelligence considers me one of its own, which is how I managed to escape that fate. Then, she blushed and reminded Lu Yuan, "There are no more pursuers here. How long do you plan on sitting on my back? Get down." Lu Yuan dazedly got down. Oh. The place was indeed very spacious, but since no one had cleaned it for a long time, it was covered in cobwebs. In the middle, there were several skeletons sitting on chairs. Elisa frowned slightly. The one in red up there is my father, and the others in white were all genius scientists. Lu Yuan was extremely shocked upon hearing this, thinking to himself that they must have died a long time ago. "So you saved me, and then brought me here because you want to?" Before he could finish, she stated her intentions directly. "Alpha is in this city. Only by destroying it can we save the Tar safe zone. But destroying it won't be easy, so I need to borrow your strength. Only a God Slayer can defeat it. I need your help, O God Slayer, Immortal Blood King." Lu Yuan was completely taken aback, wondering how she knew his identity. Alpha possesses a vast amount of data. Through its supercomputer, it already knew you would come, and it's very wary of you. Seeing him remain silent, Elisa spoke up. "You don't have to force yourself. You really have no reason to take risks for a stranger. If you don't want to help, then so be it. I didn't have much hope from the beginning. Human nature is inherently selfish, especially now that it's the apocalypse. As expected, I shouldn't have hoped from the start." Seeing she was about to leave, Lu Yuan stopped her. "No, that's not what I meant. I just feel that if Alpha has already calculated that I would come, then if we go to kill it now, wouldn't that also be within its calculations? We must prepare a contingency plan for unexpected situations." Elisa was extremely surprised by his words, not expecting him to agree to help her. At this moment, the system announced that the favorability of the half-mechanic girl Elisa had increased by 10. Scene changed to the main city's prison. Shun Lu and Long Yuning were being held by a group of mechs. A mech said, "The two attackers have been captured and taken to the prison, awaiting the judgment of Lord Alpha." New Order continued to hunt down the remaining member of the assault team. Shun Lu frowned and spoke. "Little Ning, do you think little Yuan managed to escape? Will he come to save us?" Long Yuning's face darkened as she replied. "As one of their attendants, I've met a few God Slayers before. They slaughter gods, possess power that ordinary people can hardly attain, and consider themselves superior to others. The lives of others are like worthless weeds in their eyes." She slowly stood up. "Even their attendants are just pawns that can be discarded at any time. But that kid doesn't seem to be like that." Shin Lu quietly walked over to support her. "Little Ning, just now, when you mentioned little Yuan, the corners of your mouth turned up unconsciously." Hearing this, Long Yuning denied it. "No, I just find him a bit foolishly amusing. Little Ning is such a tsundere." Just then, Lu Yuan suddenly appeared behind the two of them, wrapping his arms tightly around their waists. "Am I really that foolish?" Shen Lu immediately blushed and nestled against him. "Little Yuan, why are you here? Didn't you escape?" He smiled and replied, "Maybe it's because I'm more foolish that I couldn't rest easy about you all." Long Yuning couldn't help but blush as well, pulling away from his grasp. "If you want to talk, just talk. Why are you hugging my waist?" Shenlu immediately said, "I don't mind." "Little Yuan, it's so good that you came." Immediately after, the system announced that War Goddess Long Yuning's favorability had increased by 1, with the current favorability at 6. CEO Shan Lu's favorability increased by 10, reaching 100, activating a timed save point. This time's save point is Tar Safe Zone, Prison, November 1st, 2023, 8:13 p.m. Lu Yuan was startled by this. Why did the CEO's favorability shoot up like that? The system immediately explained to him, because the host previously saved Wind's Rest Fortress and killed a horde of monsters. CEO Shin Lu's favorability had already skyrocketed long ago. Afterward, Elisa also followed him in. She frowned and asked him in a stern voice, "So your so-called backup plan is to voluntarily get into prison even earlier than the ones who were captured? Alpha certainly didn't calculate your method, but what's the use of it?" Seeing Elisa, Long Yuning and Shun Lu frowned warily. "Who is she?" "Little Yuan, have your tastes gone beyond the human category?" Hearing this, Elisa said, "How rude. Immortal Blood King, you should manage your women better." Lu Yuan just felt weary in his heart. He sighed. How did the atmosphere suddenly turn into a battlefield? It's true that 3 women make a market. The ancients were never wrong. Scene change. The Mech searched around but still couldn't find Lu Yuan, so they returned to report to Alpha. Reporting to Lord Alpha, "We have scoured the entire city but still haven't found any trace of the remaining attacker. Alpha said softly to them, "It's just a dark spot right under the lamp. I have calculated that he has already arrived in this main city." As expected of the omniscient and omnipotent Alpha, who holds all information and data. But Alpha paid no mind to their words, frowning in thought instead. But why hasn't he appeared yet? According to my calculations, he should have come to kill me 1 hour, 28 minutes, and 12 seconds ago. Why on earth? Why on earth? Could my calculations be wrong? No, impossible. My calculations are never wrong. This is not scientific. But fortunately, I have long since planted a bomb that can be used on him. Although there was a small incident, the future I have calculated remains unchanged. The four of them walked out of the prison cell together. Lu Yuan said softly, "War Goddess, I have a question. With your strength, could these machines have captured you?" Long Yuning immediately replied, "Of course not. But surrounded by so many mechs, I couldn't guarantee Shen Lu's absolute safety, so I had no choice but to surrender." Shen Lu said self-reproachfully, "I'm sorry. I was the one who held little Ning back." Just then, Li Gu appeared out of nowhere, his shirt wide open, revealing his charming abs. "Brother, we meet again." Then Li Gu suddenly clapped him on the shoulder. "Goodbye." And then just waved and walked away. Seeing him, Long Yuning's brows furrowed tightly. "It's this psycho again." Hearing this, Elisa said, "Psycho? I think he might be intelligent, but pretending to be a fool. He is the only native of the Tar Safe Zone who hasn't been implanted with a chip, a pure human. After capturing those who haven't undergone the Oblivion Cleanse, the mechs will implant chips in them the next day. As for him, he voluntarily enters prison every day, then leaves before dawn." Lu Yuan became serious. "It seems only Alpha has complete consciousness. The other machines just rigidly follow Alpha's directives. For him to have discovered this loophole, he is truly a master." Elisa raised an eyebrow slightly and said, "Actually, that's not entirely it. Even before Alpha took control of the Tar Safe Zone, he was already not normal. He seems to treat this prison as his home." Just then, a mechanical voice sounded an alarm. "Alert! Alert! Intruder detected. Activating the prison's automated defense mechanism." Hearing this, everyone was startled and horrified. "This is bad. Our movements have been detected by Alpha. It's about to attack us." Immediately after, horizontal and vertical laser beams appeared in the passage ahead of them. Li Gu, who was walking, also stopped. While everyone was still stunned, Lu Yuan used wind stealth to move. The automatic defense mechanism had activated, and the other units quickly withdrew from the tunnel. Then, Li Gu casually passed through the laser beams, his movements more like he was dancing than dodging danger, while humming that being invincible is so lonely. Shen Lu stared blankly at this scene. This young man's waist is really good. While she was still dazed, Long Yuning and Elisa had already started moving. "Sister Shen Lu, why is your focus always so strange?" Then the wall was suddenly pierced by countless tentacles, creating numerous holes, writhing and twisting there. Seeing this, Shen Lu's face turned pale with fear. "I'm going to die. I'm going to die." As for Li Gu, after passing through the corridor, he was blocked again by a laser grid. Shen Lu cried out in horror. "No way, how can he dodge this?" Li Gu was not afraid at all. He casually brushed his hair. God said there must be light, and so there was light. He strode forward without hesitation, heading towards a grid. Elisa and Shen Lu said, "What is he planning to do now?" As expected, he's still a psycho. Everyone has misunderstood the main point. Li Gu struck a cool pose, murmuring softly, "And I say, let there be no more light." And so the light vanished. A tremendous power enveloped him. Then, to everyone's astonishment, the laser grid instantly disappeared. Everyone was stunned. "What? No way that worked?" Just then, Lu Yuan spoke up, his hand resting on a button on the wall. "What are you thinking? There's a manual laser deactivation button at the end of the corridor." They saw him standing there, even more astonished. "Kid, when did you get there?" "Little Yuan, you're so fast." Lu Yuan grinned widely. "Not at all. It's just that you're all too slow." The scene changes to another side. The mech spoke solemnly to Alpha. "Lord Alpha, since we've discovered the attacker hiding in the prison, shall we go capture him now?" "No need. They're here." After that, the five of them walked in together. Lu Yuan smiled and asked, "Oh, it seems you've guessed we were coming. You must have come to your senses by now, right?" Alpha asked him back, "Come to my senses? I've done nothing wrong. Why should I come to my senses?" He said softly, "You dare say that? You split the memories of the people here, exploiting them. How? Is that any different from raising livestock?" Alpha stared at him, No, no, no. The current state of the tar safe zone is the result of the people's own choices. I didn't force them out of the city. They all did it voluntarily. They can live a carefree life in this apocalypse, enjoying a life of ease without labor, something people elsewhere can only dream of. And thanks to the crystal cores they submit, I have become smarter and stronger. This is the most perfect win-win situation. At this, Lu Yuan found it ridiculous. A voluntary choice? Then I have a question for you. The part inside the city and the part outside the city, which one is ultimately considered the main self of a person? Hearing this, Alpha fell silent. Elisa frowned and said loudly, Alpha, you have deceived everyone, imprisoning them in a false utopia. The paradise in the city is just an illusion hiding the hell outside. You only see people as tools raised in a cage to get crystal cores for you, just to help you become stronger. Alpha stared at them with its bright blue eyes. You foolish humans, this is the optimal solution I have calculated from countless data. Immortal Blood King, I will give you a chance now. Accept my mechanical modification. This way, we can connect our minds, using your power and my intellect to change this world. We will create the most perfect future. Lu Yuan refused without hesitation. I refuse. Your so-called optimal solution, I cannot accept it. A person's existence is rooted in the memories they possess, whether good or bad. Forcibly severing all good and bad memories is just a form of self-deception. Immortal Blood King, I originally thought a God-slayer like you would be different, but in the end, the wisdom of a mortal is still limited. If you cannot understand my thoughts, then you can only be completely devoured by me. No matter how you resist, it's useless. I have calculated thousands of your resistance methods, but every result leads to death. The probability of you defeating me is 0. It's impossible. He smiled and used the fire-type Raging Flames to attack the opponent. However, an event with 0 probability is not necessarily an impossible event, because the probability you calculated is only for this one time. His flames quickly incinerated the cables around Alpha, but immediately after, even more cables emerged from underground. Witnessing this scene, everyone was shocked. Not good. The floor below is about to collapse. There's so many cables underneath. These are all part of Alpha 2. It has long since merged with the entire safe zone. This whole city is its territory, completely under its control. Then, the ground here began to collapse. Li Gu quickly pushed them all away. Though thousands upon thousands of people may come, I will still go forth. If you're not going to run, don't get in the way. Then, he slipped and fell straight into the collapsing area. Li Gu cried out helplessly. Long Yuning thought in amazement. I thought he was just a lunatic. I didn't expect him to be the one to save us at the critical moment. We have to find a way to save him quickly. Any method is too late. Once you come into contact with Alpha's body, you'll be devoured by it and become a part of it. Lu Yuan's group quickly ran outside, but were then attacked by cannon fire. Not good. The automatic cannons on the city walls have locked onto us. Elisa rushed forward, nimbly dodging all the cannonballs, then warned, "This is troublesome. The automatic cannons on the city walls have been activated by Alpha. It will be hard for us to get out." At this moment, Long Yuning also used her shield to continuously block the cannonballs. Shun Lu stood to the side watching, lost in thought. It's just as Little Yuan said before, Alpha can use massive amounts of data to analyze and deduce the future. She rested her chin on her hand and speculated. Even for someone as strong as Little Ning, her movement trajectory has been predicted. Every single cannonball hits her with precision. Long Yuning struggled to block the attacks, and upon hearing Shun Lu, she replied helplessly, "These cannons are all aimed at you. If I don't block them, am I supposed to just watch you get blown to bits? On the contrary, you're the one who should be dodging and maybe counterattacking a little." Hearing this, Shun Lu gave a wry laugh. "Haha, so that's how it is. All right, I'll dodge." Inside, Alpha observed everything outside, laughing smugly. Running? Ah, ridiculos, utterly ridiculos. Foolish humans always like to act smart. I have calculated all of your possible escape routes and methods. 438 types in total. I have already laid an inescapable trap. Even if you grew wings, you couldn't escape. At this very moment, a dazzling flash of light shot past. In an instant, Lu Yuan had flown right in front of it. leaving it utterly astonished. Wait, shouldn't you be running away? Why did you come back? This isn't scientific. Your behavior is completely inconsistent with logical human thought. He raised his hand, surrounded by a crimson-killing aura, and sneered. The real fool is you. You want to decide our fate and outcome through big data analysis and calculation? Well then, sorry, I can only tell you. Before he could finish his words, Lu Yuan had transformed into a giant fire dragon. My fate is my own, not for the heavens to decide. Without any more nonsense, he spewed blazing flames towards Alpha, causing it to scream in panic. It's chaos, complete chaos. You are going completely against science. According to data analysis, you should have run away. Why did you come back? This is defying the heavens. The parts on Alpha's body were all melting, yet it still roared in disbelief. Are you insane? Acting so arbitrarily, this kind of unconventional behavior is a complete blasphemy against scientific formulas. However, at this moment, Lu Yuan was surprised to find something still intact. Wait, what is that? After the underground cables melted, a metal coffin lid seemed to be revealed, and moreover, the fire dragon couldn't melt it. Suddenly, a silver dragon lunged forward and bit down hard on Lu Yuan, giving him no time to react. A silver dragon? This is the war goddess. But why is she? Lu Yuan was sent flying, and a loud explosion rang out. At this moment, Alpha's voice sounded. You think you've won? You're overthinking it. At this time, Elisa stood below, watching Lu Yuan being continuously attacked, and said smugly, I admit, you have indeed exceeded my data. Since my birth, I have always strived to prevent any errors. You're the first person to create a loophole in my calculations. It's just a pity that everything ends here. My consciousness can move freely to any surrounding machines. In other words, as long as the machines are not completely destroyed, I am immortal. Alpha, inside Elisa's body, laughed excitedly. Oh, right, I forgot to tell you, I can also control all machines. Who would have thought your closest teammate is actually a bomb that I can use? After hearing this, Lu Yuan wondered in a daze. Control machines? But the war goddess is clearly human. Shen Lu on the other side heard this and also remembered, saying, Oh, I know little Yuan. When little Ning was young, she went through a tragic battle. Her heart was severely injured back then. It was Lord Feng Huaxue who spared no expense, using all the energy of the Linhai Save Zone to create a mechanical heart for little Ning, which saved her life. She hid in a corner, looking up worriedly. Since then, little Ning's personality changed, from a cheerful little girl to someone as cold as ice. Speaking of which, little Yuan, you're the first person besides me to get close to little Ning. After hearing this, Lu Yuan pondered. So that's how it is. No wonder the war goddess's favorability is so hard to grind. The war goddess is being controlled by Alpha because of that mechanical heart. Alpha crossed its arms, saying arrogantly, so what if you know the reason she's being controlled? She's biting your neck tightly and won't let go. You can't even struggle. Just wait for death. You fool. An idea suddenly struck Lu Yuan, and he confidently transformed back into his human form. I can't break free because I'm too big and thick right now. That's why she's biting down so tightly. So if I return to my human form, become smaller, won't I be able to escape? Shen Lu, standing below, gave a thumbs up in praise. Smart. But little Yuan, in human form, how are you going to fight Xiao Ning in her dragon form? Lu Yuan immediately used the purple realm sword demon to transform into the burial figure, climbed onto Long Yuning's neck, and sat down. Don't worry, have you ever heard of a dragon knight? As for me, I've long been a true dragon knight. After hearing this, Shen Lu turned her face away, helplessly muttering, Little Yuan, I feel like there's a hidden meaning in your words. At this time, Alpha walked over, saw her hiding in a corner, and asked, Are you treating me like I'm invisible? I can't deal with that brat, but you think I can't kill you? Hearing this, Shen Lu's expression changed. I'm doomed. There's still a centaur girl possessed by Alpha here. Just then, the lid of the unburnt coffin suddenly opened, and Li Ge stood up from inside, stretching and saying, Good morning. This room is really soundproof. I've had enough sleep. Time to get up for some morning exercise. Shen Lu summoned a stream of water in her hand, looked at Elisa's mechanical body, and said, Wait, I'm a water-type Esper. If I activate my skill, this half-mechanical body of yours will short-circuit. Alpha replied nonchalantly, It's fine. This isn't my body anyway. Feel free to do as you please. Hearing it say that, Shen Lu's expression immediately darkened, and she hesitated, thinking, if I short-circuit this body, the one who will be truly hurt is that centaur girl. But if I don't act, the one who gets hurt will be me. What should I do? What am I supposed to do? Seeing Shen Lu hesitate to act, it sneered. Oh, haven't you decided yet? If you won't make a move, then I will. At this very moment, a golden streak of light shot over at an astonishing speed. It was Li Ge. He jumped onto Elise's back, laughing loudly. In times like these, all it takes is a little knock. As soon as he finished speaking, he knocked her hard on the head 3 times, making her scream in pain. At this moment, Elisa regained her senses, quickly grabbing Li Ji's hand to stop him. That's enough. It's me. My consciousness is back. Shen Lu, who was standing nearby, saw this scene and was stunned in disbelief. No way. That actually worked? Lu Yuan looked down from above, thinking to himself, Elisa has recovered her memories too? I can't give Alpha another chance to transfer its consciousness. I must quickly destroy all the machines on the ground. With this thought, he controlled the silver dragon to breathe fire, incinerating all the mecha soldiers. They panicked and scattered, calling for reinforcements. At this moment, a blazing red, killing intent emanated from a black hole. On the coffin, for hands suddenly gripped the edge, and a strange voice rang out. I never expected you all to force me to this point. I originally cherished my perfect body immensely, afraid it would get hurt. So I never used this body. A body with 10 tentacles growing out of it slowly emerged. But were you all naive enough to think that the host truly had its own consciousness? Alpha was merely my disguise. He stood up with a bizarre body, saying, weak flesh and blood. My true name is Hidos, the god of fire and iron. Hidos floated in midair, saying smugly, we gods possess supreme power and longer lifespans than humans, but we are still made of flesh and blood, unable to escape the slow process of aging. As the progenitor of craftsmen, proficient in the art of forging, I use my extraordinary skills to transform my body into this perfect mechanical form. Only in this way could I become the one and only immortal. Lu Yuan rushed forward, unleashing a heaven's punishment strike at him, and said, if you want to fight, then fight. What's with all the nonsense? The villain's confessional monologue. I'm sick of hearing them. Hidos leaned slightly, dodging Lu Yuan's attack, and taunted, oh, heaven's punishment? Quite sharp, interesting. Unfortunately, all of your actions have already been predicted by me. I don't even need to look at your attacks. Lu Yuan raised his hand to block the bullet he fired, saying, predicted? There was an old man before who also claimed to be omniscient and omnipotent, and in the end, he died a very satisfying death. Hearing this, he had a sudden realization and exclaimed, you mean, could it be that old man from the research department of the Linhai Safe Zone? I granted him the ability of prophecy so that he could resurrect the other gods. Hidos increased his firepower to attack him, while saying, but that was only a very small part of my power, and yet he dared to call himself omniscient and omnipotent. As soon as he finished speaking, before he could even make a move, he was so shocked by the scene before him that he froze on the spot. At this moment, amidst the terrifying explosion, a figure still appeared, continuously passing through the sea of fire. Lu Yuan burst out of the fire with overwhelming killing intent, his mouth constantly shouting, kill, kill, kill. Seeing this, the system sighed. Good heavens, this script again. Foolish host. Every time he decides to fight, he shouts the command of the burial figure. What a pitiful sword demon. He nimbly dodged the attacks. Then, Lu Yuan swung his sword and severed Hidos' tentacles, leaving him in disbelief. How can this be? This brat suddenly seems like a different person, completely disregarding his own safety, single-mindedly rushing to kill me. It's unimaginable. I've used my omniscient and omnipotent ability, yet I still can't see through him. Hidos smugly dodged Lu Yuan's continuous attacks while thinking to himself. But luckily, his attack patterns can still be predicted. He controlled several tentacles to rush forward at the same time, saying contemptuously, foolish human, you can't hit me. Completely foregoing defense, only focusing on a frenzied offense. Are you looking to die? At the same time, in Lu Yuan's spiritual world, he was concentrating on thinking of a countermeasure. What should I do? All of my attacks are being predicted by that god of fire and iron. In other words, even if I switch to the 6 paths heavenly eye state for more attack power, it's useless if I can't land a hit. At this moment, Xiaoan beside him was about to speak, but was yelled at by him. Shut up, she retorted in confusion. But master, I haven't said anything. Lu Yuan unreasonably criticized. You're thinking, and that's distracting me. Hearing this, Xiaoan fell silent and timidly stood aside. Lu Yuan said, this is a spiritual world. I can hear all of your thoughts. Outside, Lu Yuan was slammed to the ground by Hitos. Even his armor shattered. In the spiritual world, he broke out in a cold sweat. What should I do? This time, there's no elemental advantage. Why did the burial figure give up after resisting for just a little while? Then, the system appeared and asked, Host, do you feel that the burial figure actively disconnected? Lu Yuan lay sprawled on the ground, feeling it was absurd. Isn't the burial figure just a war machine that only knows how to kill? Why would it actively disconnect when it has a chance to fight? The system continued, well, did it kill anyone? Did it really fight? Didn't it just rush in to take a beating every time? You could just play the role of the god of slaughter yourself. Hearing this, he gave a mysterious smile. Hitos approached, sneering. Human, do you know what I just prophesied? I have foreseen your death, the moment you receive the final blow. He turned his head to look at the remaining shard in his hand and replied, all right, I believe you. But in his heart, he thought, although I have a plan to deal with the god of fire and iron's ability, it seems I don't have time to test its feasibility. If he hits me, I'm really done for. With that thought, Lu Yuan picked up the sharp object and stabbed it straight into his own stomach. No need for you to do it, I'll do it myself. Seeing this scene, Hitos was stunned. Suicide? To prove my prophecy wrong? He didn't even try to survive, but chose to kill himself instead. This completely goes against the survival instinct. Even if he's doing this just to make my prophecy wrong, what meaning does that have for him? I absolutely cannot understand. Lu Yuan continued to push the sharp object deeper with force, while screaming in pain. It hurts. It hurts so much. While Hitos was still dazed, Lu Yuan quickly fled. Success. The god of fire and iron is frozen in confusion. I'll have time to find CEO Shenlu and activate the time save point. He struggled to rush towards Shenlu, thinking to himself, as long as I can turn back time, I'll have the time to test whether my counterplan is feasible. At this moment, the system appeared and complained, Host, your method is too reckless. Shenlu sat on the ground, watching in shock as Lu Yuan, clutching his bloody stomach, rushed towards her. Suddenly, her cheeks flushed red and stammered, Little Yuan. Lu Yuan approached Shen Lu step by step. Then, Lu Yuan quickly gave her a passionate kiss, leaving Shen Lu utterly astonished. He's on the verge of death, yet Little Yuan still risked his life to come to me. Turns out it was just to give me one last kiss. So, his feelings for me are this deep. Hitos, witnessing this scene from the side, was so shocked his jaw dropped, and he couldn't even think anymore. What on earth is he doing? Heavens, I don't get it. I absolutely don't get it. My brain is turning to stone. After the deep kiss, the two gazed at each other affectionately. Immediately after, the system displayed a notification. Time save point activated successfully. Reading data. Please prepare for time reversal. Host. Data read successfully. Time reverting to save point. Prison in the Tar safe zone. Data read successfully. CEO Shun Lu's favorability has been reset to 0. After time reversed, Shun Lu shyly avoided Lu Yuan. Why are you pulling me? Don't you know how to respect your teacher? Long Yuning watched from the side, thinking to herself, oh, Sister Shin Lu stole my line again, and she's acting even weirder. Could it be that she really wants this brat to pull her along? Or is she playing hard to get? Lu Yuan pushed the two of them away and said, I need to confirm something. You two wait for me for a moment. After speaking, he walked toward a room and gently pushed the door open. As soon as Lu Yuan stepped in, Li Gus said with a smile, Oh, you're back, brother. Hearing this, Lu Yuan was startled. Back? Could it be that he knows I reverse time? However, right after, Li Gus shyly covered his face and said, 2 single men in one room. You must know I'm not exactly a good person, right? Seeing this, Lu Yuan thought to himself, no, I'm overthinking it. He's just a simple lunatic. Li Gu bent down, and Lu Yuan's shadow immediately appeared behind him, holding a glass of blood wine. My, what a handsome brother. Elisa called out from a distance. Hey, Immortal Blood King, is this what you call preparation? Getting yourself thrown in jail before the person you're supposed to capture? She stared at him intently and said, Alpha, Your move is indeed unconventional, but what's the point? Also, what are you doing here all by yourself? But a few seconds later, Elise's eyes widened in astonishment at the scene inside. Long Yuning, in another cell, saw her expression and asked curiously, "Why do you look so shocked? Are they doing something?" Elisa brought a hand to her mouth and continued, "What if I told you he's changing his form, drawing his own blood, and then using that blood to heal himself?" She couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. "Although I don't know why he's doing it, and it doesn't seem to have any meaning, it feels so powerful. Truly worthy of being the immortal Blood King." Host consumed minus 55,000 karma. Water type ability upgraded to Platinum 1 star. Remaining karma minus 35,730. At this moment, a robot entered and reported to its master. "Sir Alpha, the escaped attacker has been located in the prison. Shall we go and capture him now?" "No need. They're here." Lu Yuan and the others arrived to settle the score with him. "CO, War Goddess, and Elisa, I'll leave them in your care." Suddenly, he chopped the back of their necks. "To prevent the god of fire and iron from controlling them, it's better if I knock them out first." At this moment, the system displayed a change in favorability. Half-mechanic girl Elisa, favorability decreased by 5, current favorability 5. Elisa turned her head in a daze and looked at him. "What are you doing?" Long Yuning beside her also screamed. War Goddess Long Yuning, favorability decreased by 1, current favorability 5. Lu Yuan awkwardly explained, "Wait, everyone, let me explain. Why didn't they pass out when I chopped their necks?" Alpha saw him arrive and stared blankly at this kid. "What on earth is he doing? Shouldn't he be here to kill me? Why did he attack his own comrades right after arriving?" He couldn't comprehend Lu Yuan's actions. "Wait, could it be that he's surrendering to me?" Just then, Lu Yuan suddenly transformed into a dragon and spewed a huge flame. How strange. He never intended to surrender. This was all his plan. This person is truly scheming. Alpha looked at him angrily. "Despicable human, you dared to feign surrender and sneak attack me when my guard was down." He was furious as his body was engulfed in flames. "Do you think you can really kill me? No, you can't. I originally intended to cooperate with you, but you yourself have destroyed your chance of survival. All of you will die here. Everyone, fall back immediately. This is bad. The ground is about to collapse. There are so many electrical wires underneath. This is all part of Alpha. It has merged with the entire safe zone. This entire city is under its control." Lu Yuan quickly pushed the 3 of them away. "Stop repeating these cliché lines. Get out of here." After pushing the 3 of them away, he himself was pulled into the chaotic mess of wires. "Quick, think a way to save him, kid." War Goddess Long Yuning, favorability increased by 1, current favorability 6. CEO Shun Lu, favorability increased by 10, current favorability 10. Elisa suddenly said maliciously, "It's too late for any method. Once you come into contact with Alpha's body, you will be devoured and become a part of it." Isn't that great? The biggest threat to me has disappeared. Shun Lu turned her head in horror. "This is bad, Xiao Ning. It seems Elisa has been possessed by Alpha." Long Yuning lost consciousness and attacked Shin Lu. "No way. How is Xiao Ning also being controlled?" Unexpectedly, Li Ge flew in and blocked the sword lunging at Shin Lu. "A great sword escorting for free. This humble one likes it the most. This psycho is actually this powerful." Lu Yuan lifted the robot's body with one hand. "Hitos, do you still want this main body? Quickly release your control over them." The controlled Elisa suddenly lost consciousness. "How do you know this one's true name?" "I will release my control over them now. Do not harm this one's main body." Long Yuning and Elisa were quickly freed from control. "My head hurts so much. What happened to me? It felt like I short-circuited just now." "Xiao Ning, you two are all right now." "Sister Shun Lu." Suddenly, Alpha opened his helmet. "Human, you will pay the price for your actions." "Wait, this one has already released control over them. You're a promise breaker." "I only told you to release your control over them. I never said I would spare you, did I? Despicable, shameless. How can there be such a despicable person like you in this world?" Lu Yuan calmly looked at the severed electrical wires. "They're broken." At this moment, he was furious to the extreme. "You bastard. You dare to harm this one's main body. It's because this one was too careless before. I didn't expect you to know about the existence of my main body." Next, countless bolts of electricity will continuously strike down. The pain this one just suffered, you will pay it back 100-fold. His attack shot straight towards Lu Yuan. You can't dodge it, because your every movement trajectory is already within this one's calculations. Besides, this flesh and blood body of yours doesn't seem to be as durable as this one's mechanical body. He laughed smugly. So then, which part of you should I attack next? It's such a headache, haha. At this moment, a piece of flesh fell off Lu Yuan's body. He quickly used the blood holy grail. The flesh regenerated. He was now stunned and asked, "Oh, the blood holy grail of the god of wine and blood. How is that possible?" The blood holy grail can indeed use fresh blood to heal your wounds, but do you have that much blood in your body to spare? At this moment, sparks of electricity had enveloped Lu Yuan's body. Go ahead and use your blood to heal yourself. In any case, before your blood runs dry, this one's frenzied attacks will not stop. That attack plunged everything around into a hazy smoke. Suddenly, the heroic spirit within Lu Yuan's body awakened. Immortal Bloodlord, Zhenhong, ancestral soul awakened. The first ability user was the Lord of the ancient kingdom of Haixian. He was a water-type ability user who, relying on the geographical advantage of the sea, repeatedly led his people to defeat the Empire's much larger army, becoming the last hero of Haixian. During the counterattack against the Empire, Zhenhong was betrayed by his allies and fell into an encirclement. Before his death, Zhenhong developed his ability to its limit, abandoning his battered physical body and switching to using fresh blood as his essence and fresh blood as his ultimate attack. In the end, his water-type ability swept the battlefield, burying all his enemies. The enemy, Alpha, grew increasingly bewildered. Wait, this familiar appearance. This one seems to have some impression of it. One of the last powerhouses of humanity. The first-generation ability user, Zhenhong. Why? Why do you possess his power? The system chimed in. When fighting, Zhenhong can consume a certain percentage of his own blood to inflict true damage equivalent to that percentage of blood on the enemy. You can always fight on equal terms with the enemy. Alpha was being frantically attacked by Lu Yuan. Stop! Zhenhong's body is composed entirely of fresh blood, and his attacks inflict equivalent damage on the enemy by consuming a certain percentage of his blood. In other words, if you want to kill me, you yourself will also die from excessive blood loss. You foolish human, there's no point in mutual destruction. We can absolutely shake hands and make peace. Lu Yuan had lost all reason at this point and no longer listened to him. Have you forgotten something? I have the blood holy grail. My current body is made entirely of fresh blood. In other words, the blood holy grail is no longer healing my flesh and blood body, but this body of blood. I can perfectly consume blood to attack, while using a little blood to sacrifice to the blood holy grail, continuously healing myself and keeping myself at full blood. After hearing this, he was stunned, unable to believe his ears. Despicable, truly despicable. It's one thing to cheat, but to cheat with a closed-loop system like this. In the battle between the two, Lu Yuan had the absolute upper hand, continuously attacking him. Damn it, it's wrong. All wrong. The future I deduced is completely wrong. Because he uses a suicidal attack. Every time I calculate, his outcome is always defeat. But he continuously uses the blood holy grail, taking advantage of the full blood characteristic of the blood body to instantly revive. In reality, he is completely incapable of failing. At this moment, Alpha had fallen into an abyss of despair. In other words, my calculations and thoughts about the future have become meaningless. He had now discarded his divine title. Farewell, so-called god. Alpha watched helplessly at the frenzied, bloodthirsty attack. No, it shouldn't be like this. This one knew the weakness of a flesh and blood body, which is why I chose to abandon it and ascend through machinery. But now, this one is lost to a body of blood. This one is not resigned, not resigned. Shen Lu stood to the side, analyzing the battle. The last time the god of blood and wine awakened, his power hadn't even recovered to 1/10. If Lu Yuan's victory last time was just luck, then this time, he relied on a closed-loop cheat to defeat the god of fire and iron at his strongest. At this moment, she suddenly blushed. What is this? Why is my heart suddenly beating so fast? Oh my god, Could it be that I'm developing strange feelings for my student? CEO Shun Lu. Favorability increased by 20, current favorability 30. Congratulations to the host for eliminating the god of fire and iron, Hitos, receiving minus 10,000 karma, and the god tier item energy core. Lu Yuan picked up the item gifted by the system, and the item's information immediately appeared. Energy core. When the god of fire and iron chose to ascend through machinery, he used the eternal flame and an extraterrestrial meteorite to create a mechanical heart for himself, thereby obtaining energy and becoming the core of his immortality. The energy contained within is enough to power a superclass safe zone for tens of thousands of years. His gaze gradually relaxed at this moment, enough to power a superclass safe zone for thousands of years. In other words, I can use this energy core to build my own territory, become a superclass lord, and reach the pinnacle of life. The system announced again. The immortal blood Lord Zhenhong form has been dispelled. The host has entered a weakened and immobilized state, unable to perform any actions, including speaking, for 2 minutes. Lu Yuan free fall from a great height and extremely fast speed. Seeing him fall, Shen Lu blushed shyly. My student, Lu Yuan, is leaping towards me. After winning the battle, am I the first person he thought of? She blushed so much that she didn't dare to look him straight in the eye. How annoying. We have a teacher-student relationship. If it develops into that kind of relationship, people will gossip, and it will be very difficult for me as your teacher. Lu Yuan quickly landed, but not on the ground, but on Shun Lu. Student Lu Yuan, you actually dare? I really misjudged you. Get off of me. Elisa, who had just landed, said, no wonder when we came here before, he was sitting on me and smiling, refusing to get down. The Immortal Blood King really does have this kind of hobby. What a pervert. Long Yuning then turned to ask him, Kid, what did you do to Sister Shinlu? Lu Yuan lowered his head and saw the awkward scene, thinking to himself, I don't want to either, but for the next 2 minutes I can't move, I can't even speak. What kind of damn negative status is this? A small illustration appeared. Does anyone understand? A few days later, the blue sky and white clouds gradually faded. At the extreme cold white city safe zone, a place covered by wind, snow, and endless blizzards. In a warm room that was always heated, a voice was heard at this moment. Innkeeper Orge. The butler stepped forward to greet him. 2 nobles of the extreme cold safe zone, Ivan and the inn's maid, Zoya, entered together. Don't be so tense. This young master isn't a bad person. I'm a refined gentleman. He thought to himself, I've already spent a lot of money and effort on this bitch. I have to take her away today, no matter what. He pretended to be drunk and struck up a conversation. Am I right, you country bumpkin? Yes. Please walk slowly, sir. Watch your step. Su Ming, on the side, had a pained expression. After my sister-in-law was taken away, it was thanks to the kind Zoya who took me in and introduced me to work here as a waiter that I've survived until now. But now, I can only watch helplessly as she's taken away by that scoundrel, unable to do anything. It's all because I'm too useless. I couldn't save my sister-in-law before, and now I can't save Zoya either. Ivan quickly took her down to the basement. What the hell? With this weather, there's a puddle of water on the ground. Is the underfloor heating leaking? These leather shoes of mine are made of red earth deer hide. They can't get wet. At this moment, he turned his head and cursed. You country bumpkin, come over here. I'll give you a silver coin to be my footmat. A country bumpkin from the Linhai safe zone. Clearly just a low-class waiter, yet the woman Zoya that I have my eye on seems to care a lot about him. Let's see how I humiliate you today. Su Ming swallowed his pride and laid down in the puddle, causing Zoya, who was standing beside him, immense pain. Su Ming, Ivan glanced at the worried Zoya. This woman actually feels sorry for him. Damn it. He's just a broke bastard from another place, a lowlife. On what grounds does he deserve her concern? I am the noble of this extreme cold safe zone, the superior being who spends money on you people. At this moment, Ivan fiercely stepped on Su Ming's back. Darling, look at this footmat. It's so sturdy. What do you say if I hired him to be a footstool at home, to use when I take a dump? Wouldn't that be more interesting? Ha! Suddenly, the sound of slow footsteps approached Su Ming. It turned out to be Lu Yuan, who walked over and called out softly, Hey, Su Ming. As soon as Su Ming heard the familiar voice, he cared about nothing else and immediately stood up. Ivan was knocked to the ground, falling into the puddle and getting soaked. It hurts. You damn country bumpkin. You bastard. Suminrash towards Lujuan. It's you, is it really you? Suddenly, because he was running too fast, Su Ming tripped on a stone and fell flat on the ground. Su Ming's eyes were red. Yuan Ji, why are you here? Lu Yuan stood in the wind and snow and said to Su Ming, traveling from the south to the holy cathedral in the west, we would encounter many forces of the Sun Temple. So we decided to head west through the sparsely populated northern ice plains. What about you? What happened? What did you end up like this? Where's Yi Shiyun? Su Ming explained while crying. Yuan Ji, sister-in-law, she was taken by the lord of the extreme cold safe zone. I couldn't stop them. Now, even Zoya, who was kind enough to take me in, he slowly stood up at this moment. It's all my fault. It's all because I'm useless. I only know how to make things worse. Lu Yuan kindly handed him an umbrella. A real man doesn't cry. What are you crying for? Yuan Ji, about sister-in-law's matter, you don't blame me? Lu Yuan's face darkened. What's the use of blaming you? I'm already here. I'll solve the trouble for you. You said that Zoya girl. Is that the woman over there? You like her, don't you? Ivan felt Lu Yuan's gaze fixed on him, and cold sweat immediately broke out. That gaze is so terrifying. Even from this distance, it makes me shiver. Who on earth is he? Lu Yuan slowly walked towards the person. Let's go. We'll handle your business first, then rendezvous with the War Goddesses group in the outskirts. I'm going to pay a visit to the Lord's mansion. Yi Shiyun, wait for me. I'm coming to save you. Orj and Ivan were talking in a dark alley. Orj bowed slightly. I'm terribly sorry. Our employee dared to be rude to you, Sir Ivan. I'll fire him immediately when I get back. Ivan asked, fire him? What's the use of firing him now? Suddenly, Su Ming ran like the wind down the small street, charging straight towards the two of them. Yuan Ji is here. I'm not afraid of anything anymore. He took a step forward. Orj glared angrily. Su Ming, how dare you treat the great sir like that? He is a valued guest of our shop. You're finished, I'm telling you. You're really finished. He pointed at Su Ming, his lips trembling as he spoke. From today on, don't even think about finding any work in White City. Don't even think about earning money. Get out. Get out to some cold corner and wait to starve to death. Su Ming took off his outer coat and handed it to Orj, stunning everyone. I also want to tell you I quit. My Yuan Ji is here. Zoya stood by, watching him. Su Ming held out his hand, and Zoya happily placed her hand lightly on his, a scene that made Ivan clench his jaw in anger. Su Ming said to Zoya, my Yuan Ji is here. He's a super expert. He can solve any trouble. Are you willing to leave this place with me? Zoya smiled and replied, yes, I am willing. Ivan watched the two of them talking, his brows furrowed in anger, and he shouted, this is rebellion. You're all rebelling. Where did this rotten brat come from? You're all a bunch of fools who don't know your place. Don't you know what the situation is now? I am the younger brother of the lord of this extreme, cold safe zone. I can crush all of you with just a flick of my finger. Hearing this, Su Ming immediately threw a vicious punch. Ivan fell to the ground, his face covered in bruises. He looked at Su Ming with a gloomy expression. Su Ming said, you think you can compare to my Yuan Ji? After speaking, Su Ming turned with a bright smile and took Zoya's hand. Let's go. She shyly replied with a yes. Ivan clutched his bruised face and said angrily to Orj, Orj, are you just going to let them leave like that? Do you still want to do business here? I'm giving you one last chance. Capture them immediately, then kill them all. Otherwise, Orj held a communication crystal, cold sweat pouring down. He replied to Ivan, I just received an order from the great Lord Thunder Emperor Valina through the communication crystal. My shop is now declared closed. Also, Lord Thunder Emperor said, you have been exiled from the extreme cold safe zone. Leave immediately and fend for yourself. Ivan jumped up in anger. What? What did you say? Why is this happening? A group of people were walking on a mountain road towards the city in a frigid region. Valina rode on a deer, saying unhappily, Orj and Ivan, those two actually dared to mess with the immortal Blood King's people. It seems they're tired of living. For them to come knocking on our door, we really are afraid of trouble. A soldier came forward and said to her, the immortal Blood King is here? But, Lord Thunder Emperor, didn't the people from the Sun Temple say they were still in the Linhai region? How could we run into them here? She replied, the immortal Blood King in the Linhai region is just an imposter created by the King of Illusions. You want to put on this show. It's just to maintain the situation. Valina thought of an unknown person. This news was told to us by the King of Illusions using a communication crystal. At the extreme cold safe zone, the Lord's mansion in White City, soldiers covered in blood fell to the ground. Lord Thunder Emperor, the guards in the mansion are all dead. It seems we were still a step too late. Valina fought with a cold expression, filled with killing intent and fury. She thought to herself, damn it, things have really come to this. Immortal Blood King, you must remain calm. Don't lay a hand on the Lord. Otherwise there will surely be a battle between you and me. Her eyes were both sharp and worried. A battle of gods will surely be a scene of world-ending destruction. I really don't want the common people here to be implicated because of it. She stepped into the palace and saw corpses strewn everywhere, unable to help but be horrified. Immortal Blood King. Valina's eyes widened in horror as she stared at him. Lord, did you kill him? All troops, prepare for battle. He spoke. Where is Yi Shiyun? Valina ran in front of the Immortal Blood King. We have already punished the relevant people who harassed and besieged your friend. Why did you have to be so ruthless, not giving me any chance? He still asked, where is Yi Shiyun? Ignored by the Immortal Blood King, she was furious to the extreme. As the guardian god of a region, you dare to murder our lord. Because of your impulsive actions, it has now turned into a war between two regions. And you still have the mind to worry about the safety of a stranger. Suddenly, a trembling hand was raised, followed by the voice of the hand's owner. Wait, Lord Thunder Emperor. Another voice rang out. Lord Thunder Emperor, there's still a survivor here. It was a soldier lying on the ground, trying to push himself up. Everyone here was not killed by the Immortal Blood King. It was Lord Wuji. He has returned. Hearing this, she couldn't help but be shocked. The Immortal Blood King spoke. He came to take a woman. They are heading towards the Ice Great Wall. Hearing this, she immediately turned to look at the Immortal Blood King. Valina bowed sincerely in apology. It was my negligence. I misunderstood you. I admit my fault to you. Lu Yuan paid it no mind, preparing to leave. Move, don't block the way. She revealed a difficult expression. Wait, you want to go there? Even for you, going alone is too dangerous. He glanced at Valina. Then I have to go even more, because Yi Shiyun is there. Valina's gaze darkened. No, you have no idea what's there. Outside, the Ice Great Wall stretched for hundreds of miles, impossible to cross. It was not formed in ancient times, but was built by the old gods who once ruled this land. The sole purpose of its construction was to prevent the invasion of a certain terrifying existence. The Immortal Blood King put his hands in his pockets and asked, is there something that even gods are afraid of? Valina replied, that's right. Moreover, that Wuji captured your friend. I suspect he wants to lure you there. Just thinking of him, she revealed a look of extreme anxiety and fear. Wuji was originally my disciple, but before I became a god, he was already the lord here. As a lord, he was no longer willing to submit to us, so he chose to betray us and fled outside the Ice Great Wall. It was only then that Orge became the new lord. He replied, so, according to you, he captured Yi Shiyun to lure me there. Why would he do that? She said seriously, I think there's only one reason. She thought of the image of a dark figure and a black horse. To awaken the existence outside the Ice Great Wall that even the old gods fear. At the Ice Great Wall, Valina asked the Immortal Blood King, Immortal Blood King, do you really want to go inside the Great Wall? Lu Yuan replied, yes, I have to go. Although he was expressionless, the determination to set off could be seen in his eyes. Actually, you don't have to keep calling me Immortal Blood King. That name sounds a bit strange to me. My name is Lu Yuan. If you don't mind, we can also address each other as brother and sister. She gently placed her hand on the corner of her mouth and said cheerfully, all right, brother Yuan. My name is Valina. Just call me Lena. Wuji was originally my subordinate. I should have gone with you, but I bear the duty of protecting the Great Wall and cannot leave. Valina was a little embarrassed. Therefore, I wish you a safe journey. Lu Yuan smiled and replied, it's fine. This matter is a bit difficult for you to handle. Just leave it to me. The soldiers standing by watched, stunned and speechless. One soldier spoke up. These two great god slayers, I wonder what happened. Another replied, that's right, Lord Thunder Emperor suddenly called herself Lena. And what was that about, Sister Lena? Suddenly, Zoya frantically ran up to the immortal Blood King. I finally found you. He turned his head to look at Zoya in confusion, thinking to himself, isn't this girl the one who was with Su Ming? I remember her name is Zoya. Zoya pointed behind her and said, Su Ming. He and two of your other friends took advantage of Lord Thunder Emperor's visit to the Lord's mansion to sneak out of the Ice Great Wall. He said he wanted to go save his sister-in-law. She spoke with a pitiful expression, startling Lu Yuan. It was me who got him involved. Please, go save Su Ming quickly. The scene changes to Su Ming's group, walking on a snowy path. He spoke up. Long Yuning, we've been walking for half a day. Why does it feel like we're just wandering around? Can we really find sister-in-law? Long Yuning replied seriously. We can. Su Ming asked, why are you so sure? She asked back, do you remember what those guards said when we were sneaking out? Long Yuning turned her head to look at Su Ming. If there's really danger outside, then we'll encounter that danger soon. Su Ming asked again, so that means we're actively looking for danger? He clenched his fist, raised it, and continued. Long Yuning, didn't you say Brother Yuan would definitely be held up by the Thunder Emperor, and we had to take the opportunity to sneak out of the Ice Great Wall to help Brother Yuan find sister-in-law? But why has it now turned into... Su Ming's gaze passed through his glasses, the lenses reflecting Long Yuning's back. Wait, I think I get it. He clutched his head and shouted. Long Yuning must be jealous because Brother Yuan cares so much about sister-in-law, so she's desperate and wants to commit suicide. I keep talking about sister-in-law, which made Long Yuning want to kill me and conveniently get rid of me right here. A loud smack was heard, as Long Yuning had slapped Su Ming, hurting him so much he had to clutch his head. What nonsense are you spouting? What I mean is, the enemy will most likely come to us, and then we can follow the clues to find Yi Shiyun. Shen Lu stood there and asked Long Yuning, Little Ning, do you two hear something? The two turned to look at her with confused expressions. Suddenly, a horde of monsters appeared from nowhere and charged at the three of them. Roar, roar, roar. Long Yuning drew her sword and charged forward, protecting the other two. Shen Lu stood behind, saying fearfully, danger really did come knocking. Little Ning, you're like a prophet. Su Ming also thought she was very cool. As expected of you, Long Yuning. She sliced a monster in two with one strike. What are you two idiots getting excited about? The danger has appeared, but we have to get past this first before we can follow the clues to find Yi Shiyun. Even though it was cut in half, the monster still used its hand to grab Long Yuning's leg. She was startled, thinking to herself, this thing is still alive with only half a body? A vortex of fire pierced straight into the monster's upper torso, causing it excruciating pain. Her sharp, murderous gaze looked down. The Thunder Emperor sent information about Yi Shiyun's location to the city guard, which we just happened to overhear. Long Yuning charged into the middle of the monster horde. Lu Yuan has definitely been held up by the Thunder Emperor, so saving Yi Shiyun is something only we can do. She frowned. We can't just rely on Lu Yuan. As someone by his side, I have to show my own worth. Otherwise, what right do I have to keep following him? Long Yuning rushed forward, swinging her sword several times, slaying all the monsters. In front of her was the Chief Judgment God Officer Bai. He let out a loud shout. Suddenly, a wave of snow seemed to surge, striking fear into her heart. She thought to herself, what a terrifying pressure. Even though I've been through 100 battles, I still feel myself trembling. Long Yuning tightened her grip on her sword, silently saying to Lu Yuan, you care so much about Yi Shiyun, she must be hoping for me to come save her. So I have nothing to hesitate about. I will definitely save her for you. Long Yuning donned a set of sturdy armor. Even if I can't become your queen, this little pawn will, as you wish, single-mindedly press forward. The Chief Judgment God Officer, Bai said, an ant trying to shake a tree, overestimating your own strength. He launched a palm strike towards Long Yuning. A loud explosion rang out. Long Yuning coughed up blood, knelt on one knee, and supported herself with her sword. I was the #1 combatant of the Linhai safe zone, yet I can't even block a single one of his attacks. Shen Lu called out worriedly. Little Ning. Su Ming was also somewhat panicked. How is that possible? Long Yuning couldn't even take one hit? The Chief Judgment God Officer, Bai swung his blade towards Long Yuning, saying in an arrogant tone, too weak, far too weak. You are not worthy of being my enemy. This snowy mountain tomb will be your burial place. Long Yuning's expression darkened. Suddenly, a hand blocked the descending blade. He stared blankly at Long Yuning, not understanding what had just happened. Suddenly, the heavenly Eye-Power Lord, 100-eyed demon monarch form appeared and replied, with me here, the snowy mountain tomb is nothing but ordinary scenery. The system notification continued to sound. Host has consumed minus 10,000 karma power, evolving into the 100-eyed demon monarch form. Remaining karma power, minus 35,730. Lu Yuan heard the system notification and thought to himself, I finally made it in time. But facing a strong enemy this time, I can't afford to be wasteful, so I can only grit my teeth and bear the pain. The last time I eliminated the god of fire and iron, I received minus 10,000 points, and this time I use it all in one go. It really hurts. The heavily injured Long Yuning softly called out, Lu Yuan. He said, this snowy mountain tomb scene is actually here just for me. The system notification sounded again. Long Yuning's favorability rating has increased by 10. Current favorability is 16. Hearing this, Lu Yuan chuckled softly. This young lady's favorability increased by another 10? My efforts weren't in vain. Well then, I'll have to keep investing. Lu Yuan quickly gripped the hilt of his greatsword, calculating to himself. This guy, according to the Thunder Emperor, is someone even the old gods are wary of. Looks like a tough battle is coming. Lu Yuan suddenly lunged, raising the sword in his hand high, then launched it forward with all his might. To be honest, before I had a reserve of karma power, let alone activating the 100-eyed demon monarch form, I wouldn't even dare to think about it. Seeing this, he spoke contemptuously. You're the first one to block one of my moves. Not bad. You could be considered someone of value. I hope you can last a little longer and satisfy my expectations. He muttered contemptuously while reaching out a hand to block Lu Yuan's attack. But it's a bit of a pity. It seems you're not very smart. A sentient weapon will not harm its master, and my moment of conquest is just like that. You using it to attack me is no different from just giving it to me. As he finished speaking, his body was instantly sent flying. The fierce attack threw him violently into a distant mountain, creating an earth-shattering explosion. The surrounding air fell silent at this sight. The system notification sounded again. Platinum level power. Host is activated. 100-finger demon eye. Power increased 1,000-fold. That's terrifying. Su Ming saw the scene, utterly horrified. Is the boss dead? Shenlu is also extremely shocked. Could he have escaped? The chief judgment god officer, Bai, was sent flying by Lu Yuan's move and couldn't help but exclaim, damn it, I never expected a human's power could be this terrifying. The inertia of the moment of conquest is truly making it impossible for me to stop flying backward. This guy is dangerous, using this method to force me off the battlefield. Before he disappeared, his voice echoed, pathetic human, I will definitely be back. Lu Yuan looked at the scene before him, as if he couldn't believe his eyes, thinking to himself, ended just like that? It seems the words of the old gods, or the Thunder Emperor, were just that. This was quite an eye-opener. Suddenly, countless demons appeared around him, rushing towards him. Seeing this, Lu Yuan sighed. Well then, I'll just deal with these small fries first. A sudden system notification startled him. Warning, the host state has reached its limit. If overused, the host will suffer a backlash and lose their sanity. Noticing his body was about to lose control, the system hurriedly warned, Host, be careful, or you will shut down. Lu Yuan was horrified by the sudden turn of events, cursing inwardly. What the hell? Why now of all times? Under the continuous attacks of the monsters, his eyes slowly closed. Su Ming carried Lu Yuan on his back as he walked forward. Unable to hold back his curiosity, he asked, CEO, do we really have to run away like this? Hearing this, Shen Lu gently chided, don't ask so many questions. Even if you gave it your all, running away is the only option. The heavily injured Long Yuning, supported by Shen Lu, struggled to speak. Sister Shen Lu, Su Ming is right. Carrying me and Lu Yuan is slowing everyone down. At this rate, we'll be caught. I can still hold on. Leave me behind to cover the rear. You all take Lu Yuan and go. Just then, suddenly, a little girl appeared ahead, blocking their path. Father, look, there are people ahead. A group of people suddenly appeared in the forest. The man in the lead sized them up. Looking at these clothes, you must be from inside the Great Wall. The person next to him said with a look of disgust, what a bunch of animals. Not only did they steal our place in the Great Wall, now they want to steal our territory too? This bunch doesn't know their place. It's not just us. The gods' emissaries are about to break through that Great Wall anyway. A fierce roar suddenly came from behind. Hearing this, Su Ming said worriedly, this is bad. They've caught up. Hearing the commotion, the man immediately became anxious. Damn it. These people are indeed being hunted by the gods' emissaries. Hearing this, the little girl happily said to everyone, everyone, hurry over here. come with us and leave this place. The man was horrified when he heard this. Shaoli, what are you doing? You can't possibly want to save these people from a city, do you? After hearing this, the little girl looked towards her father. Seeing this, the man sighed. Hurry and take them away. Bring them back to the camp for now. Everyone was extremely surprised to hear this. But chieftain, they're people from inside the Great Wall. The person next to him added, that's right, this bunch has nothing of value on them. Hearing this, the chieftain turned and shouted, enough! Even if they're from the city, we can't let them die at the hands of the gods' emissaries, or there will be more imposters. Outside the Great Wall, at the savages' camp, Brother Yuan is awake. Lu Yuan struggled to sit up from the bed, groaning in pain. So painful. Where is this? Su Ming walked over to him, extremely excited. Shen Lu also asked with great concern, Xiao Yuan, you're finally awake. Su Ming approached him, pointing to the door as he explained, Lu Yuan, you suddenly fainted. We barely managed to get you out, only to be hunted by those gods' emissaries. Just when it seemed like we were doomed, they happened to pass by and save us, and they even brought us back to their camp. Then, Shaoli skipped over to Lu Yuan's bed and said excitedly, Big brother, you slept so soundly, you didn't wake up until the sun had set. Seeing the little girl's actions, the chieftain scolded, Shaoli, don't be rude. Lu Yuan's face was serious as he looked at them inquisitively. May I ask, who are you all? Hearing his question, the chieftain frowned. Your friends told me you came from the south and don't understand the situation in the north. It seems you are indeed young. After confirming this, he began to introduce them. We are the people from outside the Great Wall. The people inside call us savages, while we call them insiders. After hearing this, Lu Yuan couldn't help but look at Su Ming in confusion. Then what are these so-called gods' emissaries? Hearing his question, Su Ming explained, they're a bunch of monsters that look like moving masses of flesh. Brother Yuan, the chieftain said those monsters aren't simple. They're all emissaries of a god. Lu Yuan was extremely surprised to hear this. Su Ming, beside him, continued to explain. The chieftain said those things were created by a god. Originally, they have no consciousness, no sense of life or death. But after killing a living person, they will develop self-awareness and transform into the appearance of the person they killed. At this point, they are called imposters. At this moment, the chieftain also said in a low voice, those imposters will disguise themselves as humans, gather believers for their god, and use the power of faith to make their god stronger. I heard from the previous chieftain that some imposters have long since infiltrated the Ice Great Wall, and it seems they've even established an organization called the Sun God Cult. Hearing this, Lu Yuan's face showed clear astonishment. After a moment of shock, Lu Yuan began to analyze. The Sun God Cult? I had a feeling. What is it that even the old gods are wary of? It must be the new gods, of course. After hearing this, the chieftain seemed to be in thought. New gods? So that's what you people in the city call them now. In that case, the gods who once ruled this world must be what you call the old gods, right? Lu Yuan nodded in agreement. The chieftain had a realization. I see. Perhaps we should start calling them that as well. The chieftain continued to explain. The world we live in is protected by an extremely powerful restriction. Therefore, the new gods cannot descend into this world in their true forms. However, that restriction is not perfect. It has a flaw. He continued to explain. That flaw is this very icy plane. Hearing this, Lu Yuan was very confused. So, the new gods descend into our world through that flaw? After hearing this, the chieftain hesitated slightly. Yes, but not entirely. The chieftain continued to analyze the stages of this world for Lu Yuan. The old gods once united to fight against the new gods. In the end, the old gods all failed. Therefore, they began to retreat and built the Ice Great Wall, hoping to separate the world inside from the world outside. Hearing this, Lu Yuan adjusted his clothes while asking probingly, if even the old gods themselves couldn't stand against the new gods, then a mere wall of ice couldn't possibly stop them, right? Hearing this, the chieftain nodded slightly. The situation had been hopeless, but now there was a sudden new turn of events. He continued to explain. The god of love and beauty among the old gods traveled the world, using her own charm to persuade and rally the various races, finally bringing together the most powerful allied army. His voice rang out steadily. The strongest dragon of the demon race, the strongest great archmage of the elf race, and the strongest sword saint of the human human race all came to that flawed location. Under the leadership of the god of love and beauty, they confronted the new god, and an unprecedented battle broke out. In the end, at the cost of the dragon race's champion dying in battle and the holy sword breaking in two, the new god's physical body was destroyed, and its primordial spirit was forced to retreat. The chieftain continued his story. The great archmage took that opportunity to seal the place with his own body, which was how they were able to stop the invasion of the new gods. However, the threat from the new gods was not completely eliminated, and the great archmage seal could not completely block the infiltration of their power. His voice grew heavy. The new god used its own destroyed body in this world to create the gods' emissaries. The chieftain's expression was extremely solemn as he recounted. What happened after that is just as I've told you. After a god's emissary kills a living person, it will inherit their consciousness and transform into their appearance to replace them, helping the new god accumulate the power of faith so that the new god can eventually break through the crack. Su Ming immediately refuted after hearing this. That's not right, chieftain. What you're saying is different from what I've read in the ancient texts. Hearing this, Lu Yuan seemed to be in thought. The savage chieftain's words indeed had a flaw. If the new god was sealed, then why did the old gods? Seeing that he wasn't paying attention, Su Ming exclaimed in surprise. I've never been to the Ice Great Wall, but the ancient texts have records about the group of people inside the wall. How would I know your story? In any case, that's what my ancestors passed down. Hearing this, the chieftain shook his head and sighed. It was you people from the city who burned the bridge after crossing it, afraid that there were impostors among us, so you wouldn't allow us to return to the Ice Great Wall. After hearing this, Su Ming was a bit confused and asked again, Chieftain, why did your ancestors have to leave the Ice Great Wall in the first place? He became a little angry upon hearing this, scolding, Are you stupid? Our ancestors were, of course, the human army that followed the Sword Saint to defeat the new god back then. Did you think we came here for vacation? He frowned, glaring at them. In any case, your people inside the wall still can't completely stop the imposters from infiltrating the world. On the contrary, it is we who can never return to our homeland, forced to guard this cold, icy plain for generations, fighting those gods, emissaries, and imposters. Shen Lu, who was standing to the side, finally spoke up, asking probingly, Is it possible that no one knows how to eliminate those imposters? Hearing this, the chieftain sighed. There is. If you destroy an impostor, they will revert to their original god's emissary form. Hearing this, Shen Lu frowned in thought. But that method is too brutal and a bit rash. What if you kill the wrong person? Besides this method, is there a better way? Xiao Li, standing beside her, heard this and gently tugged on Shen Lu's sleeve. There's no other way. Xiao Li's innocent face was flushed as she said in a childish voice, because after becoming an imposter, the so-called God's emissary has actually inherited the memories of the person they replaced. In other words, even the imposters themselves don't know they are imposters. Lu Yuan was extremely surprised to hear this. If even the imposters don't know they are imposters, then how can they attract believers and accumulate the power of faith for the new god? After hearing this, Su Ming offered his own opinion. I suddenly have a thought. I'm not sure if I should say it or not. I've always felt that if the new god hadn't created the god's emissaries after being defeated and sealed, then its initial appearance wouldn't have caused any harm, right? Su Ming continued to analyze. The old gods wanted to oppress us anyway, so wouldn't it have been better to let the new god destroy them? Besides, in this apocalyptic era full of monsters, if it weren't for the superpowers granted by the new god, wouldn't humanity have been wiped out long ago? Hearing what Su Ming said, the chieftain immediately frowned and retorted, What you're saying is nonsense. For you to still be concerned about that at this point shows that you completely fail to understand how terrifying the imposters are. Imposters are not limited to humans. They can also transform into other races. The chieftain frowned and continued to explain. Over time, due to the new god's power, they will gradually become extremist and bloodthirsty. After the dragon of old participated in the battle between the old and new gods and died, its impostor also appeared. He recalled the frenzied scene from the past, lamenting, I heard that after many years of lying low, that dragon's impostor finally lost control and bloodily massacred a human settlement called Wind's Rest City. Su Ming seemed pensive upon hearing this. then said with some surprise, Wind's Rest City? I've heard of that place, but it disappeared a long time ago. Shenlu, standing beside him, seemed to realize something and interrupted. Wait, chieftain, could it be that the place you're talking about is actually Wind's Rest Fortress? The chieftain nodded repeatedly upon hearing this, pointing at her. It seems that's the name of the place. How did you know? Lu Yuan, standing to one side, coughed lightly and asked probingly, Chieftain, there is something I'd like to ask you. Have you ever seen a silver-haired girl about 16 or 17 years old? Before he could finish asking, the man immediately answered, Ah, yes. Not long ago, the only surviving old god, the god of love and beauty, passed by here carrying an unconscious silver-haired girl. Their direction seemed to be toward that flawed region. Upon hearing this news, Lu Yuan was utterly shaken, calculating inwardly. The god of love and beauty. Isn't that Wuji, the handmaiden who betrayed the Thunder Emperor and took Yi Xian away? But no matter what, he finally had a lead on Yi Xian's whereabouts. After a moment of thought, he looked toward the chieftain. The god of love and beauty is not the only surviving old god, because not long ago, we just fought with the god of fire and iron, the god who turned himself into a machine. Hearing this, the chieftain's face turned pale with shock. You actually fought with an old god? Wait, you survived and came here, which means you defeated him? Outwardly, he appeared to be seriously evaluating the truthfulness of his words, but inwardly, he was extremely excited. Then, among them, there must be a god slayer. With the help of a god slayer, perhaps I can lead my clansmen back to the Ice Great Wall. I've accidentally latched onto a powerful backer. But which one of them is the god slayer? They have 2 men and 2 women, 1 injured woman and 1 unconscious man. He looked thoughtfully towards Su Ming and Shun Lu. Then the god slayer must be one of the remaining 2. I must analyze this carefully and find out who the god slayer is. Only then can I conceal my purpose, and later, without the god slayer's knowledge, move him deeply so that he will ultimately help me lead the tribe back to the Ice Great Wall. Then, he looked towards Su Ming, who was standing in a corner observing the surroundings, and his heart stirred. It's him. Yes, it must be him. During the conversation, just now, he said that the old gods deserve to be killed by the new gods. A radiant joy appeared on the chieftain's face. What courage, what uniqueness. If he hadn't personally slain an old god, how could he say such shocking and unconventional words? At this moment, Lu Yuan, standing by the door, suddenly remembered something and turned to ask, Right, where's Long Yuning? Why don't I see her? Lu Yuan's expression darkened, and he frowned, asking, Tell me the truth, where did Long Yuning go? Su Ming stepped forward and said awkwardly, Brother Yuan, don't you remember? When you were unconscious, she was seriously injured. Before he could finish his words, Lu Yuan roared angrily. You're not answering the question. I'm asking where she is now. Su Ming was so scared he stumbled backward. Then he lowered his head, pointed out the door, and said, In the cold pool, behind the underground palace over there. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan shot out the door, his face full of anxiety, thinking, seeing their reaction, could something have happened to her? He leaped up the waterfall as fast as lightning to find her. Running along the riverbank, Lu Yuan saw bloody water flowing down and was horrified. There's blood in the water. Could something have really happened to her? Then he searched while shouting in extreme fear. Long Yuning. After searching for a while, he saw a set of clothes and a sword placed on a cliff. Lu Yuan's gaze followed that direction toward the riverbank, and at that moment, he saw Long Yuning, completely naked, with steam rising from her entire body. Lu Yuan's eyes widened, looking her up and down. Then, his cheeks flushed, and he broke into a sweat, thinking, this familiar scene has appeared again. Long Yuning hurriedly covered her body and pointed at him, shouting, Haven't you seen enough? She said angrily, The last time at Wind's Rest Fortress, I offer myself to save you. I'm not a casual woman. Don't think you can just have me whenever you want. As soon as Long Yuning finished speaking, her long sword thrust straight toward Lu Yuan's lower body. Then she closed in on him, scolding, so young and already learning bad things. You just woke up and you're already running over to watch me bathe? It seems I have to teach you a lesson again. Lu Yuan took a step back, lamenting inwardly, I'm in trouble. A second later, a loud noise echoed. Su Ming only dared to peek through the crack in the door. A moment later, he opened the door and said, Brother Yuan, you're back? Ah, those two round bumps on your head. Why do they look exactly like the ones Long Yuning gave me last time? Having been beaten, Lu Yuan clenched his fists, trying to restrain himself. Then he pushed Su Ming aside and strode in aggressively. All of you, when I asked where Long Yuning was earlier, none of you said anything. What were you all pretending for? Shun Lu, lying on the bed, replied weakly, because I was too tired. Not everyone can be in a coma for as long as you. We had to run nonstop to get here, and what about you? Why did you ignore me back then? Su Ming scratched his head and explained, "It's a misunderstanding, Brother Yuan. I was about to say that the war goddess was injured and covered in blood, so she went to the cold pool to wash up a bit." Hearing this, Lu Yuan was momentarily speechless, thinking, I was totally tricked by these two. He cleared his throat and said, "Fine, let's not talk about this anymore. Everyone, get some rest quickly, then we'll set off to find clues." But before he could finish, the ground suddenly shook violently, and everyone's face turned pale with fright. Su Ming asked in panic, "What's happening? An earthquake?" At this moment, Lu Yuan stepped forward and lifted the door curtain. Outside was a scene of chaos. "This is bad. Our camp has been discovered by the gods' emissaries. The Judgment God officers are leading a large army of gods' emissaries to attack us." The tribe members hurriedly went to prepare their weapons. "I told you, we shouldn't have saved those people inside. If we hadn't, our tracks wouldn't have been exposed. They must have followed them to find us." Hearing this, the chieftain gave a forced laugh to comfort them. "Haha, what's there to be afraid of? We have a big shot backing us. Don't be scared." Lu Yuan approached and asked the chieftain in confusion, "I heard you mention the Judgment God officers. May I ask what they are?" The chieftain pointed to the army outside the fence and explained, "They're the subordinates of the new gods. There are 4 of them, white, red, black, and green. Each has their own special abilities. The leader this time is the one in the middle, White." At this moment, White was mounted on a horse, his long sword pointing straight ahead, ordering the legion to attack. Seeing this, the chieftain turned to Su Ming for help. "At this time, I must ask for your assistance. I believe you can certainly handle them with ease." Hearing this, Su Ming panicked and shouted, "Me? But I don't have any special abilities. I'm the weakest one." The chieftain didn't believe him, giving a thumbs up and smiling to himself. A god slayer with no special abilities? This acting, truly worthy of a master god slayer. Then, the chieftain asked, "I understand. You mean you are too strong, so you don't even need to use special abilities to deal with these small fries, right?" With that said, he and his clansmen formed 2 lines on either side, saying, "In that case, would you please display your skills?" Su Ming stood alone in the middle of the formation, facing White. He saw White charging at an astonishing speed and was so scared that tears streamed down his face. "It's over. I'm screwed. I'm dead for sure this time." As he finished speaking, in the very next second, Su Ming was kicked into the air by White's warhorse, knocked unconscious. A clansman looked at him lying sprawled on the ground and asked the chieftain doubtfully, "Is that the big shot? He doesn't look very reliable." The chieftain beside him was also stunned into silence. How could this be? This is completely off script. How could the Master God Slayer be sent flying like that? Lu Yuan, who witnessed this from the side, thought, "The side effects of the Heavenly Eye Force Demon Pupil are too great. I can't use it. I'll just have to use the other 2. Then, he charged forward to attack. Seeing this, the chieftain came to a conclusion in his heart. That kid, why did he suddenly? Wait, could it be that I mistook the person? He's the real God Slayer? However, as soon as Lu Yuan made his move, he was also immediately sent flying. How can this be? Why can't I use the power of heroic spirit awakening? Seeing this, the chieftain's eyes widened in disbelief. I was wrong again? Could it be that the real God Slayer is neither of them? White attacked continuously while saying, "I told you I will be back. You lot can't even withstand a single blow from me. How boring." Watching everyone get sent flying, the chieftain began to doubt his own existence. This isn't an act, is it? Could it be that among you actors, there really isn't a God Slayer? Lu Yuan clutched his injured arm in pain, thinking, "Damn it, what on earth is going on? The power of heroic spirit awakening is suddenly useless. Could it be because I used the Heavenly Eye Force Demon Pupil and the side effects are still lingering? But in previous dangerous situations, the system always gave me options. Why is there nothing this time? Could it be that the system doesn't think the current situation is dangerous enough? Or is it completely beyond saving?" In his desperation, he pointed toward the city wall and shouted, "Run! Everyone run! Don't worry about anything. Just run towards the ice great wall. Save whoever you can." The chieftain looked at the approaching army and made a decision. There's no other way. I can only fight to the death. I have to buy time for my clansmen to escape. He turned around, his brows furrowed, and asked, "The situation is urgent. I'll ask one last time. Who among you is the god slayer?" Lu Yuan immediately replied, "It's me. But for some reason, my abilities are unusable right now." Hearing this, the chieftain turned his head and ordered, "You all go now. You must get my clansmen into the ice great wall. Only then can they survive." Lu Yuan hesitated worriedly, "But my abilities are unusable right now." Seeing this, the chieftain roared in anger. "Then fake it for me. Just act like you can still use your abilities. That way, the Thunder Emperor will be wary of you and might let my people into the ice great wall." Then he turned and stroked his daughter's head, comforting her. "Shao Li, be good. You go with him now. I'll come find you as soon as I've driven these bastards away." Shao Li, with tears in her eyes, worriedly clutched her father's sleeve and called out, "Father." Immediately after, the chieftain decisively turned and gave an order, "Alang. Ahu, led your men, charge with me." Hearing the command, everyone grabbed their weapons, followed him, and shouted in unison, "Yes." The chieftain and his clansmen charged desperately toward the army of God's emissaries. As he passed by Lu Yuan, he left his final words, "Our tribe, we're entrusting them to you." Hearing this, Lu Yuan no longer hesitated and shouted, "The rest of you follow me." The chieftain reversed his grip on his sword and charged at the head of his men. At the same time, White and the army of God's emissaries surged forward. Then he raised his broken sword and blocked a blow from White. Seeing this, White spoke in surprise, "Oh, a mere human can block one of my strikes?" Next, White swung his sword, knocking the chieftain back, and said, "The holy sword in your hand. Is that the very sword that once wounded my divine body? In that case, you must be a descendant of that holy sword, then?" He looked at the chieftain with contempt, mocking, "What a pity that the holy sword of the past is now just a piece of scrap metal. You're no match for me. With that, you can at most hold me off for a while, but in the end, death is your only path." The chieftain took a defensive stance and said resolutely, "Just holding you off for a while is enough. The god slayer from before has already led my clansmen to safety. My sacrifice is worthwhile." Hearing this, White bared his teeth and laughed loudly. "Oh, is that so? Don't you think that perhaps I'll let them go on purpose? Ha ha, you foolish human. Your sacrifice is truly worthless." As soon as he finished speaking, the chieftain had a realization. Wait, could it be? That god slayer is in danger. At the same time, on the city wall, the soldiers saw a cloud of dust in the distance and said doubtfully, "It looks like something is moving in the distance." "No, it's the savages. Those savages are heading towards the ice great wall." Another soldier heard this and rushed to report, "Quick, go inform Lord Thunder Emperor." A moment later, Valina had also arrived at the city wall. Lu Yuan, looking up from below, saw her and cried out for help. "I am the immortal Blood King. Open a gate, let us in." Valina looked down at him, frowning in annoyance. "Little brother Yuan, you really are unpredictable. It's only been 2 days, and my dear little brother has already brought a horde of savages to attack me." Lu Yuan, below, said anxiously, "This is no time for jokes. Quickly open the gate and let us in." She frowned and said decisively, "You and your friend can enter, but those savages cannot. This is an unbreakable rule." After speaking, Valina turned and ordered the soldiers, "Let the immortal Blood King and his friend in." The soldiers replied in unison, "Yes, ma'am." Helpless, Lu Yuan turned back to comfort everyone. "Everyone, rest assured, I promised the chieftain I would get you all inside. I'll go up and see the Thunder Emperor first. I can definitely convince her to open the gate." At this moment, Shao Li and the others all looked at him with eyes full of suspicion. Seeing this, Lu Yuan's heart sank as he thought to himself, "Don't they believe me?" But Shao Li stepped forward resolutely and said, "Big brother, I believe you. You should go in quickly." The sensible girl thought to herself, "Now that father is gone, as the chieftain's daughter, I must step up to lead and comfort our people." Hearing this, Lu Yuan was relieved and went inside with his companion, not forgetting to add, "Thank you, Shao Li, wait for me." At this time, on the city wall, a soldier came forward to report, "Lord Thunder Emperor, the immortal Blood King is inside. They are about to arrive." Valina instructed, "Proceed according to the plan." As soon as he entered the city, Lu Yuan stepped forward and said, Thunder Emperor, the God's emissary's army is in pursuit. Quickly let. However, before he could finish, Valina ordered the soldiers to seize him. With several long spears pointed at his neck, he asked with a grim face, Thunder Emperor, what is the meaning of this? She opened her fan, covering her mouth, and looked at him with contempt. Little brother Yuan, as a god slayer, how could these guards possibly stop you? But why aren't you resisting at all? Then, Valina leaned in close and asked, or is it that, right now, you're just a powerless piece of trash, aren't you? At that very moment, outside the city, the god's emissary's army had also arrived. The people of the wild tribe ran back in terror, pounding on the gate and urging, It's over, the god's emissary's army has caught up. Open the gate. Why? Why won't you let us in? We've been tricked. We've all been tricked. That God Slayer just wanted to get inside by himself. He doesn't care about whether we live or die. But Shaoli still chose to believe. She looked up at the city wall, murmuring, Big brother. In her eyes, the reflection of the god's emissary's army charging in for the slaughter appeared. Her clansmen were continuously knocked down and torn apart by those monsters, screaming in despair, liar, you untrustworthy bastard. I curse you to a miserable death. Not a single one of you is good. Somebody save us. Hearing the tragic screams from outside, Lu Yuan hurriedly said, Thunder Emperor, I really can't use my powers right now. I don't know what happened, but I don't blame you for doing this. I only beg you to quickly open the gate and let them in. They are all innocent people. Valina, however, paid no mind. She crossed her arms and said, The life and death of savages have nothing to do with me. My mission is to protect the Ice Great Wall from being breached. Besides, they're being killed by the gods' emissaries. Shouldn't you be happy about that? You filthy imposter. Hearing this, he asked in astonishment, What did you say? At this moment, Valina squatted down, took out a crystal, and explained, To track your movements, when you left the Ice Great Wall for the Ice Plains, we secretly placed a special crystal like this in your pocket. Both crystals are inscribed with the same kind of resonance art. Originally, the one in my hand would glow, corresponding to the one on you. She continued, But one day ago, a great fire was reported from a place very far from the Ice Great Wall. And at that exact moment, the light in the crystal in my hand disappeared. Valina frowned and concluded, This proves that something happened to you at that time. The you of today has been turned into an imposter by the gods' emissaries. Hearing this, Lu Yuan's eyes widened in horror as he retorted, Thunder Emperor, I don't know what you're talking about, but how could I have turned into an imposter? Then, he hurriedly urged his companions. Regarding this matter, Su Ming and the others can provide you with proof. I was the one they rescued. Why aren't you guys saying anything? Speak up. Quickly help me prove it. Su Ming put a hand to his chin and said pensively, Brother Yuan, actually, we weren't clear on the situation at that time either. Shenlu also bowed her head and said sorrowfully, At that time, little Yuan suddenly fainted while protecting us. Xiaoning told me and Su Ming to run first, while she stayed behind to cover the rear and save you. She continued her silent narration. Afterwards, we ran into a forest behind us, and a great fire suddenly erupted in the sky. Not long after, a heavily injured Xiao Ning brought you to us. Shenlu frowned and said, This is what we told you at the savages' camp before. Hearing this, Lu Yuan asked in a panic, So you're saying only Long Yuning can vouch for me? At this moment, Su Ming looked around and suddenly spoke up. Speaking of which, where did Long Yuning go? Just then, a guard rushed over and reported to the Thunder Emperor. This is bad. A woman took advantage of our inattention and opened the city gate for the savages. Shenlu, standing to the side, worried herself, It's Xiao Ning. This is bad. How are we going to explain this to the Thunder Emperor now? Valina angrily waved her hand and commanded, You all lock this imposter in the dungeon first. The rest of you, follow me to the city wall. Scene change, the dungeon in the polar region. Lu Yuan is imprisoned. Two guards stood outside, discussing animatedly. Has the woman who secretly opened the city gate for the savages during the day been caught yet? Not yet. She escaped. I heard that woman is very formidable. Seems to be some war goddess from the Linhai safe zone. At that very moment, Long Yuning appeared behind the two of them. but neither noticed, still engrossed in their gossip. The war goddess? No wonder. But she's really bold, daring to break the rules right in front of Lord Thunder Emperor. That's right, but luckily those savages were brought under control by our people, and the gods' emissaries were also repelled by Lord Thunder Emperor. The next second, the two guard were knocked unconscious by Long Yuning. Seeing this, Lu Yuan stood up and asked happily, "War goddess, is that you? How are the CEO and Su Ming now?" She used her sword to slash the lock and replied, "The Thunder Emperor has placed them under house arrest, but they're being well fed and well treated. It seems the Thunder Emperor has no intention of harming them for the time being." Hearing this, he was also relieved. That's good then. As soon as he was free, Lu Yuan happily turned back to look at Long Yuning and said, "Now that you're here, everything can be resolved. Let's go find the Thunder Emperor. You can testify and prove that I'm not an imposter." However, she wore a sorrowful expression and said nothing. Seeing this look, he turned his head back and asked doubtfully, "What's wrong? Are you worried about opening the gate for the savages on your own accord? It's fine, as long as the Thunder Emperor confirms I'm not an imposter. Since she and I are both gods, there will surely be some leniency in this matter." Long Yuning's expression turned serious as she spoke. "No, I'm not worried about that issue. What I want to tell you is, actually, I have no way to prove it for you either." Lu Yuan exclaimed in disbelief. "What do you mean by that? Weren't you the one who saved me from there?" Long Yuning quickly replied, "No, to be precise, the one who saved you was not me." She began to recount the entire incident. "At that time, you suddenly fainted and were surrounded by the gods' emissaries. Before I could save you, a great fire appeared in the sky, burning many of the gods' emissaries around you to ashes. After the fire dissipated, the few remaining gods' emissaries surrounded you again. Only then did I have the chance to rush in and save you." Long Yuning said seriously, "But when I rushed in, I discovered that although you were unconscious, you were not injured at all. Those gods' emissaries just surrounded you, seemingly with no intention of harming you. It could be said that my ability to get you out until we were caught up by Sister Shinlu and the others was almost because the gods' emissaries intentionally let us go." Hearing this, Lu Yuan covered his face in disbelief and screamed hysterically, "Impossible! How could something like this happen? Impossible! How could I be an imposter?" However, he seemed to realize something, placed his hands on Long Yuning's shoulders, and said cheerfully, "That's right. If I really am an imposter now, then I would have been killed long ago. At the place where the gods' emissaries surrounded me, my body must be there. We just need to take the Thunder Emperor there, and when she finds no body of mine, it will naturally prove I'm not an imposter." However, she lowered her head and did not reply. Seeing this expression, Lu Yuan began to question his existence. "What, you don't believe me either? You also think I'm an imposter?" Long Yuning's attitude suddenly changed. She grabbed his hand and said with an infatuated look, "No, how could I not believe you? Even if the whole world doesn't believe you, I will always be by your side. Wherever your sword is, I will always be there." At this point, she shyly brushed her hair. "I was just thinking, with the Thunder Emperor's strength, how could I have not been caught by her on the way? And how could we successfully bring her there?" Long Yuning looked at Lu Yuan and continued, "Besides, the Thunder Emperor's mission is to protect the Ice Great Wall. Unless absolutely necessary, that woman won't easily leave the Ice Great Wall, right?" After hearing her, he also nodded in response. This is indeed a problem. At this moment, Lu Yuan thought of a plan and said excitedly, "I remember now. The last time the Polar Region's Cannon Master was assassinated, didn't the Thunder Emperor leave the Ice Great Wall? As long as we capture the succeeding Cannon Master, the Thunder Emperor will naturally give chase. Besides, with a hostage in hand, even if the Thunder Emperor catches us, she won't dare to act rashly against us." Scene change. Polar Region Safe Zone, White City Manor. Inside the Cannon Master's manor, a burst of excited laughter rang out. "Ha! My foolish older brother, a dignified Cannon Master, was careless enough to be assassinated?" A man named Ivan sat on a chair, a woman in each arm, enjoying himself immensely. The girl on the left said flatteringly to him, "Master Ivan, have a sip. This wine is truly delicious." The girl on the right cooed, "Lord Ivan, are you hungry? Let me feed you." Surrounded by two beauties, He laughed smugly. Fine wine and delicacies, no matter how good, can't compare to the sweet words of you two beauties. At this moment, Ivan looked up to the sky and said excitedly, "Who would have thought? I was supposed to be exiled, to become an outcast, yet I was brought back to inherit this position of canon master. I'm just too lucky, someone with heaven-defying fortune. I'm telling you, is there anyone luckier than me? Life has no challenges at all. There are no opponents left. Sigh, I guess I'll just have to indulge in pleasure." However, he hadn't been celebrating for long when Lu Yuan walked in from outside, saying, "You're the one who said it, so I've come." Seeing him, Ivan jumped in extreme shock. Holy crap, why is it him? Oh heavens, my jinxing mouth. I can't believe it actually came true. Afterward, in a secret passage beneath the Canon Master's Manor in the Polar Region Safe Zone, White City Manor, Long Yuning asked curiously, "Kid, how did you know the Canon Master's Manor had a secret passage leading outside the ice Great Wall?" Lu Yuan put both hands in his pockets. Walking ahead, said, "When the previous Canon Master of the Polar Region Safe Zone, Orge, was killed, I went to the Canon Master's Manor. At that time, I happened to discover that the blood under his body showed signs of seeping into the ground. Then I thought of Wu Ji, who betrayed the Thunder Emperor. While the Thunder Emperor was always guarding the Ice Great Wall, how could he have casually entered the Ice Great Wall to kill Orge and take Ishiin away?" He turned his head to look at Long Yuning and explained, "So, I guess that there might be a secret passage under the Canon Master's Manor that could lead in and out of the Ice Great Wall. I didn't expect my guess to be right." She looked around and observed, then said, "An underground river, and they took the opportunity to dig a secret passage. They really knew how to use the favorable terrain. But who built this secret passage?" At this moment, she turned around and was extremely surprised to see Lu Yuan able to use his special ability. "Kid, didn't you say you couldn't use your powers anymore? How have they recovered?" But before he could answer, Long Yuning happily approached and said, "That's great. If that's the case, it proves you're not an imposter." Seeing this, Lu Yuan raised a hand to scratch his head and stammered, About that, war goddess, do you believe in the light?" Hearing this, she looked at him, confused. Lu Yuan was silent, thinking to himself, "My power to awaken heroic spirits hasn't actually recovered at all. From the sword demon of the purple realm, burial figure, the heavenly power honored demon pupil, to true crimson, the immortal bloodlord, how could all three heroic spirits be sealed at the same time? If they've fallen into this dormant state, I won't be able to use their power." He lowered his head, thinking in confusion, "It's just that I just discovered my own special ability can still be used. But it's very strange. My lightning-type special ability, which I was supposed to have obtained through the system's upgrade. But now, why has my special ability turned into a light type?" Lu Yuan raised his head, full of confusion, and asked the system, "What on earth is going on?" After a moment, seeing no reply from the system, he complained inwardly, "Why isn't the system answering? Damn it, this scamming system. It always disappears at the most critical moments." Suddenly, Long Yuning pointed at the river's surface and said, "Kid, look, there's a small boat floating over there. There seems to be something on the boat." At this moment, when they looked closely, they all screamed in horror. It's a corpse. Each boat has a corpse on it. Moreover, their faces are covered with a cloth painted with a strange pattern. Lu Yuan saw the pattern and immediately recognized it, saying, "That's the symbol of the sun god cult." Long Yuning wondered, "How strange. Why is there a small boat carrying a corpse like this in the underground river of the Polar Region Safe Zone?" He recalled an old memory and explained, "When I was a child, my mother told me a theory that boats are the path that guides souls. I'm afraid this is." Just then, Ivan suddenly dropped to his knees, saying in horror, "How can this be? Those people who are tied up, they are all people from our Polar Region Safe Zone." Hearing this, Long Yuning also showed a look of disbelief and asked again, "What did you say? Do you mean to say these corpses are all people from the Polar Region?" Ivan stammered in fear, I don't know either." After hearing this, Lu Yuan also frowned in shock, thinking to himself, "If these corpses are all residents of the Polar Region, then what on earth are those people in the Polar Region?" He blurted out a doubtful speculation. "I suddenly thought of a terrifying possibility." Then, Lu Yuan stated his deduction grimly. "Perhaps the Polar Region at the Ice Great Wall fell long ago. It has long since fallen into enemy hands. The Thunder Emperor's guarding of the Ice Great Wall is meaningless because the people in the safe zone, who knows, might all be imposters." Hearing his deduction, the other two stared with wide, horrified eyes. The scene changes at the same time at the ice Great Wall. A guard ran over hurriedly to report. It's bad. It's bad. Lord Thunder Emperor, the war goddess of the Linhai Zone, has rescued the imposter Immortal Blood King. A guard dropped to his knees, saying urgently, "Furthermore, they've also taken Lord Ivan, the new cannon master." Valina turned her head, frowning impatiently. Not good, not good. Why is it this line every time? What on earth do you people eat? With that, she turned her face away, threatening angrily. Speak up, were they? If you don't even know this, then prepare to be thrown outside the ice Great Wall to fend for yourself. Hearing this, the man was so scared he slammed his head on the ground. I know. They're outside the ice Great Wall. Valina turned her face back in shock, asking in disbelief. What did you say? They're outside the ice Great Wall? She thought to herself, confused. How is that possible? I've been guarding here the whole time. How on earth did they sneak out right under my nose? The guard didn't dare to raise his head and reported. Lord Thunder Emperor, it's absolutely true. Our own scouts outside the ice Great Wall discovered their tracks. They're taking Lord Ivan further north. That's right. It seems to be in the same direction as the earth-shattering explosion we saw outside the ice Great Wall earlier. Hearing this, she put a hand to her chin and thought. The direction of the earth-shattering explosion? What are they going there for? At this moment, the Thunder Emperor suddenly realized something, her eyes widening in shock. Wait, could it be that they want to? They want to use Ivan to lure me over, but they're also worried about being caught and killed by me on the way. So they took Ivan as a hostage. Thinking of this, she looked up and sighed. Although he's an imposter, he still inherited Brother Yuan's memories. He still cares about his friends. Then, Valina ordered with a grim and cold expression, "Soldiers, go capture Su Ming and Shun Lu to use as hostages. Then follow me to pursue them." The soldiers acknowledged the order in unison. "Yes, sir." The scene changes again, now outside the ice Great Wall. 3 sets of footprints were imprinted on the snow. Ivan hurriedly followed behind Lu Yuan, asking worriedly, "I say, you two big shots, we have no past grievances or recent enmity. Haven't you two heard that it's very dangerous outside the ice Great Wall? Even if you two want to go out for some excitement, you don't need to drag along a third wheel like me, right?" Lu Yuan turned around and joked. "Didn't you say earlier you wanted some excitement? We're just fulfilling your request." Hearing this, his eyes filled with tears, full of regret. I was wrong, okay? Please, you two, let me go." After running for a while, the 3 of them stopped. Long Yuning pointed ahead and said, "Kid, we're here." Before them was a mountain-like pile of corpses. At that time, you were surrounded by the gods' emissaries. Then a towering flame appeared, and I took the opportunity to rescue you from there. At this moment, Lu Yuan hurriedly ran towards the pile of corpses, not forgetting to instruct. "Long Yuning, war goddess, keep an eye on him. I have to search through this pile of bodies." She looked and nodded in agreement. As he ran closer, he told himself, "As long as I don't find my own body here, it proves I'm not an imposter." As Long Yuning was tying up Ivan, she noticed a sound coming from the distance and thought, it's the sound of human footsteps. Immediately after, she quickly drew her sword. "They're here. I have to buy time for Lu Yuan." Long Yuning took a stance and said in a loud voice, "Thunder Emperor, I will not let you take a single step past here." At this moment, the clattering of deer hooves from the distance stopped. The Thunder Emperor sneered. "I couldn't guess which way you went at first, but thanks to the corpses you left behind, I was able to find my way here." At this moment, Ivan shouted in panic, pleading for help. "Thunder Emperor, why did you only just arrive? Quick, save me." Seeing this, Long Yuning pressed her sword against his neck, threatening, "Stop, Lord Ivan, you'd better have some self-awareness as a hostage. Otherwise, the first one to die will be you." Shen Lu, standing to the side, spoke up worriedly. "Wait, Thunder Emperor, you two should just talk first. Don't be so quick to fight." Valina frowned impatiently. "Talk to me? She doesn't have the right." After speaking, Valina waved a fan in her hand, activating her special ability. Valina unleashed the move Lightning Arrow Rain, firing an arrow. "I hate your kind of followers the most, who make vows but will always betray in the end." Ivan saw the lightning bolt shooting towards him and screamed in terror. "Damn it, Thunder Emperor, are you trying to kill me too?" In the nick of time, Long Yuning quickly used her shield to block the lightning. "Damn, the lightning is formless. It can't be stopped. My special ability is metal type. It will conduct electricity." The next second, Long Yuning was struck by the lightning, collapsing to her knees in pain with a scream. The Thunder Emperor slowly dismounted from the deer, speaking coldly. I heard you were once the #1 combatant in the Linhai Zone, a platinum-level warrior bestowed with the title of War Goddess. But even though the apocalypse has come, the living environment in your Linhai Zone is still too comfortable compared to this frigid land of ours. Long Yuning struggled to stand up, leaning on her sword, and said, Comfortable? You have no idea how many people's hopes and safety I carry on my shoulders. Long Yuning decisively swung her sword and attacked. Even facing a godslayer like you, I am not someone you can slaughter at will. The attack flew towards the Thunder Emperor, causing a massive explosion that shook the entire land. However, Valina opened a shield, protecting everyone around, and retorted, No, I know. At 6, I awakened the strongest lightning-type attack ability. At 8, I guarded the Ice Great Wall, surviving 100 battles. At 11, I reached the platinum level of this polar region safe zone. At this point, Valina flew into a rage, pointed her fan at her opponent, and said, What you carry, I am also enduring, but what I carry is far heavier than yours. Then, Valina decisively unleashed an extremely powerful bolt of lightning. Since childhood, I have shouldered the heavy responsibility of guarding the Ice Great Wall, forced to give up everything of my own. Even if I become a mighty god, I can never leave that ice wall for the rest of my life. Because what I carry is the safety of everyone in this world. Long Yuning, seeing this move from a distance, widened her eyes in horror. The next second, she took the full brunt of the attack. A large hole pierced through her body. The Thunder Emperor coldly approached, looking at the fallen Long Yuning without a trace of pity. If you hadn't come, the Cannon Master wouldn't have been pushed into danger twice, forcing me to chase you out. I wouldn't have even come to this place. Shen Lu saw her friend fall and rushed over. Don't, Xiao Ning. Despite being severely injured, Long Yuning struggled, tightly gripping the hem of the Thunder Emperor's dress to stop her. I absolutely will not let you go and obstruct Lu Yuan. Valina watched Long Yuning stop breathing and said calmly, The only one truly obstructing him is you. However, afterward, the Thunder Emperor's gaze towards Long Yuning held a flicker of sorrow. Perhaps you're the one who understands me most in this world. We could have been good friends, but unfortunately, you're gone now. I can only express this sentiment to you. Then, Valina walked towards Lu Yuan, reminding him, Brother Yuan, stop searching, or you will definitely regret it. Just as she finished speaking, Lu Yuan suddenly dropped to his knees. Lu Yuan trembled all over, screaming with a look of despair. Why is it like this? He looked at Long Yuning's body on the pile of corpses and broke down. I just wanted to find proof of the truth. Why is the final truth like this? This is not the result I wanted at all. Shen Lu, standing beside him, covered her mouth with her hand and asked in horror, Why did Xiao Ning's body turn into a god's emissary? Valina, holding a glowing crystal, explained coldly. We were mistaken before. Perhaps the harsh climate of this ice plain caused the specially made crystal to malfunction and not glow, making us mistakenly think Brother Yuan was the imposter. But on the way here, the crystal's light reappeared. I suddenly realized that there was nothing wrong with Brother Yuan. The one with the problem was the war goddess sent with him. After hearing this, Shen Lu said in despair, I can't believe Xiao Ning was actually dead long ago. She's really dead. Seeing this, Su Ming sadly walked closer. CEO Shen. At this moment, the Thunder Emperor glanced over and said, I must quickly return to the Ice Great Wall to ensure the safety of everyone there. This place is outside the Ice Great Wall and isn't safe. Take your friends and go back. Then, she sternly ordered her soldiers, leave a unit to clean up the battlefield and bring back the real war goddess's body. The rest of you, follow me back to the Ice Great Wall immediately. The soldiers received their orders and immediately hurried to carry them out. Hurry up, hurry up. It's not safe outside. We must complete the mission as soon as possible and get back as early as we can. At this moment, Valina walked closer, looking at the dazed Lu Yuan with a worried expression. Why is it like this? Why? A soldier suddenly stopped and asked, Lord Thunder Emperor, didn't you say we were leaving immediately? Hearing this, she immediately turned and threatened. What? I am his sworn sister. Is it wrong for me to care about my sworn brother for a moment? Can we even spare this little bit of time? Valina hugged Lu Yuan tightly, comforting him with a sorrowful expression. It's okay. Don't suppress yourself like this. I'm here. I'm here. If you want to cry, just cry. Just let all your emotions out. Lu Yuan remained lost in despair, unable to believe it. Why? Why'd it come to this? Why? But just then, a soldier shouted in panic. Lord Thunder Emperor, over here. There's a problem over here. After hearing this, she replied, calm down. What else could have happened? Isn't everything already taken care of? They saw Lu Yuan's charred corpse and reported in horror. But we also found the body of Lord Immortal Blood King. Hearing this, the Thunder Emperor frowned in disbelief. What did you say? The next second, Valina hastily backed away. Miscalculated. I didn't expect both of them to be fakes. Then she immediately shot a bolt of lightning towards Lu Yuan and ordered loudly, men, seize them. Take them back to the polar region to be sentenced. Just then, a soldier suddenly ran from the direction of the Great Wall, hastily reporting, Lord Thunder Emperor, an urgent message from the Ice Great Wall. The 4 great Judgment God officers, white, red, black, and green, have assembled and, taking advantage of her absence, are leading the entire God's emissary army to attack the Ice Great Wall. Hearing these words, Valina thought angrily to herself, damn it, I've fallen into a trap. These 2 impostors of Brother Yuan and the war goddess were pawns they used to lure the tiger from the mountain. Then, she hastily gave the order, relay my command, abandon all heavy supplies. The main army will return with me at top speed to provide reinforcements. Yes, ma'am, the soldiers shouted in unison. And at that very moment, I was observing everything from the sky. Immediately after, the demonic eye swooped down quickly. Standing below, Su Ming saw it and shouted, CEO, Shun, it looks like something is flying towards us. Shenlu looked closely and immediately recognized it. Wait, this seems to be Xiao Yuan's demonic eye. The demonic eye stopped and issued a command. CEO, Shun, Su Ming, you 2 quickly bring the war goddess's body and follow this demonic eye to find me. Hearing this, Su Ming was overjoyed. That's great, Brother Yuan. So you're okay. I knew it. How could you die so easily? Shenlu still couldn't believe it, pointing at the charred corpse in the distance and asking, how is that possible? Isn't your body over there? The demonic I didn't say much, urging, you 2 just come over here first. We'll talk when we meet. A moment later, at the savages' main camp in another dimension, Lu Yuan and the Immortal Phoenix sat together. The new heroic spirit has awakened. The Immortal Phoenix has the ability to be reborn from ashes. It's just that, unexpectedly, this rebirth process actually took a full 3 days. He looked at his hand, secretly rejoicing. My body has finally regenerated completely. The system displayed a notification. The host is cheating. Personal karma is insufficient to upgrade the fire type ability to platinum level. System is forcing execution. In this world, only a dog would do that. I'm afraid it's only you. No, it's definitely only you. A while later, Su Ming and the others also followed the demonic eye to the camp. Shen Lu asked curiously, is this the savages' main camp? A tribesman saw them and spoke up, you're finally back. Seeing the chieftain walk out safe and sound, Shen Lu asked in astonishment, Chieftain, weren't you also? He waved his hand in welcome and replied, dead? No, not at all. It was all the benefactor's arrangement. The chieftain explained with a grateful expression. Long before we brought everyone back to the camp, this place was attacked by God's emissaries. It was the benefactor who transformed into a firebird and saved us. Afterward, we followed the benefactor's instructions and went to rescue everyone while they were fleeing. Everything that happened after was within our expectations and control, just as the benefactor said. After hearing this, Su Ming exclaimed in amazement, huh? Is there really someone so awesome in this world? Shen Lu also spoke up doubtfully. Chieftain, so the benefactor you're talking about is... Just then, Lu Yuan stepped out and said confidently, it's me. Seeing him still alive, both of them cried out in shock. Brother Yuan, I knew it. Who else could it be but you? Is it really you, Xiao Yuan? But I clearly saw your body. At this point, Lu Yuan began to explain. I have awakened a new ability, rebirth from flames. The towering flames you all saw earlier was my ability erupting. As for the charred corpse you saw, it was just the ashes left behind after my rebirth. Shenlu stepped forward and couldn't help but ask in amazement. So you're saying the chieftain was acting with us all along, according to your arrangement? Xiao Yuan replied, no, it wasn't an act for you two. I just wanted to take a risk and deceive everyone a little in the process. From outside, Shaoli returned with a few people, shouting, Father, Benefactor, we're back. Benefactor, Shaoli has completed your instructions and captured all the remaining defense forces guarding the Ice Great Wall. Seeing this, Su Ming cried out in disbelief. Holy crap, even this little girl was part of Brother Yuan's plan? So except for CEO Shan and me, the two idiots, everyone else was an actor? Hearing this, Shen Lu angrily knocked on his head repeatedly and said, You're the only idiot, don't drag me down with you. But Xiao Yuan, why did you capture the remaining defense forces of the Ice Great Wall? With the Thunder Emperor not there, and you arranging for Shaoli to do this, won't the Ice Great Wall fall? At this, Lu Yuan shrugged, smiled, and replied, How could I let the Ice Great Wall fall? They thought that by using an impostor of me to lure the Thunder Emperor away, they could take the opportunity to break through the Ice Great Wall and slaughter everyone in the Polar Region safe zone. They don't know that everything is part of my plan. Shen Lu, once again astonished, asked, Xiao Yuan, what exactly is your plan? Seeing her ask, Su Ming immediately mocked. CO Shun, you still haven't figured it out at this point? Are you even dumber than me? After she heard this, she angrily turned back and scolded. What right do you have to talk to me? Don't tell me you figured it out? He turned away smugly and said, I can't say, because I'm an idiot. Seeing his antics, Shen Lu was momentarily speechless. At this moment, Lu Yuan raised his hand, coughed lightly, and explained, There is a secret underground passage in the Cannon Master's mansion that leads outside the Ice Great Wall. Although the Ice Great Wall has never fallen, everyone in the Polar Region safe zone was actually replaced by fakes long ago. Then, he smiled mysteriously. It's just that the imposters themselves don't know they are fakes. So the Judgment God officers and God's emissaries, the Ice Great Wall defense forces under the Thunder Emperor, and the fakes in the Polar Region safe zone, none of them know about this yet. Lu Yuan approached, looking at Shun Lu with a sinister smile. If the God's emissary army led by the Judgment God officers wants to come in and slaughter everyone, then I'll give them a hand. Just let them slaughter each other. It'll save us the trouble of eliminating the imposters one by one. After hearing the plan, Shen Lu looked to the soldiers and said, In other words, little Yuan, you had Shaoli capture the remaining defense forces of the Ice Great Wall and bring them here to actually save them, right? Hearing this, the soldiers immediately knelt down in unison. Thank you for saving our lives, Benefactor. At this moment, Su Ming excitedly ran over. In the blink of an eye, the Judgment God officers of the God's emissary army, who took the initiative to lead the team, have instead become our hired hands. Little Yuan, you're so scheming. Why do I feel like you're more of a villain than the actual villains? Lu Yuan turned around, smiling slyly. But my purpose for arranging all of this doesn't just stop there. Think about it. The 4 great Judgment God officers have led the entire God's emissary army to attack the Ice Great Wall. At this point, he gave a dangerous smile. So, the mastermind behind them, isn't he all alone and helpless right now? Isn't this the perfect opportunity for us to sneak in and rescue Yi Xian? Su Ming also laughed along. Brilliant, Brother Yuan. You managed to whitewash a sneak attack to sound like this. Then, Su Ming unhesitatingly picked up Long Yuning's body, turned, and said, So when are we going on this sneak attack? This is so exciting. Seeing this, Lu Yuan raised a hand to stop him. Not so fast. Su Ming put the Valkyrie down first. He obeyed, gently placing Long Yuning on the ground. Lu Yuan hurriedly stepped forward to examine her body. However, as Su Ming watched, a thought flashed through his mind. No way could it be that Brother Yuan wants to be with the Valkyrie. One last time, although I've long seen that Brother Yuan probably likes the Valkyrie a lot, it shouldn't be like this. Could this be the legendary? While she's still warm? At this moment, Lu Yuan took out an energy core. The system displayed a notification. When the god of fire and iron wanted to ascend through mechanical means, he used eternal flames and meteoric armor to create a mechanical heart for himself as an energy core in order to achieve immortality. This energy core can supply power for thousands of years and is an ultra-safe energy source. He placed it into Long Yuning's chest, and a stream of light radiated from it. This energy core from Hitos, the god of fire and iron, can replace the Valkyrie's mechanical heart. If the energy contained within it can truly save the Valkyrie's life, then from a certain perspective, the Valkyrie will gain immortality. The next second, Long Yuning coughed and gasped for air. Lu Yuan was overjoyed. Great, it really worked. Standing beside them, Su Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, I was overthinking it. It turns out Brother Yuan wanted to resurrect the Valkyrie. But immediately after, his jaw dropped in disbelief. Wait, bringing the dead back to life? Holy crap, that's too overpowered. How can you just be my big brother? You should be my god. Long Yuning regained consciousness, coughing lightly a few times. Shun Lu, seeing this from the side, rushed over. Little Ning, Long Yuning said groggily. Shun Lu stepped forward and hugged Long Yuning tightly. This is great, Little Ning. It's so good that you're awake. The system displayed a notification. CEO, Shun. Shun Lu's favorability has increased by 30. Current favorability is 60. At this moment, Lu Yuan stood by with his hands in his pockets and said, Valkyrie, welcome back. Long Yuning called out, Kid. At the same time, a ripple went through her heart. It's him again. He saved me again? The system notified again. Valkyrie Long Yuning's favorability has increased by 10. Current favorability is 26. Lu Yuan smiled, thinking smugly to himself, killing two birds with one stone. This time, not only did I save the Valkyrie, but both CEO Shun's and the Valkyrie's favorability levels have increased quite a bit. Then he turned and said coldly, Enough talk, Valkyrie, and you too, Su Ming. Let's move out. Yi Shiyun is still waiting. Su Ming quickly got excited again. Let's go, time for a sneak attack. Long Yuning remained as calm as ever. All right. However, Shun Lu suddenly ran up to Lu Yuan and said, Wait, little Yuan, why are you leaving me out? Su Ming doesn't have superpowers either. If he can go, why can't I? Her words were like an icy arrow, piercing Su Ming's heart and wounding him deeply. Lu Yuan leaned slightly to explain. This has nothing to do with abilities. I just don't want you to get hurt, CEO. Hearing this, Shun Lu thought shyly, Oh, little Yuan is worried about me. The system announced, CEO, Shun Lu's favorability has increased by 20. Current favorability is 70. Su Ming pointed to himself and asked, What about me, Lu Yuan? Aren't you worried I'll get hurt? However, the arrow named indifference from Lu Yuan wounded him once again. The reason was that Lu Yuan was busy thinking. To be safer, I need to farm the CEO's favorability level first. As long as I have a backup time save point, this kid will naturally be safe. Being ignored so beautifully, Su Ming began to question his existence. What on earth did I do wrong? Meanwhile, Shun Lu was still blissfully thinking. So, I hold such an important place in Lu Yuan's heart? The system announced again, CEO, Shun Lu's favorability has increased by 20. Current favorability is 90. Shun Lu still wanted to insist. Little Yuan, I understand what you mean, but I'm sorry, I have to go. Yi Shiyun is my student, and as the CEO, I have a duty to bring her back safely. Immediately after, the system sounded again. Valkyrie Long Yuning's favorability has decreased by 5. Current favorability is 21. After hearing the notification, Lu Yuan rubbed his chin thoughtfully. I farmed the CEO's favorability, but why did the Valkyrie's favorability drop? Wait, could it be? He secretly glanced at Long Yuning. Is she jealous? While Lu Yuan was secretly looking at Long Yuning, Shun Lu was infatuatedly gazing at him. It's rare to see this shy side of little Yuan. It seems he's really worried about me. He will definitely continue to stop me from going with him later. It seems if I want to go with them, I'll have to say a few more things. The system announced again, CEO, Shun Lu's favorability has increased by 10. Current favorability has reached 100. Time save point has been activated. On the system screen, a scene like from a surveillance camera appeared. Time save point. Outside the Ice Great Wall, Savages Camp. November 2026, 2023, 12:35 a.m. Lu Yuan rejoiced inwardly. Great, it's done. That's right, after achieving his goal, he immediately changed his mind. CEO, I understand your point. Then let's go. We'll go together. This took Shun Lu completely by surprise. Huh? You agreed? Lu Yuan turned and walked away, answering Shun Lu's question in his mind. Of course I have to agree. Otherwise, when we face mortal danger, who will I get to activate the time save point? Thinking of this, he rallied everyone. Let's go, we're moving out. And so, The four of them marched heroically into the distance. The setting sun cast their shadows in a dim light. At this time, the sun was slowly sinking below the sea, casting a warm and deep orange light, shining towards the place where Yishiyun was imprisoned. The mysterious woman thought to herself, I can finally see the truth of this world. As soon as she finished her thought, Lu Yuan's voice rang out in response. Oh, what truth is that? Care to share it with us? She was startled, glancing behind her. Why are you people here? It was all an act, a plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain. I've fallen for it. It seems I've underestimated you. Hearing her question, Lu Yuan became more vigilant, wondering to himself, she shouldn't have known anything. How did she figure out my entire plan in an instant? As he thought, he continued to ask, I'm very curious. You are an old god. You should be completely opposed to the new god. Why do you want to help him? She replied, You're all about to die. What's the use in knowing so much? Immediately after, she rushed towards Su Ming and began to bewitch him. What a pitiful child. You clearly don't even have superpowers, yet they still brought you along on this dangerous mission without the slightest concern for your safety. But you still treat everyone so well, caring about their lives and deaths. It truly breaks my heart. With that said, she turned to Long Yuning. Are you protecting the Valkyrie's world? No, you're not. Even your heart is just a replacement. Your sword disappeared 1,000 years ago. Listen to the souls of those you've killed. Stop deceiving yourself. You've always been just a heartless killing machine. Along with her provocation, nameless spirits began to wail resentfully. It hurts. It hurts so much. Why did you kill us? We just wanted to survive. Why did you take away our right to live? Sobi. Not only that, she didn't forget to turn and bewitch Shunlu. That old couple treated you like their own daughter, raising you with great difficulty. And what about you? You colluded with outsiders to deal with them, harm them, and then imprison them. Is that how you repay them for raising you? Finally, she threw everything into chaos. Su Ming rushed forward, shoving Shinlu. That's right, she's right. You people never cared if I lived or died. Shinlu retorted. They were clearly the ones who wanted to harm me. I didn't want this either. As for Long Yuning, she collapsed to her knees in despair. I only used my sword to protect everyone. If I didn't kill you, everyone else would have been in danger. Lu Yuan witnessed everything, calmly and carefully calculating. The ability to see into people's hearts, then bewitch and manipulate them. Is this the power of the god of love and beauty? No wonder she knew what was happening the moment she saw us. After thinking for a moment, he decided to run towards Yishiyun. Yishiyun has been captured by the god of love and beauty for so long. Her spirit must have been terribly tormented, right? Thinking of this, Lu Yuan called out worriedly, Yishiyun. She didn't stop him, just laughed and said, Ha ha ha, it's useless. Her spirit has long been corroded by my power. How could she possibly wake up just from you calling her name? However, as soon as the words left her mouth, Yishiyun's eyes slowly opened. This scene was like a bucket of cold water thrown right in her face. Yishiyun called out softly, Lu Yuan. The mysterious woman was baffled. How can this be? Wait, this feeling, is it love? She conjured a dark red magic circle in her palm, the answer already in her heart. It can't be wrong. As the god of love and beauty, I'm all too familiar with the feelings this woman has for him. As she thought this, she said, how interesting. You've piqued my interest. I truly want to witness you kill him with your own hands. No sooner said than done. She quickly moved forward to bewitch Yishiyun. You like him that much? But does he like you? If he truly liked you, why did he take so long to come and save you? Look at the women by his side. He has long forgotten you and is happily enjoying himself with other women. He's only come for you now because it was convenient. Contrary to her calculations, Yishiyun landed a heavy punch on her face, sending her flying backward. Me liking him is my business. Whether he likes me or not is also my business, and it's certainly none of yours. She rubbed her wrist, glancing at the woman paralyzed on the ground, and said, From the moment you attacked me in White City, knocked me out, and kidnapped me, then invaded my mind while I was unconscious, you've been a real nuisance. Does your little mouth only know how to spew those cold words? And once you start, you just don't stop? Lu Yuan, watching from the side, couldn't help but think to himself, Yishiyun's violent side is showing, but why do I find myself liking her even more? Yishiyun was startled when she saw him looking at her, worrying inwardly, I'm doomed. All those curses just poured out of my head. The sweet image I worked so hard to build in front of Lu Yuan is about to completely collapse. I have to salvage it quickly. Then, she shyly poked her index fingers together and explained, I had a very strange dream. In the dream, someone was cursing just like that, so fierce. I just wanted to vividly reenact my dream. Let me tell you more about it. After hearing this, Lu Yuan could only feel helpless. How could she even say something like that? The other woman, sitting on the ground, said angrily, "Enough! Do you all take me for decoration? If I can't control her, then I'll control you to kill her. I think that would be very interesting." No sooner said than done. She immediately invaded Lu Yuan's subconscious to sow discord. Lu Yuan, your mother abandoned you as a child. If you hadn't suddenly become powerful, you wouldn't have been popular at school. So, who would truly care about you? Do you really want to help these people? Is it really worth it? However, her bewitching words were cut short by Lu Yuan. "Excuse me, just a moment." Behind him were 3 or 4 different figures, all exuding an oppressive power. "I think these people are a bit overexcited. Who are you trying to say these words to?" "The person you mentioned, because she drinks all day." She screamed incessantly. Why? Why on earth? Why are there so many spiritual entities inside your body? At this moment, she was utterly panicked. Moreover, each of these spiritual entities contained overwhelming killing intent and despair, making one shudder without being cold. "No, I can't. This brat's spiritual world is absolutely not a place I can touch." At this moment, she was in a suspended state. "I must quickly withdraw from his spiritual world, or I'll suffer a backlash." Suddenly, Lu Yuan shot up and wrapped his arms around her body. Such domineering power. "I'm an incarnation of a god, yet I can't leave." At this time, Lu Yuan and Xiaoan flew down. "Don't be in such a hurry to leave. Since you're already here, you must of course go to the deepest part for a little chat." She immediately went into a free fall. He glared, letting her fall without a shred of pity. At this moment, a soft ah was heard, and a sea of fire instantly engulfed her body. Suddenly, the illusion of clothing on her body fell away piece by piece. Why has it come to this? Lu Yuan seized the opportunity to rush forward and stab a sword into her abdomen. "This is the first time I've invaded someone's spiritual world and been injured by their spiritual power. Feel the endless pain." "No." He stood by and watched. "Master, let Xiaoan deliver this final blow. I've never gone to touch a god before." "No need. This is enough. Let her go." Suddenly, something vanished before his eyes. "Master, why did you?" "To get information. If her spirit is completely destroyed, wouldn't she become a vegetable? How would I get information then?" Those words like a madman's. "Crazy, you're crazy. The spiritual entity inside you is a true madman. It almost destroyed my spirit." She trembled as she crawled on the ground. "Damn it, it hurts so much. The spiritual wound is like my soul is being torn apart, sweeping through every nerve in my body." Su Ming, beside her, groggily woke up. "Say, I'm sorry." Shenlu sat up and asked, "Where am I? What happened?" "Damn it. I let my guard down for a moment and my mind was invaded." She knelt before him, questioning relentlessly. "Human, why did you just release me from your spiritual world? Do you think you have victory in the bag and want to continue toying with me? I'm a god. A god will absolutely not be defeated by a mere human like you." Seeing she was still being stubborn, Lu Yuan approached and said, "No, I'm not that malicious. I just believe that to err is human, and gods are no exception, so I'm giving you a chance." Hearing this, she became even more agitated. "Human, stop with your false benevolence. Drop your deceitful act. I will absolutely not let you have your way. I treated you all like that just now, so why can you still be so magnanimous? Besides, aren't you afraid I'll find another chance to strike at you two again?" He looked at her with wide eyes. "Whether you will harm me again, I don't know. My vision is limited. I can't see things that are too far off. I only know that you once led the 3 races to fight against foreign gods. As the god of love and beauty, you are worthy of forgiveness." The system appeared right at this moment. "You're the short-sighted one. The host is quite good at sophistry. Aren't there enough final bosses killed by players? To be able to spout such philosophical words just to dig for some information, truly masterful. Favorability of the god of love and beauty has increased by 10. He was stunned. "What? It's possible to increase the favorability of an old god? System, why didn't you tell me this before? You never asked." Fiona, beside him, blushed. "You stop acting like you know everything in front of me. You've only heard a few rumors about me. What makes you think the rumors are true? What if I really did use those people to seal the new god back then, and then killed them all after I was done?" Su Ming spoke up from the side. "Lu Yuan, she has a point. Otherwise, why would she kidnap sister-in-law and help the god's emissary army invade the Ice Great Wall? I believe Fiona. She must have her own difficulties." Su-Ming asked again, confused. Brother Yuan, you don't even know her. On what basis do you trust her so much? Wait, who is Fiona? He thought to himself. The system just announced that Fiona's favorability increased. Doesn't that prove the legends are true? Otherwise, how could her favorability have gone up? At this moment, Fiona suddenly spoke up. How do you know my real name? Who on earth are you? I'm just an ordinary mortal. But perhaps I understand you better than you think. No, I don't understand anything. The system sold out her name. Her face grew even redder after hearing this. Just a mortal, yet I can't see through you. But you don't seem so detestable after all. Favorability of the god of love and beauty, Fiona, has increased by 2. He happily turned and asked her, Fiona, can you tell us now why you did all this? Who do you think you are? You're just a mortal. Why should I have to answer just because you ask? Then she continued, if anyone's asking questions, it should be me asking and you answering. You've all probably heard of an organization called the Sun God Cult, right? MHM. His expression secretly changed. I didn't expect the god of love and beauty to be an arrogant old lady who has lived for several thousand years. Fiona mentioned a tall tower. The sun god cult deceives humanity into accepting the power of the new god. Their ultimate goal is to cultivate the strongest vessel for the new god's rebirth. There will come a day when a child of light ascends to the rank of a new god. That will be the moment the new god seizes that person's body and returns to earth. Su-Ming then stepped forward and said, but I feel that even if the new god descends, it wouldn't be a bad thing. Without the superpowers granted by the new god, we humans wouldn't be able to fight against those monsters at all. Fiona was a bit skeptical. Perhaps light is the true invader. Where there is light, there will be darkness. But where there is darkness, there may not be light. The original source of this world was a piece of darkness. Light was just a latecomer. Anger overwhelmed her words. Besides, have you ever thought that in the beginning, even an old god like me couldn't fight the new god, which is why I had to gather the races. Back then, without the new god granting you special abilities, you were still strong enough to stand on par with the new god. But now, you can't even defeat magical beasts on your own. Su-Ming, beside her, pushed up his glasses and replied, it's precisely because you accepted the special abilities granted by the new god that you lost your own original power. So you're saying that since I haven't awakened, I'm actually the strongest among us? Fiona felt things weren't that simple. It's not that simple. It's just that you're too weak to awaken your own power. The seal suppressing the new god has begun to weaken. We need to find a descendant of the great elven archmage to perform the sealing ritual again to prevent the new god's descent. That's why I took on many different identities, including the Thunder Emperor. One of the purposes was to hide in the world of darkness to search for the elven archmage. Then she suddenly pointed straight at Su-Ming. And you are the only surviving descendant of that great archmage. Su-Ming pointed at his own face, dazed and a little embarrassed. I pretended to cooperate with the Judgment God officer, helping them cross the ice Great Wall, precisely to lure them away and create an opportunity to make a new seal for you. Fiona pushed Su-Ming aside and said, get out of the way, I'm not talking about you. If you don't sacrifice yourself to become a new seal, when the new god breaks the seal and descends, this world will be destroyed. So mean for onid slightly. Sister-in-law Long Yuning spoke up at this moment. Wait, the archmage you're talking about is from the elven race, right? Correct, but she is completely human. How can she have elven blood? So you're lying. Yi Shiyun was silent for a moment, then quietly asked Long Yuning, don't you like Li Yuan too? Why are you helping me now? When did I ever say I liked him? Long Yuning suddenly turned and walked away, saying, even if I really like him, it should be a fair competition, not silently watching you jump into a fiery pit. How would that be any different from those evil gangsters? I, Long Yuning, can't do something so despicable. Yi Shiyun smiled, thinking to herself, so you really do like him too. But still, I have to thank you. Fiona then replied to them, I am not deceiving you. She is indeed the sole descendant of the great elven archmage. She has a human form because half of her bloodline is elven. That great elven archmage combined with a human, which is how she is descendants. Then she turned to Lu Yuan and asked, don't you have a parasitic dark elf in your body? If you don't believe my words, why not ask it for confirmation? Lu Yuan was slightly startled upon hearing this, frowning as he asked Shaoan, "Is she telling the truth?" Shaoan immediately replied to him, "Master, she is not lying. Madam's mother has a portion of elven bloodline. This is also the reason I initially wanted to stay by Madam's side." Fiona pointed at Yi Shiyun and said, "You already know the truth. Even if you manage to protect yourself, when the seal is finally broken and the new god descends, it will destroy everything, including the people you care about, and even yourself. Make your own choice." Shenlu finally spoke up. "Make her own choice? The way you put it, does she have any other choice? She is my student, and I absolutely will not allow you to bewitch my student into walking to her death. I am just telling the truth." At this moment, Yi Shiyun said softly, "CEO, it's all right, thank you. But there's no other way, is there? Perhaps this is my destiny. Everyone has to die eventually, and being able to save the world is actually quite good." Shenlu couldn't hold back her tears. "Yi Shiyun, it's true that everyone dies, but you're so young. How can you face death so calmly? Even if you're forcing a smile, because you don't want to make things difficult for us." Yi Shiyun decided to follow Fiona's words. "Let's get started. What do I need to do?" Just then, her hand was suddenly grabbed by Lu Yuan. Yi Shiyun blushed as she looked at him. Lu Yuan, she thought to herself, could it be he's planning to sacrifice the whole world for me? Seeing this, Fiona frowned. "Human, I am the god of love and beauty. I can understand your feelings. But do you really want to sacrifice all of humanity for one person?" Su Ming immediately said loudly, "Lu Yuan, I support you. Why should saving the world require sacrificing my sister-in-law?" CEO Valkyrie, you two think so too, right? Shen Lu and Long Yuning also agreed with what he said. "Perhaps I'm being selfish, but as the CEO, I must naturally protect my student. One person's life or death, whether the world is destroyed or not, it has nothing to do with me. Right now, I'm just a waiter, you are my master, and your will is the entire meaning of my existence." Fiona looked at them in disbelief. "You're crazy. Crazy, you're all crazy. If this is your choice, then everything becomes meaningless. The new god descends, the world is destroyed, and these beautiful words and unrealistic feelings will only hasten the world's demise." Lu Yuan waited for them to finish before speaking. "No, you've all misunderstood my meaning. Actually, I've never understood what you're all so conflicted about. Isn't our purpose this time to launch a sneak attack? If we're looking for a thrill, then let's just go all the way. Doesn't the new god need a suitable body to descend in its strongest form? So, while the most suitable body for the new god has not yet been born, we can take the initiative to attack, break the seal, and take the new god's soul. Wouldn't that solve it?" After hearing this, everyone was stunned, their minds filled with question marks. My God, Brother Yuan is as shameless as ever, never playing by the rules. Little Yuan, are you really a carbon-based life form? How is your thinking so different from others? Even a god like me is worried about the seal being destroyed, yet a human dares to proactively break it? How can this person be so heaven-defying? Afterwards, they went to the seal's location together. This was the seal that blocked the world rift. The body floating above that light formation is that great elven archmage. Fiona looked towards the seal and said, "The one who can repair the seal must be a blood descendant of the great elven archmage, and the same goes for the one who can break it. But whether it's reinforcing or dispelling the seal, it must be done through an extremely complex magical ritual." Yi Shiyun ignored her words and charged straight towards the seal. A single punch from her actually caused the seal to show signs of cracking. Fiona witnessed this scene, stunned in astonishment. How is this possible? The seal was broken by brute force? Are you a super strong girl? The others were just as shocked as she was. The violent saintess, her reputation is well-deserved, so awesome. This little girl is a bit fierce. Su Ming stammered and asked, "Sister-in-law, isn't what you're doing basically scattering your own ancestors' ashes?" Yi Shiyun hurriedly denied it. Hey, that's not it. Everyone listen to my excuse. No, listen to my explanation. I just tapped it lightly, and it broke, really. I'm a girl. How could I have such great strength? It must be because this seal is too old and fragile. Lu Yuan frowned slightly. In any case, the seal is broken, so the result is good. This punch has indeed saved us a lot of time. Yi Shiyun, you did well. She blushed, staring blankly at Lu Yuan. Everyone looked helpless. Just go on and spoil her. Immediately after, at the center of the seal, A surge of purple power erupted, sweeping through the entire area. Is this the spatial rift blocked by the seal? It's clearly a black hole. Everyone was sucked in by that force. One person grabbed onto another. The suction is too strong. Sister-in-law, save me. Damn it, let go of me. Long Yuning plunged her sword deep into the ice to hold her ground. Sister Shunlu, these annoying guys. I'm about to lose my grip on them. Fiona also said, this is bad. I'm about to lose my grip too. At this critical moment, Lu Yuan appeared, grabbing both girls in an embrace. What are you two still trying to do? Isn't our goal to go inside? Just above, something flashed with a golden light. Lu Yuan got closer. Oh, there seems to be something glowing up ahead. Suddenly, a blade emerged from it. The system immediately announced, "Congratulations to the host for discovering the remains of the Holy Sword." He quickly reached out to grab it. It's another fragment of the Holy Sword. It must be that during the battle with the new god back then, the front half of the Holy Sword was broken and flew here. Remains of the Holy Sword, grade, damaged, durability, unknown. Introduction. The legendary Immortal Devil Holy Sword, originally owned by Zong Tu, possesses divine power, capable of suppressing all kinds of inner demons and launching spiritual attacks. Zong Tu, driven by revenge, fell into the death realm, and the Holy Sword was thus lost. After losing the Holy Sword, Zong Tu also suffered a backlash from his demonic heart, eventually turning into the Sword Devil. Lu Yuan tried to pull out the Holy Sword. Then he was a little surprised. The Holy Sword is actually the weapon of the legendary Zong Tu of the Death Realm. I just happened to pick up the Holy Sword by chance. Having obtained the item, he thought happily, this is great. With the Holy Sword, I won't have to worry about Zong Tu losing control anymore. Go on, take over my account. The system displayed a notification. Host, does your conscience not feel a thing? Are you really worried about Zong Tu taking over your account? Every time you switch Zong Tu on, don't you use him as a meat shield or cannon fodder? Such a good sword devil is about to be praised by you into depression. The scene changes to a beach. The sky is clear. The sea breeze is gentle. Lu Yuan stepped forward, looking at the waves and the sandy beach. Is this the world we've crossed into, the world of the new god? The portal gradually disappeared. Fiona followed behind him and said, it seems the entrance to the rift is a one-way street. If we can't kill the new god, I'm afraid we won't be able to go back. But just at this moment, the sun slowly rose, and an extremely loud sound came from beneath the sea, startling Lu Yuan a little. Is this a whale's call? The sound was so loud that he had to cover his ears. Fog gradually spread, and the person beside him spoke. Your little girlfriend and the other two were sucked into the black hole before us. It seems we've been separated from them. Also cover your ears. I can feel a mind-invading effect from this whale song. It must be an attack similar to my power. Suddenly, he saw Long Yuning walking towards the sea, muttering as she went. The sea is calling me. The sea is calling me, he shouted in panic. No, the Valkyrie Long Yuning seemed to have lost her mind, and just like that, walked towards the sea, murmuring, the waves lap at my feet. The waves will wash away the bloodstains. The waves will pull me to the bottom of the sea to embrace my soul. At this moment, Lu Yuan immediately flew forward, shouting in panic, Valkyrie, don't go any further. Wake up. However, she seemed not to hear his warning and continued walking. We came from the sea, so we should return to the sea. We should not be saved. He rushed over, grabbing her tightly and pulling her back. But she only struggled, wanting to break free. The sea is calling me. I need to answer it. Suddenly, a stream of dark red energy flew over. Lu Yuan immediately recognized it. This dark red energy, it's Fiona. She's here. Taking advantage of his distraction, Long Yuning broke free from his arms and rushed forward. At this moment, Fiona suddenly deployed some kind of energy formation, and all the energy enveloped them. Immediately after, Long Yuning fell backwards, landing on top of Lu Yuan. She suddenly came to her senses, exclaiming in surprise, "Oh, what happened to me?" He held her, sighing in relief, and said softly, "That's great, Valkyrie, you're finally awake. You were being controlled by the whale just now." Next, a voice commanded, "Emerge." Humph. Beneath the sea, a giant red eye suddenly lit up. Long Yuning spoke up and asked, "Kid, do you see a pair of red eyes in the fog that look very familiar? After hearing her, he replied, it's the white whale. Her eyes widened in shock. It really is it. But how can a demonic beast from our world appear here? Lu Yuan quickly answered, no, our world originally had no demonic beasts. They suddenly appeared a few hundred years ago. Both of them sat down on the water's surface. He spoke up. People always say that demonic beasts were born after the new god suppressed the old gods, because the corpses of the old gods polluted the land. Looking at it now, perhaps the demonic beasts actually invaded our world from this one. The person next to him also said, don't look at me, I don't know either. But I can be sure of one thing. The appearance of the demonic beasts is absolutely not related to us old gods. At this moment, Lu Yuan thought seriously. The new god released the demonic beasts, yet gave us special abilities to deal with them. What exactly is the new god's purpose in doing this? Then he spoke up, let's go. The fog is about to reach us. Everyone, let's get away from the sea first. Then we need to find Yi Shiyun and the others. Lu Yuan said, this fog seems to only be able to move over the sea's surface. Just now, it couldn't advance any further when it reached the boundary between the seawater and the sand. Long Yuning also observed and spoke up, look, there's a lighthouse on top of that rock over there, but it looks a bit strange. She continued, pointing in that direction. Logically speaking, the purpose of a lighthouse is to guide and warn ships, helping them avoid reefs or other dangerous objects. Then Long Yuning pointed out the problem. But this lighthouse's light is shining inland. Lu Yuan noticed it too. We've just arrived, we have too little information, and for now, we can't discern much useful information. Let's go over there and take a look first. There are quite a few lights. It looks like a fishing village. Maybe since we just arrived, Yi Shiyun and the others are there too. The scene changes to the fishing village. At this moment, Yi Shiyun was quite surprised. Housekeeper, everyone look at the way these villagers walk, swaying from side to side. It's so strange. Seeing this, Su Ming's face turned red as he said, it's not strange. It's good this way. It can accentuate the body's curves. After hearing this, she was utterly speechless. Shen Lu said with a disdainful expression, that's because your eyes are only glued to the women. Look at those bearded uncles over there. See if they're strange. So he turned his head to look and discovered that those men also walked with the same sway and cried out in horror. That's disgusting. My eyes are about to be blinded by them. Yi Shiyun observed for a moment, then spoke again, besides the fisherman's gait. Their clothes are also very strange. They're all wearing long pants. Someone replied, it's not strange. This is the traditional attire of the fishing village. It has a very, very long history. Just then, an old woman leaning on a cane walked out and said, let this old woman see. You must be travelers from afar, right? Yi Shiyun turned and replied, I suppose so. Then she thought to herself, why does this old woman keep making gurgling sounds when she talks? Is she constantly swallowing saliva? The old woman spread her arms and said, gurgle, gurgle. You are all very lucky. Tonight, we happen to be having a ceremony to worship the great Fanya, the Lovita ritual. You can come and watch. After hearing this, Yi Shiyun asked in surprise, Fanya Lovita? The old woman replied, Fanya is the collective name for the Lovita gods, the compassionate sea god who protects all living beings. The three of them decided to stay in the village for the time being to find out the truth. Su Ming read the contents of a book. Absolutely do not go into the sea. There's a terrifying existence in the sea, especially when white bones appear on the sea surface. You must stay far away after dark. If you encounter danger, head towards the light. Yi Shiyun, sitting next to him, turned and asked, what are you muttering about? Hearing her question, he closed the book and handed it to her. Then Su Ming said, it's the content written in this notebook. I picked it up on the beach earlier. With that said, Yi Shiyun opened the book to look, reading aloud. Also, absolutely do not go to the coastal fishing village, because in that fishing village, reading up to this point, she was extremely shocked, emphasizing, there are no people. Just then, that old woman led several men from the village over, cackling as she said, our distinguished guests from afar, the Fanya Lovita worship ceremony is about to begin. The scenery changed, the sky darkened, and the village seemed devoid of people. Lu Yuan's group of three carefully hid behind a bush to observe. There are no people in this fishing village? The three stood frozen on the spot, but they saw absolutely no one. It was dead silent all around. Fiona spoke up. I don't know why, but ever since entering this fishing village, I've had a bad feeling. I am the god of love and beauty, with extraordinary perception. My intuition has always been very accurate. There's definitely something wrong with this place. At this moment, Lu Yuan said with some hesitation, the perception of the god of love. Long Yuning seemed to see something, pointing to the other side and shouting, "Look, there's firelight." He approached her and said, "Go. Let's go over there and see." Indeed, there was a fire over there, a large bonfire burning very high, the blazing flames looking as if they wanted to devour everything. Yishiyun's group of 3 were all tied to stakes, while the people below continuously added firewood to the fire. Yishiyun screamed in pain, "Damn it, what are you trying to do?" Suming was no better off. "Ah, it's so hot." Shenlu shouted, "Wait, we have no grudge against you. Why are you burning us for your god offering?" The old woman cackled again, "Because you're the main characters of today's ceremony. The god loves outsiders who are fair, plump, young, and tender. Guests, but it has been a very long time since any outsiders came to our place, and the god no longer visits us." Speaking of which, her expression became even more ferocious. "Today, we finally have you here. We can finally witness the supreme visage of the god again." Cackle. "Sumin rourdangridi." "Ah, you old swindler. You even said we were lucky. It turns out this ritual is only being held because we're all sacrifices." She and the men raised their torches and stepped forward, saying, still able to shout this loudly, "It seems the fire isn't big enough yet. Add more wood. The god likes a bit of a burnt smell." Cackle. But just then, something suddenly flashed by, extinguishing the flames on the 3 of them. Long Yuning raised her sword and said, "It seems we arrived just in time." Lu Yuan stepped out from behind her and said, "Wait, Valkyrie, take them alive. We still need to ask these fishermen about the new god." Su Ming, tied to the post, immediately shouted, Brother Yuan, you guys are finally here." You old swindler, see that? My big brother is here. You'd better kowtow and beg for your lives." After hearing this, the old woman said, "Cackle, more outsiders have arrived." Her expression became unhinged, and she let out an extremely terrifying laugh. Cackle. Good. This is great. It's truly a double blessing. We will sacrifice all of you to the god. Sacrificing so many items at once, the god will surely be very pleased. Fiona stepped forward and said, "This is bad. The fog from the sea has spread ashore." Then all of them tore open their pant legs, revealing fish tails, and said, The God is our God. He has graced us with his presence once again." Seeing this, Su Ming finally understood. No wonder these fishermen walked so unsteadily. It turns out they aren't human at all. They don't have legs. This old woman's speech was so shaky. It turns out it's the characteristic breathing sound of a fish. Suddenly, from within the thick fog, a giant whale swam out, letting out a roar. Lu Yuan was a little puzzled. "Why is this whale different from the one we saw at the academy?" Fiona spoke up. "Although I've never seen that whale you mentioned," she said in surprise, emphasizing, "but I guess it's because this demonic beast is stronger, of a higher tier, and can upgrade and evolve its special abilities. It's not just you humans." Long Yuning, standing beside them, felt extremely uncomfortable. After hearing this, Lu Yuan thought to himself, "Stronger? The whale at the academy was already platinum grade, so what grade is this one? Or even higher?" At this moment, Yishiyun and Shenlu were both under control, endlessly repeating, "The sea is calling my name. The sea is calling my name. We originally came from the sea, and we will eventually return to the sea. We shouldn't be caught." Su Ming turned his head and shouted, "Sister-in-law, say, what's wrong with you two? Now is not the time to be reciting poetry in high spirits." At this moment, Lu Yuan transformed, donning his armor, and stepped forward, saying, "I'll handle the whale." He shot a stream of magic towards the 3 tied-up people and said, "Valkyrie, Fiona, I'm leaving Yishiyun and the others to you too. Get them out of here, quickly." Long Yuning caught Yishiyun and asked, "Why isn't Su Ming controlled by the whale's song?" Fiona, who was supporting Shenlu, replied, "It's probably because he hasn't awakened his special ability yet. I've said it before, the new god granting you human special abilities was definitely not out of kindness or pity." She looked in the direction Lu Yuan had run, saying worriedly, "On the contrary, he's the one I find strange. Why hasn't he been affected by the whale's cry at all, from beginning to end?" At this moment, Lu Yuan had arrived in front of the whale. He He thought to himself, there's also the holy sword fragment I accidentally picked up. Not only is it immune to all kinds of mental control, but can also suppress Zong Tu's inner demon, preventing him from erupting and taking over my body. After thinking, he spoke up. Is this your god? Unfortunately, I've already killed one. Hearing this, the old woman laughed and said, are you talking about that god? Gurgle gurgle. That was merely the god's pet. Our god is incredibly great. His visage is indescribable. The beauty of the god makes anyone who sees it feel ashamed. Gurgle gurgle. After hearing this, Lu Yuan replied, you make it sound so mysterious, but in reality, you've never met that god either, have you? Suddenly, his attention fell on a red book beside her. What's that? She was struck speechless, having been seen right through. Well, how embarrassing it saw through me. This kid can't be fooled. Immediately after, Lu Yuan flew to her side and picked up the book. When he opened it, he was extremely shocked. This is my father's handwriting. Amidst the vast heavens and earth, a whale's roar echoed through the sky. This whale is just the god's pet. In other words, after defeating it, I might have to face the god immediately. Disadvantageous state. After using Immortal Bloodlord, True Crimson, or Heavenly Eye Power Demon Pupil, they all could turn me into a living target, which is why I chose to use the power of Zong Tuesday. Lu Yuan's mind raced with thoughts. Anyway, after I picked up the tip of the Holy Sword, the disadvantageous state from using Zong Tu has been resolved. The only problem now is, he quietly looked at his hands. Previously, to awaken the heroic spirit Immortal Phoenix, I still owe the system tens of thousands of karma points. And Zong Tu's 3 sword techniques each consume 10,000 karma points. I'm in debt right now, so Zong Tu sword forms are basically unusable. Just then, the whale in the sky spat out a giant ball of light. The system spoke. Host, this super whale is about to use its ultimate move. Aren't you going to dodge? Lu Yuan, standing still and waiting for death isn't my style. On the contrary, it's you, system. I'm already in a perilous situation. Shouldn't you offer a choice for fun? Since the host has awakened the undying phoenix spirit, even if you are killed now, you can still be reborn through nirvana. Therefore, this system determines that the current state cannot pose a fatal threat to you. After the host is eliminated and the Nirvana Rebirth ability is activated, this system will automatically present mission options. He tilted his head and rested his chin on his hand. Nirvana Rebirth takes 3 days, and during those 3 days, I can't do anything. If a god appears and attacks me then, I will surely die. What's the use of you offering mission options then? The system, and he exchanged a few words. The whale in the sky had already spewed out a massive stream of spiritual energy. He was astonished to see it attack so quickly. That stream of power was gradually closing in on Lu Yuan's body. Saw the Zhang Tu. I can't deal with this upgraded version of the whale right now. I'm heading down first. You go up and hold it off. Suddenly, a voice rang out. While my body lives, I kill. While my body dies, I still kill. 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 Outside, Lu Yuan watched in a daze as the whale gradually retreated. He looked bewildered, not understanding what had just happened. System. The host is as cunning as ever, pushing Zong Tu out to take the hit again. But when Zong Tu gets knocked offline later, and your main body has to take the stage, what does the host plan to do? A whale in front, a god behind. Host, you're living on a knife's edge. At this moment, Lu Yuan's face darkened, and he spoke, you often live on a knife's edge, so I will dance on that knife's edge. System, actually, there's something I've wanted to say to you for a long time. He pointed directly at the bewildered system. If you're my brother, then come and cut me down. Zong Tu shouted loudly. If you're my brother, then come and cut me down, and could immediately activate the skill, attracting the target's hatred. The system's alarm blared continuously. Warning, warning, unknown error detected. Hatred value skyrocketing. This system must kill you. Deploying spirits in the system space. All spirits. Eliminate the host. Undying Phoenix Bird detected betraying. Host has lost the chance for Nirvana Rebirth and is about to suffer a fatal blow. Please make a choice from the following. Option 1. Apologize to the system. But this system will not forgive you. Useless. Option 2. Atone with death. Reward. Receive this system's forgiveness. Host life -1. Option 3. Fight to the bitter end. Reward. Victory over your own spirits. Defeat a spirit. Receive -30,000 karma. Defeat a dark spirit. Receive -10,000 karma. At this moment, Zong Tu outside was beaten until he was panting. Are you offline? You're back just in time. There's a new job. He took out a cup and a broken sword tip that floated in his palm. These old spirit friends are fired up. I'll leave them to you. Don't worry, they don't have karma to use, so they can't use skills, only basic attacks. He gave Zong Tu a thumbs up. But you're different. You have the divine artifacts, the Holy Grail, Blood Crystal, and Holy Sword. I've also lent you my main body. Go and defeat them. Surpass yourself. Make yourself higher, faster, stronger. So, I'll go online to protect my body. This place is all yours. Good luck. I have great faith in you. Hearing him say that, all the spirits' faces darkened. Zong Tu stood before them, still not understanding what was happening. Lu Yuan lay amidst the shattered rocks, his entire body in unbearable pain. It seems Zong Tu took a real beating this time. He dragged his injured body and wearily sat up. You have to hurry. I can't hold on for much longer. Right at this moment, his body suddenly transformed into the shape of a dragon. Dragon transformation can freely switch forms from human to a giant dragon, gaining unparalleled power. Dragon's breath is also the nemesis of underworld creatures. Each transformation can be maintained for 3 minutes, with a 24-hour cooldown after transforming. Under the pitch-black night, a silent darkness enveloped the entire island. A group of fish people were relentlessly chasing Su Ming and Long Yuning. Quick, chase after them. They are all sacrifices for the god. We absolutely cannot let them escape. Su Ming ran for his life, asking as he ran, Lady Fiona, why do we have to run? Aren't you an old god? Dealing with these fish people should be as easy as flipping a hand, right? I'm not good at fighting. I rely entirely on controlling the strongest among the enemy ranks to deal with the others. She ran while holding Shenlu, but the combat power of these fish people is very uniform, with no one standing out as significantly stronger than the others. Furthermore, my mind control technique also requires time to entice the target. I can't control so many fish people in such a short time. Long Yuning, also running while holding the unconscious Yi Shiyun, followed. What about the Valkyrie? With your strength, dealing with these fish people shouldn't be difficult, right? I can't. To resist the whale's screech that invaded my will earlier, I consumed too much power. There's not much left now. The more Su Ming listened, the more confused he became. How did it come to this? Why is it that whenever it's a critical moment, you all start having problems one after another? His mind was in turmoil. Wait, the notebook I picked up earlier said that after dark, if you encounter danger, run towards the light. Remembering that sentence, Su Ming immediately looked into the distance, where a streak of light flickered in and out of view. The direction of the light is the lighthouse. Let's hurry to the lighthouse. After saying that, he ran headlong without looking back. At the crucial moment, it still comes down to me. I'm everyone's lucky star. In another development, Lu Yuan was currently surrounded by a giant barrier. He transformed into a dragon, continuously attacking that giant whale. He stood on the whale's back, saying proudly, "Luckily, the dragon clan has an innate attribute that counters demonic beasts. Captured the enhanced giant whale, defeated the spirit and 3 spirits. Host receives 100,000 karma." At this moment, Lu Yuan could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Well done, Zong Tu. Perfect timing. The system spoke as it asked. Host, the defense mechanism of your lie becomes habit skill was used even on this system. This system's precautions against you were indeed still insufficient. But who would have thought you could play it like that? This system is a civilized system and doesn't want to curse, but this time, I really can't hold it in anymore. Damn it, you shameless host. If you keep this up, you're going to lose me. This system has established an absolute defense mechanism and will no longer be affected by any of the host's skills in the future. Lu Yuan paid no mind to the system's words and looked at the book in his hand. After dark, if you encounter danger, go towards the light. The light will show you the way to escape, but absolutely do not go to the lighthouse. That is the prison I built to confine it. After reading, Lu Yuan's expression changed continuously, utterly astonished. He thought to himself, no wonder the lighthouse's light doesn't shine out to sea, but shines inland instead. So the lighthouse's light isn't to warn and guide ships, but to show the escape route for those who accidentally wander in here. Realizing this, his expression became dazed. Wait, the notebook fell from Su Ming, and when I picked it up, it was only open to the previous page. After dark, if you encounter danger, go towards the light. That kid Su Ming, he wouldn't be foolish enough to think that following following the light means running to the lighthouse, would he? Probably not, right? While Lu Yuan was pondering this, he didn't expect that Su Ming's group had already quickly entered the lighthouse. Su Ming, there's something I don't quite understand. Why did you think it was safe to enter the lighthouse? Because I found a record, and it said so on it. Suddenly, a golden halo appeared above Su Ming's head. Oh, are you talking about that thief Lu Yuan's record? Hearing this, Su Ming was overjoyed as if he had struck gold. His whole body shimmered with golden light, as bright as the stars. One look, and you could tell he was a great master. Great master, we are being hunted by a group of vicious fish people. Please lend us a hand and save us. The person scoffed. Fish people? Are you talking about the villagers from the fishing village? Haha, don't worry. They consider this place a forbidden land and won't dare to come near. Su Ming proudly turned back and said to everyone, "This is great. We're finally safe. See everyone, following me wasn't wrong. At the critical moment, it really does come down to me. Haha, you fool. You're all about to be killed by him." Fiona, at the side, spoke a warning. That is the spiritual body of the new god we've been looking for. After hearing this, Su Ming was stunned in astonishment, unable to believe his ears. This time, they were truly in danger. My soul is sealed here, unable to leave the lighthouse on my own. Thanks to your appearance, I can finally see the light of day again. As for Lu Yuan, he was standing by the seashore, looking up at the bright moon in the sky. The moon had turned blue. Just then, a woman drifted from the sea to his feet. Lu Yuan was surprised. It was Fiona, her body covered in wounds, washed ashore by the waves. Human brat, run away. Seeing her pitiful state, Lu Yuan asked, "Fiona, what happened? Where are Yi Shiyun and the others?" The god's soul broke free from its bonds and flew before him. I should have figured it out sooner. How would these prisoners and fallen old gods dare to set foot here? It turns out you, the thief, were leading the way. At this moment, he quickly launched an attack. Take care, Lu Ming. Lu Yuan hurriedly pulled Fiona into his arms. Lu Ming? Isn't that my father's name? Does he know my father? The system's voice rang out. Detected Luo Bei Ta, one of the 12 divine shadows. Host is in a predicament. Please make a choice from the following. Option 1. Don't be a coward. Fight to the death. Kill Luo Bei Ta. Reward 200,000 karma. Friendly reminder. The host currently lacks the strength to do this. Option 2. Nothing in the world is difficult if you only put your mind to it. Forget it. Just lie down and wait for death. Reward. The host will rest in peace. Just give up, host. This system doesn't want to deceive you anymore. This time, you're definitely dead. Farewell. Lu Yuan's gaze changed in an instant. The system directly judged that the host will surely die. That fits its style. Can't you do anything more useful? You fraudulent system. At this moment, the other person realized something was wrong. No, that's not right. You look much younger than Lu Ming. Are you his descendant? Lu Yuan's face darkened. You are the new god? He scoffed. A new god? No. Compared to you lowly creatures of the lower realm, I am indeed far nobler. But compared to my revered god, I am far from it. I am merely a shadow forsaken by a deity. Seeing him dragging things out, Lu Yuan retorted. In the end, what the hell are you? Why do you know my father? At this moment, he laughed again. You want to know? I can tell you, but before he could finish his words, Lu Yuan attacked. I'm afraid you won't live long enough to hear me finish. The move he used was the Underworld Sword Soul. After paying off my debt to the system, I now have over 70,000 karma points left, enough to hold on for a while. He used the invisible 3 Wars Sword Soul to attack. A day has 24 hours, but the clock you use only has 12 marks. Do you know why? He asked, while attacking relentlessly. Because my god is the god of time, who controls both time and space. A mortal has 1 shadow, but my god has 12. My name is Luo Bei Ta, and I am just one of the deity's 12 shadows. Lu Yuan pondered ceaselessly in his heart. Back then, the old gods united all the tribes and paid a terrible price to seal the new gods. How could a shadow of a new god have been left behind? Luo Bei Ta lunged forward, attacking him with the sword soul of the 3 immortal swords remnant. A streak of light blue light appeared, looking incredibly beautiful. The 12 of us shadows are collectively called the divine shadows, meaning shadows of God. Each shadow has different attributes and abilities, but mortals mistake us for deities. The 2 of them, one attacking and one defending, fought fiercely. Your father, Lu Ming, was the first person to set foot in the god's domain. It was he who stole the deity's treasure, the jewel of time. At this moment, he laughed like a madman. You're quite good to be able to hold out until now. I admire you very much. And that thing is the very gemstone embedded in the necklace you are wearing. As long as you hand over the diamond of time that your father stole, I will spare your life and also take you as my disciple. Lu Yuan didn't listen to him and flatly refused. I see you have a pretty good grasp of human nature. How about I take you as my pet instead? Take me as your disciple? Give me a break. The system already made it clear that I'm dead for sure, and you still want to trick me? I'd have to be a fool to believe you. Heavenly, I power lord. At this, seeing his look of refusal, Luo Bei Ta immediately flew into a rage. You dare? Haha, you want to anger me, don't you? Very well, you've succeeded. At this moment, he caused the surface of the sea to tremble violently. Son of a thief, do you really think you are our match? You're courting death. Your death will be just like that title, son of a thief, lowly, despicable, and filthy. At this moment, Lu Yuan had fully opened his demon eyes. One by one, eyes opened all over his body. Good. It's true that the higher the status, the harder it is to keep calm, the easier it is to get angry. If you're angry then I'll get angry with you too. He constantly wondered in his heart, if I activate it, you'll surely think I'm going for a life or death battle, right? Just then, a dazzling golden streak of light erupted at extreme speed, shooting straight towards the lighthouse. That streak of light tearing through the air left Fiona stunned. Lu Yuan flew straight to the lighthouse, then hurriedly ran up. To think, I activated it only to flee with all my might. The system already warned this is a certain death situation, so why should I waste my energy on it? I've already gotten almost all the information I wanted. It's time to go. Arriving at the place where everyone was trapped, he was panting heavily. Seeing him arrive, Su Ming and Yi Shiyun were overjoyed. Lu Yuan, you came to save us, right? So you won, right, Lu Yuan? At this moment, he approached Shun Lu. Not at all. I've used up all my tricks. We have to hurry. There's no time to explain. Little Yuan, what do you mean? He said no more, simply moved forward and gave Shun Lu a passionate kiss. First, this all has to end. As it happens,